Chapter 1: Awakening of Beast Language, Information Realization. What the hell? Is that cat cursing at me? Ye Xiaofan suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his eyes wide as he stared at the fat, greasy orange cat in front of him. This cat was raised by his landlord and was named Fat Master. Normally, it did nothing but eat and sleep, occasionally allowing him to pet it, but most of the time it ignored him completely. But just a moment ago, he clearly heard the fat cat licking its paw while disdainfully muttering, "This stupid human is staring at me again." Never seen a handsome cat before? Ye Xiaofan was stunned. He rubbed his ears, doubting if he was hallucinating from staying up late playing games. However, the next second, Fat Master glanced at him again and continued to grumble. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll scratch you to death." What the hell? It can really understand me? Ye Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing as if struck by lightning. He tentatively spoke, "Fat Master?" The orange cat paused its paw licking, squinting at him suspiciously. Why is this stupid human acting strange today? Ye Xiaofan. It really could understand cat speech. Ye Xiaofan sat on the sofa, staring at Fat Master, his mind racing. He was 23 years old, an ordinary office worker, working as a copywriter in an advertising company, barely making enough to live, with almost no savings. His only asset was a second-hand laptop that he had used for 3 years. But today, his worldview had been completely overturned. He could understand animals talking. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? Fat Master Ye Xiaofan swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Do you usually curse at me like this?" The orange cat tilted its head, its gaze full of disdain. "Of course, otherwise what? I should praise you?" Ye Xiaofan. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. This ability was definitely not simple. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the window. "Run! That stupid dog is coming." "Damn! That crazy dog chased me for 3 blocks. Help! I'm just an innocent, beautiful cat." Ye Xiaofan was taken aback and rushed to the window, pulling back the curtains. Below, in the community garden, a large Siberian husky was crazily chasing a few wild cats, excitedly barking, "Ha ha! Little kitties, don't run. Let Big Brother give you a kiss." The wild cats were terrified, running and cursing. "Get lost! Perverted freak! Is this stupid dog brain dead? Ye Xiaofan's mo taichit." This was the daily life of the animal world. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Since he could understand animals, wouldn't that mean he could gather information from them? For example, he suddenly looked at Fat Master with fiery eyes. "Fat Master, I have a question." The orange cat cautiously stepped back. "What? Want to pet me? That costs money." Ye Xiaofan. He gritted his teeth, pulled a sausage out of his pocket, tore off the packaging, and offered it. "How about this as a consultation fee?" Fat Master's eyes lit up, grabbing the sausage and swallowing it in a few bites, licking its lips in satisfaction. "All right, since you're so understanding, ask away." Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. "Do you know which family in this community is wealthy?" Fat Master squinted, displaying an extremely human-like smirk. "You little rascal planning something bad?" Ye Xiaofan hurriedly shook his head. No, I just want to make some extra money." Fat Master licked its paw leisurely, saying, "Building 3, apartment 602. The lady of that house is a rich woman. She has a safe at home filled with gold bars, but unfortunately, she has a fierce Tibetan Mastiff. I don't even dare to get close." Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Gold bars. But he quickly calmed down. Stealing was illegal. He couldn't do that. He changed the subject. "Then do you know of any recent money-making opportunities?" Fat Master thought for a moment, suddenly lowering its voice. "Oh right, yesterday I was sunbathing on the balcony and heard 2 pigeons downstairs talking, saying that a gold shop in the old street in the south of the city is going to transport a batch of new goods the day after tomorrow, taking a small road, no bodyguards." Gold shop transporting goods, no bodyguards. Ye Xiaofan sat on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the coffee table as his brain raced. He knew the value of this information, but the question was how to legally realize it. Just going to rob? Impossible. Although Ye Xiaofan was poor, he wasn't going to commit a crime for money. Stock trading? Investment? But this information was completely useless for that. He rubbed his temples, his gaze landing on Fat Master, who was licking its paws. "Fat Master, besides the transport route, do you know anything else? Like, is anyone eyeing this batch of goods?" The orange cat squinted its eyes, displaying a cunning smile. You're quite clever." It leisurely jumped onto the coffee table, flicking its tail and lowering its voice. Yesterday I was sunbathing in the alley and heard a few wildcats talking, saying there's a group of people sneaking around, continually scouting the old street in the south of the city, saying something about making a move the day after tomorrow. Ye Xiaofan's pupis constricted. Someone was planning a robbery. He quickly asked, what do those people look like? Did the wildcats see them? Fat Master licked its lips, looking smug. Of course. The wildcats are like the street intelligence agency. That group has been wandering around every day. They've long been marked by them. Hurry up and tell me. Ye Xiaofan's heart raced. Fat Master recalled, using its paw to gesture. The leader is a bald guy with a scar on his left cheek. Has a loud voice next to him is a skinny monkey with dyed yellow hair, and there's a woman dressed flamboyantly, carrying a pink bag. Ye Xiaofan immediately took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and quickly jotted down the descriptions. Bald guy, scar, skinny monkey with yellow hair, flamboyant woman, pink bag. This information was so detailed. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming wise. Since he knew their criminal plan, he must report it. Not only could he stop the crime, but he could also get a reward. Let's do it. South City Police Station. Ye Xiaofan stood at the reception window, looking serious as he said to the duty officer, Officer, I have important information. The officer looked up at him. What information? I've received news that a group is planning to rob the gold shop transport truck in the old street of the South City the day after tomorrow. The officer frowned, clearly skeptical. How do you know? Ye Xiaofan had already prepared his reply. I have a friend who works nearby, and he heard that group discussing it, and I took note of their appearances. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and displayed the notes. The leader is a bald guy with a scar on his left cheek. There's also a skinny monkey with yellow hair and a woman dressed flamboyantly carrying a pink bag. After listening, the officer's expression gradually became serious. Such detailed descriptions did not seem like just a fabrication. He immediately picked up the intercom. Officer Wong, we have an emergency situation. Chapter 2, come. Whoever can provide information will get some fish jerky. 2 hours later, near the old street in the South City, plainclothes police had quietly set up surveillance, while Ye Xiaofan sat in a milk tea shop, observing the situation from a distance. Fat Master squatted at his feet, licking its paw with a proud expression. How is it? My information reliable, right? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. It is reliable, but now it depends on whether the police can catch them. Fat Master scoffed. Don't worry, the Wildcat said that group comes to scout every afternoon. They will definitely show up today. Sure enough, not long after, 3 sneaky figures appeared at the entrance of the old street. Bald guy, scar, skinny monkey with yellow hair, flamboyant woman, pink bag. All correct. Ye Xiaofan's heart raced, and he immediately sent a message to Officer Wong in charge of the matter. Targets have appeared, heading towards the gold shop. The next second, the plainclothes police ambushed around sprang into action. Police, don't move. The bald man's face changed dramatically, and he turned to run, but 2 plainclothes officers had already pounced on him like lightning, pinning him to the ground. The skinny monkey and the flamboyant woman didn't have time to react before they were quickly subdued by several other officers, the entire process taking less than 10 seconds. Arrest successful. Ye Xiaofan stood at a distance, witnessing everything with his heart racing. Damn, they really caught them. Fat Master squatted by his feet, proudly wagging his tail. Of course, the intel I provided can't be false. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to Officer Wong. Officer Wong, they caught the suspects, right? Soon, he received a reply. Yes. Xiaofan, thanks to you this time. Don't leave yet. Come to the station later to give a statement. Ye Xiaofan grinned, put away his phone, and squatted down to rub Fat Master's head. Fat Master, we hit the jackpot this time. Half an hour later, at the Southern City Police Station, Ye Xiaofan sat in the statement room, detailing how he accidentally overheard the criminal plan. So, you happen to hear that group discussing their robbery plan? Officer Chun Yang recorded while looking up at him. Ye Xiaofan nodded nonchalantly. Yes, a friend of mine works in the old street of Southern City, and he happened to hear them discussing it while passing through an alley yesterday. The source of the intel had to be plausible, but he couldn't expose Fat Master's existence. Chun Yang looked at him thoughtfully, as if trying to read something from his face, but Ye Xiaofan maintained a sincere expression. All right, your clue is crucial. It helped us a lot. Chun Yang closed the notebook, stood up. Wait here for a moment. I'll report to the leadership. Ye Xiaofan nodded, but he was already calculating whether there would be a reward for his contribution. Just as he was thinking, The door to the statement room was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried in, followed by 2 police officers. "You must be Mr. Ye Xiaofan?" The man extended his hand enthusiastically as soon as he entered. "I am the owner of the jewelry store in Southern City. My surname is Zhou." Ye Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly stood up to shake hands. "Hello, Boss Zhou." Boss Zhou tightly gripped his hand, full of gratitude. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't reported in advance, I would have suffered a huge loss if that batch of goods were robbed." Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing, I just happened to hear the news." Boss Zhou shook his head and took out a delicate red velvet box from his pocket, solemnly handing it over. "This is a token of my appreciation. Please make sure to accept it." Ye Xiaofan took the box and opened it to find a jade pendant made of pure gold. The jade pendant was entirely emerald green, surrounded by delicate gold edges, gleaming softly under the light, clearly worth a lot. "This." Ye Xiaofan was a bit stunned. "Boss Zhou, this is too valuable." Boss Zhou waved his hand, laughing. "Compared to my batch of goods, this little gift is nothing. You saved my business." Ye Xiaofan wanted to decline, but Boss Zhou had already patted his shoulder and turned to leave. He had just gained a gold jade pendant for free. Ye Xiaofan was overjoyed, quickly stuffing the box into his pocket as if afraid it would be snatched away. As soon as Boss Zhou left, Officer Wang entered the room. "Xiaofan, I have good news for you." Officer Wang had a smile on his face. "Those 3 guys are habitual offenders. They have committed several robbery cases before. We have been monitoring them for a long time without catching them. And this time it's all thanks to you." Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. "So, is there a reward?" Officer Wang laughed heartily. "Of course. This case is significant, and the department has decided to reward you with 100,000 cash. 100,000? Ye Xiaofan almost jumped out of his chair. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm, clearing his throat. "So, when will the money be credited?" "After the process is completed, at most in 3 days." Officer Wang patted his shoulder. "You're quite lucky. If you hear any more news in the future, remember to notify us immediately." Ye Xiaofan grinned. Definitely. He was already over the moon. 100,000 cash and a gold jade pendant. What a great deal. When he got home, Ye Xiaofan collapsed on the sofa, taking out the gold jade pendant to admire repeatedly. Fat Master jumped onto the coffee table, squinting at it, and scoffed. "Is this it? A piece of broken jade with a layer of gold skin. Look at how happy you are." Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. "What do you know? This thing is worth at least several tens of thousands." Fat Master flicked his tail dismissively. "Pfft, I could easily gather some intel for you, and earn more than this." Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan became interested. "Fat Master, do you have other line cats?" Fat Master proudly raised his head. "Of course. In this area of Southern City, which wildcat doesn't give me face. As long as I give the order, they can even dig up information from neighboring districts." Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. This was the rhythm of setting up an animal intelligence network. He immediately moved closer, rubbing his hands together. "Fat Master, let's team up. You collect the intel, and it'll turn it into profit. Well, split the earnings 7,030. Fat Master shot him a sideways glance. "You take 30, and I take 70? Ye Xiaofan's mo taichit. I take 70, you take 30. Fat Master snorted coldly and turned away. 50-50 or no deal. Ye Xiaofan gritted his teeth. "Fine. 50-50 it is." Only then did Fat Master turn back, extending his paw. "Deal." Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gave it a paw bump. The next evening, at the old street of Southern City, Ye Xiaofan squatted at the alley entrance, holding a bag of dried fish, with 7 or 8 wildcats of different colors squatting in front of him. Fat Master sat beside him, looking like a boss. "Listen up. From today, this Mr. Ye Xiaofan is our Street Intelligence Bureau's benefactor. Whoever provides useful intel will get dried fish." Chapter 3. Dare to swallow the hard-earned money of migrant workers? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Fat Uncle's words, the stray cats all fixed their eyes on the dried fish in Ye Xiaofan's hands, nodding crazily. A black cat raised its paw. "Boss, I overheard 2 thugs in the bar's back alley saying they want to steal an electric bike." Ye Xiaofan shook his head. "That's not worth it. Find something else." A tabby cat squeezed forward. "Me? I know. A rich lady's poodle said that its owner is going to the bank tomorrow to withdraw a large sum of cash." Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Withdraw cash from the bank. This information is interesting. He quickly asked, which bank specifically? What time? The tabby cat tilted its head and thought for a moment. I think it's City West Commercial Bank at 10 in the morning. Ye Xiaofan immediately took out his phone to jot it down, then happily tossed the cat 2 pieces of dried fish. The tabby cat, with the fish in its mouth, happily retreated to the side. Seeing this, the other strays eagerly chimed in. I know a thief who specializes in stealing takeout. I know a pervert who peeks at women taking a bath. Everyone, don't rush, one at a time. Ye Xiaofan smiled as he distributed the dried fish while quickly filtering through the information. A thin yellow and white cat squeezed the front, licked its paw, and proudly said, Boss, I have a hot tip. The foreman at the construction site in the east of the city is planning to run away with the money tonight. Ye Xiaofan frowned. Run away? Is he withholding wages? The thin cat nodded. Yes. I heard from the stray cats at the site that this guy hasn't paid wages for 3 months. He plans to sneak away with the money at 4 in the morning. Ye Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Dare to swallow the hard-earned money of migrant workers? He immediately pulled out his phone to note the key information. Which construction site specifically? What is the foreman's name? The thin cat tilted its head and thought. I think it's the Hong Yuan construction site. The foreman's last name is Liu, and the workers all call him Liu the Skinner. Ye Xiaofan sneered. All right, this information is worth 3 pieces of dried fish. The thin cat excitedly picked up the fish and happily retreated to the side. The other strays saw this and crowded around, chattering away with various bits of gossip, but Ye Xiaofan's mind was already fully focused on the foreman's escape. Migrant workers have it tough. This matter must be dealt with. At 9 o'clock that evening, Ye Xiaofan returned home and began to get busy. Fat Uncle was lazily sprawled on the sofa, watching him frantically search for information about Hong Yuan construction on the computer. Got it. Ye Xiaofan slapped the table. This company indeed had complaints about withholding wages recently, but nothing had been resolved. Fat Uncle yawned. So, you want to be a righteous messenger? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course. Migrant workers work hard, and their wages get stolen? This is unacceptable. Fat Uncle rolled his eyes. All right, since you love to meddle, just don't say I didn't warn you. That foreman is no good. I've heard he has a few thugs under him. Ye Xiaofan was unconcerned. What is there to be afraid of? I'm not going to confront him directly. I can just call the police. Fat Uncle flicked his tail. Do as you wish. But don't expect me to join you in your adventure. I'm going to sleep. Ye Xiaofan chuckled, took out his phone, and dialed Officer Wang's number. When the call connected, Officer Wang's voice came through. Xiaofan? What's up so late? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. Officer Wang. I received another important piece of information. Officer Wang's demeanor turned serious. What information? The foreman Liu the Skinner from Hong Yuan Construction in the east of the city has withheld wages for migrant workers for 3 months and is planning to run away with the money at 4 in the morning. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Officer Wang said in a deep voice, Is this information reliable? Absolutely reliable. Ye Xiaofan affirmed. My friend works at the site and heard it firsthand. Officer Wang pondered for a moment. All right, I'll arrange for personnel immediately. You stay put and don't act rashly. Wait for our news. After hanging up, Ye Xiaofan leaned back on the sofa, satisfied, all set. Fat Uncle squinted at him. You have a lot of friends, don't you? Yesterday, it was a jewelry store. Today, it's a construction site. Should I expect it to be a bank tomorrow? Ye Xiaofan laughed heartily. This is the power of an information network. At 3:30 in the morning, outside the construction site in the east of the city, Ye Xiaofan squatted next to a police car, wrapped in a black coat with a hat pulled low, looking just like an undercover cop. Officer Wang glanced at him helplessly. Weren't you told to wait for news at home? Ye Xiaofan chuckled. I was just worried you wouldn't find the place. So I can guide you. Officer Wang shook his head, said nothing more, and turned to the several police officers behind him, whispering, Target Liu Chong. Suspected of maliciously withholding migrant workers' wages and attempting to flee with the money. Be careful during the operation. He may be armed. The officers nodded and quickly dispersed to hide near the exit of the construction site. Ye Xiaofan quietly slipped behind a large tree, using the cover of night to observe the activity inside the site. Liu the Skinner, you won't get away tonight. At exactly 4 in the morning. The side door of the construction site creaked open, and a short, fat man cautiously peered out, looking left and right. After confirming no one was around, he quickly stepped out, carrying a bulging black handbag. It was indeed the foreman Liu Chong. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Officer Wang. Target spotted, side door. Seconds later, the police hidden in the dark sprang out, shouting, Police, don't move. Liu Chong jumped in fright, turned to run, but before he could take 2 steps, he was pinned to the ground by 2 officers. What are you doing? What have I done? Lu Chong shouted while struggling. Officer Wong stepped forward, coldly saying, Lu Chong, you are suspected of maliciously withholding migrant workers' wages and attempting to flee with the money. You are under arrest. Lu Chong's face turned pale. I didn't. You're framing me. Officer Wong ignored him, directly opening the black handbag in his hand, revealing a thick stack of cash, roughly estimating at least 500,000. With irrefutable evidence, what else was there to say? Officer Wong snorted coldly and waved his hand. Take him away. Lu Chong slumped to the ground, looking ashen. Inside the construction site dormitory, the awakened migrant workers rushed out to watch. Officer, what's going on? An old worker with a wrinkled face asked cautiously. Officer Wong announced loudly. Lu Chong has been apprehended for withholding your wages. This money will be verified and distributed as soon as possible, so please rest assured. The migrant workers were initially stunned, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Great! Finally, someone is taking care of it. Thank you, officer. Thank you. The old worker excitedly grasped Officer Wong's hand, his eyes reddening. We've been waiting for 3 months. It's been a problem for our kids' schooling. Officer Wong patted his shoulder and turned to look at Ye Xiaofan, his eyes filled with appreciation. Thanks to Xiaofan's information this time. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, smiling shyly. It was nothing really. Hiding one's merit and fame. Chapter 4. Police dog, stealing my thunder. Must buy chicken legs. After capturing the contractor, the process was the same as last time. He had to go to the police station to make a statement. Ye Xiaofan sat in the recording room, facing the familiar Officer Wong, both staring at each other. So, is it again your friend who told you? Officer Wong rubbed his temples, the pen tapping lightly on the notebook. Ye Xiaofan replied sincerely, yeah, my friend works at the construction site and heard Lu the scammer say he was planning to flee. Officer Wong sighed. Xiaofan, do you have too many friends? Yesterday, it was a robbery at the jewelry store, and today, it's another friend. Ye Xiaofan chuckled and scratched his head. I'm just a warm-hearted person, so I have a lot of friends. Officer Wong shook his head helplessly and closed the notebook. All right, the statement is done. You can leave now. Ye Xiaofan stood up but hesitated for a moment before asking, Officer Wong, how much is the reward this time? Officer Wong glanced at him. Nothing. What? Ye Xiaofan's face fell immediately. Wasn't there one for the jewelry store case? Last time you assisted in capturing armed robbers. The situation is different this time. This is an economic dispute, and the money has already been recovered. The workers will receive their wages, so don't think about the reward, Officer Wong explained. Ye Xiaofan pouted, muttering to himself, fine, I'll just consider it as doing a good deed. As he walked out the door of the police station, Ye Xiaofan stretched, squinting in the sunlight. Sigh, what a wasted night. He sighed, and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a low whimpering sound. Turning around, he saw Qinyang walking by with a majestic German shepherd. The police dog had its ears drooping and tail hanging low, looking quite unhappy. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback and instinctively walked over. What's wrong with this dog? It seems a bit down. Seeing Ye Xiaofan, Qinyang didn't hide it and laughed. Oh, this is Lightning. It just finished a mission and might be tired. Ye Xiaofan nodded, squatted down, and tentatively spoke to Lightning. Hey buddy, what's up? Not happy? Lightning initially ignored him, but upon hearing Ye Xiaofan's words, it suddenly raised its head, eyes wide open. You can understand me? Ye Xiaofan smirked and lowered his voice, of course. I'm an animal language master. Lightning instantly got excited, its tail wagging wildly. That's great. Finally, someone can understand me. I have important news to tell you. Qinyang, seeing Lightning suddenly so lively, looked puzzled. Why is Lightning so energetic all of a sudden? Ye Xiaofan quickly stood up, pretending nothing was wrong. Maybe it likes me. Haha. Qinyang chuckled, not sensing anything odd, as it was perfectly normal to play with dogs and chat with them. All right, you can play with it for a bit. I'll go get some water. As soon as Qinyang left, Ye Xiaofan quickly squatted back down, whispering, what's wrong? What's so urgent? Lightning leaned closer, its eyes sparkling with urgency. Last night while I was patrolling, I smelled something strange at the abandoned factory in the north of the city. It was like drugs. Ye Xiaofan's pupil shrank. Drugs? Lightning nodded vigorously. Yes. And not just 1 or 2 people, but a whole group. They were sneaky, like they were trading. Ye Xiaofan's heart raced. This was a big case. He quickly asked, what's the specific location? When is it? Lightning recalled. North of the city, old industrial zone. No. 3 abandoned factory. They seem to have scheduled another trade tomorrow night at 10. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a big fish. Lightning urged. You must tell the police. Those people are dangerous. They have guns. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin. thinking for a moment. Okay, I'll handle this, but he looked at Lightning and suddenly smiled. Why are you so eager? Shouldn't a police dog report directly to its trainer? Lightning lay down dejectedly, ears drooping. I tried, but they don't understand me. I can only bark, and the trainer thought I smelled a rat. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. All right. Looks like I still need to be your translator. Just then, Qin Yang returned with water. Ye Xiaofan stood up and patted Lightning on the head. Thanks, buddy. I've got this covered. Lightning looked at him gratefully, its tail wagging again. Officer, I have important information. Ye Xiaofan grabbed Qin Yang, who was about to take Lightning away, speaking in a very low voice, but his excitement was hard to conceal. Qin Yang paused and turned to him. What information? Ye Xiaofan looked around to confirm no one was paying attention, then leaned in to say, north of the city, abandoned factory. Tomorrow night at 10, drug dealers are trading. Qin Yang's pupils shrank, and his expression turned serious. Are you sure? Absolutely. They might be armed. It's very dangerous. Ye Xiaofan nodded firmly. Qin Yang frowned, looking at him suspiciously. This information, did your friend tell you again? Ye Xiaofan opened his mouth to say it was the police dog who told him, but he abruptly stopped himself. He almost slipped. If he said the dog told him, he might end up in a mental hospital or worse, subjected to scientific research. He quickly changed his words. Yeah, a friend just told me. Woof. Lightning suddenly barked loudly, its eyes wide and its tail bristled, looking at Ye Xiaofan as if to say, are you kidding me? Ye Xiaofan. Qin Yang was startled by Lightning's reaction and quickly tried to calm it down. Lightning, calm down. Lightning ignored him, baring its teeth at Ye Xiaofan. Shameless. Despicable. Stealing my thunder. Clearly, it was me who told you. Ye Xiaofan's mouth twitched, mentally cursing. Dude, calm down. I can't just tell the police. Your dog talked to me for a bit and revealed the drug dealer's whereabouts. Can I? Lightning continued to bark insistently. Chicken leg. I want a chicken leg. Otherwise, I'm exposing you right now. Ye Xiaofan. Wow, this dog can threaten people too. Seeing Lightning getting worked up, Qin Yang quickly tugged on the leash. Lightning. Sit. Lightning reluctantly sat down, but its eyes remained fixed on Ye Xiaofan, as if saying, you figure it out. Ye Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly squatting down, and spoke in a voice only Lightning could hear. All right. There will be plenty of chicken legs. Lightning's ears perked up, its tail wagging like a helicopter blade. Deal. Seeing Lightning suddenly quiet down, Qin Yang sighed in relief and turned to Ye Xiaofan. Is your source reliable? Ye Xiaofan patted his chest, assuring him, absolutely reliable. My friend saw it with his own eyes. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, this is serious. I need to report it immediately. Saying that, he took out his walkie-talkie. Team Wang, please respond. A few seconds later, Officer Wang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Received, go ahead. A civilian provided information that the abandoned factory in the north of the city may be involved in drug trafficking tomorrow night at 10. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then Officer Wang's voice turned serious. Bring the people to the conference room. I'll be right over. Before Qin Yang could speak, Ye Xiaofan had already stepped into the conference room. As soon as Ye Xiaofan arrived at the conference room, before he could sit down, Officer Wang walked in briskly, followed by 2 plainclothes detectives. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofan, he abruptly halted, his mouth twitching. You again? Chapter 5 Your friend. Is not simple. Ye Xiaofan grinned, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. Officer Wang, are you surprised? Unexpected? Officer Wang took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. The contractor fled with the money yesterday, and the jewelry store robbery was the day before. This time, a drug deal? Ye Xiaofan blinked innocently. Isn't it just a coincidence? I have many friends who are well informed. Officer Wang stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned to the detective behind him and said, check this kid's background. I suspect he is an external member of some international intelligence organization. Ye Xiaofan. Wow, your imagination is even bigger than mine. Officer Wang pulled out a chair and sat down, looking directly at Ye Xiaofan. Xiaofan, tell me everything you know in detail. Ye Xiaofan swallowed hard and slightly embellished the information Lightning had told him. My friend passed by an abandoned factory in the north of the city last night and heard someone inside talking about the goods have arrived and the deal is tomorrow night at 10, and they seem to have guns. Officer Wang and the 2 detectives exchanged glances, and one of the detectives asked, what does your friend do? Why would he go to such a place? Ye Xiaofan started to make up a story again. He is, an adventure enthusiast. He just loves taking photos of abandoned buildings. The detective nodded and didn't ask further. Officer Wang tapped his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice, what a coincidence. We have also been monitoring this line recently. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. You already knew? Officer Wang nodded. Recent intelligence indicates that a batch of foreign drugs has entered the city, and we have been tracking it. But the other party is very cunning and frequently changes the transaction location. He looked at Ye Xiaofan with sharp eyes. Did your friend see what the other party looked like? Or hear any other details? Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, pretending to think, bro, what else did you say? But his gaze was already directed at Lightning, signaling him with his eyes. Fortunately, Chunyang was eager for clues and didn't have time to take Lightning back to the kennel, bringing him directly inside. Lightning, who had been chewing on a chew toy in the corner, perked up his head upon hearing this, his dog, eyes bright. Woof. Yes, they were driving a black SUV. The license plate was covered, but the back of the car had scratches, and the right rear light was out. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he immediately repeated, right. My friend said he saw a black SUV with the license plate blocked, but the back had scratches, and the right rear light was broken. Officer Wong and the two detectives were simultaneously shocked. This detail, one detective whispered, it perfectly matches the intelligence we have. And it's even more detailed. Officer Wong took a deep breath and looked at Ye Xiaofan with a deeper meaning in his eyes. Xiaofan, your friend, is not simple. Ye Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly. He just has a strong sense of observation. Officer Wong didn't ask further and turned to the two detectives. Deploy immediately. Action tomorrow night. The two detectives nodded and quickly left the conference room. Officer Wong looked at Ye Xiaofan again, his tone serious. Xiaofan, this operation is very dangerous. You shouldn't participate anymore. Just go home and wait for news. Ye Xiaofan panicked. Don't. I can help. Officer Wong shook his head. No, drug dealers are desperate criminals. What if something happens? Ye Xiaofan's eyes turned, and he suddenly lowered his voice. Officer Wong, actually, my friend said he can get more detailed information. Officer Wong frowned. What information? Ye Xiaofan smiled mysteriously. For example, is there an insider among the drug dealers? How many people are there during the transaction? Specifically, we're in the factory. Officer Wong's pupils contracted. He knows all this? Ye Xiaofan nodded. As long as you give him a little more time, he will definitely figure it out. Officer Wong stared at him for a few seconds and finally sighed. All right, but you absolutely cannot go near the scene. Any information? Contact me immediately by phone. Ye Xiaofan grinned. No problem. After leaving the conference room, Ye Xiaofan let out a long sigh. Woof. Lightning dashed over from behind, pawing at his pants leg, his dog eyes sparkling. Where's my chicken leg? Ye Xiaofan, amused and exasperated, squatted down and whispered, what are you in such a hurry for? I'll bring you some tonight. Lightning insisted. 10, if there's one less. I'll go to Officer Wong's office and tear it apart. Ye Xiaofan. Fine. 10 it is. Back home. Fat Master was lying on the windowsill, soaking up the sun. When he saw Ye Xiaofan enter, he lazily raised an eyelid. Oh, the great hero is back. Did you get the reward? Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Don't mention it. This time it was purely voluntary labor. Fat Master yawned. All right, I'll count it as you did a good deed, but don't forget the intelligence network needs to keep running. The supply of little fish and dried shrimp can't be cut off. Don't worry, I'll go stock up at the wholesale market tomorrow. Ye Xiaofan flopped onto the sofa and said mysteriously, by the way, I just got a big fish. Fat Master perked up his ears. What big fish? Drug dealers. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. They're trading at the abandoned factory in the north of the city tomorrow night, and they're said to be armed. Fat Master instantly exploded. Are you crazy? You dare to get involved in this kind of thing? Ye Xiaofan was nonchalant. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not going myself. I'll just tell the police. Fat Master jumped off the windowsill and stared at him seriously. Kid, I'm warning you. Drug dealers are much more ruthless than jewelry store robbers. If they find out you leak the information. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand. Don't worry. I'll report it anonymously. Who would know it's me? Fat Master snorted. Do as you wish. Just don't drag me into it. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his hands together and approached the windowsill with a flattering smile. Fat Master, can you help me out? Fat Master was lazily licking his paws and didn't look up at the sound. Not helping. Ye Xiaofan persisted. Just a small favor. Can you take a stroll near the abandoned factory in the north and help me find out about the drug dealers? Fat Master exploded again, his tail standing straight like an antenna. Are you crazy? I just said drug dealers are dangerous, and you're asking me to go die. Ye Xiaofan quickly reassured him. I'm not asking you to get close. Just ask the stray cats over there. They must know something. Fat Master sneered. Do you think cats are like dogs? You could just command them? We cats are very aloof. If there's no benefit, who would pay attention to you? Ye Xiaofan's eyes turned. 10 boxes of premium cat food imported. Fat Master's ears twitched, but he still proudly turned his head away. 20 boxes. 15 boxes. Deal. Fat Master jumped off the windowsill, elegantly flicking his tail. Just to be clear, I only handle the connections. I can't guarantee any information. Ye Xiaofan grinned. No problem. With Fat Master on the job, one is worth two. After securing Fat Master's help, Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slumped on the sofa and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after a night of tossing and turning. And now, having conspired with lightning for half a day, his eyelids were drooping. I'll take a nap. Wait for Fat Master's news. He groggily stumbled back to his bedroom and plopped onto the bed, snoring like thunder 3 seconds later. At 4 in the afternoon, sunlight slanted into the room. Meow. A sharp cat cry exploded in his ear, and Ye Xiaofan jolted up, nearly rolling off the bed. What the hell? Fat Master, what are you doing? Chapter 6. Did the anonymous tip go wrong? Fat Master squatted by the pillow, his golden pupils shining in the dim room. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. If you keep sleeping, the drug dealers will run away. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and checked his phone. It was 4 in the afternoon. Damn, have I slept this long? He jumped up like a carp. Any news? Fat Master proudly raised his head. This lord personally goes out. How can I return empty-handed? He jumped off the bed and flicked his tail. Follow me. I'll take you to meet the local cat in the north of the city. 10 minutes later, in the back alley of the community, Ye Xiaofan squatted by a low wall, watching 7 or 8 stray cats of various colors in front of him, and inexplicably felt a sense of a gangster meetup. Fat Master squatted at the front, exuding authority. This is the biped translator I told you about. He can understand us. A one-eyed yellow cat suspiciously sized up Ye Xiaofan. Really? Aren't bipeds all deaf? Ye Xiaofan quickly pulled out some prepared fish jerky. Hello, brothers. A little gift for our first meeting. As soon as they smelled the fishy scent, the stray cat's eyes lit up, and their attitude became enthusiastic. The one-eyed yellow cat swallowed the fish jerky in a few bites and licked its paw contentedly. All right, for the sake of the fish jerky, what do you want to ask? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. I heard there are drug dealers active in the abandoned factory in the north of the city. Several cats immediately fluffed up in agitation, chattering. Not just active. That group of bipeds stinks. They have a strange smell on them. They even scared us with those black metal lumps, guns. They fought last night, and one of the bipeds was beaten up and howling. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Where exactly is it? How many people? A small tabby cat squeezed forward. I know. They are in the underground level of factory number 3. There's an iron door that's usually locked. It gestured with its paw. They come in groups of about 10, in those roaring big vehicles, SUVs. And there are dogs in the cars. Dogs? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. What kind of dogs? The tabby cat flicked its tail in disgust. Very fierce. They bite as soon as they see us. But it suddenly lowered its voice. That dog secretly told me yesterday that it's actually forced to be there and wants to escape. Ye Xiaofan and Fat Master exchanged glances. There's an insider. No, there is an informant. For the next half hour, Ye Xiaofan frantically recorded everything on his phone. The stray cats, each contributing their piece, revealed the drug dealer schedule, numbers, and weaponry. Transaction time. Tomorrow night at 10. But a scout team is going tonight to check the spot. Armed situation. At least 5 guns, and someone has a tube on their waist that can explode a grenade. Escape route. The back door of the factory connects to the sewer. The drug dealers have left a way out. The most explosive news was that their boss is a bald man with a scar on his right cheek, speaking with a northern accent. Ye Xiaofan gasped. Could it be a wanted criminal? He quickly searched on his phone and indeed found a matching photo in the Ministry of Public Security's 11 wanted list. Zhao Taizhan, head of an international drug trafficking group, with a bounty of 500,000. Ye Xiaofan's hands trembled. Fat Master, we hit the jackpot. Fat Master slapped his paw on Ye Xiaofan's hand. Calm down. If this desperate criminal finds out the information was leaked by you. Anonymous. It has to be anonymous. Ye Xiaofan immediately came to his senses, needing to think of a way to pass the information to the police without exposing himself. He stared at his phone, suddenly having a light bulb moment. Got it. After bidding farewell to the stray cats, Ye Xiaofan excitedly ran to a second-hand phone shop. Boss, can this phone be set to record audio that plays only once and formats itself automatically after playing? Ye Xiaofan leaned over the counter, eagerly looking at the boss. The boss adjusted his glasses, looking skeptical. Dude, what are you trying to do? Filming a spy movie? Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Ye Xiaofan pulled out $200 bills and slapped them on the table. Make it quick. Can you get it done in 10 minutes? The boss glanced at the money and instantly changed his attitude. Sure. Don't worry about formatting. I'll even set up a self-destruct program for you. 5 minutes later, Ye Xiaofan held a modified second-hand phone, his mouth curving into a crazy smile. Perfect. Now even if the police wanted to investigate, they wouldn't trace it back to me. Half an hour later at home, Ye Xiaofan locked the door, placed the second-hand phone on the table, and pressed the recording button. Zhao Tieshan's gang will trade at 10 o'clock tomorrow night in factory number 3 in the north of the city. The specific information is as follows. He recorded the information provided by the stray cats word for word, even kindly adding, I suggest controlling the sewer exit before taking action, you enthusiastic citizens. After checking it once, Ye Xiaofan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Perfect. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. 10 minutes later, Ye Xiaofan appeared at the downstairs fried chicken shop. Boss, 20 fried chicken legs to go. The fried chicken shop owner stared blankly at the young man in front of him. Dude, your appetite is quite astonishing. Ye Xiaofan remained unfazed. My family runs a pet restaurant, giving the dogs an extra meal. After buying the fried chicken legs, Ye Xiaofan hurriedly rushed to the South City Police Station. When he arrived at the South City Police Station, he first found Lightning and threw all 20 fried chicken legs at him. Before the other party could say anything, he excitedly ran towards the office building. Duty Officer Xiao Zhang looked up and saw Ye Xiaofan rushing into the lobby, instantly amused. Oh, Consultant Yi is here to provide clues again? Last time Ye Xiaofan came to report a jewelry store robbery, it was Xiao Zhang who received him. So he was already familiar with Ye Xiaofan and jokingly referred to him as an external consultant. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Is Captain Wang in? It's urgent. Xiao Zhang gestured inside. He is here, just finished a meeting, not in a good mood. Before he finished speaking, Ye Xiaofan had already dashed to Officer Wang's office door and burst in. Captain Wang. Major intel. Officer Wang, who was rubbing his temples, jolted, spilling goji berries all over his desk. Ye Xiaofan. Officer Wang's temples throbbed. Do you think this police station is your living room? Ye Xiaofan closed the door behind him, mysteriously pulled out the second-hand phone. You have to listen to this first. The moment he pressed play, an electronic synthesized voice exploded from the speaker. Zhao Tieshan's gang will trade at 10 o'clock tomorrow night in factory number 3 in the north of the city. Officer Wang's expression changed from rage to shock to seriousness, finally freezing as if he could almost peel off the drug lord's underwear color from the recording. The recording suddenly stopped, the phone screen flickering with a string of garbled text before going completely black. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow triumphantly. How about that? Impressive technology. Impressive my ass. Officer Wang slammed his hand on the table. Where did this phone come from? Chapter 7. What the hell, I still have a job. Anonymous enthusiastic citizen. Ye Xiaofan said confidently, look, even the equipment's self-destructed, absolutely protecting the informant's safety. Officer Wang pointed at his nose, his finger trembling. You're right in front of me, and you're still hiding behind a ghost name? Ye Xiaofan's smile suddenly froze. Damn, it's a disaster. The air was tense for 3 seconds. Ye Xiaofan slowly backed away. Can we pretend I was never here? What do you think? Officer Wang grabbed him by the collar and demanded, honestly tell me where this information came from. Just as he was about to be pressed against the wall for a body search, Ye Xiaofan quickly thought of something. I hacked into the dark web. Officer Wang loosened his grip. What? The deep web. The dark web. Ye Xiaofan gestured excitedly. I have a hacker friend who found out about drug dealers trading on the dark web, so I just organized a bit. Officer Wang narrowed his eyes. What's your friend's name? Give me the contact information. Anonymous. It must be anonymous. Ye Xiaofan was sweating. Anyone in this line of work dies in the light. You understand. The office suddenly fell eerily silent. Officer Wang stared at Ye Xiaofan for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Tech guy. Old Lou, come over and check a phone. Ye Xiaofan's legs went weak. Wait, this is really for your own good. What if the drug dealers retaliate? So you recorded your own voice with a voice changer? Officer Wang was speechless. Enthusiastic citizen, sir. Your acting is worse than the extras in Hengdian. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. It's just that I was afraid of retaliation. Afraid of retaliation? Officer Wang raised an eyebrow, almost laughing in anger. Who was it this morning that patted their chest, saying they would charge into battle with the drug enforcement team? Ye Xiaofan shrank his neck, awkwardly laughing. That's different. Charging into battle is a righteous act, but being targeted by drug dealers is another matter. Officer Wang stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly sighed and rubbed his temples. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. He picked up the recording phone on the desk and shook it. I'll report the information. As for its authenticity, someone will naturally verify it. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. So tomorrow night's operation. Don't even think about it. Officer Wang interrupted directly. This is a drug enforcement operation, not a police film. What does an ordinary citizen like you have to do with it? Ye Xiaofan pouted, muttering under his breath. An ordinary citizen can get such information? Officer Wong pretended not to hear, lowered his head to organize documents, but couldn't help wondering where this kid got his information from. A hacker? An informant? Or, he glanced at Ye Xiaofan, who was innocently blinking his eyes, looking just like a well-behaved husky. Forget it. The information is more important. I'll investigate him slowly later. As soon as Ye Xiaofan walked out of the police station, something tugged at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Lightning holding onto his shoelaces, its tail wagging like a propeller. Brother Fan, Captain Wong won't let you go. But I can. Lightning let go of the shoelaces, lowered its voice. Tomorrow night, I'll follow the drug enforcement team on a mission, and I'll tell you all about it. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened, and he squatted down to rub Lightning's head. Good brother. But he hesitated for a moment. The drug dealers have guns. You have to be careful. Lightning raised its head proudly. I'm a professionally trained police dog. Besides, that big tank is my buddy. I'll persuade it to work together. Ye Xiaofan laughed and pulled out the last fried chicken leg from his backpack. All right, then it's up to you. I'll get you a whole box of chicken legs later. Lightning grabbed the chicken leg in its mouth, barked a couple of muffled sounds, and dashed back to the kennel. That night, Ye Xiaofan returned home, presented the imported cat food he just bought to Fat Grandpa, and posted a moment on social media before collapsing on the bed, falling asleep with a smile on his face. In his dream, he stood on a podium, and Officer Wong personally placed a city hero medal around his neck, with flashes of cameras going off all around, as a crowd of reporters shouted Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, he turned over, drooling on half of his pillow. Love, even if it kills you, not to the fullest, is not satisfying. Ye Xiaofan suddenly jolted awake, almost rolling off the bed. Outside, it was already bright. He squinted his sleepy eyes and grabbed his phone, answering without looking. Hello, Ye Xiaofan. A loud roar came from the other end, ringing in his ears. Where the hell have you been? 2 days without a trace. Do you still want to work? Ye Xiaofan jolted, almost dropping his phone. It was his supervisor, Zhao Depeo. He quickly checked the date, Wednesday. That meant last Sunday, he was busy catching the gold shop robber. Monday, he helped migrant workers punish the contractor. Tuesday, he conspired with Lightning for the drug enforcement operation. Damn, he completely forgot about work. Zhao supervisor. Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat. I've had a severe cold these past 2 days, running a fever of 39 degrees. I really couldn't get out of bed. Bullshit. Zhao Depeo interrupted directly. You posted cat videos on your social media last night. Do you think I'm blind? Ye Xiaofan's scalp tingled. Crap. I forgot to block this guy. Just as he was racking his brain for an excuse, his phone suddenly pinged. He instinctively glanced at it, and a bank deposit notification popped up on the screen. 100,000 yuan. Good Samaritan reward. Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened instantly like saucers. 100,000. It really arrived. On the other end, Zhao Depeo was still roaring. If you don't get to the company within 10 minutes, don't ever come back. Your performance this month will be completely deducted. Deduct your grandpa. Ye Xiaofan suddenly shouted back with full energy. The other end fell silent instantly. Ye Xiaofan sprang up like a carp, jabbing his finger at the phone screen. Look clearly. I just received a good Samaritan reward. 100,000. That's worth half of your salary. He got more and more excited. Do you know where this money came from? I assisted the police in taking down a robbery gang. 100 times more noble than your lousy job. Although, well, it seemed like the other party couldn't see it, but he couldn't lose momentum. Zhao Depeo was clearly stunned, stammering. Why you? What nonsense are you talking about? Who has talking nonsense with you? Ye Xiaofan directly switched to speakerphone, pointing at the bank message and shouting, Listen, while I'm quitting. You can find whoever you want to work. 996. Slap. The phone hung up, and he quickly blocked the number, the movement smooth as flowing water. After that, Ye Xiaofan rolled around on the bed holding his phone. Haha, 100,000. Real 100,000. He punched the ceiling excitedly. Information really can make money. Who still cares about that lousy job? Halfway through rolling, he suddenly froze. Wait, this is just the beginning. Lightning has insider information on the drug enforcement operation. Fat Grandpa has the whole city's stray cat information network. If he could develop a few more animal informants. Ye Xiaofan jumped up, grabbed his notebook, and started writing furiously. Chapter 8. The robbery case in the north of the city? This information is valuable. Information Wealth Plan establish an animal intelligence network. Cats, dogs, birds preferred. Filter high-value information, cases, trade secrets. Monetize through safe channels. Police cooperation with social media. By the time he wrote the last line, His pen paused at social media. Ye Xiaofan's eyes gradually lit up. That's right. He could collect rewards as a concerned citizen while also becoming a positive energy blogger to gain traffic. Double benefits, legal and compliant. And he wouldn't have to worry about drug dealers tracing him through the internet. He quickly opened Douyin and created an account called Fan City Observation. Writing in the bio, Urban Observer, recording those unknown warm moments. Perfect. Ye Xiaofan snapped his fingers, first using Fat Yi to attract fans. And once the follower count was up, he would slowly share valuable content. He got straight to it, immediately setting his sights on Fat Yi. Although this cat was tough to deal with verbally, in terms of looks, he was definitely a top influencer in the cat world. With his shiny orange fur, plump body, and that disdainful expression, he practically radiated star power. Fat Yi, come here. Give me a smile. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his hands together, a fawning expression on his face. Fat Yi was lazily lounging on the armrest of the sofa and glanced at him disdainfully. What do you want? Can't you see I'm enjoying a sunbath? Oh, my Fat Yi, just a little video. I promise to give you an extra chicken leg. Ye Xiaofan coaxed, secretly cursing that this fat cat was becoming increasingly difficult to please. After much persuasion and the temptation of a high-quality cat treat, Fat Yi finally reluctantly agreed to cooperate. Ye Xiaofan immediately set up his phone, opened Douyin, and skillfully adjusted the filters and beauty effects. Come on, Fat Yi, let's start with a wink. Ye Xiaofan directed, but he didn't hold out too much hope. After all, getting a cat to manage its expressions was nearly impossible. To his surprise, Fat Yi delivered unexpectedly well, squinting one eye and showing a slightly disdainful smile, as if saying, watch closely, foolish human, this is true charm. No, he really did say that, but in the video, it was just the sound of meow, meow, meow. Ye Xiaofan quickly pressed the shooting button, changed angles, and captured various lazy and aloof moments of Fat Yi. Not bad. Not bad. Fat Yi's acting skills are explosive. Ye Xiaofan praised while quickly editing the video, adding a lively background music track and popular tags like My Fat Yi is super cute, Daily Life of Orange Cats, Cats are crazy too. To increase interactivity, he even added a line at the end of the video. Which celebrity do you think Fat Yi resembles? Let me know in the comments. Done. Ye Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and clicked publish. Just wait and see. Fat Yi, we're about to become internet celebrities. Ye Xiaofan excitedly rubbed his hands, already imagining the surge of followers. After finishing everything, he lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling and grinning. 100,000 in bonuses deposited, 500,000 on the way. He counted on his fingers, and with the monetization of the Douyin account, earning $1 million a month was not a dream. He rolled over and grabbed his phone, confirming the bank message. 100,000. 00 yuan. The numbers were glaringly clear. This life was so thrilling. He murmured to himself, unable to suppress a smile. The information wealth plan is truly feasible. Just as he was pondering how to continue expanding his animal informants tomorrow, a soft thud suddenly came from the windowsill. Ye Xiaofan jumped up, his hand already reaching for the baseball bat by the bed. Could it be that drug dealers were coming for him? Two-legged beast, it's me. The orange cat Fat Yi leisurely strolled out from behind the curtains, still holding half a sausage in his mouth. It seemed he had just been out for a while. He jumped onto the bed, swishing his tail, leaving greasy marks on Ye Xiaofan's blanket. Fat Yi. Ye Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes lit up. Got new intel. Fat Yi licked his paw, his cat eyes shining in the dark. There was a robbery in the north of the city. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. A robbery? When? An hour ago. Fat Yi flicked his tail. The convenience store was robbed, but strangely. He squinted. The robber only took one thing. What was it? A black USB drive. Ye Xiaofan frowned. Only the USB drive? That doesn't make sense. Which convenience store? He quickly pulled out his phone, preparing to check the news. 7 to 11, North City Star Plaza store. Fat Yi jumped onto the bedside table. My little brother, a hamster living in the store, saw it happen. He paused. The robber was wearing a mask, but the hamster smelled something on him. What kind of smell? Disinfectant and gunpowder. Ye Xiaofan's fingers paused. Disinfectant and gunpowder? This combination is too strange. He quickly opened local news, and sure enough, the hot topic North City convenience store robbery had appeared. But the report was very brief, only stating that the robber fled after taking valuables, and the police were investigating. No mention of the USB drive. Ye Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. Was the police deliberately concealing it, or did the robber not leave any surveillance footage? The hamster said that as soon as the robber entered, he smashed the camera. Professional. Ye Xiaofan's heart raced. This case was definitely not simple. Ordinary robbers wouldn't specifically target a USB drive. nor would they destroy surveillance in advance. Pfft, Ye, what does a USB drive look like? Pure black with a small red dot on the side, Pfft Ye recalled. The robber checked it carefully after taking it to confirm it was correct before leaving. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Having characteristics makes it easier to handle. He immediately opened the map and searched the area around North City Star Plaza. The 7-Eleven was located in a commercial area. Nearby were office buildings, hotels, and even a tech company. Wait a minute. His finger suddenly stopped on a building. Star Plaza Building B, 25th floor, Reich Data Security Company. Data Security Company. Ye Xiaofan murmured, USB drive, red mark. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be an encrypted USB drive? He immediately searched for Reich Data Security Company, and sure enough, their official website showed that they specialized in commercial data encryption services, with clients including several financial institutions and tech companies. Wow. Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh. This robber is likely after some company's confidential data. So, Pfft Ye tilted his head. So, Ye Xiaofan grinned. This information is valuable. Ye Xiaofan didn't have time to explain, quickly got up, dressed, and rushed out with Pfft Ye in his arms. Half an hour later, Ye Xiaofan, wearing a baseball cap and mask, pretended to wait for a friend outside the 7-Eleven. Inside, 2 police officers were taking statements, and the clerk was a girl in her 20s, looking a bit pale. I heard you were robbed last night. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice and asked an old man walking his dog nearby. The old man shook his head. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, that robber burst in and scared everyone to death. Oh really? How much did they steal? Ye Xiaofan feigned surprise. What is weird is this? The old man leaned in mysteriously. I heard from Xiao Zhang that the robber didn't take any cash, just a USB drive. Sure enough. Chapter 9. Ye Xiaofan's source of intelligence is animals? Ye Xiaofan felt a surge of joy inside, but pretended to look puzzled on the surface. A USB drive? They sell that here? No way. The store clerk shrugged, saying it was supposedly left behind by a customer, and it was kept under the counter. Just as he was speaking, a man in a suit hurried into the convenience store and went straight to the police. Ye Xiaofan perked up his ears. Officer, I'm the security supervisor from Reich Data, the man whispered. Our company lost an important document last night, which may be related to this USB drive. Bingo. Ye Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile as he quietly stepped aside and sent a message to Officer Wang. Officer Wang, I heard that the robbery case in the north of the city involves an encrypted USB drive from Reich Data. If you need leads, I have some information. After sending the message, he checked the time, realizing he needed to dig deeper before the police completely locked down the information. Fat uncle, he whispered to the orange cat hidden in his backpack. Can you get in touch with that hamster? I want to ask about more details about the robber. Fat uncle poked his head out from the zipper. Yes, but he wants a reward. What kind of reward? A bag of sunflower seeds, the original flavor. Ye Xiaofan. In this day and age, even hamsters have learned to negotiate. 10 minutes later, in the back alley of 7-Eleven, a round hamster was sitting on a cardboard box, holding a sunflower seed and munching happily. Of course, Ye Xiaofan didn't forget to record a video of the hamster and post it on his Douyin account. The robber is about 1.75 meters tall. The hamster recalled while eating, wearing a black hoodie, and has a scar on his right hand. It suddenly stopped, right? He made a phone call when he left. Ye Xiaofan quickly asked, what did he say? The hamster tilted its head and mimicked a human tone. The goods are secured, but the tail wasn't cleaned up. Tail? Ye Xiaofan's pupils constricted. This was slang, meaning there were witnesses. What else did he say? The hamster shook its head, then he rode away. It added, on a motorcycle without a license plate, with a red toolbox tied to the back. Ye Xiaofan immediately noted these details. Scar on the hand, red toolbox, unlicensed motorcycle. Each piece was a crucial clue. Just as he was pondering, his phone vibrated. Officer Wang replied, how do you know about the USB drive? Where are you now? Ye Xiaofan grinned and replied, provided by an informant. The robber is about 1.75 m tall, has a scar on his hand, rides an unlicensed motorcycle, and has a red toolbox on the back. He might still be active in the north of the city because he said the tail wasn't cleaned up. After sending this, he added, by the way, the USB drive is an encrypted model from Reich Data with a red mark on the side. As soon as he sent the message, Officer Wang called directly. Ye Xiaofan. Officer Wang's voice was serious. Where did you get this information? Ye Xiaofan was prepared. I have a friend who lives nearby and happened to see the robber. He paused. Officer Wang, does this case involve a big company? There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Listen, Officer Wang lowered his voice. This case involves trade secrets and is very sensitive. You must stop your investigation immediately, and all leads must be handed over to the police. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What about the reward? If the information is true, it starts at 50,000. Officer Wong was straightforward. Now, go home immediately and don't get involved in this matter. After the call ended, Ye Xiaofan was grinning like a cat that stole fish. 50,000. Another way to make money. He glanced at the hamster, still munching on sunflower seeds, and suddenly squatted down. Bro, do you want to cooperate long-term? The hamster looked up. You keep watch at this store. Ye Xiaofan took out his phone. If any suspicious person shows up, notify Fat Uncle immediately. I'll double the reward. The hamster's little eyes lit up instantly. Deal? In the office of the Southern Police Station, Wong Mingyuan, also known as Officer Wong, stared at his phone screen for 5 seconds after hanging up. The computer screen in front of him displayed Ye Xiaofan's profile, 23 years old, a recent graduate. From an ordinary family, with no criminal record, not even a traffic violation. Clean as a blank sheet of paper. But this ordinary young man had provided several key clues in just a few days, and each one was incredibly precise. Master, what's wrong? Xinyang walked over holding a thermos, glancing curiously at the computer screen. He was Wong Mingyuan's apprentice, calling him team leader in public, but master in private. Wong Mingyuan came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing, just find it a bit strange. What's strange? This Ye Xiaofan. Wong Mingyuan pointed at the screen. His sources of information are too accurate. Xinyang leaned closer to take a look. Didn't he say a friend saw it? Do you think that's possible? Wong Mingyuan chuckled bitterly. The characteristics of the robber, the details about the USB drive, and even the slaying the tail wasn't cleaned up. Ordinary witnesses can provide such professional information? Xinyang scratched his head. So how does he know? This was also the part Wong Mingyuan found most puzzling. He picked up his phone and dialed his old classmate Li Jiangguo at the Northern Police Station. Old Li, I have an informant who provided some clues. Wong Mingyuan got straight to the point. The robber is about 1.75 meters tall, has a scar on his hand, rides an unlicensed motorcycle, and has a red toolbox tied to the back. There was a sound of typing on the other end. Wait, let me check the surveillance. Damn, what happened? There really is such a person. He appeared near the old goods market in the north half an hour ago. Li Jiangguo's voice suddenly rose. Wong Mingyuan's pupils constricted. Ye Xiaofan's information was true. Old Li, what is the situation with this case? I heard it involves Reich Data's encrypted USB drive. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. This is a bit complicated. Li Jiangguo Siga. The USB drive contains undisclosed financial data from a listed company and involves insider trading. The robber is likely a hired professional. Wong Mingyuan frowned. But how did that kid know this? Who? Oh, my informant. Wong Mingyuan didn't say much. Li Jiangguo laughed. Who cares how he knows? As long as the clues are useful. By the way, did your informant say anything else? Wong Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, but still recounted Ye Xiaofan's exact words. Wait, Li Jiangguo suddenly interrupted. He said the robber mentioned the tail wasn't cleaned up? Yes. Damn, Li Jiangguo cursed. We just received a report from the security at the old goods market about a man wearing a mask asking about a cat that can open locks. Animals. Wong Mingyuan's mind suddenly flashed with an absurd thought. Could Ye Xiaofan's source of information be animals? Chapter 10. The cat agent squad beats up the robber. Wong Mingyuan almost loses his cool. What the hell? I think it's ridiculous too. Li Jiangguo's voice was urgent. But the security guard said that the man had a scar on his tiger mouth, and the features matched perfectly. We still haven't figured out why he is looking for animals, or if that's a code name for someone. Wong Mingyuan then realized that he had lost his composure, smiled bitterly, shook his head, and denied the thought. That's absurd. Old Li, I'm heading over right now. Wong Mingyuan hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and walked out. Xinyang hurried to catch up. Master, where to? The old goods market in the north of the city. Wong Mingyuan paused, turned back to take a look at the computer screen, and, casually, checked on this Ye Xiaofan. At the same time, in the old goods market in the east of the city, Ye Xiaofan was crouched behind a pile of discarded electronics, observing a stall not far away through a gap. Fat Grandpa was leaning on his shoulder, swishing his tail. That's the man in the gray jacket. Ye Xiaofan squinted. It was a bald man in his 30s, whispering to the stall owner. Although he was wearing a mask, when he raised his hand to gesture, Ye Xiaofan clearly saw the scar on his right hand. The robber himself. What is he asking? Ye Xiaofan whispered. Fat Grandpa shook his ears, asking where to buy trained cats, especially emphasizing they need to be able to open electronic locks. Ye Xiaofan's mouth twitched. Is there really someone who believes cats can unlock things these days? Why not? Fat Grandpa snorted disdainfully. Last year in the south of the city, there was a 3-color cat that opened an electronic lock by conducting electricity with its tail. stealing half a street's worth of fish. Ye Xiaofan, a cat thief in the cat world, terrifying indeed. As he was pondering how to approach the robber, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message from Wang Mingyuan. Ye Xiaofan, where are you? Ye Xiaofan was about to tell him his location when he suddenly had an idea and replied, "At home, what's up?" After sending the message, he immediately switched to airplane mode. No way. How could he let the police interfere at this time? Fat Grandpa. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. Do you have any cats among your little brothers that can open locks? Fat Grandpa licked his paw. There are, but what? They charge a lot. Fat Grandpa narrowed his eyes. At least 10 small fish jerky. Ye Xiaofan face-bombed. Fine. You help me contact them. Just say there's a big job. Fat Grandpa jumped down from his shoulder and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Ye Xiaofan continued to keep an eye on the robber. Suddenly noticing that the man received a phone call, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly left the stall. Not good. He's going to run. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to follow, a cat meowed behind him. Meow. He turned around and almost laughed out loud. 3 cats were following Fat Grandpa, a 3-legged tabby, a one-eyed black cat, and a Persian cat wearing sunglasses? Allow me to introduce. Fat Grandpa raised a paw to point at the 3 cats, the lock-picking trio. The one-eyed black cat held its head high with pride. Heard you have a business? Ye Xiaofan held back his laughter and pointed to the robber in the distance. Do you see that person? He needs a cat that can open electronic locks. The 3-legged tabby narrowed its eyes. What's the danger level? Very high. Ye Xiaofan spoke honestly. He just robbed a convenience store and is now being chased by the police. The 3 cats exchanged glances and suddenly extended their paws in unison. Pay more. Ye Xiaofan. 10 minutes later, in the back alley of the old goods market, the robber, now known to Ye Xiaofan as Scar Brother, was crouched in a corner smoking. With a red toolbox by his feet, Ye Xiaofan pretended to walk by and deliberately kicked over an empty can. Clang! Scar Brother alertly looked up, his right hand already reaching for his waistband. Oh, sorry. Ye Xiaofan quickly apologized, pointing at the 3 cats. My cat is naughty, and bumped into something. Scar Brother's gaze fell on the cats, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Your cats? Yes. Ye Xiaofan smiled. They're very smart. They can open the fridge. He secretly signaled the one-eyed black cat. The black cat understood and suddenly jumped onto an abandoned safe, quickly fiddling with the electronic lock with its paw. Beep beep click. The safe opened. Scar Brother's eyes widened. What the hell? Ye Xiaofan pretended to be surprised. Oh no, this silly cat is messing around again. He acted as if he was going to catch the cat. Come back. Don't touch other people's things. But Scar Brother blocked him. Wait. Ye Xiaofan secretly laughed. The fish was on hook. Brother. Scar Brother lowered his voice. Is this cat for sale? Ye Xiaofan pretended to hesitate. Well, Scar Brother immediately pulled out his wallet. 5,000 cash. Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened. Wow, that's generous. He pretended to struggle for a few seconds, ultimately reluctantly nodding. Okay, but they're shy. You'll need to feed them for a few days before they listen. Scar Brother grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. No problem. Transaction completed. Ye Xiaofan pocketed the 5,000 cash and winked at the 3 cats before leaving. The plan worked. Outside the old goods market, inside a black SUV, Wang Mingyuan stared at the surveillance screen, his brows tightening. Master, that kid actually sold the cat? Qinyang looked incredulous. What is he doing? Wang Mingyuan said nothing. His gaze fell on Ye Xiaofan's departing figure. This kid definitely has a problem. He picked up the intercom. All teams be aware. The target has entered warehouse B with 3 cats. Prepare to close the net. After a pause, he added, also, keep a close watch on that Ye Xiaofan who just sold the cat. Qinyang was puzzled. Why? Isn't he an ordinary citizen? Wang Mingyuan squinted. Ordinary citizens wouldn't coincidentally show up in front of a robber with 3 lock-picking cats. He vaguely felt that he was approaching an astonishing truth. Meanwhile, outside Warehouse B in the old goods market in the north of the city, Ye Xiaofan was crouched in a corner with a Bluetooth headset in his ear, pretending to listen to music while actually eavesdropping on the movements inside the warehouse through Fat Grandpa's live broadcast. He had sent a Bluetooth headset to Fat Grandpa's neck and then let him follow inside. Meow. A scream from the one-eyed black cat came through the headset. This son of a gun dared to kick me. Brothers, get him. Immediately followed by a series of chaotic crashing sounds, Scar Brothers' angry curses, and the sound of cat claws scratching wildly. Ye Xiaofan was trying to hold back laughter, his shoulders shaking. The plan was going even smoother than expected. He had originally just wanted to let the 3 cats sneak into Scar Brothers' lair, find out the hiding spot of the USB drive, and then notify the police. Unexpectedly, these 3 professional habitual offenders had fiery tempers, and after Scar Brother kicked one of them, They directly went into rampage mode. A roar from the three-legged tabby came through the headset. Dare to touch my brother? I was taking on 3 dogs back when you were still sucking your thumb. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but peek toward the warehouse. Good grief, the warehouse's iron door was shaking. Chapter 11. This loss is huge. It should have been live-streamed inside the warehouse. Scarface clutched his bleeding face and staggered back. What the hell? Have these cats become sentient? He had just lightly kicked the black cat, thinking it was a nuisance, and suddenly, all 3 cats fluffed up. The limping tabby leaped at his wrist, while the one-eyed black cat targeted his lower regions. The most outrageous was the Persian cat wearing sunglasses, which actually used its tail to curl around a wrench and hit him. Bro, the toolbox. His accomplice, Yellow Hair, shouted, but was immediately clawed on the neck by the black cat and fell to the ground with a scream. Taking the opportunity, Scarface lunged for the red toolbox. But just as he touched the USB drive, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Meow. The limping tabby jumped onto his neck, its front paws swinging wildly, slapping him repeatedly. You kicked a cat. You kicked a cat. I'm giving you a free makeover today. Scarface was dizzy from the blows, and the USB drive fell from his hand with a thud. The sunglasses-wearing Persian cat elegantly walked over, curling its tail, and the USB drive landed steadily on its head. Mission accomplished. It shook its fur and retreated. Just as the 3 cats were about to escape, the warehouse door was suddenly slammed open. Police! Don't move. Wang Mingyuan burst in with his team, but as soon as he aimed his gun at Scarface, he froze. He witnessed an unforgettable scene. The 3 cats had spread out in a tactical formation, with the limping tabby pinning down Scarface, the one-eyed black cat guarding Yellow Hair, and the sunglasses-wearing Persian cat, walking towards him with the USB drive on its head. And beside it was a watching fat orange cat, Wang Mingyuan. Outside the warehouse, Ye Xiaofan heard the police storming in through his earpiece and immediately turned to leave. Fat Master, tell them to retreat. He whispered. Don't let the police catch them. Fat Master's voice quickly came through the Bluetooth earpiece. Don't worry, those 3 old slicks are better at hiding than you. Sure enough, the voice of the one-eyed black cat quickly came through the earpiece. Brothers, squeeze through the ventilation ducts. Let's split the loot at the old spot. Ye Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace to leave the scene, but suddenly stopped at the corner. Xinyang was standing 5 meters away, staring at him intently. Ye Xiaofan? Xinyang squinted. Didn't you say you were at home? Ye Xiaofan's mind raced, and he suddenly clutched his stomach. Ouch. I was at home, but suddenly my stomach hurt, so I came out to buy medicine. Buying medicine at the secondhand market? Xinyang laughed in disbelief. And right near the robbery scene, just as he was about to slip up, a weak cat meow suddenly came from the wall. Meow. A snow-white ragdoll cat gracefully jumped down and rubbed against Xinyang's feet, looking up with its bright blue eyes. Xinyang instantly melted. Wow, what a beautiful cat. Ye Xiaofan. Who the hell is this? The ragdoll cat meowed softly, but what Ye Xiaofan heard was, bipedal creature. Scratch my head, and I'll give you intel. He almost laughed out loud and quickly played along. Officer, it seems this cat likes you. As expected, Xinyang squatted down to pet the cat's head, and the ragdoll immediately rolled over, purring. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ye Xiaofan quietly backed away. Stop. Xinyang suddenly looked up. You know those 3 cats from the warehouse, right? Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened, but the ragdoll suddenly jumped up and slapped Xinyang in the face with a paw. Smack! The soft paw attack caught Xinyang off guard. In that moment of distraction, the ragdoll had already darted up the wall, turning back to Ye Xiaofan and wagging its tail. Run, you idiot! Ye Xiaofan took off running, hearing Xinyang's furious shout and the laughter of his colleagues behind him. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of an urban village, Ye Xiaofan climbed up to the water tank, where the 3 cats and the ragdoll were already sitting in a row waiting for him. Good job. He pulled out the prepared fish treats, 10 for each, keeping his promise. The limping tabby mumbled with the fish treat in its mouth. Next time there's a job like this, call us again. The one-eyed black cat added, but you have to pay more. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh and turned to the ragdoll. And you are? I'm Princess. The ragdoll elegantly licked its paw, an external aid requested by Fat Master. Fat Master emerged from the shadows. Her owner is a clerk in the criminal investigation team, so she can access case files. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. So you can get police internal information? Princess tilted her head. That depends on how many imported cat food cans you can provide. Wow, she's a high-end intelligence dealer. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to ask more, his phone suddenly vibrated with a Douyin notification exploding. North City robbers beaten by cats. Persian cat took the evidence. Police's internet celebrity cats opening the hottest video. He was shocked to see the footage of Wang Mingyuan leading the team into the warehouse, filmed by bystanders. The three cats were clearly organized and controlling the scene. And the Persian cat even waved the USB drive at the camera, with the comments flooding in with cat spy team. Oh no. Ye Xiaofan facepalmed. This is a huge loss. Fat Master was taken aback, not understanding. What's the loss? We weren't caught. Ye Xiaofan covered his face in agony. His voice cracking. My traffic. My followers. They've all been stolen by someone else. If he had known, he should have prepared in advance. For such a big scene, it had to be live-streamed. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Ye Xiaofan paced back and forth in frustration. He should have bought a high-definition camera in advance and had Fat Master take it in. If only he had trained Fat Master a bit to stabilize the shot and commentate live, how many eyeballs would that attract? What a shame. It's such a pity. Ye Xiaofan sighed dramatically. And now look, others' videos have gone viral while I only gained a few dozen followers on Douyin. I missed a golden opportunity. He wished he could travel back in time and give himself a hard slap, blaming himself for not thinking of this money-making method. Fat Master shot him a disdainful glance. What a loser. It's just a bit of traffic, does it matter? I could casually be cute and do better than them. Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan felt even more heartbroken. This fat cat only knows how to talk big. No way, I need to ride this wave of heat. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out his phone and opened Douyin. He quickly found several of the hottest cat spy team videos and began to spam the comments. Hello everyone, I'm the caretaker of the black cat, limping tabby. Persian cat. In the video, want to know more behind-the-scenes stories? Come follow my Douyin account for updates. Thank you all for loving the cat spy team. Want to know how they defeated the robbers? Follow me for more exciting content. I'm a partner of justice, protecting the safety of the city alongside the cat spy team. Come join us in maintaining peace in the city. After posting the comments, Ye Xiaofan started searching for keywords like Reiko Data and Starlight Plaza Cat Spy Team, then liked, commented, and shared like crazy, trying to attract more attention. Even if he had to scavenge for leftovers, he had to get that traffic back. While he was busy, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Wang Mingyuan. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., North City Police Station for statement. Followed by a second message. Bring your cats. Ye Xiaofan's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his phone into the water tank. Chapter 12. A strange cat came to apply. Chengnan Police Station. After Wang Mingyuan returned to the station, he began to study the footage recorded by the body camera, his brow furrowed. Master, the technical department has confirmed it. Chen Yang entered the room, holding a USB drive containing evidence of financial fraud by Reiko Data, with the amount involved being at least 3 billion. Wang Mingyuan nodded, his eyes still fixed on the screen, which was paused on a close-up of a Persian cat staring at the USB drive. Do you think a cat would cooperate with humans in committing a crime? He suddenly asked. Chen Yang was taken aback. Huh? Look here. Wang Mingyuan enlarged the image, showing that the black cat attacked vulnerable points on the human body, while the tabby specifically targeted the face to cause pain. And the Persian cat was responsible for key evidence. This was tactical cooperation. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Maybe it's a coincidence? What about this? Wang Mingyuan brought up the surveillance footage from the second-hand market, showing Ye Xiaofan encountering Scar Brother in its entirety. Chen Yang's eyes widened. He deliberately brought the cat close to the robber. Wang Mingyuan turned off the screen and picked up his coat. Check who Ye Xiaofan has been in contact with recently, especially. He paused, his expression complicated, especially those who raise cats. Chen Yang took the order and left, while Wang Mingyuan picked up the phone and dialed Li Jiangguo at the Beijing police station. Old Li, I'm handing the follow-up of this case over to you. I won't interfere. Wang Mingyuan got straight to the point, his tone carrying a hint of apology as it happened in his jurisdiction, and he had already overstepped by making an arrest. On the other end of the line, Li Jiangguo's hearty laughter came through. Old Wang, why are you being so polite with me? This time, thanks to you and your informant, Scar Brother would have been hard to catch. The informant is indeed good, but the source of the information is a bit strange. Wang Mingyuan chuckled. By the way, Old Li, regarding the bonus for this case, you have to be generous. My informant isn't having it easy either. There was a moment of silence on Li Jiangguo's side, as if he was pondering something. Old Wang, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but this matter is a bit difficult. After all, Scar Brother only stole a USB drive, and it's a commercial dispute. Even if the case is solved, it's hard to say how much bonus we can get approved. Besides, Wang Mingyuan had already anticipated Li Jiangguo's response. Old Li, don't play poor with me. This time, we've poked a hornet's nest with Reiko Data. Just think about it. Anyone capable of getting their encrypted USB drive can't be a small character. The interests behind this are enough for you to feast on. Solving such a case contributes to public safety and social stability. The leaders above 1T treat us badly. Li Jiangguo sighed. All right, old Wang, just for your words, I'll go all out. I'll negotiate with the leaders and guarantee a satisfactory amount for that Ye Xiaofan. But you also have to help me speak. If this works out, it counts as a contribution from your Chengnan police station. Wang Mingyuan laughed heartily. It's settled then. I'll contact you when there's news. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyuan let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. This kid, although a bit strange, is also a lucky star. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the phone again, this time calling the finance department of the bureau, indirectly inquiring about the related matters regarding the reward for bravery. It was not until close to the end of the day that Chen Yang returned to Wang Mingyuan's office. Master, I've checked. Ye Xiaofan seems to have had no contact with anyone who raises cats recently. Chen Yang shook his head, sounding somewhat frustrated. There are no anomalies in the call logs and travel records, and those cats seem to be stray cats without owners. By the way, except for that ragdoll cat. Officer Lin from the criminal investigation team said that cat was hers, and she abandoned it yesterday. Wang Mingyuan rubbed his forehead, and after a moment of thought said, Tomorrow, I'll personally meet this kid and scare him a bit to see if I can get anything out of him. Chen Yang was taken aback, but soon understood Wang Mingyuan's intention and nodded. I understand, Master. I'll accompany you tomorrow. The next morning, in the rental apartment, Ye Xiaofan looked at the room full of cats, feeling overwhelmed. In addition to Fat Yi and the 4 from last night, 8 unfamiliar cats had come to apply, all drawn by the trending topics on Douyin. An orange cat was using his towel to wash its face. I heard you provide food and shelter. I don't have high demands, just 3 meals of canned food a day. Stop. Ye Xiaofan raised his hand to interrupt, dear leaders. I'm barely managing on my own. The princess jumped onto the coffee table. What are you afraid of? Officer, Wang has no evidence, but he suspects me. Ye Xiaofan panicked, and he wants me to bring the cats in for questioning. The limping tabby grinned. That's easy, just take me with you. Take you to confess? Stupid. Just say we're stray cats, and we ran away after crime. The Persian cat pushed up its sunglasses. I could pretend to be an ordinary house cat. After all, the body camera's image quality is poor. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to respond, the doorbell suddenly rang. Looking through the peephole, he saw Wang Mingyuan and several police officers standing outside. Oh no! Officer Wang has come to arrest me. Fat Yi instantly fluffed up. Back window. Quick run. Ye Xiaofan smiled wryly. He was a person, not a cat. How could he escape? After hesitating for a long time, he finally took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and opened the door. Officer Wang, so early? He smiled innocently. I was just about to head to the police station. Wang Mingyuan's gaze swept across the room full of cats, and his mouth twitched. Looks like you're quite popular with cats? Ye Xiaofan shrugged. Maybe I have a way with animals? Oh really? Wang Mingyuan suddenly took out a tablet from his briefcase and played a segment of the surveillance footage showing the ragdoll cat helping Ye Xiaofan escape last night. This ragdoll cat is Miss Lin's pet from the criminal investigation team. Wang Mingyuan squinted. She reported this morning that the cat is missing. Ye Xiaofan's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. The case has been solved so quickly. Soon, Ye Xiaofan was sandwiched between Wang Mingyuan and Chen Yang, being escorted out of the room, with 4 police officers following behind, looking just like a heavy criminal being escorted. Even more absurdly, 12 cats were lined up following behind. The limping tabby walked proudly at the front, the one-eyed black cat and the Persian cat flanked him. And the ragdoll cat princess walked gracefully, while the remaining 8 cats had spontaneously formed a formation. Passers-by stopped to watch, some raising their phones to take pictures. Look, ISNT that the cat special agent team, trending on Douyin? That handsome guy in front must be a cat trainer. No way. He must be a cat demon that has turned into a spirit. Ye Xiaofan watched the scene unfold before him, wishing he could pound his chest in frustration. This is all my traffic. He turned to Wang Mingyuan. Officer Wang, could you help me shoot a Douyin video? Wang Mingyuan. Chapter 13. The Cat Language Conspiracy. Ye Xiaofan incites the police dog. Wang Mingyuan's mouth twitched. He wished he could kick Ye Xiaofan. What was he thinking, worrying about this at a time like this? He quickly waved his hand. Chen Yang, put the cats in the transport cage. Just as Chen Yang took out the cage, the limping tabby suddenly meowed, and all 12 cats sat in unison, looking up adorably. The onlookers were instantly melted by their cuteness. Ah, so obedient. Wang Mingyuan, is this some kind of trained army? In the police car, Ye Xiaofan was seated in the middle of the back row. On the left was the transport cage with the cats, and on the right was Qin Yang, who was eyeing him closely. Wang Mingyuan sat in the front passenger seat, watching him through the rearview mirror. Ye Xiaofan, Wang Mingyuan suddenly spoke. Do you know why we're taking you to the South City Police Station? Ye Xiaofan played dumb. Isn't it to take statement? The interrogation room at the South City Police Station, Wang Mingyuan said slowly, has a lie detector. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. From the transport cage, Fat Master complained. What you scared of? The lie detector can't detect cat language. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Mingyuan struck again. Also, we've invited the Thunder from the City Police Dog Squad to assist in the investigation. Woof. A strong dog bark came from the trunk. Ye Xiaofan froze. Oh no. The dog could smell he had been in contact with the cats. On the elevated bridge in South City, the police car was moving steadily. Ye Xiaofan was racking his brain for a countermeasure, while the car was filled with meowing sounds. Kid, listen up. The limping tabby lowered its voice. I know that German Shepherd in the trunk. His wife had a difficult birth last month, and I helped. No, I brought the cats to drag his wife to the pet hospital to save her. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he quickly leaned back, whispering, So he can help us? Help my foot. The one-eyed black cat interjected. The police dog is disciplined. At most, it won't expose you. The sunglasses-wearing Persian cat pushed up its shades. I suggest we incite him. Ye Xiaofan. Do you think police dogs are temp workers? Just then, the German Shepherd in the trunk suddenly scratched at the partition. Meow, brother. Is it you? The limping tabby immediately responded. Thunder. How's your wife? Both mother and child are safe. The German Shepherd's voice was filled with gratitude. Thanks to you last time, or else my wife would have. Ye Xiaofan was dumbfounded. Wow, a live version of the cat-dog bond. 5 minutes later, through the cat-dog conversation, Ye Xiaofan figured out the German Shepherd Thunder's background. He indeed remembered the limping tabby's life-saving grace. He was resentful about the instructor secretly cutting his dog food. He had been in love with the police dog goddess, a border collie, for 6 months. It's possible. Ye Xiaofan whispered to the cats. Fat Master, ask him if he can help us cover up the lie. Before Fat Master could speak, the German Shepherd suddenly lowered his voice. Meow, brother. Are you guys planning something big? Count me in. Ye Xiaofan. Are police dogs this rebellious nowadays? The limping tabby grinned. Simple. Just say you can't smell any cat scent, and then I'll help you chase the border collie. The German Shepherd excitedly thumped his tail against the trunk. Deal. Ye Xiaofan secretly thought this was going to work. He quickly lowered his voice, afraid of being overheard by Wang Mingyuan and Qin Yang. Buddy, just say you didn't smell any cat scent, and leave the rest to me. Ye Xiaofan whispered to the trunk, not forgetting to wink at the limping tabby. Double the reward. I'll make sure you get a woo that girl. The German Shepherd in the trunk instantly became excited, his tail thumping so hard it made the car shake slightly. No problem. You can count on me. By the way, meow brother, what is that girl like? Bones? Canned food? The limping tabby proudly twitched its whiskers. That girl likes the aloof type. Don't wag your tail when the time comes. Keep your composure, and throw in a bit of hero saving the beauty, and you'll definitely win her over. Ye Xiaofan covered his mouth, nearly laughing out loud. These guys were too funny. Just as he was about to continue plotting with the animals, Wang Mingyuan, sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly coughed lightly. Ahem. Ye Xiaofan, the weather is nice today. Wang Mingyuan pretended to casually look out the window, his tone as if he was just making small talk. Ye Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly restrained his smile. Yes, Officer Wang. It is indeed quite pleasant today. Qin Yang also cooperatively yawned and rubbed his eyes. I was up late working last night. I'm so tired. Ye Xiaofan noticed that the two seemed not to have heard his conversation with the animals, and he felt a bit relieved. Inside the car, the low meowing and the occasional squeaking from the trunk continued. Wang Mingyuan watched everything through the rearview mirror, occasionally exchanging glances with Qin Yang. It seemed that Ye Xiaofan really could communicate with animals. Although it sounded like a tall tale, he felt that this deduction was the most reasonable explanation. Those strange cases and those unbelievably precise pieces of information were likely provided by these furry informants. After all these years of solving cases, what strange things had he seen? While some people could interpret animal language, those were usually simple behavioral commands. But someone like Ye Xiaofan, who could communicate with animals and use them to solve cases, was a first for him. This guy was simply a gem in the police force. However, Wang Mingyuan also felt a hint of concern. Ye Xiaofan's ability was too special. If it were exploited by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed he needed to keep a close eye on this student Yi in the future. After arriving at the South City Police Station, Ye Xiaofan was taken into a special interrogation room equipped with a lie detector. and on the table lay some catnip. Wang Mingyuan crossed his arms. Explain why Miss Lin's ragdoll cat was found in your home. Before Ye Xiaofan could respond, the princess suddenly meowed sweetly. What he heard, however, was, Sam, a stray cat. Hurry. It followed me here. Ye Xiaofan said innocently, I fed it near the flea market last night, and it followed me home. The lie detector's green light lit up. Truth. Wang Mingyuan frowned and shouted outside. Bring thunder in. A majestic German shepherd was led in, circling around Ye Xiaofan to sniff when suddenly he sneezed. The instructor was dumbfounded. Thunder? The German shepherd looked serious. Woof. Translation. No abnormalities. Ye Xiaofan almost laughed out loud. The acting was superb. The lie detector's green light remained lit. The German shepherd Thunder sat like a rock, its tail rhythmically thumping the floor, acting worthy of an Oscar. Wang Mingyuan stared at Thunder for a long time, already bitterly smiling inside. Sure enough, this police dog had been successfully incited by Ye Xiaofan. With a dark face, he put away the device. Ye Xiaofan. The suspect in the North City robbery case has been caught. Huh? Ye Xiaofan's eyes instantly lit up like LED lights. That reward. The case has been transferred to the North City police station. Wang Mingyuan squinted. You're so concerned about the reward? Ye Xiaofan felt a chill at the back of his neck from being stared at, quickly raising his hands in surrender. Forget it. Officer, pretend I didn't ask. Chapter 14. Goodness, the pigeon mafia. Wang Mingyuan looked at Ye Xiaofan's cowardly expression and suddenly felt like laughing. The clear stupidity shining through the college student's eyes was unmistakable. But thinking of this kid's abilities, he tightened his face. The specific amount of the bonus will depend on the decision from the Northern City. You'll be notified when there's news. Ye Xiaofan was preparing to sneak away when a black shadow rushed over, almost knocking him over. Wow. He stumbled a couple of steps and looked down to see lightning wagging its tail wildly, excitement evident in its eyes. Brother, Zhao Taizhan has been caught. All of them. Lightning barked incessantly, its paws excitedly scratching at his pant leg. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, really. Lightning nodded vigorously. Last night, the police conducted a surprise raid and caught them all. They also seized dozens of kilograms of drugs. I heard it's an international gang. Ye Xiaofan's mouth broke into a wide grin as he quickly squatted down, pretending to pet the dog's head while quietly asking, Did any brothers get hurt? Lightning proudly raised its head. No. Our police dog team scouted ahead, and all the drug dealers' lookouts were sniffed out by us. The police had 0 casualties. Awesome. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lightning was so excited that its tail was almost wagging like a fan, eager to display all its achievements. Wang Mingyuan stood nearby, watching the back and forth between Ye Xiaofan and Lightning, and immediately understood what was happening. His expression darkened. After all this effort, the police dog he had carefully trained had become Ye Xiaofan's source of intelligence, and it was the kind that stole information directly from the inside. This feeling was akin to having the cabbage he painstakingly grew being uprooted by a pig, and that pig even exchanged the cabbage for a reward. You really are. Wang Mingyuan could no longer hold back, pointing at Ye Xiaofan with a trembling finger, struggling for a complete sentence after a long pause. Ye Xiaofan felt a chill from his gaze and quickly took a step back. Officer Wang, what's wrong? Are you overheated? Should I call an ambulance for you? Get lost. Wang Mingyuan finally exploded, shouting angrily and kicking Ye Xiaofan hard in the butt. Don't block my sight here. If you disrupt police work again, do you believe I'll lock you up? Caught off guard, Ye Xiaofan staggered and almost fell, rubbing his butt with a wronged expression. Officer Wang, that is not fair. You're just kicking me when I'm down. Less nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Wang Mingyuan glared at him, wishing he could kick him out of his sight immediately. Ye Xiaofan, knowing he was in the wrong, dared not say anything more and left in a huff. After Ye Xiaofan left, Wang Mingyuan returned to his office, staring at the case report on the computer screen, his fingers tapping a rapid rhythm on the desk. Master Chen Yang's voice, trembling slightly, broke the silence in the office. Is Ye Xiaofan a bit too outrageous? Wang Mingyuan looked up, his expression complex as he gazed at his proud student. Chen Yang, do you think there are really people in this world who can understand animals? Chen Yang was taken aback, opening his mouth as if to say it was impossible. But the image of Ye Xiaofan conspiring with cats and dogs in the car flashed uncontrollably in his mind. Ultimately, he could only hesitate. But how is that possible? It's scientifically unexplainable. The world is vast and full of wonders. Wang Mingyuan chuckled bitterly, pulling out a cigarette from the pack and lighting it. We've discovered a treasure this time. A treasure that can help us solve cases quickly. Chen Yang also realized the importance of the situation, his expression serious. Master. Do you mean? Wang Mingyuan extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, speaking firmly. This matter must be kept confidential. We cannot let anyone know Ye Xiaofan's true abilities, nor can we let him come to any harm. This kid will be our secret weapon from now on, understand? Chen Yang straightened his back. Understood. I guarantee to complete the task. Wang Mingyuan nodded. From today on, pay more attention to Ye Xiaofan's movements and protect his safety in secret. I want to be informed of his every move. Any unusual situation must be reported to me immediately. He paused, his tone solemn. Remember, ensuring his safety is our top priority. We cannot allow anyone with ulterior motives to exploit his abilities. Chen Yang understood the seriousness of the matter, nodding solemnly. Master, don't worry. I will do everything in my power to ensure Ye Xiaofan's safety. Wang Mingyuan patted Chen Yang's shoulder, a glimmer of worry and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This kid might bring us even more surprises in the future. Just as the two were discussing how to protect Ye Xiaofan, he had already arrived at the citizen square in the south of the city. At this moment, he was squatting by the fountain, holding a handful of corn kernels, while Fat Grandpa, the orange cat, was unusually not lying flat today. Instead, it was scratching his pant leg with its paws, mysteriously lowering its voice. Brother Fan, today I'm introducing you to a new friend. Who? Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Fat Grandpa flicked its tail, pointing to the statue in the center of the square. Look over there. Following his gaze, Ye Xiaofan saw a gray and white pigeon standing atop the statue, tilting its head and observing the crowd. Unlike other pigeons, this one had a tiny metal ring around its neck, glinting coldly in the sunlight. That's the messenger, the second in command of the square's pigeon flock. Fat Grandpa licked its paw. It has a big business to discuss with you. Ye Xiaofan squinted. What business could a pigeon have? Fat Grandpa snorted. You underestimate them too much. Do you know why the square's surveillance cameras can never capture a thief's face? Because this group of pigeons interferes with the cameras. Ye Xiaofan. Goodness. The pigeon mafia? 5 minutes later, behind the statue. The messenger flapped its wings and landed on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, the metal ring clinking softly. Human. Fat Grandpa said you understand the rules. The messenger's voice was surprisingly steady, like a seasoned veteran in the underworld. Our flock is currently lacking some infrastructure funds and would like to cooperate with you. Ye Xiaofan was curious. What infrastructure? The messenger flapped its wings, pointing to a building under construction on the west side of the square. Do you see that construction site? The developer is secretly mixing inferior materials into the concrete to rush the project. It paused, lowering its voice. We have a brother who built a nest on that building's rooftop last week, and he ended up with a broken leg from falling concrete. Ye Xiaofan's expression turned serious. The messenger continued. The foreman's drawer contains a ledger detailing all their violations. If you can help us seek justice, it flipped its wing, revealing a tiny USB drive tied to its leg. This contains a video of them bribing the Environmental Bureau. Ye Xiaofan took the USB drive, his heart racing. If this thing were sold to the media or competitors, it would be worth at least 6 figures. But he didn't rush to agree and instead asked, why don't you report it yourselves? The messenger suddenly exploded with anger. Are you stupid? We are pigeons. Do you expect us to fly into the city government with a report in our beaks? Fat Grandpa chimed in. Brother Fan, they can't even type. At most, they can only poop on the leaders' heads to protest. Ye Xiaofan. That's a very valid point. Hard to refute. Chapter 15. Recruiting a police dog sidekick. A man and a pigeon quickly reached an agreement. Ye Xiaofan would help them take revenge, and the pigeon would provide him with reporting materials. Following the pigeon's guidance, Ye Xiaofan arrived at the construction site office. Wearing a baseball cap and pretending to be a delivery person, he easily blended into the workshed area. A limping tabby cat had sneaked in at some point and was now crouched on a filing cabinet, giving him a knowing look. Ye Xiaofan followed its gaze and noticed a pigeon feather wedged in the drawer of the foreman's desk. Impressive. It even has built-in navigation. Ye Xiaofan whispered to himself, and taking advantage of no one watching, he quickly pried open the drawer with a wire. A ledger lay quietly at the bottom, and the first page revealed shocking records. March 15th, used inferior rebar, profit 800,000. April 2nd, used expired cement, profit 500,000. April 18th. Gave Chief Wang from the quality inspection station a red envelope of 200,000. Ye Xiaofan quickly took a photo of the key pages with his phone. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Don't worry, Chief Wang. The ALL never trace it back to us. The foreman's sycophantic voice grew closer. In a moment of crisis, a sudden flurry of wings sounded from outside. Whoosh! Hundreds of pigeons dove down like a squadron of bombers, frantically pecking at the office windows. The foreman jumped in fright. What the hell? Where did all these pigeons come from? Taking advantage of the chaotic 3 seconds, Ye Xiaofan quickly slipped into the bathroom and sent the photos to the City Construction Bureau's reporting platform. As he swaggered out of the construction site, his phone suddenly vibrated. Construction Bureau Reporting Center. Your submitted clue has been accepted. According to the Construction Project Quality Reporting Reward Method, you're eligible for a reward of 50,000 RMB. Ye Xiaofan grinned and turned to the messenger pigeon perched in a tree. 50,000. Is that enough for your infrastructure? The messenger tilted its head. Barely enough to build a bulletproof pigeon house. It suddenly fluttered onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. But we have an additional condition. What? Help us teach that guard dog a lesson. The messenger gritted its beak. That bastard ate 3 of our brothers last month. Looking at the messenger's furious expression, Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you pigeons usually pretty tough? How'd you get bullied by a dog? The messenger fluffed its feathers. That bastard doesn't play fair. It always ambushes us while we're sleeping at night. It pointed with its wing towards the direction of the back gate, its voice filled with indignation. Last month, 3 of our brothers were sleeping soundly in the nest when that dog jumped on us and bit. Fat Cat licked its paw and chimed in. Brother Fan, this dog is indeed something. I heard it used to be a police dog. The foreman bought it cheap to guard the site. A police dog? Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. He had to meet this dog. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and casually pulled a sausage from his pocket, waving it at the messenger. Let us go. Lead the way. The messenger looked at him doubtfully. You're not thinking of bribing it, are you? That dog is fierce. Even our diplomat got his tail bitten off. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Don't worry, I have my ways. Under the messenger's guidance, he staggered to the back door. The area was piled high with construction debris, and the air was filled with the smell of cement and rust. A large German shepherd was chained to a corner by its doghouse. Upon seeing someone approach, it immediately bared its teeth and growled, emitting a deep, threatening sound. Ye Xiaofan stopped 3 meters away from it, carefully observing the dog. The German shepherd's coat, which should have been sleek and shiny, was now dirty, and it had a noticeable scar on its hind leg, causing it to limp slightly. Its gaze was fierce, but Ye Xiaofan keenly noticed that its tail was tucked between its legs and its ears were unintentionally pinned back. This was not an attacking posture, but one of fear. Brother, living like this and still serving humans? Ye Xiaofan began to communicate, his voice laced with teasing. The German shepherd was clearly taken aback. Its ears instantly perked up, and the aggression in its eyes turned to shock. You can understand me? Not only can I understand, but I can also help you. Ye Xiaofan waved the sausage in his hand, but instead of throwing it, he squatted down to be at eye level with the dog. I heard you used to be a police dog? The German shepherd's gaze flickered, and it spoke softly. I was discharged, the foreman said he'd give me a meal, but it looked down at its bony body and then at the chain around its neck, emitting a whimper. Ye Xiaofan sighed and pulled up the Animal Rescue Station's webpage on his phone, showing it to the German shepherd. This construction site plans to use poison bait to deal with stray dogs by the end of the month. Guess who will be the first to eat it? The German shepherd's pupils dilated, and its tail froze completely. The foreman isn't human. He uses an electric baton to poke us for fun. Its voice grew quieter, eventually turning into a sob. I bit the pigeons because I was hungry. Ye Xiaofan's expression turned cold, but he quickly regained his composure. He reached out to unchain the German shepherd, moving gently to avoid scaring it. How about you come with me? The German shepherd looked up at him. The fierceness in its eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a long-lost hope. Really? Of course. Ye Xiaofan grinned, pointing to the foreman who was drinking in the office not far away. But before that, we need to settle a score. Looking up at the sky in the west, the sunset painted half of the sky red, but it was still far from completely dark. Acting now would risk exposure. Patience was required. Let us endure a little longer, and then we'll act. Ye Xiaofan reassured the German shepherd beside him. He led the German shepherd and Fat Cat to a small shop next to the construction site. He picked the biggest sausage for Lightning, got a box of imported cat food for Fat Cat, and casually grabbed a bucket of pickled beef noodles and a tool for their plan. The 3 of them, dog and cat, sat side by side on the shabby curb, starting their dinner. The German shepherd eagerly devoured the sausage, occasionally letting out satisfied whimpers. Fat Cat elegantly opened the cat food, licking it delicately. As Ye Xiaofan slurped his noodles, he pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures of Lightning and Fat Cat. Ever since he opened a Douyin account called Fan's Eye on the City, he had been constantly thinking about how to gain followers. But after several days of posting, he only had a few hundred followers, which was quite frustrating. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to gain followers by filming animals? Is it my technique that is wrong? Ye Xiaofan pondered, yet he diligently edited the video, adding a dynamic BGM before uploading it. In the video, Lightning was wolfing down the sausage, even pausing to strike a cute pose for the camera, while Fat Cat looked on with disdain. As if to say, what a messy eater. Caption, new recruit German Shepherd, eating like a champ. Just look at that eating style. Facepalm, stray dog revenge, cute pet daily animals gone well. The road of life is long, and even with a receding hairline, I have to grind. Ye Xiaofan sighed, finally putting down his phone to focus on the noodles in front of him. After eating and drinking, time gradually passed, and the sky darkened. The street lights began to flicker on. Ye Xiaofan checked the time. Now is the moment to act. So, he put away the cat food for Fat Cat to prevent it from wanting to eat again midway, and led the German Shepherd back into the construction site. Chapter 16. Hey, classmate Ye, are you having a good time eating? Under the guidance of the German Shepherd, a person, a dog, and a cat arrived outside the foreman's office. The foreman was lounging with his legs crossed, a cigarette in his mouth, scrolling through short videos on his phone, occasionally bursting into a lewd laugh. The German Shepherd squatted by Ye Xiaofan's feet and whispered his motorcycle is parked at the back door. He rides it home every day. Ye Xiaofan nodded, pulled out a small bottle of medicated oil he had just bought from his pocket, and handed it to the German Shepherd. Later, you apply this stuff on his seat cushion. Make sure to spread it evenly. By the way, pour the rest on the tires. The German Shepherd took the bottle, a glint of mischief in its eyes. Got it. It grabbed the bottle and stealthily slipped toward the motorcycle, moving nimbly as if it were not a dog that had been injured. Soon after the German Shepherd returned, the foreman stormed out of the office, cursing, holding a half-full bottle of beer, and staggering toward the motorcycle. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Can't even keep a report quiet, he muttered, plopping down onto the motorcycle seat. The next second, a whoa. The foreman jumped up from the seat cushion as if he had been stung by a needle, the beer bottle in his hand crashing to the ground. He clutched his butt, hopping around in pain. What the hell? The German Shepherd hid in the shadows, wagging its tail like a propeller, grinning at Ye Xiaofan. Medicated oil, excellent effect. Ye Xiaofan held back his laughter and gave it a thumbs up. The foreman cursed for a while, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and got on the motorcycle. Just as he twisted the throttle, bang, the rear tire suddenly exploded, the motorcycle instantly losing control, and the foreman, along with the bike, fell into a muddy ditch by the roadside. Looking as miserable as a drenched chicken, Ye Xiaofan whistled and waved to the German Shepherd. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. The German Shepherd bounced along happily, its tail wagging like a propeller. Brother Fan, I'm sticking with you from now on. Ye Xiaofan smiled and reached out to rub its dirty head. All right, from now on, I'll call you Lightning. You come from a police dog background, so your speed must be impressive. Lightning, now excited about its new name, spun around in place twice, its tail wagging loudly. I like this name. Fat Master rolled his eyes nearby. Brother Fan, your naming skills are really hard to describe. Ye Xiaofan ignored its sarcasm, took out his phone, and glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock at night. He surveyed the surroundings. The construction site lights were particularly glaring in the night, and he could vaguely hear the foreman's cursing. Let South move to another place, Ye Xiaofan said in a low voice. That guy holds grudges. If he sees us, we won't have a peaceful night. Lightning perked up its ears. Where to? South City, Ye Xiaofan squinted. There's a barbecue stall near the police station. The food is good and it's safe. Fat Master instantly understood. You're afraid the foreman will cause trouble, so you're hiding right under the police uncle's nose? Smart. Ye Xiaofan snapped his fingers. Besides, Officer Wang has been keeping an eye on me lately. Perfect, let him see that I, Ye Xiaofan, am a law-abiding citizen. Lightning tilted its head. Who is Officer Wang? Fat Master licked his paws, looking mysterious. A cop who always wants to catch Brother Fan doing something wrong, but unfortunately, he can never catch him. Ye Xiaofan laughed and scolded. Stop talking nonsense, he's just doing his job. He pulled out his phone and ordered a ride, specifically choosing a spacious SUV model for Lightning and Fat Master to get in comfortably. When the driver saw a big dog and a fat orange cat following Ye Xiaofan into the car, his expression clearly stiffened. Bro, this car is for people, you know? You making it hard for me here. Ye Xiaofan was prepared and smiled as he handed over a 100 yuan bill. Driver, pet-friendly, extra payment. The driver instantly brightened up. No problem. As long as you 3 big brothers are ready, we can set off right away. Ye Xiaofan. Money is really great. Near the South City police station, at Old Lou's barbecue stall. It was already very lively, with plastic tables and chairs set up everywhere. Ye Xiaofan deliberately chose a table closest to the police station, where he could see the blue and white sign of the station. Boss, 30 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of beef, 2 grilled fish, and a dozen beers. Ye Xiaofan sat down and ordered a pile of hearty dishes, then took out a foldable water bowl from his bag, poured half a bottle of mineral water into it, and pushed it in front of Lightning. Drink some first, we'll eat meat later. Lightning was moved and wagged its tail. Brother Fan, you're so good to me. Fat Master jumped onto the table, pawing at the menu. I want grilled mackerel, and add an order of fried small fish. Ye Xiaofan flicked it on the head. You're so picky. Just as he was speaking, a flapping sound of wings suddenly came from above, and a gray and white pigeon landed steadily at the corner of the table. It was the messenger pigeon from before. It tilted its head, its green bean-like eyes fixed on the skewers in Ye Xiaofan's hand. Brother Fan, sharing is caring. Ye Xiaofan chuckled, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and tossed them over. All right, you're invited. The messenger pigeon pecked at a few seeds, cooing contentedly. Brother Fan is generous, much better than that stingy foreman. The barbecue was quickly served, Lightning dove into the beef skewers, Fat Master clung to the grilled fish, and the messenger pigeon stood on the beer bottle, cracking seeds, creating a scene of harmony. Ye Xiaofan was skewering meat while scrolling through local news on his phone when suddenly a notification popped up. Right group attacked by pigeon swarm late at night. Surveillance captures strange footage. Ye Xiaofan paused and clicked on the video. In the footage, hundreds of pigeons flew over the Reich Group building, accurately dropping clumps of dark mud, which smashed against the glass curtain wall with a loud crack, while security guards waved brooms in pursuit, but didn't touch a single feather. Pfft! Ye Xiaofan almost spit out his beer. Who did this? So malicious. The messenger pigeon proudly puffed up its chest. It was our pigeon flock. Those guys at Reich tore down 3 of our nests last week. This is our revenge. Ye Xiaofan gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Just as he was speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Classmate Yi, looks like you're having a good time eating? Ye Xiaofan felt a chill down his spine and slowly turned his head. Wang Mingyuan was standing behind him, holding 2 bottles of chilled beer. With the sleeves of his police uniform rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. He looked at Ye Xiaofan with a half-smile, his gaze sweeping over Lightning and the messenger pigeon. New friends? Fat Master's tail instantly fluffed up like a feather duster. Lightning stood up alertly, letting out a low growl. Ye Xiaofan quickly pressed down on its head and forced a laugh. Officer Wang, what a coincidence. Wang Mingyuan pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the beer on the table. Not a coincidence. I've been watching you for half an hour. Ye Xiaofan. Chapter 17, The Showdown. I can actually understand animals. Talking Wang Mingyuan leisurely poured himself a glass of beer, his gaze sharp like a knife. Let's talk. The construction site foreman just reported to the police that someone stole his dog and maliciously damaged a motorcycle. Does this have anything to do with you? Ye Xiaofan looked innocent. Officer Wang, I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do such a thing? Wang Mingyuan raised an eyebrow and pointed at Lightning. Then how do you explain this German shepherd? Suddenly, Lightning spoke up. Brother Fan, should I bite him? Ye Xiaofan. Shut up. Wang Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. Did you just tell it to shut up? Ye Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly thought on his feet. I told it not to show its teeth at you. This dog is shy. Wang Mingyuan smiled faintly, about to ask again when Chen Yang suddenly called, sounding a bit anxious. Master, the station just received a notification. The vice president of Reich Group personally reported that their company was attacked by a flock of pigeons, and they suspect it was human manipulation. Wang Mingyuan was taken aback and turned to look at Ye Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan immediately raised both hands. This time it really isn't me. Pigeons aren't dogs. How could I command them? No, I can't command dogs either. The messenger muttered quietly on the side. Brother Fan, should we go smash something again? Just pay us more. Ye Xiaofan. Wang Mingyuan's gaze became more dangerous. He stared at Ye Xiaofan for a full 10 seconds, his eyes sharp enough to pin him to the chair. Ye Xiaofan appeared calm on the surface, but his back was already slightly cold. This guy wouldn't really see through anything, would he? Lightning let out a low whine, its paws tightening slightly, ready to pounce at any moment. Fat Master shrank under the table, his tail fluffed up, still holding a half-eaten grilled fish in his mouth. The atmosphere became tense. However, Wang Mingyuan suddenly sighed, reached for his beer, and took a swig. Don't worry. He put down the glass, his tone relaxed a bit. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Even if you have secrets, you've helped me solve so many cases and have me take credit. I won't repay kindness with malice. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, not expecting Wang Mingyuan to suddenly back down. Wang Mingyuan glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But you really are strange. Every crime scene has animals involved, and you always manage to get information that the police can't find. Ye Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly. Just lucky, purely lucky. Wang Mingyuan shook his head and lowered his voice. No matter what abilities you have, as long as you don't break the law, I won't ask too much. He paused, his expression becoming serious. And I guarantee I won't leak your secret. Ye Xiaofan felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. Officer Wang, I take your word seriously. Wang Mingyuan snorted. Cut out the act. Tell me, can we still collaborate in the future? Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned in. Collaboration is definitely possible, but he rubbed his fingers together, grinning mischievously. The reward has to be generous. Wang Mingyuan laughed and scolded. Are you obsessed with money? Ye Xiaofan shrugged. Life is tough. I have cats and dogs to support. Fat Master rolled his eyes beneath the table. Clearly, you just want to buy a new skin. Lightning wagged its tail excitedly. Brother Fan, can we help the police with cases openly from now on? Ye Xiaofan patted its head and raised an eyebrow at Wang Mingyuan. So what do you say? Deal. Wang Mingyuan reached out and high-fived him. Deal. However, the issue was not completely resolved. Wang Mingyuan pointed at Lightning. Collaboration is fine. But this dog belongs to the construction site foreman. It has to be returned. Lightning immediately fluffed up. I'm not going back. That bastard hits me every day. Ye Xiaofan quickly held it down and explained to Wang Mingyuan. Officer Wang, Lightning is a retired police dog. It was bought cheaply by the foreman to be a guard dog, but it gets beaten every day and doesn't even get enough to eat. Wang Mingyuan frowned. A retired police dog? Lightning immediately straightened up, its front paws together, striking a standard police dog sitting posture. Its eyes resolute. ID K9-1743. Served for 5 years. Participated in 7 drug busts. Ye Xiaofan relayed Lightning's words to Wang Mingyuan, who was instantly stunned. He crouched down and examined Lightning's fur closely, indeed finding an old scar on its neck, a common training mark for police dogs during service. When he flipped its ears, there were faint traces of an electronic chip inside. It really is a police dog. Wang Mingyuan's expression darkened. According to regulations, retired police dogs should be adopted by their original unit or loving families. How'd it end up at a construction site? Ye Xiaofan sneered. The foreman used connections to buy it cheaply just to save on the salary of a guard dog. Wang Mingyuan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. What a scoundrel! Lightning whispered. Brother Fan, I don't want to go back. Ye Xiaofan patted its back and looked at Wang Mingyuan. Officer Wang, can you do something about this? Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath, took out his phone, and called Chunyang. Chunyang immediately checked the retirement records for K9-1743, then contact the city police dog team to verify the foreman's purchase channel. On the other end of the line, Chunyang's voice came through. Master, did this foreman cause trouble? Wang Mingyuan replied coldly. Not just trouble. He is suspected of abusing a retired police dog. That's enough to get him in serious trouble. After hanging up, Wang Mingyuan looked at Lightning, his expression softening. Don't worry. You won't be going back to that construction site. Lightning's tail wagged furiously, almost knocking over the beer bottle on the table. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Officer Wang, that's awesome. Wang Mingyuan huffed, suddenly squinting at Ye Xiaofan. How did you know it was a police dog? You even know where the chip is? Ye Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, cursing himself for being too smug and revealing a flaw. His eyes darted around, trying to find a reasonable excuse to brush it off. Well, Ye Xiaofan stammered, his eyes flickering. I saw a documentary about police dog training before. It mentioned that excellent retired police dogs have chips implanted near their necks for tracking and identification. Wang Mingyuan's eyes became even sharper. A documentary? Which documentary? Recommend it to me. I want to watch it too. Ye Xiaofan. Just as Ye Xiaofan was at a loss for words, Lightning suddenly barked. Brother Fan, let's be honest. I can feel that this police officer is a good person. Ye Xiaofan's whole body trembled as he looked at Wang Mingyuan's sincere eyes, his heart beginning to waver. Officer Wang. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath, as if making up his mind. I can actually understand animals talking. After saying that, Ye Xiaofan felt as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, feeling much lighter. However, he was also a bit anxious, unsure of how Wang Mingyuan would react. I knew it. Wang Mingyuan suddenly slapped his thigh, causing the cups on the table to jump. I knew it was like this. Chapter 18, the Animal Intelligence Team's first battle begins. Ye Xiaofan was startled by Wang Mingyuan's sudden reaction and felt a bit confused. Officer Wang, do you believe me? Wang Mingyuan laughed heartily and patted Ye Xiaofan on the shoulder. Of course I believe you. I've suspected something was off with you for a long time. Then he became serious, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and lowered his voice. But you must remember, your ability is extraordinary and must be kept secret. If the outside world finds out you can understand animal speaking, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Xiaofan nodded. I understand, Officer Wang. I'll be careful. Wang Mingyuan softened his tone and said earnestly, also, your safety is very important. Starting today, I will arrange for someone to secretly protect you. No one is allowed to harm you. Ye Xiaofan felt warm inside. Thank you, Officer Wang. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. But you don't have to worry too much. Even if you tell others, most people won't believe it. Master, I found out. At that moment, Chen Yang rushed over, interrupting their conversation. He glanced at Lightning and handed a document to Wang Mingyuan. This German Shepherd is indeed a retired police dog, but the records show it was adopted by a kind-hearted person, signed by someone named Lu Daqiang, who is the foreman's cousin. Wang Mingyuan sneered. As expected, there's something fishy going on. Ye Xiaofan leaned in. Can we arrest him? Wang Mingyuan closed the document. Abusing a retired police dog violates the police dog management regulations. The light punishment is a fine, while the heavy punishment is detention. Moreover, his eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. If we find any issues in the buying and selling process, neither the foreman nor his cousin will escape. Lightning excitedly spun in circles. Great. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin and suddenly lowered his voice. Officer Wang, I have another piece of information. Wang Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. What now? Ye Xiaofan similed mysteriously. The foreman not only abuses Lightning, but the cement grade at his construction site is also substandard. He's cutting corners. The evidence is on his office computer. Chen Yang asked curiously, how do you know that? Do you have a friend working at the site? Ye Xiaofan remained composed. Lightning told me. Lightning. Chen Yang was taken aback. Lightning? How would it know? Ye Xiaofan posed. Then understood Chen Yang's meaning and quickly pointed at Lightning. Not your Lightning, but this German Shepherd. His name is also Lightning. Chen Yang. Wang Mingyuan stared at Ye Xiaofan for 2 seconds and suddenly laughed. All right, the reward is doubled. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Pleasure working with you. Late at night, Ye Xiaofan returned home with Lightning and Fat Master. As soon as he entered, his phone rang with a message from Wang Mingyuan. The foreman has been apprehended, and computer data is being collected. The reward will be credited to your account tomorrow. There was another message. Additionally, I've helped you with Lightning's adoption paperwork. He belongs to you from now on. Ye Xiaofan cheered and hugged Lightning tightly, rubbing him vigorously. Did you hear that? You're free. Lightning's eyes glistened, and his tail wagged like a propeller. Brother Fan, I. Fat Master jumped onto the couch lazily. Stop getting sentimental. Hurry and take a shower. You're covered in construction dust. Ye Xiaofan laughed and let go of Lightning, suddenly remembering something. He opened the window, looking for the messenger's figure. Messenger, are you there? The messenger fluttered its wings and flew over, landing on the balcony. Excitedly, it asked, is there work again? What are we smashing this time? Help me contact the pigeon crew and meet at the right group building at 7 a.m. in 3 days, Ye Xiaofan said with a mischievous smile. This time, we're not smashing. We're going to airdrop a report about their substandard cement to the vice president's office. The messenger cackled with laughter. That's ruthless. I like it. After sending off the messenger, Ye Xiaofan slumped onto the couch, sighing contentedly. Tonight was another beautiful beginning. Over the next 2 days, various rewards gradually arrived, and the bank's text message alert became his favorite background music. The account balance was swelling visibly, nearing the 1 million mark. Ye Xiaofan calculated that it had been less than a week since he was worried about rent. Now, he had transformed into a wealthy animal intelligence tycoon. The money came too fast, making it feel somewhat unreal. Ye Xiaofan stopped looking for new intelligence, and instead focused most of his energy on preparations against the right group. He formed an animal intelligence team with Lightning, Fat Master, and the Messenger, dividing their roles to collect various incriminating evidence against the right group. Lightning, being a retired police dog, could smoothly enter police stations and eavesdrop to obtain information. Fat Master utilized his advantage of being everywhere in the city, sending his little mouse brothers to sneak into the Reich building to look for clues. The messenger was responsible for aerial reconnaissance and delivering various intelligence. He himself didn't idle. He spent each day with a computer, studying legal text to ensure his actions were legal and compliant, while organizing the information gathered by the animals into written materials. Particularly, the documents stolen from the Reich Group's mouse informants by Fat Master contained solid evidence that could seriously harm the Reich Group. Issues like tax evasion, false advertising, and product quality problems were simply overwhelming. Until the next evening, the printer Ye Xiaofan had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. He excitedly unpacked it, barely reading the manual, and eagerly began printing and copying various materials. One incriminating document after another was printed clearly, filling the entire living room, and the air was thick with a strong sense of justice. Looking at these results, Ye Xiaofan was filled with a sense of accomplishment and chuckled to himself. Tomorrow morning, let the right group taste the flavor of being sanctioned by justice. At 6:30 a.m. the next morning, the right group building was still shrouded in mist. Ye Xiaofan squatted on the rooftop of the opposite office building, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, while the messenger stood nearby, tilting its head to look at him. "Brother Fan, are you sure you want to do this?" The messenger pointed with its wing to the top floor of the Reich building. "That's tempered glass. Our pigeons will get concussions if we crash into it." Ye Xiaofan grinned, pointing to the stack of A4 papers taller than a person next to him. "Who said you have to crash into the glass? Use this." The messenger looked down and saw the paper filled with evidence of Reich Group's corner cutting, with the top boldly stating, "Reich Group Vice President Li Chengfeng, faking cement grade, causing 3 construction site collapses." Wow. The messenger flapped its wings. "Brother Fan, are you trying to kill them?" Chapter 19. The Pigeon Army is mobilized. Large live broadcast site Ye Xiaofan squinted his eyes. When they used inferior cement to cause workers to break their legs, they showed no mercy. The messenger nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "But Brother Fan, I have a question. Why don't you just call the police directly? Why let the pigeons deliver the complaint letter?" Ye Xiaofan bit open a sunflower seed, smiling wickedly. "Calling the police is so boring, right? Li Chengfeng, that old fox, can easily find a scapegoat to escape. But if the entire company receives the complaint letter at the same time, plus..." He took out his phone and waved it. "I've also contacted several local influencers, and at 7 o'clock sharp, we'll live stream pigeon airdrop. Do you think he can still cover it up?" Of course, he also remembered to inform Wang Mingyuan. "There's going to be a big thunder at Reich Group today." The messenger flapped his wings. "Amazing. Social death." Ye Xiaofan glanced at his watch. "It's time. Send the signal." The messenger immediately flew to the edge of the rooftop and cooed 3 times. In an instant, thousands of pigeons flew in from all directions, landing on the rooftop in a dark mass, the scene comparable to a filming site of Animal Planet. Ye Xiaofan directed the pigeons to pick up the A4 papers on the ground. "Brothers, remember, release at 7 o'clock sharp. Target all the office windows of Reich Group." The pigeons nodded in unison. One white dove even saluted awkwardly, guaranteed to complete the task. At 7 o'clock, in the Reich Group building, Vice President Li Chengfeng was walking into his office with a cup of coffee when he suddenly heard a series of rapid popping sounds. He looked up and saw the entire floor-to-ceiling window instantly covered with white A4 papers, as if a giant printer had spat them out at his face. Even more outrageous, each piece of paper was printed with bright red complaint content, even including screenshots of his transactions with the foreman. What the hell? Li Chengfeng's hand shook, spilling coffee all over his pants. At the same time, the entire building erupted. Xiao Zhang from the finance department had just turned on her computer when a complaint letter slapped onto her face. Human Resources Director Old Wang was combing his hair in front of the mirror when suddenly 5 or 6 sheets of paper turned him into a mummy. Even the janitor's mop bucket floated with 2 sheets, with arrows marking the key evidence. What the hell? President Li is embezzling. This cement data falsification is too ruthless. Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat. At this moment, the hidden Ye Xiaofan had already squatted by the flower bed downstairs, wearing a smug smile, and he was busy scrolling through the rapidly rising Douyin comments while directing the messenger to adjust the angle. Messenger, tilt the camera up a bit. Let everyone see. This is a multi-billion-dollar scoop. If it doesn't go viral today, it will be a crime against nature. In fact, from the very beginning of the plan, Ye Xiaofan had keenly sensed the smell of traffic. This was not an ordinary complaint. This was a major social event. Missing it would be a disservice to his heart that pursued wealth. So before taking action, he made thorough preparations. Not only preparing enough complaint letters, but also attaching a mini camera to the messenger's neck to start the live stream. The messenger, naturally, did not hold back. Being a tech-savvy member of the pigeon flock, it skillfully adjusted the camera angle, presenting the chaotic scene inside Reich Group's building in full view during the live broadcast. Ye Xiaofan used a voice changer to lower his voice and explained magnetically, "Dear viewers, what you are seeing now is the live situation inside Reich Group. Look at all these complaint letters on the walls. Look at these panicked elites. Do you feel a sense of satisfaction? Remember, Justice may be delayed, but will never be absent. I am fan Yin Guancheng, here to reveal the truth. In a live broadcast room, the bullet comments exploded instantly. 666. The host is awesome. I give this operation full marks. Society is my brother fan, ruthless and not talkative. This is even more exciting than a TV drama. Hurry up and update. I'm waiting for the follow-up. Is the bang transaction on the complaint letter real? Seeking the link. Watching the rapidly scrolling bullet comments and the skyrocketing number of fans on the screen, Ye Xiaofan was so excited he almost jumped up. In just a few minutes, the number of fans had already surpassed 10,000 and was growing at an astonishing rate. Fat Grandpa, come over. Make a cute face for the camera. I'll give you an extra drumstick. Ye Xiaofan excitedly directed. Although Fat Grandpa looked unwilling, he still forced out a cool expression for the sake of the drumstick, causing the live broadcast room to erupt again. What the hell? This cat is too cute. Slurp, I want to follow this cat. Seeking Weibo. Host, is your cat cheating? The camera sense is too good. In just half an hour, Ye Xiaofan's Douyin account surpassed the 100,000 fan mark, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was approaching 1 million. Gifts flooded the screen continuously, with various donation alerts ringing nonstop, completely immersing him in ecstasy. Thank you all for your support. To show my gratitude, I've decided to live stream the exploration of Reich Group. Let us see what this black-hearted company really looks like. Ye Xiaofan shouted loudly at his phone, igniting the live broadcast room once again. He was overjoyed, knowing that this wave was stable, with both traffic and reputation flourishing. The road to wealth was right in front of him. He could even imagine the Reich employees trembling in their offices, their faces showing expressions of fear, anger, or confusion. This feeling of controlling others' fates was simply too addictive. However, he still underestimated the shamelessness of Reich Group. Before he even set off, the image began to lag, and suddenly, a line of big words appeared on the screen. System maintenance, please try again later. What the hell? Throttling? Account ban? Ye Xiaofan almost jumped up. These bastards are truly unscrupulous. He quickly switched accounts, but to no avail, all were banned. Fat Grandpa, is there any way to deal with these online thugs? Ye Xiaofan gritted his teeth and asked. Fat Grandpa rolled his eyes. I'm not a hacker. For this kind of thing, ask Officer Wong. They must know some tech experts in the police force. Ye Xiaofan immediately sent a message to Wang Mingyuan. Officer Wong, Reich Group has banned my live broadcast account. Can you find someone to help me restore it? As soon as the message was sent, the phone rang, and Wang Mingyuan's voice sounded a bit helpless. Can't you behave for a while? It hasn't been long, and you're causing such a big stir again. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Officer Wong, I'm doing this to eliminate harm for the people. And look, Reich reacted so quickly, which means I hit their pain point. Wang Mingyuan sighed. All right, I'll let the tech department take a look for you, but don't get your hopes up. This kind of thing is hard to handle. Thank you, Officer Wong. Ye Xiaofan quickly expressed gratitude, but he knew in his heart that even if the tech department intervened, it would likely only alleviate the situation. To completely resolve the issue, he still had to rely on himself. Let us take it one step at a time, Ye Xiaofan muttered to himself and began editing videos, releasing more hot topics and insider revelations. Even if he couldn't live stream, he wouldn't let them do as they pleased. Chapter 20. Can parrots speak English? At the Nanqing police station, Wang Mingyuan couldn't stop scratching his head. When he received the message from Ye Xiaofan, he guessed that Ye Xiaofan was up to something. But he didn't expect the kid to make such a big deal out of it, directly live streaming the dirt on Reich Group across the internet, essentially pushing the other party to the edge. However, this was a good thing. The bigger the commotion, the greater the explosion, and the more serious the case, the greater his credit would be. Shenyang hurried over to report that the police had acted immediately, and Reich Group had been completely controlled, with all executives taken back to the police station for questioning. Even the finance department had been completely sealed off, undergoing further liquidation, ensuring that no one would have the chance to escape. However, Reich Group's public relations team was still trying to downplay the situation, attempting to use connections to suppress the incident. Wang Mingyuan merely nodded, then instructed Shenyang to ensure Ye Xiaofan's safety, as the kid was now a valuable asset and couldn't afford any accidents. He then turned his attention to an encrypted email he had just received from Interpol's Asia office, requesting assistance in tracking a batch of endangered animal smuggling cases. The attached photo clearly showed a secret meeting between Li Rue, the young heir of Reich Group, and the head of the smuggling group. Wang Mingyuan's expression hardened as he grabbed his coat and headed out. Shenyang, prepare the car. Shenyang quickly followed. Where to? Wang Mingyuan sneered. To find that little brat who is always hanging around animals. This time he has caught a big fish. Meanwhile, on the right group side, Ye Xiaofan confirmed that he could no longer live stream, and with the police involved, he had nothing more to do but wait to collect his rewards. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a flurry of wing flapping behind him. A messenger hurriedly landed on his shoulder. Fan Ge. Something's happened. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did the security catch the pigeons? The messenger shook his head. No. A parrot flew into the pigeon flock and said it wants to see you. A parrot? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. Before he could react, a colorful figure swooped in and landed steadily on the branch in front of him. It was a macaw nearly 30 centimeters long, its feathers vibrant like a spilled palette. But its gaze was sharp and intimidating. It stared at Ye Xiaofan and suddenly spoke in a standard London accent. Mr. Yi, we need to talk. Ye Xiaofan. A parrot can speak human language? And in English? Oh, right. Parrots can indeed speak human language. The messenger whispered. Fan Ge. This guy's been speaking foreign languages since just now. None of our pigeon flock understands. The macaw rolled its eyes and switched to fluent Chinese. Mr. Yi, I'm a line bird from Interpol's Special Operations Team Green Wing, codename Rainbow. Ye Xiaofan almost choked on his own saliva. Wait, Interpol? Line bird? Rainbow nodded seriously. 3 hours ago, the Southeast Asian smuggling group Blackfin's cargo ship arrived at Donghai port, carrying 20 endangered gorillas, ready to be transported to the underground black market through our city. It paused, pointing southeast with its wing, and the one responsible for receiving the goods is Li Rue, the young master of Right Group. Ye Xiaofan's pupils contracted. Good heavens, just after messing with me, the son delivers himself to my door? He blinked and turned to the messenger. Are you sure this bird isn't on drugs? The messenger tilted his head. Fan Ge. It even spoke some French earlier. I suspect it's a cultured bird. Rainbow the parrot shook its feathers impatiently. Mr. Yi, time is of the essence. Li Rue's people are already unloading the cargo at the dock, and if we delay, those gorillas will be transported to the underground black market. However, this time it wasn't human language, but bird language. The information was too complex, and it hadn't yet learned how to express it in human words. Ye Xiaofan frowned. Wait, how do you know I can understand animals? Rainbow rolled its eyes. Do you think Interpol's intelligence network is just for show? With so many animal odd cases UV created in Nancheng, we had our eye on you for a long time. Ye Xiaofan. Good heavens, I've been targeted by the authorities? He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. All right, tell me the specifics. Rainbow waved its wing as if calling up a holographic projection. Unfortunately, there was nothing, so it could only describe. Blackfin Group has smuggled 20 silverback gorillas from Southeast Asia, intending to transport them through Right Group's logistics channels to an underground laboratory for illegal biological experiments. Ye Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Li Rue is quite bold. He dares to mess with endangered animals? Rainbow nodded. Not only that, but they have also implanted micro-tracking chips inside the gorillas. Once successfully transported, Interpol will find it very difficult to trace them. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin. So you want me to help? Rainbow, exactly. We need you to infiltrate the dock, find those gorillas, and get them to cooperate. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Got it. You want me to be the gorilla translator? Rainbow, that is one way to put it. Ye Xiaofan took out his phone and checked the time. There were less than 2 hours left until the unloading at the dock was finished. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Ye Xiaofan. Wang Mingyuan strode over with Chen Yang, his expression serious. What are you up to this time? Ye Xiaofan turned around, looking innocent. Officer Wang. I didn't do anything this time. Wang Mingyuan was too lazy to argue and directly pulled out a document. Interpol has sent a cooperation notice. Right Group is suspected of smuggling endangered animals, and we suspect Li Rue will be at the dock tonight to receive the goods. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I just heard about this. Wang Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. You seem to be quite well informed. Which police dog told you? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Officer Wang, what does your police force plan to do? Wang Mingyuan said solemnly. The dock is heavily monitored. We can't approach recklessly, or we'll alert the enemy. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Then why not? Let me go. Wang Mingyuan frowned. You? Ye Xiaofan patted his chest. I have a friend who works at the dock. I can get in and take a look. Get lost. Wang Mingyuan cursed angrily but then sighed. Ye Xiaofan, I know you can find animals to help, but this operation is very dangerous. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Don't worry. I have an advantage. Wang Mingyuan. Ye Xiaofan pointed to the rainbow parrot on his shoulder. Interpol's line bird has come to find me. ISNT this official certification? Wang Mingyuan. Chen Yang, beside him, stifled a laugh. Master, Why not let him give it a try? Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, but you must act according to our plan. Ye Xiaofan gave an okay gesture. No problem. Chapter 21. The Silverback Gorilla. Astonishing Combat Power. EC Wharf. Ye Xiaofan was dressed in a dock worker's uniform and wearing a cap, blending into the crowd in the unloading area. The rainbow parrot was hidden in his backpack, with only its sharp eyes visible. Brother Fan, the target is that black container truck at 3 o'clock, the parrot whispered. Ye Xiaofan glanced over and indeed saw several men in black guarding the truck, looking vigilant. He lowered his voice. Which container is the gorilla in? The one at the back, number XB7, the parrot replied. Ye Xiaofan nodded and pretended to casually approach. Just then, a gray mouse popped out of a drainage ditch and bumped into his shoe. Ouch! Who is there? Blind old mouse. The mouse looked up and froze. Holy crap. You're the one who can understand us, Ye Xiaofan? Ye Xiaofan squatted down, speaking softly. Brother, can you help me out? The mouse stepped back cautiously. What do you want? Ye Xiaofan took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Can you check what's in that container for me? The mouse's eyes lit up as it snatched the chocolate deal. It darted off and returned a few minutes later, excitedly saying, it's all gorillas inside, big and strong. They look like they have a bad temper. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Thanks, brother. He stood up and quietly moved to the back of the container, gently tapping on the door while the guards weren't paying attention. Hey, friends inside, can you understand human language? There was silence for a few seconds inside the container, followed by a low mumble. Who is outside? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. I'm here to rescue you. The human can understand us? There was a commotion inside the container, and then a hoarse voice said, Human, don't play tricks. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Don't worry, I'm with Interpol. The gorillas inside seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally, the largest silverback gorilla approached the door and said in a deep voice, Can you help us escape? Ye Xiaofan nodded. Yes, but you need to cooperate with me. The silverback gorilla was silent for a moment and finally spoke. All right, we'll listen to you. Ye Xiaofan smiled broadly. Then let us prepare to make a big scene. The container immediately erupted in commotion, heavy breathing filling the air with a hint of anxiety and uncertainty. Human, you can really help us? The silverback gorilla's voice trembled. We've been trapped for too long, seen too much human cruelty, we can't believe it. Ye Xiaofan sighed, trying to make his voice sound sincere. I know you were scared, but I assure you, I won't harm you. I've got the outside situation figured out. There are only a few men in black watching, you can handle them, and the police I arrange will be nearby for backup. There is no danger. Trust me, this is your only chance for freedom. There was silence in the container for a long time, then intense discussions began. Ye Xiaofan patientgewitet, giving them enough time to think. Finally, the silverback gorilla's voice rang out again, with a hint of determination. Okay, we believe you. We've had enough of this dark, sunless life. But if you humans dare to deceive us again, I swear we will make you pay. Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened, and he solemnly promised. I guarantee I won't let you down. Get ready. When you hear my signal, burst out and break the door to escape. I'll be outside to help you. Having reached a consensus, the commotion inside the container intensified. Ye Xiaofan stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and reminded them, ready? 3, 2, 1, charge. Boom. With a loud crash, the door of the XB7 container was completely blown off, and 20 silverback gorillas roared as they charged out. The wharf erupted into chaos. Holy crap, the gorillas had gone wild. The men in black by the truck clearly hadn't anticipated this scene and were instantly stunned. Fuck, stop them. One of the men in black came to his senses and pulled out a stun baton, trying to intervene. However, when the gorillas saw the stun baton in the man's hand, they erupted with pent-up rage. Roar! One gorilla bellowed and grabbed the man in black at the front, crushing the stun baton into pieces before he could even press the button. Other gorillas joined the fray, swinging their massive fists like hammers at the men in black. These gorillas had endured abuse for too long and were finally able to vent their anger, attacking mercilessly. Help! The scene was completely one-sided. The gorillas pummeled the men in black. The sounds of bones breaking were clearly audible. Ye Xiaofan hid in a corner, watching the bloody scene, gritting his teeth. He quickly shouted to the gorillas, Hold back. Hold back. Don't kill them. We need to bring these people back for questioning. Hearing Ye Xiaofan's voice, the gorillas slightly restrained themselves. Although they held back, the gorillas were still ruthless. Each man had at least several bones broken, lying on the ground howling. Tears and snot mixed, looking like a group of battered dolls. Ye Xiaofan covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The violence was too extreme, like a scene from a gangster movie in the animal world. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Mingyuan's number. Officer Wong, you can move in. In the distance, police sirens suddenly blared, and dozens of police cars rushed in, surrounding the wharf. Li Rui had just stepped out a luxury car when he saw this scene. His face instantly turned pale. What is going on? He turned to run, but was stopped by a silverback gorilla. The gorilla grinned, revealing its white teeth. Where do you think you're going, boss? Fortunately, Ye Xiaofan had given instructions. Otherwise, it would have given Li Rui a good beating. Li Rui couldn't understand the gorilla's words. But the imposing demeanor scared him so much that he lost control and collapsed to the ground. An hour later, the wharf was completely under police control. Wang Mingyuan walked over to Ye Xiaofan and patted his shoulder. Well done. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. No big deal. The rainbow parrot flew over and landed on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Mr. Yi, Interpol is very satisfied with you. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Is there a reward? The parrot replied. We will consider it. Ye Xiaofan laughed heartily and turned to the group of rescued gorillas. The silverback gorilla leader looked at him and nodded slowly. Thank you, human. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand. You're welcome. Feel free to find me if you need anything in the future. The silverback gorilla suddenly grinned. Actually, we have some information you might be interested in. Chapter 22. The Zoo White Tiger Incident. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Oh? Tell me more. The silverback gorilla lowered its voice. We heard on the boat that Li Rui has an even bigger buyer behind him, specifically looking to acquire rare animals. It is said they have recently set their sights on an albino Bengal tiger. Ye Xiaofan's puppies constricted. Albino tiger. Where? The silverback gorilla shook its head. Not clear, but I heard it will appear at next week's dark web auction. Ye Xiaofan's gaze turned cold. Got it, I'll take care of this. He immediately turned to Wang Mingyuan. Officer Wang, have there been any recent reports about albino tigers in the city? Wang Mingyuan frowned in thought for a moment, then shook his head. Haven't heard anything. Our EC City Zoo has a few regular tigers, but as for albino ones, there shouldn't be any. What are you doing in the hall? Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Nothing much, I just heard there is an albino tiger and wanted to see what it looks like. Wang Mingyuan didn't think much of it. He still had to take care of the silverback gorilla and coordinate with Interpol. After Wang Mingyuan left, Ye Xiaofan looked at the rainbow parrot on his shoulder. Rainbow, does Interpol have any related intelligence? The parrot tilted its head. Not at the moment, but I can help you look into it. Ye Xiaofan nodded, but he was already calculating in his mind. Since there were no leads from official channels, he could only rely on his own intelligence network. In East Sea City, the southern district was already Ye Xiaofan's territory. The animals here almost all knew him. After all, he was the only human who could communicate with them without barriers. Back at home, Ye Xiaofan immediately summoned his animal intelligence team. Fat Grandpa, he called out. The round, chubby orange cat Fat Grandpa lazily emerged from under the sofa, licking its paw. Fango, what's the big job this time? Ye Xiaofan squatted down and rubbed Fat Grandpa's head. Help me find an albino Bengal tiger. I heard it might be targeted by the black market. Fat Grandpa squinted. An albino tiger? That's rare. That's why we need to find it quickly. Ye Xiaofan looked out the window. Messenger. Lightning. The messenger pigeon landed on the windowsill and tilted its head. Fango, I just flew back from the north side and didn't hear anything about a tiger. Just then, a German shepherd police dog walked in, wagging its tail. Fango, our police dog team hasn't received any related reports recently. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin. It seems this tiger is either well hidden or hasn't been transported to East Sea City yet. But it's supposed to be auctioned next week, so it should have arrived by now. Fat Grandpa stretched. Fango, how about this? We split up? I'll gather intel in the underground black market. The messenger can handle aerial reconnaissance, and Lightning can check with the police for any internal news. Ye Xiaofan nodded. All right, move fast. The black market auction might be just a week away. The three animals immediately sprang into action. Fat Grandpa jumped onto the windowsill. The messenger took off into the sky, and Lightning ran towards the police station. Meanwhile, at a high-end club in the southern district, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses put down the phone. His expression dark. That useless Li Rui actually messed up the job. A man in black beside him whispered, Boss, what should we do now? The man sneered. It's fine. The albino tiger is the real target. As for Ye Xiaofan, he raised his glass and lightly swirled it, since he loves to meddle. Let's play with him a bit. In the following week, Ye Xiaofan mobilized almost all the resources of his animal intelligence team, but there was no progress. Ye Xiaofan sat on the sofa, his brows tightly furrowed. Fat Grandpa returned from outside, shaking his head. The guys in the underground black market are tight-lipped. They didn't leak a single whisper. The messenger landed on the coffee table, cooing. I had my brothers fly all over East Sea City. Even checked the tiger enclosure at the zoo, but there's no albino tiger. Lightning also returned, panting. There are no related records in the police files, but Ye Xiaofan looked up, but what? Lightning lowered its voice. I overheard Officer Wang and Xinyang discussing a tiger attack incident. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. Tiger attack? When did that happen? Lightning replied. Tonight. It seems a private zoo had an incident. Ye Xiaofan suddenly stood up. Private zoo? Where? Lightning answered. At the Starshine Wildlife Park in the Eastern District. I heard it's owned by a wealthy person and is usually not open to the public. Ye Xiaofan's expression hardened. Something's not right. How could a private zoo suddenly have a tiger attack? He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Mingyuan. The phone rang once before being answered. Wang Mingyuan's voice was slightly weary. Ye Xiaofan? What's the matter so late? Ye Xiaofan directly asked. Officer Wang, I heard there's been a tiger attack in the Eastern District. Wang Mingyuan was silent for a second, then spoke in a serious tone. How do you know? This hasn't been made public yet. Ye Xiaofan grinned. I have my channels. What's the situation? Wang Mingyuan sighed. A tiger at Starshine Zoo suddenly went berserk and bit a zookeeper. The police have already sealed off the scene. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Is the tiger white? Wang Mingyuan was taken aback. How do you know? Ye Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile. Just as I thought. Officer Wang, I'm heading over now. Wang Mingyuan immediately warned. Don't act recklessly. The scene is very dangerous. Ye Xiaofan had already hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and dashed outside. Fat Grandpa jumped onto his shoulder. Fangu, take me with you. The messenger and Lightning followed. We're going too. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Let us go see what is going on with that berserk albino tiger. By the time Ye Xiaofan arrived at Starshine Wildlife Park in his recently purchased second-hand clunker, it was already deep into the night. Police lights flashed, and several police cars surrounded the entrance to the zoo, creating a blockade. Ye Xiaofan, accompanied by the three animals, quietly crept to the side of the wall. Fangu, this wall is a bit high. Fat Grandpa looked up. Ye Xiaofan took out a retractable grappling hook from his backpack, grinning. High-tech, you know? He tossed the hook and effortlessly climbed up the wall. Fat Grandpa agilely jumped up. The messenger flew over, and Lightning stayed outside to keep watch. Once inside the park, Ye Xiaofan kept a low profile, using the cover of night to swiftly move towards the tiger enclosure. Soon, he arrived at a large iron cage that had been cordoned off by the police, where several officers and a veterinarian were nervously observing the movements inside the cage. Inside the cage, a pure white Bengal tiger was pacing back and forth anxiously, its golden eyes flashing with a dangerous glint in the darkness. Ye Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. This is it. Chapter 23, was it those animals that told you? Ye Xiaofan quietly approached, taking the opportunity when the police left, and slipped to the back of the cage. Fat Master whispered, Brother Fan, be careful. This guy looks like it has a bad temper. Ye Xiaofan nodded, crouched down, and gently tapped the iron cage. Hey friend, can we chat? The white tiger suddenly turned its head, baring its teeth and growling. Get lost, human. Ye Xiaofan remained unfazed, staring into its eyes. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. The white tiger fixed its gaze on him, and, after a moment, suddenly sneered. You can understand me? Ye Xiaofan grinned. What do you think? The white tiger was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered its voice. If you really can help me, take me away from here. Ye Xiaofan's expression hardened. Why? Isn't this your zoo? A flash of anger crossed the white tiger's eyes. I was kidnapped. They injected me with drugs to make me go wild, just to cover up the fact that they were smuggling me. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. It really is like that. Just as he was about to ask more, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Who's there? Ye Xiaofan turned around and saw two police officers shining flashlights in his direction. Fat Master immediately panicked. Brother Fan, run. Ye Xiaofan quickly said to the white tiger. Hold on. I'll come back to rescue you. After saying that, he rolled and hid in the shadows, quickly disappearing into the night. As he moved, the two police officers noticed him. However, those two officers happened to be Xiao Lu and Xiao Li from the South City Police Station, and they were too familiar with the figure of this information genius, especially that fat, lazy orange cat, which was practically Ye Xiaofan's signature. Brother Lu, is that kid Ye Xiaofan? Xiao Li asked in a low voice. No doubt about it. Just look at that orange cat. You probably couldn't find another one in all of Donghai City. Xiao Lu scoffed, feeling somewhat helpless. Should we chase him? Xiao Li hesitata. Although there was a lockdown order from above, Ye Xiaofan was not an ordinary person. And what if? Chase what? Save your energy. Brother Lu waved his hand. Sighed. We all know the relationship this kid has with Captain Wang. If others don't know, do we at the South City Police Station not know? Just report it directly to Team Shun and let him deal with it. The two exchanged glances, both nodded, and tacitly pulled out their phones to report the situation to Chen Yang in detail. Ye Xiaofan was unaware of what was happening behind him and was still struggling to escape over the wall. It was only when he got into the car that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fat Master lay on his lap. Brother Fan, what now? Ye Xiaofan tightened his grip on the steering wheel and sneered. This white tiger is being illegally imprisoned. The so-called attacking incident is just a cover. The messenger landed on the roof of the car. Brother Fan, should we notify Officer Wang? Ye Xiaofan shook his head. No, there must be dark forces behind this zoo. Acting rashly could alert the enemy. He took out his phone and dialed the Rainbow Parrot's number. Yes, the Interpol's line had its own communication device. Rainbow, find out who the owner of Starshine Wildlife Park is. A few seconds later, Rainbow's voice came through. Found it. The owner is Zhao Tianhao. He appears to be a wealthy businessman. But in reality, he is one of the behind-the-scenes shareholders of the Black Fin Group. Ye Xiaofan's eyes narrowed. So it's them. Let's go back and make a plan. I must rescue this white tiger. Just as he started the car, his phone vibrated wildly. Caller ID, Wang Mingyuan. TSK. Ye Xiaofan clicked his tongue, pressed the answer button, and before he could speak, Wang Mingyuan's deep voice came through. Ye Xiaofan, did you sneak into the zoo? Ye Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately feigned ignorance. Huh? What zoo? What are you talking about, Officer Wang? Wang Mingyuan sneered. Stop pretending. The surveillance caught you. Ye Xiaofan. Damn, I was careless. He chuckled awkwardly. I was just passing by, curious to take a look. Come to the municipal police station immediately. Wang Mingyuan interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. Municipal police station? Aren't you at the South City police station? Wang Mingyuan replied coolly. You'll find out when you get here. With that, the call ended. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Brother Fan, what's up? Fat Master lay lazily in the passenger seat, licking its paw. Officer Wang want me to go to the municipal police station. I don't know what's going on. Ye Xiaofan stepped on the gas. Let's go take a look. At the municipal police station, in the deputy chief's office. When Ye Xiaofan pushed the door in, Wang Mingyuan was sitting behind the desk, flipping through a document. Oh, student Yi bought a car? Wang Mingyuan looked up, a half-smile on his face. Ye Xiaofan akardissimidet. Just bought it, second-hand for commuting. Wang Mingyuan nodded, no longer teasing him, but pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Ye Xiaofan sat down, looking around and noticing that this office was much more spacious than the previous South City police stations, with several banners hanging on the wall, one of which read Detective Wang Mingyuan, solving cases like a god. Officer Wang, did you get promoted? Ye Xiaofan asked tentatively. Wang Mingyuan put down the document and said flatly, yeah, I recently solved a few major cases and they promoted me. I'm now the deputy chief of the municipal police station. Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened. Wow, you jumped several levels. Wang Mingyuan's lips curled slightly. Surprised? Ye Xiaofan gave a thumbs up. Awesome. No wonder you're Officer Wang. No, now, it's Chief Wang. All right, enough with the flattery. To be honest, if it weren't for the information you provided, I wouldn't have gotten these achievements. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand, his expression becoming serious again. Now tell me, what were you doing at Starshine Zoo in the middle of the night? Ye Xiaofan's eyes darted, and he grinned. I heard there was a tiger attack, and wanted to see the commotion. Wang Mingyuan stared at him, his eyes sharp. Ye Xiaofan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Ye Xiaofan. Wang Mingyuan tapped the desk. Have you been investigating some case recently? Ye Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to reveal some information. Officer Wang, that white tiger, might have a problem. Wang Mingyuan's brow furrowed. What problem? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. I suspect it was captured illegally. The so-called attack incident is likely something someone deliberately caused. Wang Mingyuan's expression turned serious. Do you have evidence? Ye Xiaofan spread his hands. Not at the moment, but I have reliable information that this tiger originally did not belong to Starshine Zoo. Wang Mingyuan was silent for a few seconds, his expression revealing understanding. Was it those animals that told you? Chapter 24. My name is Louis. The well-traveled poodle Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Officer Wang, you know I'm well-informed. Wang Mingyuan sighed. You brat. All right, while those animals can provide you with information, you can't act without solid evidence, understand? Ye Xiaofan nodded immediately. Got it. Wang Mingyuan stood up, walked to the window, and said with his back to Ye Xiaofan, the owner of Xinghuwei Zoo, Zhao Tianhao, has a complicated background. You'd better not provoke him. Ye Xiaofan squinted. Zhao Tianhao. Is he related to the Black Fin Group? Wang Mingyuan suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp. How do you know? Ye Xiaofan shrugged. Just a guess. Wang Mingyuan stared at him for a few seconds before finally sighing. Ye Xiaofan, you're more dangerous than I thought. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Officer Wang, are you complimenting me? Wang Mingyuan didn't respond, but returned to his desk, pulled out a document from the drawer, and handed it to him. Take a look. Ye Xiaofan took the document, opened it, and found it was an investigation report on the Black Fin Group. This is, Wang Mingyuan said flatly, recently, the city police are investigating Black Fin. They're suspected of smuggling rare animals, but we haven't caught any substantial evidence. Ye Xiaofan quickly skimmed through the document, and suddenly his gaze stopped on a photo. In the photo, Zhao Tianhao was shaking hands with a man wearing sunglasses, and that man's wrist had a tattoo of a black fish fin. The logo of Black Fin. Ye Xiaofan's pupils constricted. Wang Mingyuan nodded. That's right. Zhao Tianhao is indeed one of Black Fin, and he holds a significant position. Ye Xiaofan closed the document, his eyes firm. Officer Wang, I must rescue that white tiger. Wang Mingyuan frowned. How do you plan to do that? Ye Xiaofan grinned, of course, with wits. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the city police station, as soon as Ye Xiaofan walked out the door, Fat Grandpa jumped out from a corner and leaped onto his shoulder. Brother Fan, how did it go? Did Officer Wang make things difficult for you? Ye Xiaofan rubbed Fat Grandpa's head. Not only did he not make things difficult, but he also gave me a big gift. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a number. Hey, Rainbow, help me check Zhao Tianhao's itinerary. The more detailed, the better. On the other end of the line, Rainbow the parrot's voice came through, already checking, but Brother Fan, you need to be careful. Zhao Tianhao has a lot of bodyguards around him. Ye Xiaofan sneered. No matter how many bodyguards there are, they can't stop the animal special forces. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Fat Grandpa. Let's go back and make a plan. This time we're going big. Fat Grandpa excitedly wagged his tail. Brother Fan, are we going to make a big profit this time? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course, rescue the white tiger and take down Black Fin's den. The reward will be substantial. 3 days later, Ye Xiaofan was half reclining on the sofa, his fingers tapping rapidly on his cross leg, his mind racing with the upcoming plan. Fat Grandpa squatted on the coffee table, licking his paws. Brother Fan, are we really going to pull off something big this time? Of course, Ye Xiaofan grinned. Zhao Tianhao dares to smuggle a white tiger and collude with Black Fin. If we don't take him down, who should we take down? Fat Grandpa tilted his head. But that guy has a lot of bodyguards around him. How do we get in? Ye Xiaofan sat up straight, pulled out his phone, and clicked on the message that Rainbow had just sent. Zhao Tianhao will hold a charity dinner at Xinghe Bay Private Club tomorrow at 7 p.m. The white tiger is likely locked in the basement. A charity dinner? Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Pretending to do charity while secretly running a black market auction. Clever. Fat Grandpa leaned over to take a look. Brother Fan, how do we get into such a high-end place? We can't just climb over the wall, can we? Ye Xiaofan flicked its forehead. Climbing over the wall? That's a low-level operation. He dialed a phone number. Hello? Director Wang, I need your help with something. On the other end, Wang Mingyuan's voice was laced with caution. What are you planning this time? Ye Xiaofan replied with a grin. There's a charity dinner at Xinghe Bay tomorrow night, organized by Zhao Tianhao. I want to go in and take a look. Wang Mingyuan was silent for 2 seconds. You want to investigate the white tiger? Yes. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. I suspect that place is the transaction point for Black Fin. Shall we collaborate? Wang Mingyuan snorted. You brat, trying to drag me down with you again? Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Director Wang, this is a great opportunity to make a contribution. If we really catch something on Black Fin, won't you get promoted? Wang Mingyuan sighed. Fine, I'll prepare some self-defense items for you, but don't act recklessly. I'll arrange for people to assist you. Not a problem. Ye Xiaofan readily agreed. Hanging up the phone, Fat Grandpa looked at him in admiration. Brother Fan, is Director Wang cooperating with you now? Ye Xiaofan proudly waved his phone. This is called mutual benefit. The next evening, at the Xinghe Bay Private Club, Ye Xiaofan was dressed in a sharp black suit, his hair neatly combed, holding a gold-embossed invitation as he swaggered towards the entrance of the club. Fat Grandpa was stuffed into a pet backpack, with only his round head sticking out. Brother Fan, this bag is too cramped. Fat Grandpa complained softly. Just bear with it. I'll let you out soon, Ye Xiaofan whispered. At the entrance, 2 suited bodyguards blocked his way. Sir, please show your invitation. Ye Xiaofan calmly handed over the invitation. After the bodyguards verified it, they nodded slightly. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Ye Xiaofan smiled slightly and stepped into the club. Inside the hall, the lights were dazzling, the elite gathered, champagne flowed, and glasses clinked. TSK. Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Ye Xiaofan smacked his lips, scanning the room for possible clues. Suddenly, his gaze landed in a corner. A poodle wearing a little vest was elegantly squatting by the feet of a lady, its eyes scanning the surroundings with pride. Opportunity knocked. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened as he casually walked over, squatted down, and pretended to play with the dog. Hey, buddy, this place is pretty lively, huh? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only animals could hear. The poodle glanced at him, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. You can understand me? Ye Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Of course, my name is Ye Xiaofan. What's yours? The poodle raised its head. My name is Louis, and I'm Lady Li's beloved dog. Ye Xiaofan feigned surprise. Wow, Louis, you look like a dog that's seen the world. Louis proudly shook its fur. Of course, I come to occasions like this every week. Ye Xiaofan seized a chance to pry. By the way, Louis, do you know if there's anything special in this place? Like a basement? Chapter 25, Can a Human Make a Tiger Obey? Louis squinted. Why do you ask that? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. To be honest, I've heard there's an albino tiger locked up here. I want to rescue it. Louis hesitated for a moment and whispered. There's indeed a basement, but ordinary people can't get in. You need a key card. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Where exactly is it? Louis quietly pointed with his paw to a concealed door on the right side of the hall. Over there. But there's a bodyguard at the entrance. Ye Xiaofan patted its head. Thanks, brother. Louis huffed proudly. Don't call me brother. I'm a purebred poodle. Ye Xiaofan laughed and got up to leave. 10 minutes later, Ye Xiaofan sneaked into the restroom, opened the pet bag, and let out Fat Master. Brother Fan, what did you find out? Fat Master shook his fur, eager to ask. Ye Xiaofan quickly said, the entrance to the basement is on the right side of the hall, but you need a key card and there is a bodyguard guarding it. Fat Master licked his paw. So how we get in? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course. We rely on the animal special forces. He took out his phone and dialed Rainbow's number. Rainbow, send the messenger and lightning over. We have a mission. 5 minutes later, the messenger flew in through the restroom vent, landing steadily on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Brother Fan, what's up? The messenger tilted its head and asked. Ye Xiaofan, vi spirit, latef. You will distract the bodyguard, and Lightning will be in charge of the extraction. The messenger nodded. Got it. Just then, Lightning also quietly jumped in through the window. Brother Fan, I'm here. Lightning flicked its tail, eyes sharp. Ye Xiaofan patted its head. Lightning, once we get in, you're in charge of covering our backs. Don't let anyone notice. Lightning squinted. Relax, no one can catch up with me. Fat Master excitedly rubbed his paws. Brother Fan, what about me? Ye Xiaofan smiled. You come in with me. We'll need your acting skills at a critical moment. Action begins. The messenger flew out of the restroom first, deliberately circling over the bodyguard's head, then accidentally knocked over a glass of red wine. Where did that pigeon come from? The bodyguard frowned and reached out to shoo it away. Taking this opportunity, Ye Xiaofan quickly slipped with Fat Master to the basement entrance, pulled out the universal access card that had been prepared in advance, kindly provided by Wang Mingyuan. The public security system handles such things with ease, and lightly swiped it. Beep. The door opened. Ye Xiaofan slipped inside, with Fat Master closely following. The basement was dimly lit, and a faint fishy smell lingered in the air. Brother Fan, this place is creepy. Fat Master shrank his neck. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice. Don't be afraid, the albino tiger should be just ahead. The two cats tiptoed forward, suddenly hearing a low, heavy breathing sound ahead. Ye Xiaofan held his breath and peeked. There was a massive albino tiger locked in a cage. Its eyes fierce, but there were obvious scars on its body. It was the same albino tiger he had seen at the zoo before. Found it. Ye Xiaofan hurried forward. The albino tiger suddenly lifted its head. Ye Xiaofan, you finally came. Yes, wait for me. I'm here to rescue you now. Ye Xiaofan grinned, took out his tools, and started to pry the lock. However, at that moment, click. A sound of a bullet being chambered suddenly came from behind. Don't move. A cold voice rang out. Ye Xiaofan's body stiffened, slowly turning around. A man in black with sunglasses was aiming a gun at him, and on his wrist was tattooed a pattern of a black fin. A member of the Black Fin? Ye Xiaofan's pupils constricted. The man sneered. Ye Xiaofan. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Xiaofan's back instantly tensed. The gun was already pressed against his spine. A member of the Black Fin? He slowly raised his hands, a lazy smile on his face. Is your boss too stingy? Sending just one person to block me? The sunglasses man sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Turn around. Ye Xiaofan slowly turned, but his gaze quietly swept toward the albino tiger. The beast in the cage had tensed its muscles, its golden eyes fixed on the back of the sunglasses man. You captured this tiger to auction it on the black market, right? Ye Xiaofan deliberately delayed, his fingers secretly signaling the albino tiger behind him. The sunglasses man didn't notice the small gesture. The gun steadily aimed at Ye Xiaofan's forehead. You know quite a bit, but unfortunately, your mom. Ye Xiaofan suddenly shouted, crouching down. Bang! At the moment the gunshot rang out, the albino tiger roared, and the iron cage suddenly collapsed. The sunglasses man hadn't reacted yet when he felt a rush of blood and a foul smell hitting him. He only had time to see a huge white figure magnifying in front of him, sharp claws glinting coldly. The albino tiger opened its massive jaws, aiming directly for the sunglasses man's neck, intending to bite through his throat and swallow him whole. Ye Xiaofan's heart raced. The scene of rescuing the silverback gorilla was still fresh in his memory. If this tiger got serious, it would probably be bloodier than the gorilla. He quickly shouted, "Tiger, spare him. Don't kill him. We still need to find out the big fish behind this." Hearing Ye Xiaofan's voice, the albino tiger forcefully stopped its biting action, its white teeth just inches away from the sunglasses man's neck. The sunglasses man was already scared out of his wits, his pants wet. Feeling the hot breath on his neck, his eyes widened in terror, as if he saw the grim reaper waving at him. You can actually command a tiger." The sunglasses man's voice trembled, looking at Ye Xiaofan in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. A human can actually make a fierce beast obey? The albino tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity, and its massive paw came crashing down. Crack! With a crisp sound. The sunglasses man's left arm twisted at an odd angle, blood instantly staining his sleeve. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence of the basement, and the sunglasses man rolled on the ground in agony, wishing he could die immediately. The albino tiger seemed not yet satisfied. Its massive body ruthlessly trampled on the sunglasses man, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes on him, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Ye Xiaofan yuchit in horror. This tiger was too ruthless. The sunglasses man's limbs were all broken, and it looked like he had several broken ribs. If he hadn't warned before, this guy would probably be dead by now. Fan, brother Fan, you. Fat Master hid in the corner, shaking at the bloody scene, too terrifying. Ye Xiaofan also felt his stomach churning, suppressing the nausea, and looked at the albino tiger. Tiger, I sent this a bit. The albino tiger finally got off the sunglasses man, explaining in a deep voice, "This guy injected me with a strange drug every day, making me irritable and controlling my behavior. If you hadn't come, I would have been played to death by them eventually." Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan was instantly filled with rage, glaring fiercely at the sunglasses man on the ground. "Damn, no wonder you're so irritable. This scum should be beaten to death." The albino tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity again, letting out a low growl, and lunged at the sunglasses man once more. Chapter 26. That kid rode out on a tiger? No. The sunglass-wearing man let out a desperate scream. Ye Xiaofan quickly shouted, "Stop. Tiger brother, that's enough. If you hit him again, he'll really die. We still need to keep him for the police to question." The white tiger bared its teeth. "Don't call me brother. My name is Baiying." Ye Xiaofan waved to Baiying. "Can you run? Let us kill our way out." Baiying let out a low growl and jumped to his side. "Let's go." Ye Xiaofan didn't hesitate and jumped onto Baiying's back. "Be careful not to kill anyone." Meanwhile, in the hall of the Xinguan Club, Wang Mingyuan, dressed in plain clothes, sat in a corner holding a champagne glass. A report came through his earpiece from the tech department. "Director Wang, the basement surveillance has been disrupted, but thermal imaging shows large creatures moving." Wang Mingyuan's expression hardened as he signaled to Qinyang, who was disguised as a waiter not far away. Qinyang understood and pressed his earpiece, whispering, "All teams, be alert. The target may break out. Seal all exits." Just as he finished speaking, boom, the door to the basement corridor was smashed open, wood splintered everywhere, dust flew, and a deafening tiger roar echoed, as if a thunderclap had struck, scaring everyone out of their wits. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier, the clinking glasses and fine food instantly became a doomsday backdrop. The scent of perfume in the air was replaced by the pungent odor of a wild beast. Everyone froze, as if time had been paused. Elegant smiles were frozen on their faces, wine glasses teetered in their hands, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, staring at the enormous snow-white beast at the corridor entrance. That is a tiger, and it's a damn white tiger. Some of the more timid individuals went weak at the knees and collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, with an indescribable foul odor emanating from their pants. Those who were slightly calmer were already pale-faced, trembling all over, staring fixedly at the white tiger, fearing that it would pounce and tear them to shreds at any moment. Fear spread like a plague, screams, cries, and pleas for mercy mixed together, turning the originally elegant charity gala into a hell on earth. Some who took longer to react rubbed their eyes desperately, doubting whether they were hallucinating from drinking too much. After all, how could there be a tiger in such an occasion? It must be a dream. It must be. Then, they witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. On the back of the white tiger, there was actually a person riding it. My God, am I seeing things? Someone actually dared to ride a tiger. Is this a movie? But it's way too realistic. Crazy. This world is insane. Someone is riding a tiger to show off. Is he not afraid for his life? Gasps erupted from the crowd, and those who had completely been scared into silence began to whisper, speculating about the identity of the person riding the tiger, who dared to be so audacious. After all, the tiger is the king of beasts, and if it gets angry, it can tear a person to pieces. Roar. Another tiger roar thundered throughout the entire club, making everyone's eardrums buzz and pulling them completely back to reality from that surreal dream. This is not a dream. It's real. The tiger is right in front of them. Its sharp gaze, snow-white fangs, and powerful limbs all proclaimed its strength and danger. Fear surged like a tide, overwhelming all reason and courage, leaving only despair and collapse. Ye Xiaofan, riding on by Ying's back, raised his gun and shouted, "Everyone down. Police are on the scene." Those people were really obedient, instantly dropping to the ground. Only Wang Mingyuan and Chen Yang, knowing that Ye Xiaofan could communicate with animals, were not as surprised. But even they couldn't hide their unease. Facing a real, fierce white tiger so close, their expressions weren't good, and they were internally shocked. Chen Yang leaned closer to Wang Mingyuan and whispered, "How did this kid manage to convince the tiger to let him ride?" Wang Mingyuan snapped back to attention at his words, clearing his throat to cover his embarrassment. Cough. This kid is too outrageous, adding drama to himself again. Chen Yang. Just as Wang Mingyuan was about to give the order to control the scene, suddenly 3 Blackfin assassins burst through the side door, guns drawn and firing. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past Ye Xiaofan's head, and he pressed down on by Ying's neck. "Tiger brother, turn left." Bai drifted and swerved, knocking over the dessert table, splattering cream cake all over the assassin's face. Well done. Ye Xiaofan quickly grabbed a silver knife from the dining table and threw it, piercing the assassin's wrist with a whoosh. Wang Mingyuan finally reacted, pulling out his badge and shouting, "Police! Everyone, hands on your heads!" The undercover officers hidden around immediately flipped over tables and drew their guns, while Chen Yang led his team to encircle from the second floor, quickly forming a blockade. The leader of the assassins, seeing the situation turn dire, suddenly grabbed a wealthy woman as a hostage. "Don't come closer. Otherwise, I'll kill her." The small poodle, Louis, in the wealthy woman's arms barked wildly, "Let go of my mom, you ugly monster." Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he whispered a few words to Bai Ying. The white tiger suddenly lowered its body, its golden beast eyes locking onto the assassin. 3, 2, 1. Ye Xiaofan suddenly whistled sharply. "Woof!" Louis shot out, sinking its teeth into the assassin's ankle. As the assassin cried out in pain and loosened his grip, Bai Ying lunged like lightning, swatting the gun away with one paw and pressing him into the champagne tower with the other. Crash! Crystal glasses shattered everywhere, and the assassin flailed wildly in the bubbly wine. Wang Mingyuan quickly stepped forward to handcuff the assassin, then turned to glare at Ye Xiaofan. "Can you follow the plan next time?" Ye Xiaofan jumped down from the tiger's back with a grin. Plans never change as quickly as the situation. "Look how safe the hostage is." He rubbed Louis's head. "Good job, buddy." Louis proudly raised his head. "I told you not to call me buddy." Half an hour later, outside the Xingwan Club, amidst the flashing police lights, Chen Yang directed officers to escort the Blackfin members into the car, then walked up to Ye Xiaofan and handed him a cigarette. "You always come up with new tricks." Ye Xiaofan waved his hand to refuse. "Officer Chen, smoking is prohibited in public places." Chen Yang was taken aback, then laughed and scolded as he put away the cigarette. "All right, now you're starting to educate the police." Wang Mingyuan approached, holding a tablet. "The tech department has decrypted Zhao Tianhao's files. Tonight's charity gala was just a cover. They originally planned to auction the white tiger at sea tomorrow night." Ye Xiaofan whistled. No wonder the Blackfin people were so anxious. Just then, Bai Ying suddenly jumped over and roared at everyone. "Awoo!" Chapter 27. Riding the tiger on the streets, live-action animals, and youth. The roar of the tiger shook the air, momentarily freezing it. The surrounding police officers turned pale, and many instinctively took a step back, their hands trembling on their guns. After all, facing such a fierce beast at such close range, even well-trained officers could not completely suppress their inner fear. A few young and impulsive officers even raised their guns. The dark muzzles aimed at the white figure, fingers on the triggers, ready to shoot at any moment. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Don't be nervous. Put down your guns. Ye Xiaofan quickly jumped off the white figure and shouted loudly at the somewhat panicked officers. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. On the same side? A young officer exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. Ye Xiaofan, this is a tiger. You're telling us it's on our side? Don't worry. It won't hurt anyone. Ye Xiaofan quickly explained, walking over to the white figure and gently stroking its soft fur, using a language only it could understand to soothe it. Brother Tiger, don't be agitated. They're all my friends. They won't hurt you. Feeling Ye Xiaofan's reassurance, the white figure gradually calmed down, letting out a low growl and shifting its gaze away from the armed officers. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's just saying hello. It means no harm. After calming the white figure, Ye Xiaofan turned around and smiled at the still-shaken officers, explaining, this tiger, it just has a loud voice. Actually, it's very gentle at heart. However, his words did not have much effect, and instead made the officers look at him and the white figure with even more awe, as if they were seeing some creature from another world. After all, having a tiger be so docile and even obedient was completely beyond their comprehension. At that moment, the white tiger let out a howl at Ye Xiaofan. My kin are still being hunted in the southern jungle. Wang Mingyuan quickly looked at Ye Xiaofan. Is it speaking again? Ye Xiaofan nodded. Let me translate. Brother Tiger says it wants to take down the entire poaching gang. Chen Yang suddenly clenched his fist. Director Wang, I'm officially promoted to the head of the city's criminal investigation team next week. Let me follow up on this case. Wang Mingyuan pondered for a moment, then pulled Ye Xiaofan aside and whispered, Interpol is investigating the international wildlife smuggling chain. If you can convince the white figure to cooperate. Ye Xiaofan grinned. What's the reward? The contracting rights for a legal wildlife protection base. Wang Mingyuan pulled out a document, government approval allowing the rescue and domestication of animals. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. This was equivalent to obtaining an officially certified animal intelligence network license. He turned to the white figure, raising an eyebrow. Brother Tiger, do you want to be a specially appointed instructor? All meals, accommodation, and health insurance included. The white figure flicked its tail. Will it be enough to eat? Plenty. Suddenly, Pang Yi jumped onto the police car's roof. Brother Fan, Rainbow just sent news that Zhao Tianhao is heading to the dock. Ye Xiaofan leaped onto the back of the white figure and waved at Wang Mingyuan. I'll borrow your police car. Before Wang Mingyuan could react, the white tiger had already dashed off with Ye Xiaofan, while Pang Yi held onto the tiger's tail, meowing, slow down, I haven't gotten on yet. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. Director Wang, is this considered an abuse of police power? Wang Mingyuan facepalmed. Do you see him using police power? Chen Yang awkwardly smiled, feeling he had asked a foolish question. Seeing Chen Yang still in a daze, Wang Mingyuan slapped him on the head. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and bring people to follow. Before Chen Yang could react, Wang Mingyuan pulled out his phone and dialed the city director's number. Hello, director. This is Wang Mingyuan. The situation at Xinghe Bay has changed. Zhao Tianhao is trying to escape and may be involved with an international smuggling gang. Requesting support. What? Zhao Tianhao? The one from Right Group? How is he involved again? The city director's voice sounded surprised. It's urgent. I'll report in detail later. Right now, the most important thing is that Zhao Tianhao has boarded a yacht and is preparing to flee to international waters. We must intercept immediately, Wang Mingyuan explained urgently. Upon hearing this, the city director's voice became serious. Okay, I will contact the Coast Guard right away. We cannot let Zhao Tianhao get away. Also, there's one more thing. Wang Mingyuan hesitated, but steeled himself to say, Director, we might need the cooperation of the traffic police department. It would be best to block the roads citywide. Block the roads? The city director's voice rose a few pitches. Are you crazy? It's nighttime. Blocking the roads will cause traffic paralysis. Wang Mingyuan knew this request was a bit excessive, but had to explain, Director, the situation is special. That guy is riding a tiger chasing after him. What? Say that again. Riding what? The city director's voice exploded on the other end of the line, nearly deafening Wang Mingyuan. You say that guy is riding a tiger. Are you sure you haven't had too much to drink? Wang Mingyuan forced a smile. Knowing that no amount of explanation would help, he could only insist, Director, it's urgent. I will explain in detail later. We must take action immediately. Otherwise, if this blows up, we won't be able to handle it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if the director was processing this shocking news. Finally, the city director took a deep breath and spoke wearily. I understand. I will immediately contact the traffic police department and have them cooperate fully. Also, notify the Internet Information Office to closely monitor online public sentiment and control the spread of related information. We must not let this escalate. Understood? Wang Mingyuan hung up the phone, letting out a long breath, finally getting it sorted out. But he could already imagine how much questioning and blame he would face after this call. Meanwhile, not to mention Wang Mingyuan's overwhelming stress. The streets of Donghai City had completely erupted. A massive white tiger, carrying a young man, raced down the empty street, a scene that completely shattered everyone's perception. What the hell? What am I seeing? Riding a tiger? Is this for real? This is definitely the most outrageous move of the year. So freaking cool. Who is this guy? So awesome. It's like a real-life Fast and Furious. A tiger. That's a tiger. Is this person out of their mind? Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. This will definitely go viral. Vehicles on the road came to a halt, drivers honking madly, while pedestrians stopped to watch, raising their phones to take pictures and videos, the entire city going wild. In no time, various versions of videos and photos of the tiger on the street spread across the internet like a virus, dominating the trending topics on major social media platforms, sparking endless discussions among netizens. A tiger spotted on the streets of Donghai City. Police in hot pursuit. The truth revealed. Rich second generation seeks attention by riding a tiger down the street. Tiger in youth. A beautiful picture of harmony between man and nature. Various sensational headlines flooded the news, pushing the entire event to an unprecedented climax. At this moment, Ye Xiaofan, riding the white tiger, had already arrived at the Xinghe Bay dock. Chapter 28. The albatross guides the way, charging onto the yacht at the Star River Bay dock. The night wind carried the salty and fishy scent of the sea. Ye Xiaofan rode on the back of the white shadow, swiftly weaving through the container area. Fat Master squatted on his shoulder, pointing with his claws at a luxury yacht that was starting up in the distance. Fangu, Zhao Tianhao, is making a run for it. Run? Ye Xiaofan Pfft. Can he really escape? He patted the white shadow's neck. Tigerga, can we jump on? The white shadow's golden pupils narrowed slightly, muscles tensing. The distance is a bit tricky. Don't worry, I have plan B. Ye Xiaofan fished out a small walkie-talkie with a police encrypted channel provided by Wang Mingyuan. Chief Wang. The target is on the Sea Emperor yacht, requesting support. Wang Mingyuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. The Coast Guard has already sealed off the sea exit. Qinyang is flanking from berth 3. You be careful. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Don't worry, I have my secret weapon. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp screech suddenly rang out above. Caw. An albatross with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters swooped down and landed steadily in front of Ye Xiaofan. Fan Ge. There are 6 bodyguards on the yacht, and 4 more hidden below deck. Zhao Tianhao is in the top-level cockpit. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Brother, your intel is quite detailed. The albatross proudly shook its feathers. Of course, I'm the fastest scout in Donghai Bay. Fat Master rolled his eyes. Give a rest. Last time I asked you to find a white tiger, you ran off to eat fish halfway. The albatross fluffed up. That was to replenish my strength. You know nothing. Ye Xiaofan quickly interrupted. All right, stop arguing. Albatross, keep an eye on the yacht's movements and report at any time. Received. The albatross flapped its wings and soared high, instantly disappearing into the night. The white shadow growled low. What do we do now? The yacht has already left the shore. Ye Xiaofan squinted, his gaze sweeping to a speedboat docked at the edge of the pier. Who says we have to force our way in? Meanwhile, on the Sea Emperor yacht, in the top-level cockpit, Zhao Tianhao's face was dark as he held his satellite phone. The Blackfin people are all down? Useless. A hoarse male voice came from the other end of the line. Zhao, the police acted too quickly this time. We suspect there's an insider. Zhao Tianhao sneered. Insider? I think it's you guys who are incompetent. He abruptly hung up the phone and turned to the bodyguard in the cockpit, shouting, Increase the speed. Shake off the Coast Guard behind us. The bodyguards nervously operated the dashboard. Boss, the Coast Guard's patrol boats are too fast. Shut up. Zhao Tianhao kicked over a chair. I spent tens of millions upgrading this boat. And you're telling me we can't shake off a few lousy patrol boats? The bodyguards dared not speak, only pushing the throttle to the max. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the side of the yacht. What was that? Zhao Tianhao alertly looked outside the window. A bodyguard leaned out to check, his face changing drastically. Boss. A tiger jumped onto the deck. Nonsense. Where'd a tiger come from on the sea? Zhao Tianhao's words were cut off as the cockpit glass shattered with a loud crash. A white shadow leaped in midair, its 200-kilogram weight directly toppling 2 bodyguards. The two strong bodyguards had no time to react to what was happening before being smashed down by the massive force, the sound of bones cracking clear to hear. They couldn't even scream, just let out a muffled groan before passing out. The scene was like a giant bowling ball cleanly knocking down two unsuspecting human-shaped pins. Fear washed over everyone in the cockpit like a tidal wave. The remaining bodyguards, seeing the white shadow's fierce approach, were already terrified, lacking the courage to resist. They crawled and rolled to the corner, trembling, their teeth chattering, unable to even beg for mercy. Roar! The white shadow smashed the control panel with a claw, and the yacht instantly lost power, spinning on the sea. Zhao Tianhao staggered back, drawing a pistol from his waist. Damn it, where did this beast come from? As he was about to pull the trigger, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Boss Zhao, don't point your gun around, it's easy to misfire. Zhao Tianhao whipped around to see Ye Xiaofan, standing behind him, casually playing with a shiny silver coin. Ye Xiaofan. Zhao Tianhao's pupils contracted sharply. How did you get up here? Ye Xiaofan shrugged. I hitched a ride. He rubbed the white shadow's head, which let out a low growl in cooperation, its golden pupils full of defiance. Zhao Tianhao stared at Ye Xiaofan, then glanced at the submissive white shadow at his feet, as if suddenly understanding something, his face twisting into a distorted smile. You can control it? Ye Xiaofan's lips curled into a meaningful arc, not denying it, only casually saying, What's wrong, Boss Zhao, just realizing this now? Greed flickered in Zhao Tianhao's eyes. The previously desperate emotion swept away, replaced by a frenzied hope. He suddenly put away the gun, replaced it with a fawning smile, and leaned closer to Ye Xiaofan, lowering his voice. Brother Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. Look, this is just a small matter. How about we become friends? Friends? Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. Zhao Tianhao hurriedly nodded, lowering his voice even more. To be honest, this tiger belongs to Blackfin. As long as you can control it and help us deliver it to the designated location, you'll definitely reap the benefits. You know the strength of Blackfin. Once you join, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor. Much better than hiding and living day by day with the police. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin, feigning a thoughtful expression, occasionally glancing outside the window. The sea was pitch black, with only dim lights visible in the distance. The Coast Guard speedboats would take some time to arrive. He decided to play along with Zhao Tianhao, wanting to see how depraved this group was. Boss Zhao has a point. It does seem like following you guys has more prospects. Zhao Tianhao's eyes lit up, clearly delighted. Just about to say more when he heard Ye Xiaofan's tone change. However, Chapter 29, Do You Still Want to Ride the Tiger? Ye Xiaofan slowly spoke, a troubled expression on his face. But I'm a person who values loyalty. Since I've promised the police to help them, I can't go back on my word, right? Besides, this tiger of mine isn't something just anyone can control. What if you guys unload the mill and kill the donkey? Zhao Tianhao, hearing this, quickly interrupted him. Hey, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Our Blackfin is all about loyalty. As long as you're willing to cooperate, we guarantee your safety. As for those police, they don't mean anything. When the time comes, with one command from our Blackfin, they'll be in for it. The two exchanged insincere pleasantries as the sea breeze howled into the damaged cockpit, dispersing some of the blood smell in the air. On the deck, Fat Master was directing a group of seagulls to carry away the bodyguard's weapons, while an albatross circled above, reporting in real time. Brother Fan, the Coast Guard will arrive in 30 seconds. Just then, a sudden wailing siren sounded from a distance. Not good. The Coast Guard is here. Zhao Tianhao's expression changed drastically. He turned around sharply and saw Ye Xiaofan with a smile on his face. You dare play me? You've been lying to me from the start. Ye Xiaofan shrugged. What else? You think I would really cooperate with you? You're nothing. Zhao Tianhao's face turned ashen, suddenly grinning maliciously. You think this is over? The Blackfin won't let you go. He slammed the red button on his watch. Boom! An explosion erupted from the yacht's hull, and the entire ship tilted violently. Ye Xiaofan's expression changed. Self-destruct device. Bai Ying roared. The ship is sinking. Ye Xiaofan yanked Zhao Tianhao by the collar. Are you crazy? Zhao Tianhao laughed maniacally. Let's die together. At that critical moment, a strong light suddenly shot across the sea. Ye Xiaofan, jump ship. Chen Yang's voice came through the loudspeaker. Ye Xiaofan turned around and saw the Coast Guard's speedboat approaching, with Chen Yang standing at the bow, holding a lifeline. Tiger brother, let's go. Ye Xiaofan dragged Zhao Tianhao towards the edge of the deck. Bai Ying leapt and landed steadily on the speedboat. Ye Xiaofan followed closely, dragging Zhao Tianhao into the sea, where Chen Yang pulled them onto the boat. Cough, cough. You. Zhao Tianhao choked on seawater, still tried to struggle. Chun Yang directly struck him on the back of the neck. Be honest. Ye Xiaofan collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Captain Chun, your rescue speed is impressive. Chun Yang rolled his eyes. Director Wong said that if you keep causing trouble alone, he'll deduct my bonus. In the distance, the Sea Emperor yacht slowly sank into the sea, the Coast Guard's searchlights illuminating the surface as bright as day. Wang Mingyuan's voice came from the intercom. Everyone pay attention. Zhao Tianhao is captured. Retreat immediately. Finally, it's over. Ye Xiaofan let out a long breath, rubbing his somewhat numb cheeks. He felt that what happened today was even more thrilling than everything he had experienced in the past 20 years combined. Bai Ying let out a low growl, its huge head rubbing against Ye Xiaofan's leg, its golden beast eyes full of affection and gratitude. Just as he was about to ride Bai Ying to the next destination, the police station to give a statement, Chun Yang hurried over and grabbed him. Ye Xiaofan, wait. You don't want to ride the tiger, do you? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, looking at Chun Yang in confusion. What's wrong? Can I take it for a walk? Chun Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Walk? Brother Fan, you just rode a tiger rampaging through the streets, almost turning the entire Donghai city upside down. If it weren't for Director Wang's quick response, the whole internet would have exploded by now. Ye Xiaofan finally realized, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had been so focused on capturing Zhao Tianhao that in a moment of impulse, he forgot he was riding a moving contraband. He got a bit carried away and forgot about that. Ye Xiaofan awkwardly jumped off Bai Ying, quickly explaining, don't worry, Tiger Brother is very well behaved, it won't run wild. Bai Ying also cooperatively let out a low growl to show its docility. However, this low growl sounded like thunder to the still shaken police, causing them to step back a few more paces, wishing to distance themselves from the ferocious beast. Well behaved, but after all, it's a tiger. Chun Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and earnestly advised, Brother Fan, you should just take my car. We still need to go to the city bureau to give a statement, right? My internet traffic. Ye Xiaofan suddenly woke up and hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket. Fortunately, smartphones these days are durable. It still worked even after getting wet. He eagerly opened Douyin, wanting to see if his tiger riding moment had gone viral, only to find it was completely empty, not a single related video. What's going on? Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrolled through the screen. How could this be? Such an explosive scene. And not a single video? Chun Yang patted his shoulder, smiling wryly as he explained. You might as well stop looking. All related videos and photos have been suppressed by Director Wang's people. Suppressed? Ye Xiaofan could hardly believe his ears. Why? This is a perfect opportunity to gain followers. Chun Yang helplessly shrugged. Director Wang said that your riding a tiger through the streets had too much impact. And if it's exposed by the media, the entire Donghai city might collapse. So, to maintain social stability, we had to temporarily inconvenience you. Maintain social stability? I'm just doing a good deed. Ye Xiaofan felt like he was going to spit blood. How did it turn into a disruption of social stability? Chen Yang srug it, indicating he was powerless. That's just what Director Wang meant. Don't complain about it. By the way, Director Wang probably still has to report to the city now. Ye Xiaofan then realized how big a mess he had created. The image of the white tiger running wildly under the night sky and the terrified, yet excited faces of the citizens flashing through his mind. He swallowed hard, knowing he had to obediently follow Chun Yang's arrangements. The traffic is gone, and I don't even know if my bonus will be enough to pay the fine. It seems I've really gone overboard this time. Hey, Officer Chun, I get it. I won't complain or show off anymore. But can I ask for one thing? Ye Xiaofan asked with a bitter face. Chun Yang shot him a sideways glance. Finally being honest? Go ahead, ask. I'm helping you solve the case. So you can't deny me a ride, right? Ye Xiaofan pointed to Bai Ying, and what about it? I can't just let it walk back alone, right? If it causes a disturbance again, I can't take the responsibility. Chapter 30, Tiger Brother, calm down, calm down. Upon hearing this, Chun Yang also felt it made some sense. It was fine for Ye Xiaofan to follow him in the police car, but there was simply no room for the tiger in the car. Moreover, how to accommodate this tiger afterward was another problem. I'll go discuss this with Director Wang. Chun Yang thought for a moment and said, wait for me. After saying that, Chun Yang turned around, took out his phone, and briefly explained the situation. After a moment, Chun Yang returned and shrugged helplessly at Ye Xiaofan. This white tiger might have to be a bit uncomfortable. A bit uncomfortable? Ye Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled. How so? Chun Yang pointed to a few police officers in the distance. The Bureau has specifically arranged a truck to transport this tiger. However, you need to talk to him and get him to cooperate. Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan was somewhat amused. The king of beasts, after all, had to be stuffed into a truck. This really was a bit unfair to him. He walked over to White Shadow, gently stroking its soft fur, and whispered, "Tiger brother, you see, this situation is as you can see. You can't fit on the Coast Guard's patrol boat, so you'll have to endure a bit and ride in the truck with me for a while." A flicker of displeasure flashed in White Shadow's golden pupils, as it seemed very resistant to the word uncomfortable, and it growled softly, "Am I supposed to sit in that tin box again? I am the king of the jungle." Ye Xiaofan quickly reassured, I know, it's unfair to you. But think about it. Only by cooperating with the police can we catch those bad guys sooner. And then you can live freely in the wildlife base. You can think of this truck ride as training. If you can adapt, that counts as a skill. Doesn't it? Just as Ye Xiaofan was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to persuade White Shadow, suddenly, Qinyang waved at him from a distance while pointing at something in the truck. Ye Xiaofan looked in that direction and was instantly excited to see that there was a huge, juicy roasted whole lamb in the truck. "Tiger brother, look." Ye Xiaofan quickly pointed it out to White Shadow. "The police uncle said that as long as you sit in the truck obediently, this roasted lamb will be yours." Upon seeing the roasted lamb, White Shadow's eyes instantly lit up, and its proud expression melted away, replaced with pure anticipation. "As long as I can eat lamb? Of course, as much as you want." Ye Xiaofan hurriedly promised, "Hurry up and get in the car. It will be bad if it gets cold." With the temptation of delicious food, White Shadow immediately became very cooperative. It gracefully leaped onto the truck, eagerly pouncing on a roasted lamb, and began to enjoy it. With White Shadow settled, Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed Qinyang into the police car, heading to the Public Security Bureau. On the way, just as Qinyang was about to ask Ye Xiaofan some details, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. "Hello, this is Qinyang." "What? The experts from the Animal Protection Center have arrived?" And they started arguing. His expression instantly turned strange, and after hanging up, he said to Ye Xiaofan in a peculiar tone, "Brother Fan, you might need to prepare yourself mentally. The upcoming scene might get a bit out of control." Ye Xiaofan was puzzled by his mysterious demeanor, and it wasn't until they reached the city's Public Security Bureau that he understood what out of control meant. Before even entering the gate, they heard a fierce argument coming from the courtyard, with various high-pitched voices mixed together, making it even livelier than a market. "No, this white Bengal tiger must be sent to our Green Wild Zoo. We have the most professional breeding team and the most advanced medical equipment, ensuring it can enjoy its old age." "Nonsense. Your Green Wild Zoo is nothing but a private profit-making institution. Under the guise of protecting animals, you actually abuse them. The white tiger must not be given to you. Our Starlight Zoo truly loves animals. We have the most comprehensive wildlife protection plan, and we have a cooperative relationship with the National Forestry Bureau. This white tiger must be handed over to us. You Starlighter, not much better. Last year your zoo was exposed for animal abuse, starving animals to skin and bones, and you still have the nerve to say you love animals?" Ye Xiaofan and Qinyang walked into the courtyard, finally seeing the people arguing. A group of experts wearing uniforms and Animal Protection Association badges from Donghai City were divided into several factions, almost ready to roll up their sleeves and fight over this precious white Bengal tiger. "What is going on?" Ye Xiaofan was startled by the scene and looked at Qinyang with a confused expression. Director Wang had long instructed to properly accommodate this white tiger and had already notified the city's Animal Protection Center. Qinyang shrugged and said helplessly, "Who knew they would argue like this over the tiger?" A gray-haired old professor wearing glasses, seeing Ye Xiaofan and Qinyang enter, immediately rushed over. Grabbing Ye Xiaofan's arm excitedly, "Young man, you are the kind-hearted person who saved the white tiger, right? You must hand this tiger over to our Chunwei Zoo. Our director is an old expert who has raised tigers all his life. I guarantee he can take care of this white tiger perfectly. Oldly, don't fool people. Your broken zoo is on the verge of closing. How can you support this white tiger?" Another bald, middle-aged man rushed over, pushing the old professor aside, and enthusiastically shook Ye Xiaofan's hand. "Young man, I am the director of Haitian Zoo. Our zoo is by the sea, with a beautiful environment and fresh air, perfect for rare animals like the white tiger. We also have a professional veterinary team, ensuring the best treatment for it." "Enough. Stop arguing." A chubby man in a floral shirt and gold necklace walked over, impatiently pushing everyone aside. "I am the owner of Jinding Wildlife World. I have money. I want this white tiger. You can name any price." The various factions were arguing back and forth, surrounding Ye Xiaofan in the middle, as if they were about to swallow him whole. Just when Ye Xiaofan was at a loss, White Shadow suddenly squeezed over from behind and let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar. This roar instantly silenced all the voices, and the entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone was startled and quickly retreated, looking fearfully at the massive white Bengal tiger. Ye Xiaofan was also startled and hurriedly reassured White Shadow. Tiger brother, calm down, calm down. Chapter 31. Raising a tiger is against the law, but I have a base everyone, you see, Brother Tiger doesn't really like noise. How about we find another place to discuss? Ye Xiaofan scratched his head and said to the group of experts. He really couldn't handle the scene in front of him. What was this? These weren't social elites. They were more like market antes. But these people were still persistent and wanted to chat with Ye Xiaofan. Brother Fan, I think this group is asking for trouble. How about we give them a taste of something tough? Fat Master squatted on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, looking at the noisy animal protection experts and meowing. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan directly looked at Bai Ying. Brother Tiger, how about you talk to them? Bai Ying suddenly raised his head and let out a deafening roar at the noisy crowd. Ow! At that moment, everyone present quieted down. Seeing this, Qinyang almost laughed out loud, but quickly suppressed it. He stepped forward to mediate. All right, experts and leaders, let's all calm down. This white tiger has just been rescued from smugglers, and its emotions are still a bit unstable. Please don't provoke it. As he spoke, he secretly gave Ye Xiaofan a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Officer Chen, how about this? Let the experts check on Brother Tiger first to see if he is injured, so we can treat it accordingly, Ye Xiaofan suggested. After all, Bai Ying had been abused before and indeed needed a thorough checkup. Qinyang nodded and waved to the experts. Everyone, please proceed. But remember to be gentle and don't scare it. The experts felt as if they had been pardoned and cautiously approached Bai Ying, taking out various instruments to start detailed examinations. After settling Bai Ying, Ye Xiaofan followed Qinyang to the municipal police station building. Along the way, Qinyang couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression, making Ye Xiaofan feel uneasy. Officer Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but ask. Qinyang shook his head and took a deep breath. Brother Fan, tell me honestly, did you grow up in a circus? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. What circus? I'm a well-behaved, socialist youth. Qinyang rolled his eyes. But your way of taming tigers is even more impressive than those circus trainers. I really admire you. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. It's a natural talent. A natural talent, ha! Qinyang brought Ye Xiaofan to Wang Mingyuan's office, poured him a cup of hot tea, and then asked, Brother Fan, what do you plan to do with this white tiger next? It can't stay at the police station forever, right? Ye Xiaofan took the teacup, took a gentle sip, and pondered. I'm worried about this too. Ideally, it should be handed over to a zoo or a wildlife protection organization. But as you saw earlier, those people want to take Bai Ying back to make money. I don't want it to suffer again. Hearing this, Qinyang's expression turned somewhat ugly. He looked at Ye Xiaofan with some suspicion. You're not planning to keep it yourself, are you? Ye Xiaofan quickly waved his hands. Officer Chen, don't wrong me. I know it's illegal to privately raise a tiger, and besides, I don't have the conditions for that. This isn't the deep mountains and forests. Seeing Chen Yang's doubtful look, Ye Xiaofan quickly explained with a smile. Don't worry, I keep my word. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Besides, look where'd I keep it. I can't let it sleep on the sofa. Qinyang relaxed a bit, but still said uneasily, just don't do anything reckless. This tiger is not a pet cat. You can't take responsibility if something goes wrong. Ye Xiaofan chuckled, pointing to his nose. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Officer Chen, don't you trust me? It's just that I haven't figured this out yet, and Brother Tiger also has ideas. I have to respect its opinions. Qinyang looked at Ye Xiaofan, wanting to say something more, but suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead and said, oh, right? Didn't Director Wang say he was going to set up a wildlife protection base for you? What's going on with that? Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan's face lit up with a smile. Yeah, how did I forget about that? That is perfect. Let Bai Ying stay in the wildlife protection base. It can receive professional care and live freely. It's a win-win. Qinyang immediately understood and couldn't help but give Ye Xiaofan a thumbs up. You're really clever. You planned this out already. Hee, mutual admiration. Ye Xiaofan similed proudly. You should quickly ask where Director Wang is and have him come back to finalize this. Qinyang. Hearing this, Qinyang's mood twitched. Director Wang had just been promoted to the municipal bureau, and it was a crucial moment for him. It would be a mess to interrupt him now while he was reporting to the city leaders. Brother Fan, Director Wang is definitely busy right now. How about we wait? Ye Xiaofan was unwilling to comply, raising an eyebrow with a hint of threat in his tone. Busy? What could be more important than my wildlife base? This is a great thing for society. Besides, I saved so many people. Director Wang can't just abandon me now. Seeing Ye Xiaofan's posture that he wouldn't let it go without a phone call, Qinyang felt extremely frustrated but didn't dare to offend this ancestor. He could only sigh helplessly and take out his phone. All right, I'll call, is that okay? Qinyang muttered, silently praying that Director Wang had finished his report. Otherwise, if he called, he would probably get scolded again. Taking a deep breath, Qinyang dialed Wang Mingyuan's number. The phone rang for a long time before it connected, and a slightly tired voice came from the receiver. Hello, Qinyang, what's the matter? Qinyang quickly smiled. Master, sorry to disturb you. It's like this, Ye Xiaofan. Before Qinyang could finish, Ye Xiaofan leaned over and shouted into the phone. Director Wang, it's me. Where are you? When will the paperwork be done? The tiger here is waiting to settle down. Qinyang wished he could cover Ye Xiaofan's mouth. This kid was really making a fuss. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then Wang Mingyuan's annoyed voice came through. Can you be quiet? I'm at a meeting in the city. Who has time for your trivial matters? Qinyang quickly smiled into the phone. Please don't be angry. Ye Xiaofan is just anxious. You carry on. We won't disturb you. Wait. Wang Mingyuan suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. How's that white tiger? Is it injured? Chapter 32. Did Brother Tiger cause trouble last night? Qinyang quickly replied seriously, oh, about that, the white tiger is fine, it's just... Those animal protection organization people almost got into a fight at the police station over its ownership. What? Wang Mingyuan's voice instantly rose a few degrees, sounding furious. What do those bastards think this place is? Get them all out of here. And that white tiger, no one's allowed to touch it. It stays in the police station. I want to see who dares to take it. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Qinyang put down the phone and shrugged helplessly. Fangge, did you hear that? Ye Xiaofan poted. Although he couldn't finalize the wildlife protection-based matter, hearing that Bai Ying was temporarily safe was a relief. All right, I'll head back first. I'll come by tomorrow to check with Director Wang and see if I can take this tiger god of war away. Qinyang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you really think of yourself as the zoo director. But he didn't dare to argue and responsibly escorted Ye Xiaofan out of the police station. When they arrived in the yard, the group of experts who had almost fought over Bai Ying's ownership were now gathered around it like obedient little school children, carefully recording its various physiological data. Mr. Yi, you're here. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofan, the old professor who had been pushed aside earlier hurried over, excitedly saying, this white Bengal tiger is in excellent condition. All its indicators far exceed the average level. It's simply the best among tigers. Really? That's good. Ye Xiaofan nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to the white tiger, which was enjoying royal treatment. Bai Ying was lying on the ground, voraciously tearing into a whole roasted lamb that was golden and glistening, completely unaware of Ye Xiaofan's arrival. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You just had one on the way, and now you're having another? Your appetite is astonishing. Tiger brother, eat slowly, don't choke. Ye Xiaofan laughed as he walked over and gently patted Bai Ying's head. Bai Ying let out a low growl, sounding somewhat displeased. Those bipedal beasts are so noisy. Always touching me, it's annoying. Ha, they're just trying to help check your health and see if you're injured, Ye Xiaofan explained with a smile, also pointing to Chun Yang beside him. This is Officer Chun. For now, you stay here at the police station. If you need anything, just tell him, and he will help you. Bai Ying raised its head and scrutinized Chun Yang with sharp eyes. Chun Yang felt a chill down his spine under its gaze, instinctively taking a step back, managing to force a smile that looked worse than crying. Tiger brother, hello. If you need anything, just say it. I will do my best to satisfy you. Ye Xiaofan gently patted Bai Ying's head, reassuring, don't worry, he won't harm you. If you need anything in the future, you can ask him for help. Bai Ying withdrew its gaze and said in a deep voice, I need meat, a lot of meat. Ye Xiaofan quickly translated. Tiger brother says it needs meat, the more the better. Chun Yang immediately nodded and bowed. No problem. No problem. We'll provide plenty. Only then did Bai Ying lower its head in satisfaction and continue enjoying its meal. Ye Xiaofan chatted with Bai Ying for a bit, reminding it not to hurt anyone and to cooperate well with Officer Chun. Bai Ying obediently nodded. All right, Tiger brother, I have to go now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. After saying that, Ye Xiaofan patted Bai Ying's head again and left the police station without looking back, leaving Chun Yang and the animal protection experts looking at each other in confusion. One elderly expert with white hair approached Chun Yang cautiously and asked Officer Chun, can that Ye Xiaofan really talk to tigers? Hearing this, Chun Yang rolled his eyes in annoyance and replied, if you ask me, who should I ask? I'm not a beast language translator. He was also frustrated, If it weren't for these profit-driven people fighting over it, he wouldn't have been given the honor of protecting the tiger. This was a tiger. It seemed obedient, but that was only to Ye Xiaofan. He wasn't Ye Xiaofan. Just then, a shifty-eyed guy approached with a fake smile. Officer Chun, you see, this white tiger, our Golden Summit Wildlife World, is really sincere about taking over. We guarantee it will have a good life. Why not talk to Mr. Yi? Chen Yang's anger flared up immediately, and he coldly shot back. Get lost. I've told you how many times that the ownership of this white tiger hasn't been decided yet. As if that wasn't enough. He pointed at the group of experts and zoo officials and continued to vent. You all want to treat it like a money tree, right? What are you really concerned about, the animals or the money? How dare you talk about protecting animals? The animals in your zoo are all emaciated. Their fur is falling out. You dare say you love animals? I think you love money. All you care about is extracting their remaining value. It's disgusting. The group was scolded so badly that they were speechless. Just as they were about to argue back, they saw the tiger lean closer to Chun Yang, immediately shutting their mouths. Chun Yang's anger only grew as he pointed at them and sternly warned, I tell you, this white tiger is currently being raised at the police station. If anyone dares to have any ideas about it, that means you're going against the police station. Don't blame me for being rude then. After cursing, Chun Yang felt a bit relieved. He took a deep breath, waved at the nearby officers, and coldly ordered, what are you all standing there for? Don't just watch them being a nuisance here. Get them all out. If something like this happens again, arrest them directly. Disturbing public order. Several officers immediately stepped forward and unceremoniously drove the zoo officials away, clearing the yard significantly. Chen Yang felt a bit more comfortable and cautiously approached the tiger. Tiger brother, don't worry. No one here dares to bully you. The next day, at the Donghai City Police Station, Ye Xiaofan, Pfft, had just stepped through the door when he saw the imposing figure of Bai Ying lazily lying in the center of the police station yard, surrounded by a huge isolation circle marked by warning tape, as if a noble king was inspecting its territory. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was pitifully squatting not far from Bai Ying, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, his hair a mess, his police uniform wrinkled, and with a few strands of white tiger fur stuck to it, looking quite disheveled. Hey, Officer Chun, good morning. You pulling all-nighter, huh? Judging by your spirit, last night's battle must have been fierce. Ye Xiaofan grinned widely, relishing in his colleague's misfortune. Chen Yang jumped up like a cat with its tail, stepped on upon hearing this, hurriedly waving his hands. Fanga, don't say that. Last night was simply my nightmare. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. Did Tiger Brother cause trouble last night? Chapter 33. East Sea Dream Ocean World. Ye Xiaofan quickly crouched down, patted the head of Bai Ying, and asked, Brother Tiger, did you bully Officer Chin? Bai Ying lazily raised its head, glanced at Chen Yang with its golden beast eyes, and grumbled, I didn't. It's that Zhao guy who was too noisy, constantly howling and disturbing my sleep. Howling? What was he howling about? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. What else could it be? Just some threats, begging for mercy, and pitiful nonsense that annoyed me. Bai Ying impatiently flicked its tail. Ye Xiaofan suddenly understood and turned to look at Chen Yang. So, you used Brother Tiger to interrogate him? Chen Yang quickly waved his hands, eager to explain. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was all Zhao Tianhao's own doing. I really had no choice last night. That guy was very stubborn and wouldn't listen, constantly shouting and screaming inside. If it weren't for the fact that he was a person, I would have wanted to hit him already. Chen Yang said with lingering fear. And then I don't know how, Brother Tiger just exploded, roaring at Zhao Tianhao from across the interrogation room. The sound almost burst my eardrums, and guess what? Zhao Tianhao immediately cowered and confessed everything. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan exclaimed, Wow, Bai Ying, you're quite the interrogation tool. All right, you should hurry inside. Director Wang has been waiting for you for half a day. As soon as he entered Director Wang Mingyuan's office, the latter said with a dark face, Ye Xiaofan, you actually know to come. I thought you were fleeing in fear of the crime. Good morning, Director Wang. Ye Xiaofan chuckled and sat down directly in front of Wang Mingyuan. I haven't committed a crime. Why would I run away? Wang Mingyuan chuckled lightly, not bothering to argue with Ye Xiaofan, and then pushed a document in front of him, a letter of thanks from Interpol. You've done a great job this time. Ye Xiaofan crossed his legs. A verbal commendation is fine, but what about the wildlife base we talked about? Wang Mingyuan shook his head, took out a permit from his drawer, special approval document. The abandoned marine park in the southern part of the city is allocated to you, allowing you to raise and rehabilitate animals. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Marine park? That place is quite large. Chen Yang walked in with a stack of documents in hand. Master, there's a breakthrough in the Blackfin case. We found out that there's a multinational consortium backing them. Ye Xiaofan glanced at it. Starlight Biotechnology? Their name doesn't sound like good people. Wang Mingyuan nodded. On the surface, they're engaged in genetic research, but in reality, they have been illegally acquiring rare animals. Zhao Tianhao is just one of their agents. Fat Master jumped onto the table, patting the document with his paw. Brother Fan, are we taking this job or not? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course, who would want to earn money? Bai Ying strolled in from outside, its golden beast eyes flashing with combat intent. When do we leave? Ye Xiaofan stood up and stretched. No rush. Let us first check out our new territory. He winked at Wang Mingyuan. Director Wang, can I borrow a police car? Wang Mingyuan held his forehead. Qinyang, you drive him. Qinyang wailed, again me? At the abandoned marine park in the southern part of the city. This used to be the most famous entertainment landmark in Donghai City. Built beside the mountains and the sea, covering an area comparable to a small town. One side faced the turbulent East Sea, while the other was the rolling Shui Ping Mountain, making it an exceptionally advantageous location. Therefore, this place was not just a marine park, but also a comprehensive animal paradise. At its peak, it housed rare animals from all over the world, attracting countless tourists. However, later on, the owner of the marine park suddenly disappeared, and the animals inside also vanished without a trace, leading to the complete abandonment of the park, with the land being reclaimed by the state. Now, the rusted gate still hung the sign of East Sea Dream Ocean World, and Ye Xiaofan kicked open the iron door, dust falling down. This place is really run down, Fat Master complained. But Bai Ying excitedly let out a low roar. The space is large, suitable for training. The albatross landed on the abandoned Ferris wheel, spreading its wings. Brother Fan, the view here is excellent. I can serve as a lookout. Ye Xiaofan looked around and suddenly heard a faint squeaking sound. He crouched down, pushed aside the weeds, and saw a gray-faced little raccoon happily munching on half a corn cob. Oh, there's still natives here? Ye Xiaofan chocolate. The little raccoon looked up, its shiny black eyes staring at him. Can you understand what I'm saying? Ye Xiaofan nodded. Of course, I'm the boss here now. The little raccoon tossed aside the corn and rubbed its paws together then. Do you provide meals? Fat Master jumped over and slapped on the head with a paw. Just know how to eat. Work first. Ye Xiaofan stood up, took out his phone to snap a panoramic photo, and posted it on his social media. New base under construction, hiring with food and accommodation. With a picture of Bai Ying's imposing silhouette and Fat Master squatting on Tiger's head, making a peace sign. 3 seconds later, Wang Mingyuan commented, "You better not let me see news about a tiger on the street." Qinyang liked the post and commented, "Brother Fan, I apply to be an honorary feeder." Ye Xiaofan grinned, turning to the eager little raccoon. "Brother, what is your name?" The little raccoon scratched its head. "A bit shy. They all call me Little Seven." "All right, Little Seven. From today on, you're the first employee of this boss." Ye Xiaofan smiled warmly, like a boss recruiting talents. "Are you confident in leading us to explore your hometown?" Little Seven's eyes immediately brightened, nodding vigorously, "Yes. Yes, I know this place like the back of my hand. I guarantee to take you around every corner." Fat Master jumped onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, lazily yawning. "Don't just boast if you lead us the wrong way. Watch out for me, clawing your face." Little Seven shrank its neck and quickly promised, "I won tea." "Don't worry, Fat Master. I will definitely do my best." Thus, under the lead of Little Seven, Ye Xiaofan, Fat Master, and Bai Ying began their exploration journey of the abandoned marine park. The first thing that caught their eye was a row of rusty cages and iron bars, which used to house various animals in the beast area. Now, the cages were empty, the iron bars rusted and broken, covered in wild grass and vines, looking particularly desolate. What kind of animals were kept in these cages before? Ye Xiaofan asked curiously. Little Seven extended its paw, pointing to one particularly large cage. That's the lion cage. It used to house a male lion named Simba, very majestic. It then pointed to a few smaller cages nearby. Over there is the tiger cage, and there's the leopard cage and the wolf cage. Back in the day, this place was bustling with fierce beasts. Bai Ying stood in front of Tiger Cage, sniffing the ground, a complex look flashing in its eyes. Ye Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. "Brother Tiger, what is wrong?" Chapter 34 Underground Laboratory. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying did not say anything, but just shook his head, seemingly trying to recall something. Ye Xiaofan patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Tiger Brother, from now on, this place is your territory. You can mess around as you like." Bai Ying let out a low growl, appearing somewhat expectant. After leaving the beast area, Shaoqi led Ye Xiaofan to a huge square. In the center of the square stood a fake mountain towering several dozen meters high. with various lifelike animal sculptures carved on it. Ye Xiaofan looked up at the dilapidated fake mountain and couldn't help but feel emotional. Once, this place was bustling with activity. Now it was left desolate. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Along the edge of the square, Xiaoqi took Ye Xiaofan to see the former Ocean Park restaurant, souvenir shop, children's play area, and various other facilities. This place is even bigger than I imagined, he whistled. Xiaoqi darted out from beside his feet and rubbed his paws. Brother Fan, this is just the entrance. It's even more extravagant inside. Fat Grandpa squatted on by Ying's head, squinting his eyes. Little thing, you'd better not be lying to us, or tonight's extra meal will be roasted raccoon. Xiaoqi shrank his neck. Fat Grandpa, how could I dare? I know this place well. I was the star when the circus performed here. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. You performed in the circus? Xiaoqi proudly puffed out his chest. Of course. Jumping through fire rings, riding a unicycle, flying through the air. I'm good at everything. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and a bold idea quickly formed in his mind. Combining Ocean Park with animal performances would definitely be a money-making machine. Moreover, he had an unparalleled advantage. He could understand animal language and communicate directly with them to direct their performances. What animal trainer would be a match for him? Xiaoqi. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his hands together, excitedly asking, besides you, what other animals were in the circus? Xiaoqi tilted his head. Recalling, there were a few monkeys and a big python, but ever since the circus closed down, I don't know where they went. Monkeys and a big python. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin, already starting to make calculations in his mind. With Xiaoqi as the star performer, finding other animals with performance talent to re-establish a circus is definitely feasible. Plus, he could add some unique programs like a white tiger trapeze artist, an orange cat tightrope walker. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Fat Grandpa seemed to see through his thoughts and lazily said, I say, what scheme are you plotting again? Don't think about making this cat walk the tightrope. I rely on my looks to eat. Ye Xiaofan chuckled and patted Fat Grandpa's head. Don't worry. Fat Grandpa is the grand finale, so of course, we'll arrange the easiest program for you. Buying seemed to become a bit impatient and growled. Lead the way. Xiaoqi immediately scampered ahead. Follow me. Soon, under Xiaoqi's guidance, they arrived at the abandoned aquarium. Pushing open the mottled glass door, a damp, moldy smell rushed out. Ye Xiaofan turned on his phone's flashlight, and, as the beams swept across, he was instantly shocked by the sight before him. A massive whale skeleton hung beneath the dome. The glass tunnel was already shattered, but one could still imagine the dreamlike scene of visitors strolling through it, surrounded by schools of fish. Wow! Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but curse. Xiaoqi jumped onto a ruined penguin statue. This used to be the Ocean Theater, with 3 dolphin shows every day, and it was always packed. Fat Grandpa jumped onto the glass tunnel, looking down. Is there still a pool down there? Xiaoqi nodded. Yes. There used to be a dolphin pool and a shark pool, but they haven't had water for a long time. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. If this place were renovated, it could definitely be turned into a top-notch training ground. Bai Ying walked to the end of the glass tunnel and pressed a paw lightly, unexpectedly discovering a hidden door. There's another way? Xiaoqi scratched his head. I never noticed this before. Ye Xiaofan walked over and pushed the hidden door open with force, dust falling down. A deep staircase led directly underground. As they descended the stairs, the air grew colder. This place feels off. Bai Ying's fur bristled slightly, and his beastly eyes glimmered with golden light in the darkness. Ye Xiaofan's phone light shone ahead, and he instantly gasped. In the underground space, dozens of huge glass incubation chambers were arranged, filled with a strange green liquid, and the walls were plastered with yellowing research notes and data charts. Stellar Biotech. Ye Xiaofan squinted, recognizing the company logo in the corner. Fat Grandpa jumped onto a computer and tapped it with his paw. Brother Fan, can this thing still boot up? Ye Xiaofan tried it and shook his head. It's long been scrapped, but he flipped open a folder on the desk, and to his surprise, there were still a few documents that hadn't been destroyed. Gene enhancement experiment record of subspecies white tiger, failed, marine mammal sonic control research, terminated, bionic application of avian navigation system, top secret dam. These people were conducting illegal experiments here? Ye Xiaofan frowned. Suddenly, Xiaoqi screamed, Brother Fan, look at this. It pointed at the incubation chamber in the far corner, which had already shattered, but a few tufts of pure white fur remained on the ground. Bai Ying lowered his head to sniff, and his pupils dilated. This is tiger fur. Ye Xiaofan crouched down, picked up a strand of fur, and examined it closely under the light. The color is almost the same as yours. Bai Ying was silent for a moment before suddenly growling. We can't stay here. Ye Xiaofan nodded. Don't worry, I'll have Director Wang investigate thoroughly. He took out his phone, took photos of all the documents, and sent them to Wang Mingyuan. A few seconds later, Wang Mingyuan's call came in. Hello, Director Wang? Ye Xiaofan pressed the answer button, his tone relaxed. On the other end, Wang Mingyuan's breathing was hurried. Ye Xiaofan, where did you find those documents you sent me? Ye Xiaofan glanced at Bai Ying beside him, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Right where you authorized me to check, in the underground of Ocean Park. There's a secret laboratory. You need to leave there immediately. Wang Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose. I'm heading over with people right now. That place is very dangerous. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Director Wang, it's been abandoned for so many years. What danger could there be? 5 years ago, when the aquarium incident happened, all the police in Donghai City were involved in the investigation, but found nothing. Wang Mingyuan's voice dropped low. What you found might be key evidence. Don't destroy the scene. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chapter 35. Beast King Domain. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan whistled and turned to Bai Ying. Looks like we've struck gold. Bai Ying's golden pupils flickered in the dark. That human is very nervous. Of course he's nervous. Ye Xiaofan squatted down and picked up a piece of shattered glass from the ground. This is a case that could shake the entire Donghai City. Fat Master jumped down from the damaged incubation pod and landed on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Brother Fan, shouldn't we withdraw? It's hard to explain if the police come. Ye Xiaofan shook his head and took out his phone to snap a few more photos of the laboratory's corners. No rush. We're legal holders. What we have to fear? Xiao Qi was rummaging through a drawer and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Brother Fan, there's an unlocked safe here. Ye Xiaofan quickly walked over and indeed found a small safe beneath the control panel. He tried turning the handle and it actually opened. Holy crap. Ye Xiaofan got spit. Inside the safe were neatly stacked documents, with the top one prominently titled Final Report on White Tiger Gene Enhancement Experiment. Bai Ying's fur bristled instantly, a low growl emanating from its throat. Ye Xiaofan quickly flipped through a few pages, his expression growing more serious. Xingchen Biotech has conducted white tiger gene modification experiments here. And they succeeded? The photos in the documents showed a pure white tiger confined in a specially designed cage, connected to various monitoring devices. The conclusion on the last page read, Subject X, 7 exhibits intelligence and physical abilities beyond expectations. A second phase of testing is recommended. What the hell? Ye Xiaofan's hands trembled slightly. Bai Ying, it can't be. Bai Ying leaned in to sniff the documents and suddenly went rigid. This scent, I think I've smelled it somewhere before. Ye Xiaofan quickly took photos of all the documents with his phone and carefully placed the originals back in the safe. Just as he was closing the safe door, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Wang Mingyuan is pretty quick. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to wait for Wang Mingyuan to arrive with his team, give him a surprise in person, and sell him a favor. But then he thought, no way. Not to mention how deep the waters are behind Xingchen Biotech. Just Wang Mingyuan's long face and endless nagging would be enough for him to handle. Moreover, with Wang Mingyuan's strict law enforcement personality, he would definitely want to hassle him for a statement and provide leads, which would inevitably delay the progress of the base's construction. The police are coming. We should withdraw first. Ye Xiaofan snapped his fingers. Fat Master, go keep watch at the door. Fat Master swiftly darted to the staircase and returned a moment later. Brother Fan, at least 5 police cars, and Wang Mingyuan is leading the team himself. Ye Xiaofan nodded and turned to Xiao Qi. You know the layout here. Take us out through another exit. Xiao Qi puffed out his chest. Follow me. I know the employee passage. The group followed Xiao Qi through a small door at the back of the laboratory and entered a narrow maintenance passage. At the end of the passage was an iron ladder leading up to the bushes behind the aquarium. Emerging from the underground laboratory, under Xiao Qi's lead, they headed straight for the highest viewpoint at the ocean park. Standing there, they could see the entire abandoned park at a glance. To the left was the dilapidated aquarium and performance pool. To the right was the overgrown beast area, and directly ahead was the dock extending towards the sea, with a dazzling night view of Donghai City visible in the distance. This place is simply a kingdom. Ye Xiaofan spread his arms wide as the night wind howled past. Fat Master squatted on the railing, squinting. Brother Fan, are we really going to settle down here? Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course. This place has mountains at the back and faces the sea. It's highly concealed, and there are existing facilities. With a little renovation, it'll definitely be amazing. Xiao Qi bounced excitedly. Brother Fan, what should we name our base? Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin in thought, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Beast King Domain. Roar. Bai Ying howled at the sky, shaking the mountains and forests. Fat Master rolled his eyes. You're acting like a middle schooler again. Ye Xiaofan laughed heartily, took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and quickly wrote down the plan. 1. Renovate the aquarium into an animal training base intelligence center. 2. Rebuild the beast area as Bai Ying's exclusive territory. 3. Repair the dock as a maritime operation base. 4. Use the mountaintop observation platform as a lookout post and aerial command center for messengers. Done. He put away his phone contentedly. He would find a construction team tomorrow. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyuan stood in the center of the underground laboratory, his face dark enough to drip water. 5 years ago, he had just graduated from the police academy and was assigned to the police station. At that time, he was filled with visions of justice and hopes for the future, eager to crack a few major cases immediately to prove his abilities. However, reality soon dealt him a heavy blow. It was a calm night, and the ocean park ended another day of hustle and bustle. As usual, the lights went out and the animals fell asleep. However, the next morning, when the security guard opened the gate, he found the entire park empty. All the animals, including dolphins, sea lions, penguins, and even the tigers and lions in their cages, had vanished into thin air. At that time, Wang Mingyuan was still a rookie cop, and he followed his mentor to investigate this bizarre case. They searched the entire park. Even the sewers and ventilation ducts were not overlooked, but they found nothing, and the case ultimately became a mystery. Chun Yang, his voice hoarse, immediately secured the scene. Bring everything back to the station intact. Notify the tech department. I want fingerprint and DNA reports for every inch of this place. Chun Yang nodded and turned to arrange the work. As he walked past an incubation pod, he suddenly stopped. Master, look at this. Wang Mingyuan walked over and saw some white fur remaining at the bottom of the incubation pod. He squatted down and carefully picked up a few strands with tweezers and placed them in an evidence bag. It looks a lot like the fur from Ye Xiaofan's white tiger, Chun Yang said quietly. Wang Mingyuan didn't reply, but his gaze sharpened. He walked to the control panel and opened the computer's main unit. Although the screen was pitch black, he still called for a technician. See if you can recover the hard drive data, Wang Mingyuan ordered. The technician nodded and began to operate. Wang Mingyuan then stepped aside and dialed Ye Xiaofan's number. Director Wang, are you satisfied with the scene? Ye Xiaofan's lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Where are you now? Wang Mingyuan got straight to the point. I'm at the snack stand at the entrance of the ocean park, starving to death, just eating something. Do you want me to bring you some fried noodles? Ye Xiaofan seemed to be chewing on food. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath. Meet at the park's main entrance in 10 minutes. Chapter 36. This base isn't mine. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyuan gave Chun Yang a few instructions and then walked alone towards the exit. At this moment, Ye Xiaofan was squatting on the curb at the park entrance, holding a steaming bowl of beef noodles. The white shadow was lying at his feet, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Fat Master stood on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, disdainfully watching him gulp down the food. Ye Xiaofan mumbled, I'm starving. I've only had a pack of biscuits since morning. Xiao Qi, holding a stolen peanut, asked while nibbling, Brother Fan, do you think the police will stop us from renovating the marine park? No way. Ye Xiaofan took a sip of soup. On the contrary, they'll support us even more. Just then, Wang Mingyuan's police car stopped by the roadside. He got out and walked towards Ye Xiaofan, his face still serious. Hey, Director Wang, want a bowl of noodles? Ye Xiaofan cheerfully raised his chopsticks. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. Xiao Yi, how did you discover those documents? Completely by accident. Ye Xiaofan shrugged. My little raccoon took us on a tour of the park, and we stumbled upon that secret door. Wang Mingyuan stared into Ye Xiaofan's eyes, as if trying to discern something. Do you know what those documents mean? Ye Xiaofan put down the bowl, his expression becoming rarely serious. It means that Xingchen Biology conducted illegal animal experiments here, and they might have succeeded. Not only that, Wang Mingyuan lowered his voice. 5 years ago, the marine park suddenly closed, and all the animals disappeared overnight. We suspect it's related to Xingchen Biology, but we've never found evidence. The white shadow suddenly raised its head, its golden pupils fixed on Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan instinctively took a step back. Although he knew this white tiger wouldn't harm him, he still felt a primal fear. Ye Xiaofan patted the white shadow's head. So now you have evidence? Not enough. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. We need more clues. Ye Xiaofan, I hope you can cooperate with the investigation. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan's expression immediately dropped. Director Wang, I will definitely cooperate. You know I'm a person who values loyalty. The police's business is my business. But, he paused, beginning his performance. Director Wang, you haven't seen it. This marine park is a complete disaster. It's a total mess. When I took over, I realized what it means to be left with nothing. Oh no, it's 4 walls with no assets. There are holes everywhere, and the number of places that need repairs is countless. My legitimate wildlife rescue base requires a lot of money. You know, those animals need food, water, and supplies. Everything costs money. Moreover, look at me. I'm so broke, I could almost eat dirt. If I don't earn some money soon, I'll starve to death. He spread his hands, looking pitifully at Wang Mingyuan, Director Wang. To be honest, if you want me to cooperate with the investigation, I will definitely do it without hesitation. But you also have to understand the difficulties of us common folks. Without money, even a clever housewife can't cook a meal without rice. This marine park is simply a bottomless pit. Wang Mingyuan looked at Ye Xiaofan's exaggerated expression, his mouth twitching. He wasn't meeting this kid for the first time. He was slick-tongued and very shrewd. You kid, you went around in such a big circle just to ask me for money, right? Wang Mingyuan sighed helplessly. All right, I understand what you mean. However, you need to be clear about one thing. This wildlife protection base is not yours personally. You are just a contractor. Ye Xiaofan was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Contractor? What does that mean? To be precise, you are just responsible for operations. Wang Mingyuan explained, this land was approved by the government, and all costs, including construction, repairs, animal care, etc., are covered by the government. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, his excitement overflowing. Really? Director Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I had to pay for everything myself, which had me so worried my hair was about to fall out. He was so excited he almost jumped up but then realized something was off. Wait, that's not right. Doesn't that mean I just become a gatekeeper? This won't do. What's the point of my efforts? Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly, having anticipated he would say this. Don't worry, the operational rights of the base are all yours. As long as you don't engage in any illegal activities, the higher-ups won't interfere. You can use the resources of the base to develop tourism, animal performances, etc. As long as it's not illegal. Everything is up to you. He paused and added, of course, the premise is that you must ensure the safety of the base, cooperate with our investigation, and provide valuable clues. Deal. Ye Xiaofan's face instantly beamed with a smile, and he quickly extended his hands. Pleasure working with you, Director Wang. Wang Mingyuan reluctantly shook his hand. Come to the station tomorrow morning to make a formal record. Watching Wang Mingyuan's departing figure, the messenger flew down and landed on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Brother Fan, are you really going to cooperate with the police? Of course, we're good young people in society. He turned and walked toward the marine park. Let's go, our Beast King territory plan can officially start. Fat Master, notify Lightning and the messenger. Everyone gather. He snapped his fingers. We need to hold a strategic meeting. The orange cat lazily stretched. The signal has already been sent. The messenger said they'll arrive in 10 minutes. And Lightning is sneaking out of the police dog base. Ye Xiaofan grinned and turned towards the fountain square in the center of the park. The fountain had long dried up, and a thick layer of fallen leaves had accumulated at the bottom of the pool. He casually picked up a branch and began sketching a rough plan on the ground. The white shadow strolled over, looking down at Ye Xiaofan's scribbled lines. Is this your planning? Don't rush. This is just a preliminary idea. Ye Xiaofan added a few strokes. The main hall will be transformed into a training base, the Dolphin Pavilion into an intelligence center, and that forest on the back mountain will serve as a base for birds. Brother Fan, a clear voice called from the sky. Ye Xiaofan looked up and saw a gray and white pigeon diving down, landing steadily on his shoulder. The pigeon had a red ribbon tied around its neck, fluttering gently in the wind. Messenger, you're just in time. How's the aerial intelligence network you contacted? The messenger proudly puffed out its chest. I've already contacted the 3 pigeon groups in Donghai City. Just give them some corn kernels, and they'll be at your service anytime. Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps came from a distance. A German shepherd leaped over the fence, quickly arriving at the fountain's edge. Lightning, you didn't get caught sneaking out, did you? Ye Xiaofan squatted down and rubbed the police dog's ears. Chapter 37. Suspicious stranger. This Lightning has a very good relationship with the police dog Lightning at the police dog base, which is the same one that Ye Xiaofan encountered at the Nanshur police station before, and they're almost inseparable. Therefore, Lightning spends almost every day at the police dog base, undergoing formal training, eating the dog food provided by the police station, and enjoying the attentive care of professional trainers. As for Ye Xiaofan, he has become a cloud dog owner, only responsible for providing a name and the occasional head pat. Lightning shook his head. Chunyang is on night duty today, so I pretended to sleep and slipped out of the kennel. He leaned close to the sketch drawn by Ye Xiaofan and sniffed. What is this? Our future headquarters. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and I named it Beast King Territory. Uncle Fat jumped onto the edge of the fountain, looking down at the sketch, The idea is good, but it lacks an important aspect. Where is the food supply? Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. All you think about is food. But he still added a small square on the ground here. The original employee cafeteria will be transformed into a supply station. Bai Ying pointed at the center of the blueprint with his paw. This area should be reinforced for protection. Exactly. Ye Xiaofan snapped his fingers. Lightning, can you contact a few reliable stray dogs? Lightning thought for a moment. 7 dogs, all retired police dogs or military dogs. Very disciplined. Perfect. Ye Xiaofan circled them on the blueprint, assigning them to be responsible for perimeter security with generous treatment. The messenger flapped his wings and flew above the blueprint. Brother Fan, the seabirds say there's a natural cave under the cliff at the back mountain, which gets submerged during high tide, but had a lot of space when the tide recedes. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. A smuggling sanctuary. No, Weiqi. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, a perfect maritime contact point. Uncle Pfft licked his paw. So what are we actually going to do? Are we really opening an animal shelter? Ye Xiaofan smiled mysteriously, pulling out a tablet from his backpack and displaying a map of Donghai City. Look, the headquarters of Xingqian Biology is in this building in the city center 15 kilometers away from us. Bai Ying's fur suddenly bristled, and his golden pupils narrowed into a thin line. Why pay attention to them? Because they have problems. Ye Xiaofan swiped the screen, pulling up a set of data. In the past 5 years, Xingqian Biology has been suspected of 6 illegal animal experiments. But each time it was dropped due to insufficient evidence. Lightning leaned in to sniff the tablet. Where did you get this information? From Wang Mingyuan's computer. Ye Xiaofan grinned. Of course, he pretended not to notice me looking. The messenger tilted his head. So we're going to investigate Xingqian Biology? Not just investigate. Ye Xiaofan put away the tablet, his eyes sparkling with cunning. We need to establish an intelligence network covering all of Donghai City, with animals as our eyes. He stood up, gesturing with his hands in the air. Imagine, the messenger's pigeon friends can monitor aerial movements. Lightning's police dog brothers can gather police intelligence. And Uncle Pfft's cat partners are spread across the streets. Uncle Pfft interrupted him. Wait, when did I agree to help you recruit cats? 1 box of tuna cans, every week. Ye Xiaofan extended his index finger. Uncle Pfft's whiskers twitched. 2 boxes, plus a dedicated sunbathing platform. Deal. Ye Xiaofan turned to Lightning. What about the police dogs? Lightning interrupted directly. No rewards needed. Retired police dogs hate bastards who abuse animals. But we need medical support and life security after retirement. Ye Xiaofan nodded seriously. It's on me. Bai Ying suddenly growled. Someone is coming. Everyone immediately fell silent. Moments later, a middle-aged man in overalls appeared at the edge of the square, holding measuring instruments. People from the construction bureau? They came really fast. Ye Xiaofan muttered quietly, then raised a smiling face to greet him. Hello, are you here to inspect the site? The man nodded. Director Wang informed us to come measure, saying it's to rebuild the Wildlife Rescue Center. Yes. Ye Xiaofan enthusiastically shook the man's hand. I'm Ye Xiaofan, the project leader. While Ye Xiaofan was talking to the staff, the animals quickly dispersed. Uncle Pfft slipped under a tree pretending to sunbathe. The messenger flew up to the roof, and Lightning quietly disappeared into the bushes. Only Bai Ying remained in place, vigilantly observing the stranger. The staff curiously glanced at Bai Ying. What is this? My rescue subject, named Bai Ying. Ye Xiaofan lied without changing his expression. He grew up in a zoo and is very docile. Bai Ying lowered his head at the right moment, pretending to be tame, but a hint of disdain flashed in his golden pupils. The staff clicked their tongue in amazement. White tigers are rare. He took out the blueprint. Director Wang said you need to start work as soon as possible. Ye Xiaofan nodded. The sooner, the better. Some animals urgently need placement. All right, I'll start measuring now. The staff walked towards the main building, suddenly turning back. By the way, do you need the basement part? Ye Xiaofan's eyes gleamed. Of course we need it. That is an important, storage space. After the staff left, Bai Ying immediately restored his proud posture. Foolish disguise. No worries. Let Director Wang deal with him later. Ye Xiaofan vinkit. Let us go see how Lightning and the others are preparing. They arrived at a secluded clearing in the back mountain, where the animals had gathered again. Lightning was digging at something on the ground with his paw. The messenger was circling in the air on guard, and Uncle Pfft was lazily lying on a tree branch. All set? Ye Xiaofan asked. Lightning lifted his head. We've checked everything. We can arrange for the police dogs to patrol. The messenger landed. The pigeon groups have been assigned monitoring areas, focusing on Xingqian Biology and the port area. Uncle Pfft yawned. The cat boss from the west side agreed to meet tomorrow night at 8 behind the garbage processing plant. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his hands excitedly. Awesome. Our intelligence empire is about to take shape. Buying suddenly looked up at the sky. It's getting dark. Ye Xiaofan checked his watch. I have to go back. I need to go to the police station to give a statement tomorrow. He turned to the animals. Move out. Keep in touch. Lightning nodded and leaped agilely into the woods. The messenger shot up into the sky, soon becoming a small black dot. Uncle Pfft stretched lazily and strolled towards the city center. Watching his companions leave, Ye Xiaofan felt a surge of ambition. The prototype of the Beast King territory is gradually taking shape in his hands, and the future is promising. Ye Xiaofan squatted down. Looking earnestly at Bai Ying, you reacted strongly to Xingqian biology today. Did you remember something? Chapter 38. A big villa or a sea view house? Bai Ying's golden pupils flickered in the dusk. The scent from those documents. Very familiar, yet he couldn't recall. Ye Xiaofan gently stroked Bai Ying's head. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. He stood up and looked around. The setting sun dyed the entire abandoned ocean park a golden red, and the broken walls seemed to warm up as well. Bai Ying, it's getting late. Today, I want to stay here, Bai Ying suddenly said, a hint of pleading in his tone. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. He originally planned to return to the city apartment, which, although simple, at least had a bed where he could get a good night's sleep. But what about Bai Ying? If it went back with him, it would surely cause panic among the neighbors, and the apartment was simply too small for it to move around freely. But Ye Xiaofan hesitated. This was still a construction site with nothing here and at night. I feel safer here, Bai Ying interrupted him, looking at him with determined golden eyes, and I want to get familiar with this place quickly and find my own territory. All right, Ye Xiaofan nodded. Since that's the case, I won't leave either. I'll go home first to get some daily necessities. Bai Ying let out a low growl in agreement. Ye Xiaofan thought for a moment and said to Xiao Qi, by the way, Xiao Qi, you know this place best. Take Bai Ying around to see where it can move around. Xiao Qi immediately puffed out his chest, rubbing his paws excitedly. No problem. Brother Fan, leave it to me. I guarantee to make Tiger Brother comfortable. After arranging everything, Ye Xiaofan received a message from Wang Mingyuan. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember to bring your white tiger for a formal record. Ye Xiaofan grinned and replied, no problem, Director Wang. By the way, can I take a look at the files from Xingqian biology? Moments later, Wang Mingyuan replied, dream on. But you can come to my office and accidentally see some materials. Ye Xiaofan. He turned to Bai Ying and Xiao Qi and said, by the way, I'll bring you some food. Is there anything special you want? Bai Ying shook his head while Xiao Qi excitedly rubbed his paws. Brother Fan, do you have any dried fish? The crispier the better. No problem, I've got it. Ye Xiaofan smiled and agreed, turning to head out of the ocean park. When Ye Xiaofan returned, he saw Bai Ying and Xiao Qi standing not far inside the entrance of the ocean park, seemingly waiting for him. He felt a bit puzzled. Did Bai Ying not find a suitable place? Or was it dissatisfied with the Beast King's territory? Tiger Brother, Xiao Qi, why are you still here? Ye Xiaofan drove up to them and asked curiously. Bai Ying shook his head slightly. We found a place, maybe suitable for you to live. Xiao Qi jumped up excitedly, pointing deep into the ocean park. Brother Fan, Tiger Brother has his eyes on a villa. It's beautiful, nestled by the mountains and the sea. We plan to take you to see it. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, filled with curiosity. A villa? In this abandoned ocean park, there actually was a villa? He nodded. Okay, take me to see it. Tiger Brother, Xiao Qi, get in the car. Ye Xiaofan got out and opened the car door, inviting them to get in. Bai Ying hesitated for a moment, seemingly resistant to this steel monster. But in the end, it jumped into the back seat, its large body almost occupying the entire space. Xiao Qi nimbly squeezed into the passenger seat, excitedly fastening the seatbelt. Ye Xiaofan was surprised. You can buckle your seatbelt? Xiao Qi proudly replied. Of course. I can do a lot of things. Ye Xiaofan thought about it. Xiao Qi used to be the star of circus, so knowing how to buckle a seatbelt didn't seem too far-fetched. Let's go. Ye Xiaofan shifted into gear, and the car let out a low rumble as it slowly drove deeper into the ocean park. To Ye Xiaofan's surprise, the road to the villa was not the rugged dirt path he imagined, but a flat cement road. Although some areas were overgrown with weeds, overall it was still quite passable. Hey, this road is quite well maintained. Ye Xiaofan curiously glanced around while driving. There used to be a high-end resort here, specifically for the wealthy, Xiao Qi explained proudly, so the road had to be a bit better. After Xiao Qi's explanation, Ye Xiaofan noticed that on both sides of the cement road, some broken streetlights were faintly visible, which, although long lost their lighting function, still hinted at the luxury of the past. As the off-road vehicle went deeper, the surrounding trees grew denser, and the air became fresher. Ye Xiaofan rolled down the car window, letting the night breeze brush against his face. "We're almost there, brother Fan, just ahead." Xiao Qi excitedly pointed forward. Ye Xiaofan looked in the direction Xiao Qi was pointing, and a standalone villa appeared before his eyes. This villa was built by the mountains and the sea, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea, with a beautiful view. The outer wall of the villa was covered with green vines, full of life and vitality. "Wow, it's so big, and the sea view house?" Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim. In front of the villa was a spacious courtyard, filled with various flowers and green trees. From the courtyard, one could clearly see the shimmering sea in the distance and the magnificent scenery where the sea met the sky. Let's go inside." Ye Xiaofan eagerly Revolted. As soon as he pushed open the villa's main door, he was stunned. Wow! Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but curse. Although the furnishings inside were covered in a thick layer of dust, one could still see the exquisite nature of the past. The imported Italian marble floors were smooth as a mirror, crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and several oil paintings adorned the walls. In the center of the living room was a set of genuine leather sofas, and next to the sofa was a mahogany coffee table with an exquisite tea set on it. This place is even more luxurious than I imagined. Ye Xiaofan glanced around the living room, clicking his tongue in wonder. Xiao Qi excitedly dashed around the villa, occasionally letting out cheerful calls. Bai Ying appeared a bit reserved, cautiously observing the surroundings, seemingly on guard against the unfamiliar environment. Ye Xiaofan turned on his phone's flashlight and walked up the ornate staircase to the second floor. The second floor was the bedroom area, with each bedroom spacious and bright, each having its own balcony, overlooking the entire bay. In the master bedroom, a huge king-size bed occupied the center of the room, and in one corner was a dressing table with some jewelry boxes scattered about. Opening one, he found it empty. It seemed the previous occupants had cleaned it out. Ye Xiaofan pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped onto the balcony, where the sea breeze greeted him, invigorating him. From here, the entire bay was in full view, and the distant lights of Donghai City sparkled like shining jewels. "This place is really nice," Ye Xiaofan murmured to himself, already imagining his future life here. However, he quickly realized a practical problem. No electricity. Chapter 39, Internal Document of Starry Biological. The Beast King domain has been without power for a long time, and the wires have aged. Restoring power might require a lot of effort. Fortunately, I was prepared. Ye Xiaofan patted his head and moved a large battery and several high-brightness LED lights from a car. These were purchased when he detoured to the hardware market during his trip back to the city. With these, at least the lighting problem could be temporarily solved. After tidying up a bit, Ye Xiaofan returned to the small yard of the villa. There was still food prepared for Bai Ying and Xiao Qi in the car, as well as the hot pot he had been craving for a long time. Bai Ying looked at the live sheep that had just been slaughtered, let out a low growl, and a flash of excitement crossed its eyes. It couldn't wait to pounce on the tender sheep meat. Xiao Qi, on the other hand, was holding a large bag of dried fish, munching away happily while letting out a few satisfied sighs. Ye Xiaofan didn't treat himself poorly either. He cut a large piece of meat from the live sheep, set up a simple hot pot, and enjoyed lamb hot pot while admiring the sea view, feeling extremely content. The next morning, Ye Xiaofan was sprawled on the bed, with a suspiciously sparkling liquid at the corner of his mouth. A series of urgent knocking sounds came from outside the window, followed by the flapping of wings. "Brother Fan, wake up! Big news!" Ye Xiaofan jumped up like a carp from the bed, quickly opened the window to let the messenger in. The messenger held a crumpled piece of paper in its mouth, and the airflow from its flapping wings caused the draft paper on the nightstand to rustle. Internal Document of Starry Biological. Ye Xiaofan took the paper, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. The paper was scrawled with several molecular structure diagrams and a string of numerical codes. The messenger landed on the windowsill, excitedly bouncing. Fat Master brought this back overnight from the west of the city, said it was a meeting gift from Black Whirlwind. Ye Xiaofan squinted at the content of the paper and suddenly gasped. This is a gene editing sequence. Starry Biological is conducting illegal gene modification experiments. He jumped out of bed, ran barefoot around the room twice, and suddenly grabbed his phone to check the stock market. Starry Biological, SK0287, was currently priced at 47.6 yuan, with a price-to-earnings ratio of 32 times, and the recent trend was stable. Messenger informed Fat Master. The meeting time is changed to today at noon. Ye Xiaofan said while putting on a t-shirt, "We're going to pull off something big." Bai Ying walked in from the living room. its golden eyes fixed on the piece of paper. The scent on this feels familiar. Ye Xiaofan held the paper up to Bai Ying's nose. Can you remember anything? Bai Ying's fur suddenly bristled, and it let out a low growl. Laboratory. Iron cage. People in white coats. Don't rush. Think slowly. Ye Xiaofan gently stroked Bai Ying's back, feeling the tense muscles beneath his hand gradually relax. Let's go to the police station first, and we'll study this later. An hour later, Ye Xiaofan walked into the East Sea City Public Security Bureau with Bai Ying. The young female police officer at the front desk had seen Bai Ying before, but still visibly flinched, causing the pen in her hand to fall onto the desk. Don't be afraid, it's very docile. Ye Xiaofan flashed a harmless smile. Director Wang asked us to come for a statement. Before the female officer could report, Chen Yang rushed over. Let's go. Director Wang is waiting for you in the conference room. Captain Chen, did Director Wang just call me to take a statement? Ye Xiaofan casually asked. Why did he want me to bring Tiger Brother along? Chen Yang didn't hide it. Nodding. The underground laboratory matter is of great importance to Director Wang. He wants you to explain the discovery process in detail. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the quietly following Bai Ying. Also, we extracted some tiger fur in the laboratory, which is very similar to your white tiger's fur color. Director Wang wants to collect some samples for comparison. Ye Xiaofan shrugged. No problem. It's a citizen's duty to cooperate with police investigations. Entering the conference room, Wang Mingyuan was indeed waiting for a long time. He put down the documents in his hand, gestured for Ye Xiaofan to sit opposite him. But his gaze fell on Bai Ying with a hint of scrutiny. How did you rest last night? Wang Mingyuan took the lead in speaking, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. Pretty good, just that this white tiger takes up space. I didn't sleep well all night. Ye Xiaofan yawned and casually sat in the chair. Wang Mingyuan's mouth twitched slightly, clearly a bit helpless with Ye Xiaofan's banter. All right, let's get to the point. Regarding your discovery in the underground laboratory at the Ocean Park yesterday, I need you to make a detailed statement. No problem, Ye Xiaofan nodded, cooperating as he described how he discovered the secret door, how he entered the laboratory, and the sites within the laboratory in detail. He had a lot of trust in Wang Mingyuan and shared everything except what couldn't be said. Wang Mingyuan listened very attentively, occasionally interrupting Ye Xiaofan to ask about some details. After half an hour of recording, Wang Mingyuan slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Ye Xiaofan. This matter is serious, involving Starry Biological, and there may be a huge secret behind it. I hope you can fully cooperate with the police investigation and provide all valuable clues. Of course, I'm a good citizen. Ye Xiaofan patted his chest and promised. Just help me build the Beast King domain. Wang Mingyuan immediately rolled his eyes, then said seriously, I hope you pay attention to safety. Starry Biological is not a good-natured group. If they can conduct illegal animal experiments, they can do anything. Don't think that having animals help you means everything is fine. Being cautious is always wise. Wang Mingyuan paused, then took out an evidence bag from the drawer and handed it to Ye Xiaofan. You take some samples of white tiger fur, and I'll arrange for someone to send them for identification. Ye Xiaofan took the evidence bag, gently pulled out a few strands of Bai Ying's fur, placed them inside, and then handed it back to Wang Mingyuan. By the way, Director Wang, there's one more thing. Ye Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and said, yesterday, right after I took over the Beast King domain, someone impersonating a construction bureau official came to inspect, asking all sorts of questions, which was quite suspicious. Impersonating a construction bureau official? Wang Mingyuan frowned. Tell me the specifics. Ye Xiaofan detailed the situation he encountered yesterday, including the appearance and behavior of the person. Could it be someone from Starry Biological? Ye Xiaofan speculated. They probably don't trust me and want to probe. Wang Mingyuan nodded, his expression serious. It's very likely. I will arrange for increased patrols in the Beast King domain, and you need to be extra careful. He pondered for a moment and said, I will report to the higher-ups and arrange for personnel to conduct a comprehensive safety assessment of the Beast King domain as soon as possible, as it's your future base, and safety issues cannot be ignored. Thank you, Director Wang, Ye Xiaofan said with a smile. Just as they were speaking, the conference room door was pushed open and Lightning quietly slipped in. Wang Mingyuan looked at Lightning in surprise. Lightning? How did you end up here? Chapter 40. Cat Boss of the West City. Black Whirlwind, it seems to have caught my scent. Ye Xiaofan lied without changing his expression while observing Lightning's movements out of the corner of his eye. The police dog was pointing its nose at a blue folder next to Wang Mingyuan, wagging its tail gently 3 times. This was their agreed-upon signal, indicating important information. Chief Wang, what is in that blue folder? Ye Xiaofan asked casually. Wang Mingyuan instinctively pressed down on the folder. Case materials. Unauthorized personnel cannot view them. Ye Xiaofan pouted and, when Wang Mingyuan wasn't paying attention, signaled lightning with his eyes. The police dog understood and suddenly pounced at Wang Mingyuan's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Lightning. See? Wang Mingyuan scolded, then cooperatively went to control the police dog, causing the folder to accidentally fall in front of Ye Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan quickly caught a glimpse of the label on the folder. Preliminary investigation report on Xingqian Biological Underground Laboratory. However, before he could see much more, Qinyang walked in with the identification report. Master, the identification department confirmed that those animals have all undergone genetic modification. Qinyang handed over the document. Warily glancing at Ye Xiaofan, you didn't cause any trouble, did you? Wang Mingyuan shook his head. The record is complete. You can leave now. He gave Ye Xiaofan a meaningful look. Remember, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. As soon as they exited the police station, Ye Xiaofan immediately squatted down to pretend to tie his shoelaces, actually whispering to Lightning, "What's in the blue folder?" Lightning lowered its voice. Xingqian Biological has a secret laboratory on the outskirts of the city, specifically conducting illegal genetic experiments. The police have been monitoring it for 2 months, but Haven T found concrete evidence. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Do you have the exact location? In the underground of the abandoned chemical factory in the northern suburbs, but the entrance is extremely concealed. Lightning glanced around warily. I have to go back. I'll find you in the Beast King territory tonight. Watching Lightning run back into the police station, Ye Xiaofan took out his phone to check the time. 10:30. There was still an hour and a half until his meeting with Fat Master. With plenty of time, Ye Xiaofan sat in the car, opened the stock trading app, and entered the codes he noted down from the internal documents of Xingqian Biological that morning into the search bar. Gene Editing Technology Patent SK, G 2025. Ye Xiaofan muttered softly, suddenly widening his eyes. Damn, this is a breakthrough technology. The phone screen showed that once this patent is published, it would increase Xingqian Biological's gene editing efficiency by 300, with a market value expected to at least double. However, the date on the document was 3 months ago, which meant this technology should have entered the clinical trial phase, but had yet to be announced. There's a problem. Ye Xiaofan suwintet. Quickly jotting down several key points on a sticky note. A technological breakthrough concealed. It could either be data fabrication or Buying suddenly raised its head, its golden eyes staring directly at Ye Xiaofan. They are experimenting on living subjects. Ye Xiaofan's hand shook, almost dropping his phone. You remembered? Fragmented pieces. Buying's voice was low and dangerous. White room, syringes, pain, and people in protective suits. Ye Xiaofan gently held by Ying's front paw. We will get to the bottom of this. He looked at his watch. Let us go. It's time to meet Fat Master. Half an hour later, Ye Xiaofan drove by Ying to an open area behind the garbage disposal plant in the West City. It was piled high with discarded metal parts and broken containers, and a faint smell of decay lingered in the air. Fat Master? Ye Xiaofan called softly, warily looking around. Meow. A lazy cat call came from above his head. Ye Xiaofan looked up to see Fat Master comfortably lying on top of a container, soaking up the sun, with a large black cat squatting next to him. The black cat's fur was sleek and shiny, its left ear missing a chunk, and a fierce scar ran across its right eye, exuding an aura of natural authority. Brother Fan, this is the cat boss of the West City, Black Whirlwind. Fat Master lazily introduced. Black Whirlwind looked down at Ye Xiaofan, its single eye glimmering with shrewdness. Human kid, Fat Master said you understand cat language? Ye Xiaofan nodded, pulling a box of premium cat food from his backpack, a gift for our first meeting. Black Whirlwind disdainfully glanced at the food. I rule over 237 cats in the West City. Do I need your food? That said, its nose involuntarily twitched a couple of times. Of course, it's not just that. Ye Xiaofan took out a delicate little comb. I heard you've been shedding a lot lately. Black Whirlwind's expression softened considerably. It gracefully jumped down from the container, landing in front of Ye Xiaofan, tilting its head for him to scratch its shin. Kid, you're somewhat interesting. Fat Master said, you want to establish an intelligence network? That's right. Ye Xiaofan squatted down to meet Black Whirlwind's gaze. I need all the information on Xingqian Biological. Black Whirlwind's single eye narrowed into a slit. Why help our cat clan? Mutually beneficial. Ye Xiaofan flashed a sly smile. You provide intelligence, I provide medical support. A stable food source, and he lowered his voice. Help you deal with that pack of stray dogs in the South City. Black Whirlwind's tail shot straight up. Deal. It turned and jumped onto a rusty iron barrel, letting out a sharp cat call. In an instant, dozens of glowing eyes lit up in the surrounding shadows. various cats swarming in from all directions, lining up in an orderly fashion as if they were a well-trained army. My intelligence unit, Black Whirlwind, proudly announced, there are 12 of our spies at the headquarters of Xingxin Biological, 8 in the laboratory, and 5 at the homes of the executives. Ye Xiaofan stared in astonishment. This is too professional. Fat Master proudly swished his tail. I told you before. Black Whirlwind is not an ordinary cat. Black Whirlwind jumped onto a broken tire and began issuing orders. Gray Stripe, report the CEO of Xingxin Biological schedule from yesterday. A tabby cat stepped forward, arrived at the company at 9 a.m., had a secret meeting with Director Zhang from the Health Bureau at 10 a.m., and during lunch at a private restaurant, mentioned experiment subjects escaping angine sequence leakage. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Subjects escaping? When did that happen? 2 weeks ago, Gray Stripe replied. They deployed a large number of security personnel to search, but found nothing. Ye Xiaofan exchanged a glance with Bai Ying. It seemed there was a clue about Bai Ying's origins. And there's more explosive news. A calico cat squeezed forward. The financial director said in a phone call last night that they would delay the announcement of the third quarter financial report because clinical trial data needs reprocessing. Ye Xiaofan abruptly stood up. This is the opportunity. He quickly opened the stock trading app on his phone and pulled up the K-line chart for Xingxin Biological. They concealed the technological breakthrough and faked clinical data. Once exposed, the stock price would surely plummet. Black Whirlwind curiously jumped onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Human kid, you want a short sell? Chapter 41 Public Opinion Soars. Earning 7 million, that's right. Ye Xiaofan quickly calculated that the stock price was artificially high. And we can short sell in advance, then close our positions when the negative news breaks. His fingers danced across the screen, and he quickly activated his margin trading permissions. Fat Master yawned lazily. Brother Fan, are you sure you want to play this big? Information is money, Fat Master. Ye Xiaofan grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Isn't the funding for our Beast King domain coming in? He turned to Black Tornado. Can you help me monitor the movements of a few executives at Xingxin Bio, especially when they will sell their stocks? Black Tornado licked its paw, a small matter. But it narrowed its single eye. I want you to promise that you'll find out what they've been doing to the animals. Ye Xiaofan nodded seriously. I promise. As the sun set, Ye Xiaofan stood at a high place, looking at the gathering cats below, a strange sense of mission rising within him. The white shadow stood quietly beside him, its golden eyes reflecting the sunset like burning flames. The first battle of the Beast King domain, Ye Xiaofan said softly, has begun. For the next 2 days, Ye Xiaofan almost locked himself in the villa, rejecting all external contact. The information provided by Black Tornado came pouring in like snowflakes. He sifted through it one by one and transformed it into easily understandable, highly provocative text. Next, he registered an anonymous account, transforming into a righteous messenger online. He published the compiled information on major social media platforms, financial forums, and news websites to ensure the authenticity of the information. He also had Fat Master mobilize the cat army to leak some information to financial journalists in well-known self-media, allowing them to process and report in depth. At the same time, Ye Xiaofan invested all his earnings from this period into the stock market, using leverage to firmly short Xingxin Bio. He believed that once the truth was exposed, the stock price of Xingxin Bio would plummet, and he would make a significant profit in this capital frenzy. The information stirred the calm lake like pebbles thrown into it, creating ripples. The evils hidden in the dark were fully exposed in the sunlight. People began to question the experimental ethics of Xingxin Bio, condemning their cruel actions towards animals. Then, the stock price of Xingxin Bio began to show signs of weakening, slightly declining. The executives of Xingxin Bio could no longer sit still and hurriedly came out to refute rumors, trying to cover up the truth and stabilize the confidence of shareholders. However, more media joined in, and public opinion was quickly guided, leading shareholders to sell their stocks. The stock price of Xingxin Bio fell as if its soul had been extracted, accelerating its descent. The executives of Xingxin Bio were in a panic, running around trying to stabilize the situation. They even tracked down the anonymous account that initially released the information, wanting to threaten and intimidate, but Ye Xiaofan had anticipated this. Even the IP address had been handled by professionals, making it impossible to trace. A week later, the electronic screen in the securities trading hall flashed a dazzling red light, and the stock price of Xingxin Bio, SK0287, plummeted like a free fall. Ye Xiaofan sat in the VIP client area with his legs crossed, holding a cup of milk tea with a straw that he had bitten flat. It hit the limit down again, The middle-aged shareholder next to him pounded his chest and stomped his feet. That's the fifth limit down. Ye Xiaofan glanced at his account, and his floating profit had reached 7,800,000. He barely suppressed a laugh, resulting in milk tea spraying out of his nostrils. Cough, cough. This milk tea is strong. Ye Xiaofan hurriedly wiped his face and caught a glimpse of a few well-dressed people hurrying into the general manager's office of the securities company. The leading Mediterranean man had a pale face, and the document bag tucked under his arm prominently displayed the logo of Xingchen Bio. Fat Master poked his head out of Ye Xiaofan's backpack. Brother Fan, that bald guy has the smell of laboratory disinfectant. Messenger, follow them. Ye Xiaofan whispered to the pigeon perched on the windowsill. Listen to what they are plotting. Just as the messenger was about to leave, Fat Master suddenly tapped Ye Xiaofan's thigh with his paw. Brother Fan, shouldn't we retreat? That bald guy's been glancing at you several times. Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened. Although short-selling stocks was completely legal, if the people from Xingchen Bio discovered that a young kid had precisely targeted their stock price, they might become suspicious. Let's go. Ye Xiaofan quickly closed his position, securing a profit of 7,900,000 instantly. He grabbed his backpack and was about to leave when the office door suddenly swung open, and a Xingchen Bio executive marched in with 2 security guards, heading straight for him. Sir, can we have a word? The Mediterranean man forced a smile, but his eye wrinkles contained a hint of malice. Ye Xiaofan feigned confusion. Who are you? I am Zhao Deming, the vice president of finance at Xingchen Bio. The man handed over a business card. We noticed that you accurately shorted our stock this week and wanted to ask, where did you get your information? Fat Master emitted a threatening growl from the backpack, and the messenger was already prepared to attack. Ye Xiaofan quietly pressed down on Fat Master's head. Zhao, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary college student, following the operations of financial influencers. Zhao Deming's fake smile froze. Which influencer? The Limit Up Suicide Squad? Ye Xiaofan replied offhandedly while scanning for an escape route. Sorry, Zhao, my girlfriend is still waiting for me for dinner. I have to go. Before the other party could react, Ye Xiaofan slipped into the crowd like an eel. He twisted and turned his way out of the securities hall and jumped into a taxi, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally shook him off. He pulled out his phone, quickly browsing through major financial forums. And sure enough, negative news about Xingchen Bio was rampant, with various analysis and exposure posts emerging endlessly, all with high click rates. It seems this fire has completely ignited. Ye Xiaofan proudly whistled, looking at the string of heart-pounding numbers on the app, feeling elated. Master, the abandoned marine park in the south of the city. When the taxi stopped outside the marine park, Ye Xiaofan hadn't even had time to pay when he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Beast King domain from a distance. Vaguely, he seemed to see a familiar white figure, particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Not good. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He quickly scanned the QR code to pay and dashed toward the crowd. Pushing through the throng, the sight before Ye Xiaofan instantly ignited his fury. Several uniformed staff members were confronting the white shadow with measuring tools. Ye Xiaofan shouted angrily, stepping in front of the white shadow. Who are you? What do you want? Chapter 42. The construction bureau has arrived. The leader, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, showed an unhappy expression upon seeing Ye Xiaofan. Are you the person in charge here? We are from the construction bureau, and we received a notice to measure the site and prepare for renovations. The construction bureau? Who sent you? Director Wang? Ye Xiaofan's tone was cold, and he remained on high alert. The incident with the fake construction bureau staff last time made him particularly wary of these people. Director Wang? The middle-aged man was taken aback, seemingly confused about why Ye Xiaofan mentioned Director Wang. We were given instructions from above, and the specifics are unclear. The person in charge is Director Ma. You want to make a call? Ye Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Something felt off. He suppressed his anger and took out his phone to call Wang Mingyuan. Hello, Director Wang. This is Ye Xiaofan. A few people from the construction bureau suddenly arrived at the Beast King area, claiming they want to measure the site for renovations. Do you have any arrangements on your side? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wang Mingyuan replied, sounding somewhat confused. No, I didn't notify the construction bureau. Wait, let me ask. Have the team leader answer the phone. Ye Xiaofan held the phone and turned to the middle-aged man. Where's your person in charge? Have him come over to take the call. Soon after, a short and plump man hurried over, beaming as he saw Ye Xiaofan. Hello, Director Ma. How can I assist you? Ye Xiaofan expressionlessly handed him the phone. It's Director Wang's call. He wants to confirm some matters with you. Director Ma was momentarily stunned, but took the call, and his tone immediately became respectful. Hello, Director Wang. Yes, I'm Director Ma. Is this about the Beast King area? We were instructed to measure the site. Yes, I understand. You can rest assured. The phone exchanged hands between Ye Xiaofan and Director Ma several times. And finally, Ye Xiaofan was convinced that these people were indeed from the Construction Bureau. Director Ma had already started to sweat profusely, looking embarrassed as he faced Ye Xiaofan. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. There may have been some misunderstanding. Director Wang said you are the person in charge here, and everything is at your discretion. Ye Xiaofan grabbed Director Ma's hand. Director Ma, you're too polite. It's all for the construction of Donghai City. Having confirmed their identities, Ye Xiaofan's attitude immediately did a complete turnaround, becoming so enthusiastic that Director Ma found it a bit overwhelming. Ah, Director Ma, look at you all. You must be exhausted from your travels. Let us go to the office to take a break, have some tea, and discuss this matter slowly. As Ye Xiaofan spoke, he reached out to support Director Ma, while secretly calculating where he could get some good tea to entertain them. After all, these were key figures related to the future development of the Beast King area. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized an awkward reality. Where did he have an office? This rundown place was all ruins, with not even a place to sit. Director Ma's eyes were sharp. He immediately understood the situation and smiled broadly. Mr. Yi, you're too kind. You see, we are also serving the people. It's not tiring at all. In fact, we VE set up a temporary command center nearby. Why don't we go there and sit for a while? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback but followed Director Ma's lead, discovering that, in a corner of the square, a small metal hut had been set up at some point. Oh my, as expected of the Construction Bureau, you guys are quick, Ye Xiaofan thought to himself. But he didn't dare to show any negligence on his face and quickly said, Director Ma, you're so considerate. Let us go to the command center and have a good discussion. Once inside the makeshift command center, Ye Xiaofan poured tea and water, even taking out some sunflower seeds and peanuts he had prepared for his pet raccoon, Xiao Qi, to warmly entertain Director Ma and his team. Director Ma, you know me, I value efficiency the most. The renovation of the Beast King area is crucial to the ecological civilization construction of Donghai City, a project highly valued by the Municipal Party Committee and government. Therefore, I hope we can work together to get this project up and running as soon as possible, aiming for it to be in use early. Director Ma was flattered by Ye Xiaofan's praise and felt a bit elated. He smiled and said, Mr. Yi, rest assured, our Construction Bureau will fully cooperate and ensure the task is completed on time and to quality. Seizing the moment, Ye Xiaofan began to introduce his overall plan for the Beast King area, detailing everything from the renovation of the Dolphin Pavilion to the reconstruction of the Beast area and the utilization of underground pipelines, explaining every detail as if he had it all planned out. Director Yi, your Beast King area has quite a unique name. Director Ma couldn't help but ask. Ye Xiaofan laughed heartily. Director Ma, you may not know this, but Beast King area symbolizes that the animals can live freely and grow without constraints here, becoming true kings. At the same time, we hope that humans can respect animals, protect the ecology, and together build a harmonious and beautiful home. Director Ma nodded repeatedly, though he was secretly muttering, this guy must have watched too many cartoons. However, he didn't dare to voice these thoughts. Previously, when he received the task to come and rebuild the marine park, he thought it was just a regular project. After all, this abandoned marine park had been neglected for years and had become a burden for the city. But who knew that just before Ye Xiaofan returned? He called the Bureau to confirm the project as situation. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end spoke in a serious tone, directly telling him that this was a special wildlife protection-based project approved by the city. Moreover, the leader also informed him that several major cases recently solved by the city police had contributions from Ye Xiaofan, and the city leaders placed great importance on him, urging him to cooperate fully. During his earlier conversation with Wang Mingyuan, Wang also implied that he should fully cooperate with Ye Xiaofan, even hinting at a threat. Director Ma fully realized that this Ye Xiaofan was not as simple as he appeared. Someone who could be registered with the municipal committee and had the deputy director of the city police personally threatening him was not someone he, a mere section chief, could casually evaluate. Ah, Mr. Yi, you are truly young and promising, with a high level of awareness. Director Ma put on a flattering smile. This wildlife protection work benefits the present and future generations. Director Ma patted his chest and assured Ye Xiaofan, our Construction Bureau will fully support this, striving to ensure that the animals here can live happy lives as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Wow, it's great to have power. Ye Xiaofan felt relieved when he saw Director Ma being so accommodating. Just as he was about to continue with some polite remarks, he suddenly remembered the power outage at the villa and felt a bit awkward. He couldn't rely on the battery every day. He still had to go to the city to recharge. Director Ma, there's something else I'd like to trouble you with. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head and said a bit shyly, I prefer a quiet environment, and I live in that villa by the seaside in the park. However, the villa has been without power for quite a while, and it's quite inconvenient to be in the dark at night. What do you think? As soon as Director Ma heard this, he seemed to be electrocuted, jumping up with a face full of apologies. Oh no. Mr. Yi, how can your place be without power? This is our work oversight. Oversight. He quickly took out his phone, dialed a number, and his tone became extremely serious. Hello, old Lou, it's me. Hurry up and check the internal circuit diagram of the ocean park. Focus on that seaside villa. I heard there's a power outage there. What? Accountability is on individuals. I'm telling you, this matter must be resolved immediately. Be quick. Be thorough. After hanging up, Director Mott dialed another number. Hello, Xiao Wang. Do you have any skilled electricians under you? Good. That's great. Have them immediately, right now. Take tools to the ocean park. Make sure to restore power within today. Count the costs on me. Remember, the attitude must be good. The skills must be excellent. Once he finished the series of calls, Director Ma turned back with a beaming smile towards Ye Xiaofan. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I will personally oversee this matter and ensure that power is restored in the shortest time possible. Watching Director Ma's decisive manner, Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is power. Wow, it's great to have power. Thank you, Director Ma, Ye Xiaofan said politely. It's my duty. It's my duty. Director Ma waved his hands repeatedly, then leaned in closer and lowered his voice, saying, Mr. Yi, if you have any other needs in your life, just let me know. Our construction bureau will do our utmost to meet them. Ye Xiaofan thought for a moment, feeling that since he had already opened his mouth, he might as well go all the way. Well, the villa hasn't been lived in for quite a while, and there's a lot of dust. Could you arrange for someone to clean it? Also, some of the furniture is damaged. Could you? No problem. No problem. Director Ma waved his hand grandly. These are minor issues. I'll arrange for a cleaning company to go over and clean everything. And I'll take care of the furniture as well. I guarantee you'll get a whole new set. Ye Xiaofan completely relaxed, thinking, this is taking advantage of the situation. The Beast King domain hasn't been fully built yet, and it's already starting to create benefits for me. As expected, within less than 2 hours, a power engineering vehicle drove into the ocean park. Several electricians busily moved around and soon found a main cable. The line dedicated to Ye Xiaofan's villa was reconnected. Not only that, but Director Ma also really called in cleaning personnel, who thoroughly cleaned the inside and outside of the villa, even polishing the windows to a shine. A furniture company also brought in a truckload of brand new furniture, removing all the damaged old furniture and replacing it with brand new sofas, beds, and wardrobes. Looking at the rejuvenated villa, Ye Xiaofan was filled with joy. However, the only downside was that every time new people came, they would be scared stiff by the white shadow. Ye Xiaofan had to use a lot of words to reassure everyone, explaining the white shadow's docility and guaranteeing its safety, just to barely keep them working. As it happened more frequently, Ye Xiaofan also began to feel a bit annoyed. He thought about it, and simply let the white shadow wander in the back mountain, planning to have it return after the villa was tidied up, which finally brought some peace. Director Ma was indeed someone who knew how to handle matters. He noticed that Ye Xiaofan was always whispering to the white tiger and also observed the little raccoon, orange cat, and homing pigeon that were inseparable from him, immediately understanding. Mr. Yi, how about this? During the renovation of our base, we can't let these little guys sleep rough, can we? Our construction bureau, while lacking in other abilities, can certainly build a shed with ease. Director Ma rubbed his hands together, smiling as he said, I've decided to build a temporary animal shelter next to your villa, ensuring it's comfortable and safe, so these little guys can have a place to stay. What do you think? Ye Xiaofan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was worried that every time he held a meeting with the animals, they had to endure the wind and sun in the square, which was uncomfortable to say the least. Director Ma was simply a timely rain. Director Ma, how can we impose on you like this? It's too much trouble for you. Ye Xiaofan politely said, but in his heart, he had already begun to plan what the animal shelter would look like. No trouble at all. Serving the people, serving the animals. Director Ma waved his hand, motioning grandly. I guarantee it will be completed within 3 days. The efficiency of the construction bureau was indeed impressive. The next morning, a team of workers brought various materials to the side of the villa. They skillfully measured the terrain, cut wood, and the sounds of hammering echoed throughout the ocean park. With nothing to do, Ye Xiaofan also joined in the design of the animal shelter. He referenced various scenes from Animal World, dividing the shelter into different areas. The raccoon needed a clean pool and a corner filled with snacks. The orange cat needed a cozy sunroom and a soft scratching post, and the homing pigeon required a spacious roost and a long enough flight runway. Of course, the White Shadow's residence had to be safe and concealed. In just 3 days, a unique animal shelter appeared next to Ye Xiaofan's villa. The wooden structure, adorned with green vines and bright flowers, was full of life and vitality. Inside the shelter, all kinds of facilities were complete, fully considering the living habits of different animals. Director Ma personally led the acceptance inspection, and seeing Ye Xiaofan's satisfied expression, he felt relieved. Mr. Yi, these are some ingredients we specially prepared for you. Sourced from the best supermarket in the city. Director Ma pointed at piles of food, smiling as he said, "They're dried fish, cat food, fresh vegetables and fruits, and this is premium beef and imported red wine, specially prepared for you." Ye Xiaofan looked at the dazzling array of ingredients, feeling a rush of gratitude. Director Ma truly knew how to handle matters. "Director Ma, thank you so much. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." Ye Xiaofan patted his chest and assured him. After sending off Director Ma and his team, Ye Xiaofan gathered all the little animals into the new shelter. Watching them curiously exploring everything around them and excitedly discovering their new home, Ye Xiaofan felt a sense of accomplishment. "All right, everyone, this will be our temporary command center from now on." Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat and announced. Chapter 44. Uninvited guests in the following days. The abandoned marine park became a hub of activity. Director Ma transformed into a construction fanatic, wearing a hard hat every day, holding blueprints, and patrolling the site, looking as if he wished he could use one day as 3. Speaking of construction speed, it was indeed impressive. In this day and age, one would feel embarrassed to claim to be in real estate without any construction talent. Ye Xiaofan, on the other hand, became the most idle person. After all, he knew nothing about building, aside from occasionally taking Bai Ying for strolls around the construction site, which drew gasps of surprise from the workers. Wow, a Real tiger. He would just think about any overlooked areas and plan his Beast King domain. What? You say he was just slacking off? Nonsense. He was destined to be the king of pirates. Oh wait, no, the Beast King. Ahem. In any case, how could grand ambitions be delayed? But he truly had no talent for construction. He couldn't be expected to carry bricks, could he? With the seaside villas underway, the Beast Paradise being built. Now, he also had a house and a car. No, wait, he had a house and a tiger. This was no free ride. Construction costs money. Even if he wasn't the one paying. The main thing was that he needed more animals to come here in the future, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The Dolphin Pavilion was being transformed into the main exhibition area. The Penguin House was for Fat Master and the Cat Group, and the Ocean Theater. Ye Xiaofan bit the pen tip, sketching on the blueprints. Right? He needed to build a separate area with a pool for Bai Ying. Fat Master squatted on the roof of a makeshift command hut, supervising the workers' every move. Suddenly, it perked its ears. Brother Fan, there's movement underground. Ye Xiaofan followed Fat Master to a manhole cover hidden by weeds. Lifting the rusty cover, he was surprised to find a spacious tunnel underneath, wide enough for an adult to bend down and pass through. Ye Xiaofan turned on his phone's flashlight and was astonished to discover that the tunnel branched out in all directions, nearly connecting the entire park. The underground maintenance passage of the old marine park. Fat Master's whiskers twitched with excitement. Perfect. We can turn this into a secret base. Humans walk above ground. Animals walk underground, without interference. Ye Xiaofan immediately called Director Ma, adding waterproofing and ventilation projects. Just as he hung up, a news notification popped up on his phone. Stellar Bio suspected of illegal genetic experiments. Police raid underway. Messenger, go find Lightning. Ye Xiaofan said urgently. Ask what the police found during the search. Before the messenger could take off, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. It was Black Whirlwind. It landed lightly on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, holding a USB drive in its mouth. Kid, here's what you wanted. Black Whirlwind set down the USB drive, licked its paw. I sent a Maine Coon to infiltrate Stellar Bio's headquarters. Someone copied this from the vice president's computer. Ye Xiaofan quickly plugged the USB drive into his laptop. Inside were several encrypted folders. One labeled X-Series experiments caught his attention. In the video, several workers in protective suits were injecting a white tiger with some kind of drug. The tiger struggled in pain, its golden eyes filled with fear, looking somewhat similar to Bai Ying. These bastards. Ye Xiaofan clenched his fists and continued browsing the files. Suddenly, a document marked experiment subject tracking report caught his eye. The document showed that the X-7 subject had escaped 2 weeks ago and had a tracking chip implanted in its body. Ye Xiaofan jumped up. Bai Ying has a tracker in its body? Just then, Bai Ying suddenly let out a warning roar from the other side of the park. Ye Xiaofan took off running, and when he reached Bai Ying, he saw it baring its teeth towards the park's entrance. Outside the gate was a black SUV, and 2 men in suits were scanning the park with some kind of device. One of them raised binoculars, and their eyes met Ye Xiaofan's. People from Stellar Bio. Ye Xiaofan yanked Bai Ying hide. Black Whirlwind had already perched on the wall. Need help, kid? Ye Xiaofan's eyes twinkled with a mischievous smile. Of course. Let us prepare a surprise for these uninvited guests. He lowered his voice and said to Black Whirlwind, gather your cat brothers and have them ambush around the central square. Black Whirlwind grinned, showing its sharp teeth. Leave it to me. I'll make sure they remember this for life. Fat Master, go notify Xiao Qi. Have him lure those 2 guys to the open area in the square. Fat Master took the order and nimbly disappeared into the shadows. Messenger, fly over to the police dog base. Get Lightning to bring a few capable brothers over. Just say there are illegal intruders. Oh, and let your pigeon brothers know to prepare some special gifts too. The messenger took off into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ye Xiaofan then slowly stood up, reassuring Bai Ying. Don't worry, Brother Tiger. With me here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on you. As he spoke, he quickly sketched a blueprint for a prank in his mind. At that moment, the 2 suited men were wandering around the park with their equipment. The signal is nearby. The tall man frowned. Looking at the flashing red dots on the detector, it can't be wrong. It's around here. Could it be underground? The short man suggested, bending down to check the ground, hoping to find the underground entrance. Suddenly, a small black and white figure dashed into their line of sight. Hey, a raccoon? The tall man paused for a moment, then excitedly said, how could there be a raccoon here? Look at its fur, it's pretty good. The short man became interested too, rubbing his hands together. Hey, it might be a mutated species. Let us take it back to the doctor. There could be new discoveries. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles. And this little raccoon was, of course, Xiao Qi, blinking its round eyes, curiously observing them. Seeing the 2 approach, it seemed to sense their ill intentions, and its relaxed posture instantly tensed up. It quickly turned and dashed towards the square. Don't let it run away, the tall man shouted, immediately stashing away the equipment, as both men chased after the little raccoon. The raccoon was incredibly agile, weaving between the abandoned stands and steel pipes with ease, moving at an astonishing speed. Though the 2 suited men ran desperately after it, they could hardly keep up. This little thing can really run. The short man gasped, you better stop right there. As they chased, the 2 finally reached the open area in the center of the square, but the little raccoon had vanished without a trace. Chapter 45. Oh no, I was careless. At this moment, Ye Xiaofan had returned to the temporary animal shelter built by Director Ma, bringing Bai Ying with him. During this time, aside from supervising the construction site, Director Ma had devoted all his remaining attention to Ye Xiaofan. Seeing that Ye Xiaofan spent most of his time here, he made several upgrades and renovations to the place. Originally just a simple wooden shed, it was now equipped with a roof for shade and rain protection, as well as a simple monitoring system. Not only that, but he also installed the monitoring room for the system here. Director Ma claimed it was to allow General Yi to understand the situation in the park at any time and ensure the safety of the animals. But everyone knew that he was trying to curry favor with Ye Xiaofan in various ways. Ye Xiaofan was very satisfied and directly waved his hand, putting up a sign that read, Animal Special Agent Command Center. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Qi hurried back. Brother Fan, everything is arranged. Those 2 guys are already in the square. Xiao Qi said excitedly, his dark circles under his eyes making him look particularly energetic. Good. Well done. Ye Xiaofan patted Xiao Qi on the head, taking 2 steps at a time to the monitoring station, skillfully pulling up the real-time footage of the square. On the monitor, 2 men in suits were standing in the center of the square, looking around suspiciously while holding that strange instrument, seemingly not wanting to miss any clues. They took the bait. Ye Xiaofan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the 2 figures on the screen, moving around like headless flies. Now, it's up to the brothers. Meanwhile, the 2 men in the square had no idea that their every move was being clearly monitored by the cameras in the command center. Nor did they know that ambushes had long been set up above and below. The tall man frowned, turning the instrument around, and said in confusion, It just ran over here. Why is it gone now? The short man squatted down, searching carefully while muttering, That little thing runs too fast. It disappeared in an instant. The tall man stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and complained, This damn place is really desolate. Not even a shady spot. Stop complaining. Hurry up and find it. If we bring it back to the doctor, we'll achieve great merit, the short man urged. Just as they were about to search further, a series of cat cries suddenly came from the tops of the surrounding buildings. Countless wild cats surged out from all directions, hissing at the two men. Where did all these cats come from? The two men immediately panicked, waving their instruments in an attempt to drive away the uninvited guests. However, the number of cats was simply too many, and they were extremely agile, making them impossible to fend off. They swarmed towards the two men, scratching and biting, leaving them in a desperate situation. At that moment, a flurry of flapping wings sounded above. Countless pigeons descended from the sky, bombarding them. Shit! The tall man roared, raising his hands to cover his head in an attempt to dodge the gifts. The short man was directly hit, the stinky droppings splattering all over his face, causing him to collapse in despair. However, before they could react, a series of urgent barks sounded from a distance. Lightning, accompanied by several robust police dogs, charged over like arrows, barking wildly at the two men. Police dogs. The faces of the two men changed drastically as they realized the danger. The short man tried to wave the instrument to fend them off, but a nimble police dog pounced on him, knocking him to the ground, and the instrument shattered. The tall man was not much better off. A black-backed dog bit his pant leg tightly, and no amount of struggling could free him. Taking advantage of the situation, the cats launched a new round of attacks, their claws targeting his face, causing him to grimace in pain and retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, the flock of pigeons circling above mercilessly released their gifts, landing accurately on the heads and bodies of the two men, creating a foul stench. Ultimately, after their clothes were torn and their bodies covered in numerous scratches, the two men tumbled out of the square. It wasn't until they escaped the ocean park that they dared to stop, gasping for breath, supporting each other, their suits in tatters, their faces smeared with blood and bird droppings, looking utterly wretched. Damn it, what kind of place is this? The short man spat in frustration, still shaken by the earlier experience. Something's not right, absolutely not right. The tall man calmed down, wiping the filth off his face, and said solemnly, "Where did all these animals come from? And these animals are extremely aggressive, like they've been trained." The two exchanged glances, and a thought flashed through their minds. This might be the place they were looking for. The target must be hiding here. With this thought, their initial fear was instantly replaced by excitement. Quick! Report to the superiors. The tall man immediately took out his phone and called Li Cheng. Presidently, we found the possible hiding place of X7. It's in that abandoned ocean park. There are many animals inside, and they're very aggressive. We suspect X7 is inside. What? Are you sure? Li Cheng's voice came through the phone, slightly excited. It's basically confirmed. The tall man asserted, we need more manpower. This place is not easy to handle. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Li Cheng said excitedly, no matter what, we must bring X7 back. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room of the Animal Special Agent Command Center, Ye Xiaofan was watching the surveillance footage, laughing so hard he was almost in tears. Ha ha, these guys are really impressive. He looked at the two disheveled men in suits on the monitor and couldn't help but exclaim, Tiske, they want to compete with the Animal Special Agents? They're still too inexperienced. However, just as he was feeling proud, a messenger suddenly flew in, flapping its wings and landing on his shoulder with a serious expression. Brother Fan, the situation is not good. The messenger said urgently, those two just called for reinforcements. They are requesting backup. Ye Xiaofan's smile instantly froze on his face. He checked the time. It was already getting dark. If they waited until night and this group entered the park under the cover of darkness, he wouldn't be able to handle it all. Just then, Buying suddenly uneasily scratched the ground with its paw, saying, that direction. Something is calling me. Its golden pupils shrank to thin lines, as if sensing a buzzing sound. Oh no, I was careless. Chapter 46. The battle between humans and beasts. Fat Master jumped in from outside, a half sausage dangling from his mouth. I've figured it out. Those two big fools have biological signal trackers in their hands, specifically for finding experimental animals. He spat the sausage at Ye Xiaofan's feet and said, want to try? I snagged it from a worker's lunchbox. Ye Xiaofan pushed the sausage away and instructed Fat Master, arrange for the cats to follow them closely, record their every move. No problem. Fat Master meowed and left with the sausage. Buying let out another low growl, curling up in pain. The signal is getting stronger. Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened, and he quickly took out his phone, dialing Wang Mingyuan's number. Director Wang, the situation in the Beast King domain is urgent. I suspect the people from Xingqian Bio are coming to capture Buying. There might be a tracking chip implanted in him. It's being activated. Wang Mingyuan's serious voice came through the line. What? They dare to act so openly. Where are you now? What's the situation? I'm still in the park. The people from Xingchen Bio should be arriving soon. Bai Ying is in a lot of pain. I need a professional doctor. Ye Xiaofan spoke rapidly. They will definitely come in under the pretext of a search, and I'm afraid that. I understand. You need to stabilize the situation. Do not engage them directly. Wang Mingyuan decisively said. I'll have Chen Yang lead a team over to support you. Additionally, I'll arrange for a veterinarian to come over to ensure Bai Ying's safety. Ye Xiaofan hung up the phone, feeling heavy-hearted. There was only so much Director Wang could do. The key still depended on himself. Before Chen Yang's team arrived, the people from Xingchen Bio had come. On the surveillance room screen, several searchlights pierced through the tranquility of the Beast King domain like the eyes of venomous snakes. They're here. Ye Xiaofan's voice was low, breaking the silence of the command center. Pfft Master skillfully operated the surveillance, zooming in. Several black SUVs sped into the Beast King domain like ghosts. Unlike last time, this time they seemed to know the terrain well, moving without hesitation, avoiding all obstacles, heading straight for the Animal Agent Command Center. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. He felt completely targeted. It seemed that the people from Xingchen Bio had thoroughly scouted this place. It was likely they had been here more than once or twice and were clear about the terrain and landscape. Pfft Master turned to Bai Ying and said, Tiger brother, you hide well and try to suppress your scent. I'm afraid they have more advanced trackers. Bai Ying let out a low growl and obediently slipped into the dark room deep inside the command center, a special concealed space prepared for him, insulated with special materials to block most scents. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath and walked to the entrance of the command center, waiting for the adversary's arrival. The night was deep, and the workers had long finished their shifts. The entire Beast King domain was left with just him and his animal companions. Before long, the convoy came to a stop at the entrance of the Animal Agent Command Center. The car door opened, and a figure in a suit stepped down. None other than Li Cheng, the vice president of Xingchen Bio. He was followed by several bodyguards, each with a grim expression, well-trained, emanating an air that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Ye Xiaofan stood at the entrance of the command center, unmoving, like a pine tree rooted in place. He knew that at this moment, he represented not just himself, but the Beast King domain and the future of all his animal companions. Li Cheng scanned the surroundings coldly. As if sizing up his prey, he took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Ye Xiaofan, a hint of disdain on his face. Mr. Yi, we are here to search on the orders of the court. I hope you will cooperate. Ye Xiaofan sneered. Searching on orders? More like a thief calling out to catch a thief, right? Li Cheng's expression darkened. Mr. Yi, watch your words. We are only looking for the company's missing property. Ye Xiaofan scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest with a look that said he thought Li Cheng was foolish. Missing property? I must say, Mr. Li, that's a clever use of words. What, did your wife run away on her long legs? If you ask me, it's your illegal imprisonment and genetic modifications that drove her away. Li Cheng twitched at the corner of his eye, trying to maintain his composure. Mr. Yi, you need to speak with evidence. Xingchen Bio is a legitimate enterprise. All our actions are lawful and compliant. He leaned closer to Ye Xiaofan, lowering his voice with a hint of threat. Young man, don't be too impulsive. The business world is not as simple as you think. I'll give you face and ask you to return the tiger to us. We can still be friends afterward, otherwise. Otherwise what? Ye Xiaofan feierlichly met Li Cheng's gaze. You want to play dirty? Or do you want to come straight in and rob? Let me tell you, I'm not easily scared. Besides, this is a society governed by law. Don't think that just because you have some filthy money, you can do whatever you want. Even if your dad is Ma Yun, you have to follow the rules here. Li Cheng completely tore off the facade, a vicious look on his face. You refuse a toast and want a penalty drink. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to move forward. The bodyguards, with fierce expressions, slowly approached. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, just as the situation was on the brink of explosion. Pfft Master's sharp voice pierced the sky. You little ones, go for it. Show these scum why the flowers are so red. In an instant, the Beast King domain erupted. The first to attack was Lightning and his police dog brothers. The specially trained police dogs fearlessly charged at the bodyguards, biting at their legs and arms, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. Following closely were the Wildcats, led by Black Whirlwind, like black lightning darting through the crowd, their claws mercilessly slashing at the faces and necks of the bodyguards. The bodyguards were caught off guard, screams ringing out one after another. In the sky, The messengers soared high, leading a large flock of pigeons to unleash a carpet bombing. Countless projectiles accurately landed on the heads and bodies of the bodyguards, leaving them in disarray and reeking. Li Cheng had clearly come prepared. Several bodyguards quickly retrieved animal capture nets from the cars and threw them at the police dogs and wildcats. The capture nets were incredibly strong, instantly ensnaring several police dogs and a large number of wildcats, restricting their movements. The battle between humans and beasts instantly reached a fever pitch. The police dogs struggled desperately. The wildcats let out piercing cries, and the pigeons circled in the sky but couldn't provide effective support. The bodyguards wielded clubs, mercilessly beating the trapped animals. The scene was horrific. Ye Xiaofan watched this scene, instantly filled with rage, and grabbed a wrench, ready to rush up to help. Chapter 47. Indeed, there is a chip at this moment. A rapid siren echoed from afar, breaking the silence of the night. The police have arrived, someone shouted, and the originally arrogant bodyguards showed signs of panic. The police cars screeched to a halt, led by Captain Qinyang of the criminal investigation team. Before the car even came to a stop, Qinyang looked through the window and was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. What? Is this a battle between humans and beasts? Hundreds of wild cats surged like a black tide, charging at the enemy, while 7 or 8 muscular police dogs lunged like arrows, fiercely biting at the opponent's pant legs. Above, countless pigeons circled like bombers, dropping ammunition. The entire Beast King domain had turned into an animal version of Mad Max. Chen Yang's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. He had seen Ye Xiaofan control animals before, but now it seemed like a small fry compared to this. This kid was simply a walking animal kingdom. The commotion before him could easily be described as a battle. Captain Chun, a young officer nudged Chen Yang's arm, snapping him back to reality, making him realize that this was not the time to be dazed. Damn, it's gotten this out of hand. Chen Yang cursed inwardly and shouted at the driver, quick, drive to the command department. Several police cars screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Animal Special Agent Command Department, and Chen Yang, fully armed, quickly jumped out of the car. Everyone stop. Chen Yang shu angrily. The officers quickly moved forward, separating the bodyguards from Xingchen biology and the animals. Seeing the police arrive, Ye Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put on a righteous expression, pointing at the subdued bodyguards and shouting at Qinyang, Captain, you finally made it. These people are insane. They are torturing small animals. Is there any law here? The bodyguards of Xingchen biology were furious at Ye Xiaofan's accusation. Li Cheng was so angry he almost fainted. He pointed at Ye Xiaofan, his finger trembling. You're slandering us? Clearly, you attacked us first. We are conducting a legal search. A search? With animal traps? Ye Xiaofan retorted without backing down, his gaze sweeping over the scattered animal traps on the ground. His tone growing more passionate. Captain, look, what are these traps for? To catch cats and dogs? They clearly want to capture these innocent animals all at once to take them back for experiments. His loud voice, combined with the sounds of the surrounding animals, either growling or whimpering, turned into a public denunciation of Xingchen biology's crimes. Seeing this, Li Cheng quickly explained these traps. They are to prevent experimental animals from escaping. Shut up. Ye Xiaofan shouted. Do you use such thick traps for your experimental animals? Do you think we're idiots? Chen Yang's face turned ashen as he scanned the injured animals, then looked at the traps on the ground, feeling furious as well. He suppressed his anger and sternly said to Li Cheng, Mr. Li, this is a legally approved wildlife protection base in Donghai City. You have entered without permission and used traps and other tools to harm wild animals, which is already illegal. Li Cheng's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Captain Chen, please watch your words. We are here to recover stolen property from the company. Whether or not there is stolen property, we will investigate thoroughly. Qinyang interrupted him bluntly. Now, please cooperate with the police investigation. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to control all the people from Xingchen biology. Captain, look, these little guys are all injured. Can you help them? Ye Xiaofan walked up to Qinyang, pointing at the injured animals with a worried expression. Qinyang looked at the injured cats and dogs, feeling uneasy, and quickly spoke, Don't worry, I will contact the animal hospital right now to send someone to treat them. By the way, how is the white tiger doing? Just then, a white ambulance slowly drove into the Beast King domain. A veterinarian in a white coat stepped out of the vehicle and walked towards Ye Xiaofan with a serious expression. Mr. Yi, I am Dr. Li, the best animal doctor in the city. Director Wang sent me to check on your white tiger. Qinyang quickly interjected, You take Dr. Li to see the white tiger first. I'll handle things here. Ye Xiaofan nodded gratefully and led Dr. Li into the Animal Special Agent Command Department. In the dark room, the white shadow was curled up in the corner, trembling violently and emitting low, painful growls. Its golden pupils had lost their usual sparkle, replaced by deep fear. What happened to it? Dr. Li asked with a grave expression. I suspect it has been implanted with a tracking chip, and the chip is currently being activated. Ye Xiaofan said worriedly. Dr. Li immediately took out his portable medical equipment and conducted a careful examination of the white shadow. Soon, he discovered a small bulge on the back of its neck. Indeed, there is a chip. Dr. Li's expression changed, and he spoke urgently. It must be removed immediately, or it will cause permanent damage. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank, and he quickly asked, What equipment do you need? I'll prepare it right away. I have brought it, Doctor, Li said, taking out a set of precision medical instruments from his medical box, his expression focused. The most important thing now is to find a sterile environment for the surgery. Now Ye Xiaofan was in a dilemma. There was no surgical room built here yet. At this moment, Qinyang walked in. Ye Xiaofan, leave this to me for now. You take the white tiger and go with Dr. Li to the city's veterinary station. Qinyang nodded to a young officer beside him, who immediately opened the car door. Mr. Yi, Dr. Li, the car is ready. Ye Xiaofan carefully supported the weak white shadow, afraid to touch its injured areas. Dr. Li followed closely behind, carrying the medical box. Once in a police car, Ye Xiaofan held the white shadow tightly, comforting it. The police car blared its siren and sped through the crowded city streets, attracting the attention of countless pedestrians. Dr. Li, is the chip harmful to it? Ye Xiaofan asked anxiously. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses and replied seriously. That depends on how long the chip has been implanted and what model it is. If it has been a long time, or if the chip has a self-destruct function, the damage to the nervous system could be very severe. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. He recalled the recent instances of the white shadow displaying irritability and confusion, feeling even more uneasy. Try to preserve its nerves, Ye Xiaofan said in a low voice, tinged with a hint of pleading. Dr. Li nodded. We will do our best. Chapter 48. Beauty is just as soon. The police car stopped in front of a large veterinary clinic in the city center. This veterinary clinic was the best in Donghai City, fully equipped with top-notch technology. Qinyang had made arrangements in advance, and the clinic's director was personally waiting at the door to greet them. Mr. Yi, Dr. Li, this way please. The director warmly beckoned, leading them to a sterile operating room. The operating room was brightly lit, with various instruments gleaming. Dr. Li immediately began preparing for the surgery, while Ye Xiaofan anxiously waited outside the operating room. As time ticked by, Ye Xiaofan's heart grew more and more anxious. He paced back and forth in the corridor, hoping to relieve his unease. How long has it been? Tiger brother, you must be okay. Ye Xiaofan muttered under his breath, unable to resist pulling out his phone, only to silently put it back. Calling Qinyang now would be useless. He could only wait. Images of the white shadow and pain and struggling flashed through his mind, along with Li Cheng's sinister face. He would not let this go. Once Tiger Brother was okay, he would make Xingchen Biotech pay for this. Finally, the operating room door opened, and Dr. Li came out, removing his mask to reveal a weary smile. Ye Xiaofan rushed over immediately. Dr. Li, how is it? The white shadow is okay, right? Ye Xiaofan asked anxiously. The surgery was very successful, and the chip has been successfully removed, Dr. Li said, his voice hoarse but with a hint of excitement. The chip didn't have a self-destruct mechanism, and since it wasn't implanted for too long, the white tiger's nervous system wasn't severely damaged. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan felt a weight lift off his shoulders and grabbed Dr. Li's hand. That's great. Thank you, Dr. Li. Dr. Li waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. However, the white tiger is still very weak and needs to be hospitalized for observation for a while. As he spoke, Dr. Li carefully took out a transparent small bag containing a black microchip. This is the tracking chip that was removed from the white tiger. Take a look. Ye Xiaofan took the bag, examining it closely. The chip was the size of a fingernail, with tiny codes etched on its surface. This thing almost harmed Tiger Brother. This chip, can it reveal any information? Ye Xiaofan asked, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses. I'm not sure about that. It requires a specialized equipment to analyze. Ye Xiaofan nodded seriously. I will hand this over to the police station. They should be able to find out something. Doctor. Li smiled and patted Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Go in and see the white tiger. It's still under the effects of anesthesia and will probably sleep for a while longer. Ye Xiaofan nodded. Okay. He walked into the operating room and saw the white shadow lying quietly on the operating table, connected to various tubes. Under the anesthesia, it looked particularly calm, lacking its usual imposing presence, and instead appeared a bit pitiful. Ye Xiaofan gently stroked its head. It's okay, tiger brother. Everything's over. From now on, with me around, you will never suffer this kind of harm again. After ensuring the white shadow was settled, Ye Xiaofan bid farewell to Dr. Lian got back into the police car to return to the Beast King domain. As the police car sped along, Ye Xiaofan's heart remained unsettled. Although the surgery was successful, Tiger Brother had suffered so much, which made him furious. He wished he could rush to the Xingqian Biotech headquarters right now and pound Li Cheng's face into a pulp. In the Beast King domain, Chen Yang saw Ye Xiaofan returning and ran over from a distance. Fangge, you're back. How's the white shadow? The surgery went well. The chip was removed, and the doctor said the nerves weren't damaged. Ye Xiaofan briefly explained, pulling out the transparent bag with the chip and handing it to Chen Yang. Here, this is the evidence. Team Chun, you must study it thoroughly and bring down those bastards at Xingqian Biotech. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he took the chip. Don't worry, with this, they're finished. Director Wang has already gone to the Xingqian Biotech headquarters with a search warrant. This time, they won't escape. He paused and continued. By the way, I've arranged for the best pet doctors in the city to come over. The injured animals have received timely treatment, so don't worry too much. That's good. That's good. Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang patted his shoulder. All right, I'll leave this to you. I need to hurry back to the station to report. After seeing Chen Yang off, Ye Xiaofan's heart finally settled. He didn't take a moment to rest and quickly went to check on the injured animals. The doctors were working swiftly. Most of the injured cats and dogs had their wounds treated and were wearing Elizabethan collars, obediently lying on the ground. There were also people specially preparing food and water for them, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. However, when he walked to the core area and finished counting the injured animals, a surge of anger and guilt washed over him. Over 100 cats were injured. More than 50 pigeons were hurt, and 7 police dogs, including Lightning, had varying degrees of injuries, with 2 in critical condition still undergoing rescue. Even Fat Master's agile little legs were wrapped in bandages, limping around. Meow. Fat Master called out pitifully, nudging Ye Xiaofan's leg with his head. I did my best, but the firepower on the other side was too strong. Fortunately, no animals had died, which was the only thing worth being grateful for. Damn it. Xingqian Biotech, this grudge has been deepened. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This time, we must let Xingqian Biotech know the consequences of provoking talking animals. However, this confrontation with Li Cheng also made Ye Xiaofan realize that the Beast King domain was still just a facade. Although Section Chief Ma was pushing the construction team every day like he was on steroids, the only place where the animals could settle down was this makeshift Animal Secret Agent Command Center. But this command center was nothing but a shabby tent, with no decent medical equipment. Today, this group of little guys suffered extensive injuries. If it weren't for Chun Yang's generosity in urgently bringing in a vet team from the city, it would have been a real disaster. At that time, let alone developing the Beast King domain, it would be uncertain whether they could keep these animals that had gathered with great difficulty. Damn it. It seems I need to speed up the construction of the animal hospital. Ye Xiaofan muttered quietly, stroking his chin. Fat Master, without looking back, said, that's a must. Otherwise, if I get injured again next time, I don't want to be wrapped up in bandages again. It ruins my handsome image. Ye Xiaofan clapped his hands. You're right. Fat Master. Beauty is justice. Chapter 49. Revenge of the Animal World. Ye Xiaofan's eyes darted around as he mentally planned how to sweet-talk Section Chief Ma tomorrow. He had to have a good chat with that guy and see if he could get the animal hospital arranged first. After all, safety comes first and life is paramount. You humans are all my future cash cows. No, that's not right, your family. However, he couldn't swallow the anger at those who dare to touch him. The starry creatures. Fat Master. Ye Xiaofan carefully held the bandaged orange cat on his lap, gently stroking its furry head. I'm so sorry for what you went through this time. Your leg is hurt. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Whatever you want, Brother Fan will get it for you. Fat Master rolled his eyes and weakly meowed. Dried fish imported, preferably tuna flavor. And later, give me a cat climbing frame, the luxurious kind that overlooks the whole Beast King domain. No problem. It's arranged. Ye Xiaofan readily agreed, then turned to the messenger and Black Whirlwind standing by the table. This matter today cannot just end here. Messenger, Black Whirlwind, you too. Gather all our brothers and sisters who can be mobilized. We're having a meeting. We must make those starry creatures pay the price. Soon, the Animal Agent Command Center was packed with agents from all sides. The pigeons brought by the messenger flapped their wings and chirped on the roof, while the wildcats brought by Black Whirlwind cautiously occupied various corners, their green eyes glimmering in the dark. Lightning and the police dog brothers were injured quite severely, so Ye Xiaofan didn't let them participate. Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat and scanned the animals present. Brothers, sisters, today the starry creatures dared to touch our people. This is something that even Uncle can tolerate, but Auntie cannot. Therefore, I've decided to launch a comprehensive investigation against the starry creatures. The messenger immediately flew to the roof and shouted, "Brother Fan, our pigeon clan has the best intel. We guarantee to dig up the ancestry of the starry creatures down to the last detail." Black Whirlwind also jumped on the table, licked his paw, and showed his sharp teeth. "Rest assured, Brother Fan, our cat clan has top-notch stealth abilities. We will ensure to uncover every corner of the starry creatures." "Very good." Ye Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. "Messenger, your tone becomes serious. Immediately notify all the pigeons we can mobilize to keep a close eye on every entrance and exit of the starry creatures, every vehicle. I want to know what time they clock in and out every day, who comes and goes, including how many buns the security guard at the gate eats daily. Record all of it." The messenger flapped his wings, eyes determined. "Mission accomplished. I will notify them right away. Let the brothers set up a net to catch them, even digging 3 feet into the ground to strip the starry creatures down to their underwear." Ye Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Black Whirlwind. "Black Whirlwind, your side is even more important. The starry creatures must have laboratories. I need you to mobilize all the cat informants to closely monitor all suspicious research institutions and biological companies in the city, especially those remote and hidden places. We must find out everything." Black Whirlwind licked his sharp claws, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Don't worry, kid. Those guys dare to harm my cat. I will make them pay. The Cat Intelligence Network is already activated. Whether it's the rats in the sewers or the Persian cats from rich ladies' homes, they will all be our eyes. We guarantee to expose the starry creature's secrets." Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. "This time we must completely bring down the starry creatures. We can't give them any chance to turn things around. All their unspeakable deeds must be exposed to the sunlight. Let them be infamous for eternity." The meeting lasted until late at night, and Ye Xiaofan confirmed the action details with every animal agent, ensuring everything was foolproof. From intelligence collection to information analysis and responses to emergencies, every step was meticulously scrutinized. Only when he confirmed that all aspects were ready did Ye Xiaofan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at his loyal companions, Ye Xiaofan was full of confidence. No matter how powerful the starry creatures were. "So what? I have an army of intelligence agents. Can't I deal with you?" After the meeting, Pfft Master suddenly said, "Brother Fan, edit today's surveillance video, add some BGM, and post it on Douyin, calling it Revenge of the Animal World. Make sure to give a few close-ups of Li Cheng's pig face, and the scenes of them being bombarded by pigeons must be hilarious." Ye Xiaofan smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot. I still have a Douyin account for Fan's Eye on the City. The last time we took down Right Group, that live stream skyrocketed, gaining me tens of thousands of followers. If it weren't for those guys from Reich cutting off the live signal, my followers could have doubled." However, after the Reich incident wrapped up, he had completely forgotten about his Douyin account. He had been so busy these past few days that if it weren't for Pfft Master's brilliant idea, he wouldn't have thought of it for ages. He immediately perked up, rolled up his sleeves, pulled over the surveillance computer, and grinned wickedly. "Pfft Master, we have to give Li Cheng that grandson a midnight scare?" Pfft Master immediately got excited, forgetting the injury on his leg, rolling off the sofa. "Brother Fan, hurry. Edit out the scenes of them being bombed by pigeons and set it to Symphony of Fate. It will definitely crack people up." Ye Xiaofan skillfully opened the editing software, imported the surveillance video, and his fingers flew as he precisely cut out the moments of Li Cheng and his group being surrounded by wildcats, bitten by police dogs, and bombarded by pigeons in a mess. To enhance the comedic effect, he deliberately slowed down the close-up of Li Cheng getting hit in the face with bird droppings, adding a rhythmically exciting BGM. Here, add a slow-motion shot," Pfft Master directed, enlarging Li Cheng's twisted face and adding a shocked meme. "Perfect." Black Whirlwind also came over, his green eyes glued to the screen. "Kid, don't forget to add a filter, one of those eerie filters to highlight their evil nature." Ye Xiaofan was delighted. "Black brother, that's a great idea. Let's set up ASIN Exterminator exclusive eerie package." He quickly adjusted the color of the footage, enveloping the entire video in a layer of strange green light. "And don't forget to add the hashtag starry creatures abusing animals. The messenger shouted from the roof. Also tag a few pet influencers to help share and expand the influence. Chapter 50. The opportunity to flatter has arrived. No problem. It must be arranged. Ye Xiaofan skillfully copied the tags and mentioned several pet bloggers with huge followings to ensure the video could spread quickly. Brother Fan, our account hasn't been updated for a long time. We must have lost followers, right? Fat Master expressed some concern. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. So what if we lose followers? When the scandal of Right Group broke, Fan's eye on the city gained over 100,000 followers in an instant. The foundation is still there. If this video goes viral, we'll definitely return to the top. He clicked upload, full of confidence. The video uploaded successfully, and Ye Xiaofan embellished the description of Xingqian Biology's misdeeds, urging everyone to boycott such unscrupulous companies. He didn't forget to attach a few photos of injured animals, paired with emotional text, striving to resonate with netizens. Looking at the successful upload, Ye Xiaofan stretched. Okay, done. Now let's see how the netizens react. Oh, Ye Xiaofan suddenly slapped his forehead. When we cry poor to Section Chief Ma tomorrow, we need to unify our statements. He turned his eyes, lowered his voice, and said to the animals, Fat Master, this time everyone got hurt. The medical expenses are no small amount. When I cry poor to Section Chief Ma tomorrow, remember to remind me to bring this up. Also, you need to cry more tragically, the kind that brings tears. Fat Master pouted. Brother Fan, you're being too real. It sounds just like the truth. This is called strategy. Do you understand strategy? Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Besides, building an animal hospital is not just for treatment. It's also to elevate the status of our Beast King domain. Think about it. Other zoos have those shabby cages, but we're directly setting up a medical center. That is a whole different level. All right, it's settled. Ye Xiaofan stretched. You all worked hard today. Get some rest early tomorrow. Haha. Let everyone see what it means to be a post-00s entrepreneur. Fat Master yawned, jumped off the sofa. Brother Fan, I'm going back to sleep now. Remember to prepare some dried fish for me in the morning. Ye Xiaofan smiled and replied, Don't worry, there will definitely be some for you. Meanwhile, in the family quarters of the Construction Bureau, Section Chief Ma was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Since taking on the renovation project of the Beast King domain, he felt like he had boarded a pirate ship, unable to get off. To be honest, he initially came with the mindset of making some quick cash. The special funds allocated by the city for the renovation were not a small amount. With a little manipulation, he could gain quite a bit. However, as the project progressed and he had more contact with Ye Xiaofan, he gradually realized that this Ye Xiaofan was not simple and could not be easily fooled. Not to mention the strange rapport between this kid and the animals. Just the way he was close with Wang Mingyuan and Chen Yang from the city's Public Security Bureau was enough to give him a headache. The leaders of the Construction Bureau also called every few days, indirectly inquiring about Ye Xiaofan's situation, reminding him to take good care of him, and hinting that the city leaders were very concerned. Section Chief Ma felt bitter inside. He wanted to take care of him, but Ye Xiaofan was unapproachable. Apart from being glued to the animals, he was busy with secret operations with Wang Mingyuan and the others, completely giving him no opportunity. After finally trying to curry favor by upgrading the Animal Spy Command Center several times, he only got a single line from Ye Xiaofan. Section Chief Ma, you really understand me. He knew Ye Xiaofan was capable of handling those animals that others couldn't, but he always felt that Ye Xiaofan was hiding something from him. Like he was often conspiring with Wang Mingyuan and the others in the command center, not even letting him in. Just thinking about it made him angry. The next morning, while he was still drowsily asleep, his wife suddenly screamed, waking him from his dreams. Old Ma, quick, look at Douyin. Something happened in the Beast King domain. Sleepy-eyed, Section Chief Ma picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and was instantly stunned. On the screen, a video titled Revenge of the Animal World was going viral online, with views already surpassing 1 million. In the video, Li Cheng and others from Xingqian Biology were attacked by a group of animals, looking utterly ridiculous, like a bunch of clowns. The video's soundtrack was extremely catchy, combined with various meme stickers favored by post-00s youth. It was simply hilarious. Section Chief Ma tried to suppress his laughter as he scrolled through the comments. Discovering netizens were denouncing Xingqian Biology's crimes and praising Ye Xiaofan and the Beast King domain. Of course, what Section Chief Ma was concerned about was not this. He immediately noticed the problem. The Beast King domain was in trouble. The opportunity has arrived. Section Chief Ma suddenly jumped out of bed, instantly wide awake. If this matter is handled well, not only could he win Ye Xiaofan's favor, but he could also make a name for himself in front of the leaders. killing two birds with one stone. Wife, quick, help me find some clothes. I'm going to the Beast King domain. Section Chief Ma shouted, quickly putting on his clothes. His wife looked confused. What are you going to do early in the morning? Of course, to visit General Yi. I can't miss such a good opportunity. He jogged to his car, stepped on the gas, and sped towards the Beast King domain. However, he couldn't go empty-handed. He needed to prepare some decent gifts to show his sincerity. Suddenly, he had an idea, sharply turned the steering wheel, and drove into a high-end supermarket on the roadside. He needed to get something classy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold the occasion. Section Chief Ma muttered to himself, pushing the shopping cart straight to the premium section. This imported fruit gift box looks good. The packaging is elegant. It definitely makes a good impression. He picked up a box of imported fruits priced at 888 yuan and placed it in the cart. Just fruit, isn't enough. He needed some health supplements as well. He walked over to the health product section and chose a box of cordyceps essence priced at 1,688 yuan, placing it in the cart without hesitation. Finally, he needed some tea. It's a must for gifts, and cigarettes, alcohol, and tea are standard. He went to the tea section and selected a beautifully packaged premium Longjing tea, priced an astounding 2,888 yuan. At the checkout, Section Chief Ma looked at the bill, his heart aching. The total for these items was almost half a month's salary. Sigh, for the sake of his future, I'll endure it. He gritted his teeth and paid with his card. Holding the large and small bags of condolence gifts, Section Chief Ma got back in the car. I'll just say it was specially instructed by the city leaders to be delivered to Ye Xiaofan, giving this kid some face and conveniently raising my own status. Section Chief Ma rubbed his hands together with satisfaction. Post-00's young people are most into this kind of thing. Ye Xiaofan, this time let us see where you can run to. I, Ma, must seize this opportunity and firmly tie you to my war chariot. Section Chief Ma thought smugly, speeding up. Meanwhile, in the villa of the Beast King domain, Ye Xiaofan was still fast asleep, completely unaware that a flatterer was rushing towards him. Chapter 51. Am I the favorite in the eyes of city leaders? Fan Ye. Fat Master woke Ye Xiaofan, who was deep in sleep, with a slap. Fat Master, it's early in the morning, what is it? Let me sleep a little longer, I'm so tired. Ye Xiaofan murmured sleepily, turning over. He had been busy until midnight yesterday, attending meetings and editing videos, and finally lying down, he had only gotten a few hours of sleep. Fanga, something's wrong. Someone's at the front gate. Looks like it's Section Chief Ma. Fat Master paced anxiously by the bed, his face full of worry. That guy looked so sycophantic. He must be up to no good. Ye Xiaofan sat up with a start, his sleepiness dissipating almost instantly. Section Chief Ma? What does he want? Is he here to seek revenge? But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall having offended Section Chief Ma. In fact, the guy was always eager to find him. Let's go take a look. Ye Xiaofan put on his slippers, rubbed his messy hair, and thought, no matter what, I am upright and not afraid of shadows. When he opened the villa's door, Ye Xiaofan was stunned. There stood Section Chief Ma with a beaming smile, holding a pile of items. President Yi, you're finally up. I rushed over early this morning after hearing that there was an incident in the Beast King domain last night. I was really worried. Section Chief Ma warmly shook Ye Xiaofan's hand, as if they were long-lost brothers reunited. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback by Section Chief Ma's sudden enthusiasm. He warily glanced at him, thinking, what is this guy up to? Section Chief Ma, you're too polite. It was just a minor issue, and it's already been resolved. Ye Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Why did you come in person? You could have just called. Oh, President Yi, how could that be? You are our treasure in Donghai City. The Beast King domain is a key project for the city. I must come personally to express my concern. Section Chief Ma insisted, handing over the items he was carrying. These are all consolation gifts specially prepared by the city. Please don't stand on ceremony. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. When did he become a treasure of Donghai City? Could it be that city officials would come to deliver consolation gifts to him? He took the items and found they were all high-end goods. Section Chief Ma, you're too kind. I can't accept these, he said. President Yi, you're being too modest. These are the city's intentions. If you don't accept them, I want to know how to report back. Section Chief Ma said sincerely. Besides, those people from the Star Beast last night were really out of line. They were simply lawless, brazenly causing trouble in our Beast King domain. It's outrageous. The more Section Chief Ma spoke, the more agitated he became, as if he had suffered a great injustice. President Yi, rest assured, I've reported this to the Bureau, and the Bureau has informed the city leaders. The city leaders will definitely punish these lawbreakers severely and give you an explanation. Ye Xiaofan looked at Section Chief Ma's righteous indignation and felt even more confused. Section Chief Ma, what is going on? Section Chief Ma sighed, saying, President Ye, you may not know, but I've long found those people from the Star Beast to be displeasing. They rely on their wealth to do whatever they want. They're simply parasites of society. This time, they dare to lay their hands on our Beast King domain. It's like seeking their own death. Ye Xiaofan. By the way, President Ye, is there anything else you need support for in our Beast King domain? Just let me know. I'll do my best to satisfy your requests. Section Chief Ma rubbed his hands together, looking at Ye Xiaofan with anticipation. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment and instinctively said, Section Chief Ma, as you saw, many animals were injured yesterday. What we need most in the Beast King domain right now is a proper animal hospital. Can you arrange to build the animal hospital as soon as possible? Absolutely. President Ye, your request is very timely. Safety first, life is paramount. The health of the animals is the lifeline of our Beast King domain. Section Chief Ma patted his chest and promised, I guarantee that the design will be out today, and we will build the animal hospital in the shortest time possible. If we're going to build it, we will build the best with the most advanced medical equipment. Ye Xiaofan was completely dumbfounded. This script was all wrong. This was entirely different from what he had expected. Originally, he was thinking about how to play the victim and persuade Section Chief Ma to agree to build an animal hospital. After all, the construction in the Beast King domain was proceeding according to plan, and it was the Construction Bureau overseeing the renovation. Adjustments to the construction plan could not be made casually. Yet, he just mentioned it casually, and it was resolved immediately? Section Chief Ma, is it this quick? Ye Xiaofan stammered, asking. Section Chief Ma seemed to sense Ye Xiaofan's confusion and laughed, saying, President Ye, are you curious why I'm agreeing so readily? Ye Xiaofan nodded. He did find it strange. This felt like a pie falling from the sky. President Ye, you really don't know, or pretending not to know? You are currently the favorite in the eyes of city leaders. Who in the city doesn't know your name? Ye Xiaofan? Section Chief Ma lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The Beast King domain is a key project for the city, and the city leaders are very concerned. As long as it benefits the Beast King domain, we will fully support it. Ye Xiaofan was left utterly confused, countless question marks popping up in his mind. What? The favorite in the eyes of city leaders? When did this happen? Ye Xiaofan, was clearly just a recent graduate born in the 2000s. Besides spending his days interacting with animals, he was just trying to figure out how to revitalize this dilapidated marine park. As for his connections with officials, the only ones he knew were Wang Mingyuan and Chun Yang from the South City Police Station. Those two had gotten lucky, as the animals helped solve a few small cases before, and thanks to him, they had risen from the South City Police Station to the City Public Security Bureau. In total, the only ones he was somewhat familiar with were Section Chief Ma in front of him. Besides these three, he hadn't interacted with any other leaders. Wait, Section Chief Ma, what are you talking about? Ye Xiaofan scratched his head in confusion. I don't know anything about this. I thought I was just hanging around in the Beast King domain every day, not doing anything earth-shattering. How could the city leaders pay attention to me? Section Chief Ma raised his eyebrows and became even more excited. President Ye, please don't be modest. You're just being low-key. Think about it. Which zoo can walk a tiger as a pet like you do? That's a white tiger. Post it on social media, and it easily gets millions of views. The city leaders said that you are a model of innovation in the new era, and they will support you vigorously. Ye Xiaofan's mo taichit. He thought to himself that Section Chief Ma was really good at spinning tales. Walking a white tiger on social media could even be considered a model of innovation. Chapter 52. So, does this mean I have been recruited by the country? As the two were talking, they saw Wang Mingyuan and Chun Yang walking over with their arms around each other's shoulders from a distance. Although they were acting friendly, Chun Yang was only as tall as Wang Mingyuan's shoulder, trying to play the part of good buddies, which looked somewhat ridiculous. Although they were a master and apprentice duo, they were more like an experienced officer guiding a new recruit in the police station. Chun Yang was only 25, not much older than Ye Xiaofan, and his baby face, paired with the police uniform, added a bit of seriousness to his appearance. Wang Mingyuan was just over 30, but his mature and composed demeanor made him seem much older than his actual age. If it weren't for Ye Xiaofan, the two would still be at the South City Police Station, continuing to gain experience, and it would be impossible for them to be promoted so quickly. After all, Ye Xiaofan could be considered their benefactor. Hey, my fangirl, what's going on? You look so excited this early in the morning. Did you find a gold ingot? Chun Yang shouted from a distance, throwing an elbow around Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, causing Ye Xiaofan to wince. Wang Mingyuan shot him a glare and pretended to be angry. Chen Yang, watch your manners. Don't you see that Director Yi has a guest here? Qin Yang chuckled, and then noticed Director Ma standing nearby, immediately toning it down a bit. Oh, Director Ma is here too. Are you here to inspect the Beast King domain this early in the morning? Director Ma chuckled awkwardly and nodded to Wang Mingyuan and Qin Yang. Chief Wang, Team Leader Chun, you're here too? I just came to see Director Yi and brought some consolation gifts. Oh dear, Director Yi, I almost forgot. There's an important meeting at the Bureau. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just let me know. After saying that, Director Ma winked at Ye Xiaofan and then hurriedly left. What a sycophant. He runs away faster than a rabbit. Qin Yang couldn't help but comment as he watched Director Ma's departing figure. What did he come for? Wang Mingyuan asked. I don't know. Seems like he's trying to curry favor. Ye Xiaofan shrugged. By the way, Chief Wang, Team Leader Chun, what brings you two here? Just worried about you. Wang Mingyuan sighed and patted Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Last night we led a team to surround Xingchen Biological, but as you know, that's a leading company in the city. We couldn't find any concrete evidence, so we had to let it go. I knew it. Ye Xiaofan had anticipated this outcome, but don't worry. I've already mobilized the animal army to monitor Xingchen Biological 24/7, ensuring that any wrongdoing won't escape my sight. Oh, and by the way, Qin Yang suddenly remembered something and added. The veterinary station in the city reported that Bai Ying is recovering well and should be able to be discharged in a couple of days. Ye Xiaofan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Wang Mingyuan suddenly thought of something and continued. The tiger fur sample you gave me last time, compared with the tiger fur from the underground lab, turned out to be genetically mismatched. Ye Xiaofan instantly understood Wang Mingyuan's implication. Are you saying there are other tigers at Xingchen Biological? Wang Mingyuan nodded, his expression serious. It's very likely. Moreover, they probably have other illegal experiments going on. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath, realizing that this battle was far from over. He then detailed his plan to monitor Xingchen Biological with the animal army to Wang Mingyuan and Qin Yang, including how to use pigeons for reconnaissance and cats for stealth missions. Ye Xiaofan, your plan is thorough, but it's still too dangerous. Wang Mingyuan listened and furrowed his brows. Xingchen Biological is not a pushover. They will definitely find ways to deal with you. Being bold is good, but don't put yourself in danger, got it? Safety first. Remember that. Wang Mingyuan paused and looked at Qin Yang. How about we set up a permanent police point in the Beast King domain? It would facilitate timely communication. Qin Yang scratched the back of his head and grinned. Master, is it really that complicated? I could just lead a team to stay here. If anything happens, I'll know right away. Ye Xiaofan was left stunned. What is going on? Does it really require such a big setup? Appelle maintenant police point. Qin Yang leading a team? This treatment is too high. Come on, Chief Wang, Team Leader Chun, is it really necessary? I'm just gathering some intel, not going to confront them head on. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Stop being cheeky. Wang Mingyuan shot him a glare. It's settled then. And, Xiaofan, tell me honestly, don't you think everything has been going too smoothly lately? The land for the ocean park, the government funding for renovations. Do you really think that's just a stroke of luck? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Director Ma's fawning expression and the phrase the favored one in the eyes of city leaders. His heart dropped. Chief Wang, what do you mean by that? Are you saying? Wang Mingyuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. You kid, usually pretty sharp, but how come you get confused at critical moments? Do you think ordinary people can easily acquire such a large piece of land for the ocean park, especially with government funding for renovations? If I hadn't reported your ability to understand animal language and assist the city bureau in solving cases to the city leaders, do you think the city would just give you so many resources for free? Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Exactly, Fange. Chief Wang has been advocating for you in front of the leaders. If it weren't for your incredible feats, I bet the leaders would think Chief Wang was drunk. After hearing this, Ye Xiaofan suddenly realized he had been kept in the dark all along. This wasn't just a stroke of luck. It was clear that the government recognized his potential and was preparing to cultivate him. Oh my god, so does this mean I have been recruited by the country? Ye Xiaofan jumped up in excitement, his face full of exhilaration. Recruited? That is pretty much the idea. Wang Mingyuan chuckled at Ye Xiaofan's choice of words. In any case, the city leaders have high hopes for you, hoping you can use your special abilities to make a greater contribution to Donghai City. Awesome. This is great. With that thought, Ye Xiaofan stood tall, filled with ambition. Don't worry, Chief Wang, Team Leader Chun. I promise to perform well in the future and will not let down the expectations of the country and the people. As he said this, Ye Xiaofan's expression turned sinister. Xingchen Biological is nothing. Anyone who dares to touch me now has the government backing me. Just wait to die. Chapter 53, a micro-earphone. Chun Yang smiled and patted Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. All right, enough talking. Let's think about how to deal with the stellar biotech next. Wang Mingyuan also nodded, speaking earnestly. Remember, Xiaofan, with great power comes great responsibility. From now on, you must think twice before acting. Never be reckless. The country will always be your strongest support. Qin Yang added, Yes, Brother Fan, you're not alone anymore. You are a treasure for our Donghai city and even for our Huaxia. Every move you make affects everyone's heart. Ye Xiaofan nodded vigorously, a warmth surging in his heart. Don't worry, Director Wang, Captain Chun. I promise that any action in the future will be reported to you in advance. I won't make you worry. As he spoke, Ye Xiaofan leaned in closer to Wang Mingyuan and Chun Yang, whispering mysteriously, Director Wang, Captain Chun, do you think we should establish some kind of official status for them? Look, my animal brothers risk their lives and have made huge contributions to the public security of Donghai City. Shouldn't we award the honorary citizens of Donghai City or something? At the very least, discounts on medical treatment and free bus rides will be a good reward for them. Wang Mingyuan and Chun Yang were momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Mingyuan shook his head, laughing. What are you thinking all day? Honorary animal citizens? I can't make that decision. You'll have to ask the city leaders. Qin Yang teased. However, Brother Fan, your idea is quite interesting. Who knows? The city leaders might actually agree. After all, in this day and age, establishing an animal status is impossible. Ye Xiaofan became excited. Really? Then I'll find an opportunity to have a good talk with the city leaders. After sending off Wang Mingyuan and Chun Yang, Ye Xiaofan was still immersed in the joy of being recognized. Since I am now serving the country, I can take even bigger steps. Stellar Biotech, just you wait. I will definitely bring you down this time. Ye Xiaofan clenched his fist fiercely, eyes shining with burning fighting spirit. In the next 3 days, Ye Xiaofan was like he had been injected with adrenaline, transforming into a 24-hour online intelligence commander. Pfft Master Cat Intel Network was fully operational, gathering every detail about stellar biotech executives, from what color underwear they wore today to how many buns they ate at what time tomorrow, all meticulously compiled into Ye Xiaofan's computer. The messenger, with its pigeon army, had almost taken over the skies near the stellar biotech headquarters, making it impossible for cameras to see clearly. Brother Fan, that Li Chung guy had lunch with a woman at a restaurant today. Looks like their relationship is not ordinary. Pfft Master reported while munching on imported fish snacks. Should I find out who that woman is? Ye Xiaofan waved his hand. Investigate. We must dig deep on such corrupt elements. Let's expose all their dirty deeds and show those shareholders what they are investing in. Good news came from Black Whirlwind as well. The cats had infiltrated everywhere and discovered a secret warehouse of stellar biotech in the suburbs, housing a large number of experimental animals. Brother Fan, the warehouse is heavily guarded. Should we cause some destruction? Black Whirlwind's voice was filled with excitement. Ye Xiaofan quickly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. We are law-abiding citizens now. We can't do anything illegal. Let me discuss with Captain Chun and see how we can legally take them down. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Yang arrived with the team, rolling into the Beast King territory. Brother Fan, the City Bureau's approval has come through. The Beast King territory has officially established a police point. From now on, we are colleagues. Qin Yang jumped out of the car and warmly hugged Ye Xiaofan's shoulder. Captain, your speed is incredible. Ye Xiaofan looked at him with surprise. Of course. To protect our Donghai City's treasure, Director Wang ran to the city several times and spoke tirelessly to get this done. Qin Yang smiled broadly. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. The brothers are always ready. With police support, Ye Xiaofan felt more confident. Once the police point was established, the entire Beast King territory felt 3 times stronger. In the following week, Ye Xiaofan was almost inseparable from Qin Yang. The two spent all day in the Animal Espionage Command Center, analyzing and evaluating the information sent by the animals. Of course, Pfft Master's teasing was inevitable. Brother Fan, are you and Captain Chun in a passionate affair? You've been more glued together than with me these past few days. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Get lost. This is called camaraderie, understand? Ignorance is truly terrifying. But to be honest, ever since Wang Mingyuan led a team to confront stellar biotech and flex a muscle, along with the police point now prominently established, Li Chung had indeed become much quieter. The information feedback from Pfft Master's Intel Network indicated that stellar biotech had been as low-key as a quail recently, completely losing its previous arrogant demeanor. TSK, this guy has really become timid, Qin Yang said while munching on an apple, It seems Director Wong scared him quite a bit last time. Ye Xiaofan was also puzzled. Logically speaking, someone like Li Cheng, having suffered such a huge loss, would not just let it go. Why had he suddenly become so obedient? Could it be that he was plotting something big? Something was off, very off. Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin, feeling that something was not right. This guy must be up to something. The more like this, the more we need to keep a close watch. What a strange situation. Could it be that he actually turned over a new leaf? Qinyang was also a bit confused. Turn over a new leaf? Haha, do you believe that? Ye Xiaofan sneered. If he could turn over a new leaf, Fat Master would be able to lose weight. Cough cough. Fat Master protested unhappily. Brother Fan. That's personal attack. Be careful, or I'll go on strike. Just then, the messenger rushed in urgently. Brother Fan, look what I found outside the walls of Stellar Biotech. The messenger fluttered its wings and dropped a micro earphone. It's still usable. Ye Xiaofan picked up the earphone, carefully wiped off the dirt, pressed the button on the side, and a familiar male voice came out, sounding somewhat flattering. Chairman, don't worry. Deputy Director Wong from the Environmental Protection Bureau has already taken care of it. This time, it's absolutely foolproof. Yes, the amount has already been transferred. The account number is still the same as last time. Chapter 54. Animals mobilized to support Chun Yang. The sound in the earpiece was intermittent, causing Ye Xiaofan to frown. Who is this idiot calling? Damn it. Li Sheng? Suddenly, Chun Yang cursed, snatched the earpiece, listened carefully for a moment, and his face instantly turned pale. This bastard dares to commit crimes in broad daylight. Ye Xiaofan looked puzzled. Captain Chun, what's wrong? Do you recognize this voice? Chun Yang said angrily. Of course I recognize it. It's Li Cheng, the bastard who caused you trouble a few days ago. I would recognize that voice, even if it turned to ashes. That son of a bitch. He actually dares to contact the Environmental Protection Bureau. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. Environmental Protection Bureau? Ye Xiaofan pondered, stroking his chin, his eyes flashing. But this is a society ruled by law. I don't believe they can still cover everything. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yang suppressed his anger. This time, we absolutely cannot let them go. Ye Xiaofan, where did you get this earpiece? Ye Xiaofan pointed at the messenger proudly. Thanks to my messenger. It picked it up outside the walls of Xingchen Biology, saying it was found next to a garbage truck. It seems these guys are not leaving empty-handed. They even utilize garbage trucks. Garbage trucks? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Right? Wasn't there a report from the public saying that there were problems with Xingchen Biology's medical waste disposal? Could it be medical waste? Ye Xiaofan slapped his forehead. Of course. They must be using garbage trucks to move some unspeakable things. These guys are really too cunning. The two exchanged glances and saw the anger and determination in each other's eyes. Captain Chun, how about we check the route of that garbage truck? Maybe we can discover some clues. Ye Xiaofan suggested. Qinyang nodded. Okay, I'll contact the Bureau right away and have them check where the medical waste from Xingchen Biology has been sent recently. He paused, his tone serious. Ye Xiaofan, the matters concerning Xingchen Biology are too deep. Don't get too close. Otherwise, they might act out of desperation. Ye Xiaofan pouted. Don't worry, Captain Chun. I'm aware of it. With my animal brothers helping, if they dare to touch me, they'll be against all the animals in Donghai City. Qinyang was amused by Ye Xiaofan's confidence. You're getting more and more talkative. However, your current identity is not ordinary. If those guys dare to act recklessly, we, the police, will not spare them first. Not long after, a call came from the technical department officer. Captain Chun, we found it. Recently, the medical waste from Xingchen Biology has been sent to an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city. Abandoned chemical factory? Ye Xiaofan and Chun Yang frowned simultaneously. Let's go check out the chemical factory. Chun Yang waved his hand and led several police officers outside. Ye Xiaofan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Chun Yang. You stay here and wait for news. It's too dangerous. This is not a joke. Captain Chun, let me go. I can help. The small animals there all know me. I can. No, absolutely not. Chun Yang's attitude was firm. This operation must be kept confidential. The more people there are, the easier it is to expose our target. Just stay put and wait for our good news. After saying that, Chun Yang left without looking back. Watching the police car speed away, Ye Xiaofan felt anxious and uneasy. Xingchen Biology is full of tricks. Who knows what they might do in the chemical factory? I can't just sit here and wait. Ye Xiaofan thought to himself, his eyes turning as he immediately came up with an idea. Messenger, send a few pigeon brothers to follow Captain Chun and the others. Let me know immediately if there's any situation. Ye Xiaofan commanded. Black Whirlwind, you go too. Have your kittens help out. There must be a lot of rats in the chemical factory. Let them move with the rats. Maybe they'll discover something. The messenger in black whirlwind nodded and set off. Time passed second by second, and each second felt as long as a century. After an unknown period, the messenger flew back, landing on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, panting. Brother Fan, Captain Chun and the others are in trouble. There are many guards in the chemical factory, and both sides have already clashed. What? How are Captain Chun and the others? Are they injured? Ye Xiaofan hurriedly asked. They're fine, but they are surrounded by those guards, and the situation is very critical. Captain Chun asked me to tell you to contact the city bureau immediately and request support. Damn these bastards. Ye Xiaofan immediately dialed Deputy Director Wang Mingyuan's phone, detailing the situation at the chemical factory. After hearing this, Deputy Director Wang Mingyuan immediately ordered the mobilization of police forces to rush to the chemical factory for support. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan thought for a moment and still felt uneasy. No, we can't just wait. Captain Chun and the others must be in big trouble. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly at the command center, Fat Master, Lightning, assemble. Fat Master, who was happily gnawing on half a watermelon, heard the shout and immediately ran over with a watermelon rind in his mouth. Brother Fan, what's going on? Why the rush? Lightning also wagged his tail and came over, whimpering to ask what happened. Captain Chun and the others are trapped in the chemical factory. The situation is urgent, and we need to go support them. Ye Xiaofan spoke quickly, his expression serious. As soon as Fat Master heard this, he immediately threw the watermelon rind aside, his eyes wide open. What? Captain Chun is one of us. Let's go, grab our gear, and teach them a lesson. Lightning also barked excitedly, looking eager to try. But we don't know what's going on inside. Fat Master frowned, feeling troubled. Just the three of us? If we rush in, it would just be delivering ourselves. Ye Xiaofan's lips curled into a confident smile. Who said there are only three of us? We have a secret weapon. He mysteriously waved his hand, pulling Fat Master and Lightning aside, and shouted at the sky, Messenger, Pigeon Squad, prepare for reconnaissance. The messenger, who had been waiting for a long time, heard the command and immediately flapped its wings and flew up, circling in the air before letting out a loud call. In an instant, countless pigeons flew out from every corner of the Beast King domain, like a black tide, rushing towards the chemical factory. Ye Xiaofan immediately got in the car, taking Fat Master and Lightning to the chemical factory. Boom! The engine of the off-road vehicle roared like a beast, racing out of the Beast King domain like an arrow leaving the bow. Fat Master lay in the passenger seat, the seatbelt pressing against his plump body uncomfortably. Unable to help but complain, Brother Fan, slow down. I'm afraid of heights. Chapter 55, The Mouse Army Strikes. The car sped down the road, Lightning excitedly howling, eager to rush to the battlefield. Calm down, Lightning. Ye Xiaofan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sharp. This wasn't a picnic. It was a mission to save his brothers. Let those bastards from Xingchen Biology know that messing with Brother Fan won't end well. Suddenly, Ye Xiaofan seemed to remember something, slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a sudden stop. What the hell, Brother Fan, what are you doing? Fatty almost crashed into the windshield from not paying attention. Lightning tilted its head in confusion, not understanding what was happening. But Ye Xiaofan ignored them, quickly opened the car door, and shouted towards the Animal Agent Command Center. Xiao-Qi, you're coming with me. Moments later, Xiao-Qi rushed out like the wind, agilely jumping onto the back seat. Brother Fan, I'm here. You finally remembered me. Xiao-Qi waved its little paws excitedly, showing 2 rows of white teeth. This mission would be handled by Xiao-Qi. I guarantee that group of bad guys will see some color. I knew you were reliable. Ye Xiaofan smiled with satisfaction, restarted the engine, and steadied himself. Let's go. After arriving at the chemical plant, Ye Xiaofan had just parked the car when he saw flames shooting into the sky and heard the sound of gunfire. Clearly, Chun Yang and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with the people from Xingchen Biology. We can't wait any longer. We must act immediately. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath and said to Fatty and the others, This mission requires our utmost effort. We must rescue Team Chun and the others. The 3 little ones nodded, indicating they were ready. Ye Xiaofan and his companions quietly approached the chemical plant, hiding in a concealed spot to observe the situation. At that moment, they heard a strange sound, seemingly coming from underground. Where's that sound coming from? Ye Xiaofan asked in confusion. It's coming from below, Lightning replied. I can smell blood. It seems many animals are locked underground. Ye Xiaofan's brow furrowed. Those bastards from Xingchen Biology are indeed up to no good. Damn, there must be something shady underground. Fatty, what do you sense? Fatty shook his plump body, his gaze sharpening, Meow. This smell isn't right. Besides the blood, there's a strange medicinal odor, very similar to what I smelled at the Xingqian Biology headquarters. Now Ye Xiaofan couldn't sit still. Rescuing Qinyang was urgent, but they couldn't ignore the animals locked underground. Moreover, both sides seemed to be in a tight spot. No, we need to split up. Ye Xiaofan quickly scanned the area and made a decision. Messenger, tell your pigeon brothers. Lightning, go find Black Whirlwind and have it bring that group of kittens to support Team Chun as quickly as possible. Remember, safety first. No direct confrontation. Just ensure Team Chen's safety, got it? Upon hearing the order, the messenger let out a sharp call and quickly soared into the sky. Soon, the night sky was filled with the sounds of flapping wings, countless shadows darting like arrows towards the chemical plant. Lightning also quickly disappeared into the night, followed by the continuous sounds of cats and dogs barking. After arranging the support, Ye Xiaofan finally felt relieved, his gaze turning resolute once again. Let us go check underground. The three cautiously made their way to a vent, pushing aside the wire mesh. A pungent smell hit them. Ye Xiaofan used his phone to illuminate the area and found that it was a passage leading underground. This is the place, Ye Xiaofan whispered. Let us be careful. The three, cat bear, slid down the passage, and at the end was a rusty iron door, the air thick with the smell of blood and the cries of animals. Xiaoqi, unlock it, Ye Xiaofan whispered. Xiaoqi skillfully waved its paws, fiddled for a moment, and with a click, the lock opened. Ye Xiaofan pushed open the iron door, and the sight before him filled him with fury. In a dim, damp basement, iron cages were stacked on top of each other, containing various animals, tigers, lions, monkeys, dogs. They were all hooked up to tubes, crying out in pain, their eyes filled with terror. Beasts! Ye Xiaofan gritted his teeth and cursed, these scum. Brother Fan, look over there. Fatty suddenly pointed to a huge freezer in the corner. Ye Xiaofan walked over, opened the freezer, and immediately gasped. It was filled to the brim with animal corpses, some already rotting and stinking, others still intact. This is simply hell on earth, Fatty said in shock. These are all animals that failed their experiments. Xiaoqi said indignantly. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm rang out in the basement. A cold voice announced, Warning, warning, illegal intruders, activating defense systems. Not good, we've been discovered. Ye Xiaofan's face changed. Let us go. Before they could escape, a group of guards in protective suits rushed in, guns blazing. Fatty, hide quickly, Ye Xiaofan shouted, rolling on the ground with Xiaoqi to take cover. Brother Fan, I can't wait any longer. Watch this, Fatty said, his plump body agilely darting behind an experimental table, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Come out, my little treasures. Fatty quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, chanting incantations like a sorcerer. The sharp squeaking sounds surged like a tide, instantly drowning out the gunfire. Before Ye Xiaofan could react, he saw countless pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly appearing in the originally empty corridor. Then, thousands of mice like a black wave poured out from the ventilation ducts, gaps in the experimental equipment, and even cracks in the walls. Damn, Fatty, are you summoning them? Ye Xiaofan staved in disbelief. This scene was more shocking than a Hollywood blockbuster. Hee, Brother Fan, this is my secret weapon cultivated since childhood. Fatty puffed out his chest proudly. These little guys usually help me gather intelligence, and at critical moments, they can serve as a suicide squad. The guards were clearly stunned by the scene before them. They stopped shooting, staring blankly at the torrent of mice rushing in like a black flood. Fire! Fire! One guard screamed, pulling the trigger first. However, the number of mice was simply too overwhelming. The bullets hitting them could not stop their advance. The mouse horde let out sharp cries, shooting towards the guards like arrows. Chapter 56, Team Leader Chun, I'm just worried about you. In the face of the guards' frantic gunfire, the rats seemed oblivious. Some jumped onto the guards' faces, biting furiously. Some burrowed into the guards' pant legs, gnawing madly. Others climbed directly onto the barrels of the guns, blocking the muzzles. My face! My face! One guard let out a piercing scream, covering his face with both hands and rolling on the ground in agony. My leg! Help! Another guard screamed, frantically slapping at his pant leg, trying to shake off the rat that had burrowed in, but it was of no use. The entire corridor instantly turned into a hell on earth. The rats gnawed madly at the guards, who struggled desperately while screams, gunshots, and the sounds of rats mixed together, creating an eerie atmosphere. Ye Xiaofan watched in shock. He had never seen such a terrifying scene. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. Fat Yi, this is ruthless? This group of rats is simply a biological weapon. However, it must be said that this tactic was indeed effective. Under the frenzied attack of the rat swarm, the guards were quickly overwhelmed. Some were bitten until they were covered in blood, lying on the ground convulsing. Others were so frightened they dropped their weapons, covering their heads and fleeing. Brother Fan, it's done. Pfft Ye clapped his hands, proudly declaring, "These little guys are quite strong in combat, right?" Ye Xiaofan gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "Pfft Ye, you're amazing. This tactic is brilliant. In the future, anyone who dares to mess with us will be set upon by rats." Pfft Ye proudly puffed out his round belly, his mustache twitching. Of course, when Pfft Ye steps in, it's like having two. What do you call this? This is called rat ingenuity, attacking when least expected. But before they could celebrate for long, a rapid siren sounded from afar, getting closer. Not good. It seems the cops are coming. Pfft Ye widened his eyes and perked up his ears. Ye Xiaofan's expression changed as he thought, "Oh no, could it be that the people from Xingchen Biotech are coming to rescue them so quickly?" Just then, a furious roar echoed from outside the passage. "Everyone stop. This voice." Ye Xiaofan and Pfft Ye exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Then, they both shouted in unison, "Wang Mingyuan." After shouting, both froze. Damn, almost forgot. Director Wang is one of us. If he brought people here, he must be here to save the day. Why am I panicking here? Outside the basement, Wang Mingyuan arrived with a large group of police. Seeing the chilling scene before him, even this seasoned veteran couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The dense mass of rats was so numerous it could trigger a fear of crowds. Even more terrifying was that these rats were attacking humans. Gnawing at the guards from Xingchen Biotech, Wang Mingyuan was somewhat prepared, having already witnessed the animals' methods from Ye Xiaofan. But the police he brought had never seen such a scene. They turned pale, trembling, instinctively raising their handguns, ready to shoot these disgusting rats. "Everyone stop." Wang Mingyuan quickly pressed down on one officer's arm. "Calm down. Don't act rashly." He was rapidly calculating in his mind. This bizarre scene couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Who else but Ye Xiaofan, who could communicate with animals, could control such a massive rat swarm? He shouted loudly into the basement. "Ye Xiaofan, is that you in there?" "It's me, Wang Mingyuan." Inside the basement, Pfft Ye heard Wang Mingyuan's call and quickly ordered the rats. "All of you retreat. Don't scare Uncle Cop." Instantly, like a tide, the rats seemed to understand human speech, swiftly retreating back into the pipes and gaps in the equipment, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Outside, Wang Mingyuan finally let out a sigh of relief, inwardly cursing. This kid really is a troublemaker. At the same time, he felt genuine admiration for Ye Xiaofan's ability to control animals. It seemed he had underestimated Ye Xiaofan before, as well as the power of animals. In the future, they needed to develop this further to unleash greater potential. Then, Wang Mingyuan waved his hand, and the trained police quickly sprang into action, controlling everyone present and carrying the injured guards away for treatment. Before Ye Xiaofan could greet Wang Mingyuan, Chen Yang arrived with his team, looking somewhat disheveled but unharmed. Seeing Chen Yang safe, Ye Xiaofan felt a wave of relief. "Ye Xiaofan, how did you end up here? Didn't I tell you to wait for news in the Beast King domain?" Chen Yang asked angrily. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head and chuckled. "Team Leader Chen, I'm just worried about you." Chen Yang shot him a glare, but felt a bit touched inside. "All right, you can consider this making up for past mistakes," Chen Yang said grumpily, "but next time, don't take such risks, got it?" "Got it, Team Leader Chen," Ye Xiaofan said with a grin. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, about to say something when Ye Xiaofan suddenly pointed at the iron door leading underground. "Director Wang, Team Leader Chen, you guys hurry and check inside. There are so many animals. Those bastards are simply inhumane." Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly followed Ye Xiaofan into the basement. Upon seeing the grim scene in the basement, Wang Mingyuan's anger erupted, his fists cracking ominously. This bunch of beasts, completely inhumane. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but curse, his usual elegance completely gone. He turned to Chen Yang and shouted, "Chen Yang, immediately contact the city's Animal Protection Association and have them send people over right away. Also, notify the veterinary station to prepare medical equipment and supplies. I'm going to make sure these scumbags end up in jail today." Chen Yang nodded, pulling out his phone to make the arrangements. Ye Xiaofan looked at the animals caged up, feeling a tightness in his heart. Those poor creatures should be running freely in the mountains, yet they were imprisoned here, suffering inhuman abuse. "Team Leader, can we take all these animals to my Beast King domain? I can take good care of them there." Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but speak up. already planning how to arrange accommodations for these little guys. Brother Fan, your Beast King domain is still under renovation, even if we take those animals over. There's south no place to house them. Chunyang turned his head, chuckling bitterly, and continued, look at their current condition. They need professional vets and equipment for treatment and care. The Beast King domain isn't equipped for that right now. But, Chapter 57, disdained by Fat Master Ye Xiaofan, still wanted to make an effort, but Chunyang was right. The Beast King domain was not yet equipped to accommodate them. Chunyang saw through his thoughts, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, Brother Fan. I have already contacted the Animal Protection Association. They will temporarily house these animals at their base, and once your Beast King domain is ready, they will bring them over. By then, you can take good care of them. After hearing Chunyang's words, Ye Xiaofan knew there was no other option for now. He sighed and said, all right, let's do it this way for now. However, Captain Chun, you need to keep a close watch and make sure those guys don't abuse them again. Don't worry, Brother Fan. I will have people keep an eye on it, Chunyang assured him. Ye Xiaofan nodded, no longer pushing the issue, but in his heart, he began a plan. Once he returned, he would urge Section Chief Ma to expedite the renovation of the Beast King domain, giving these poor animals a warm home. At that moment, Wang Mingyuan's phone rang. He answered, and, after listening for a moment, his expression suddenly became serious. What? Lin Shixiang escaped. Ye Xiaofan was startled by this news. Who was Lin Shixiang? Wang Mingyuan explained. Lin Shixiang is the chairman of Xingchen Biology and the main target of this operation. I didn't expect he would escape ahead of time. Captain, immediately send someone to capture Lin Shixiang. We cannot let him get away. Wang Mingyuan ordered Jinyang. Ye Xiaofan also realized the seriousness of the situation. Lin Shixiang's escape was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. No one knew what crazy things he might do. He took a deep breath, his mind racing, and suddenly a thought flashed through. Messengers! Messengers! Ye Xiaofan rushed to the exit of the basement and shouted at the flock of pigeons circling in the night sky. Everyone pay attention. Immediately search for Lin Shixiang's whereabouts. Be sure to find him, alive or dead. This sudden action left all the police present dumbfounded. They looked at each other, puzzled, wondering what Ye Xiaofan was doing. Shouting at a flock of pigeons. Did he really expect them to help catch a person? Wang Mingyuan felt a bit embarrassed. This kid was dropping the ball at a critical moment. What if his secret of being able to speak to animals was exposed? Ahem. He quickly coughed to cover it up and said, this kid spends all day with animals. His mind must be a bit off. Everyone, ignore it, ignore it. Xianyang, hurry and lead people to pursue. We must capture Lin Shixiang. After speaking, Wang Mingyuan shot Ye Xiaofan a glare and whispered, what are you doing? Don't you see so many people here? Be more careful next time. Ye Xiaofan knew he had been a bit impulsive just now. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Director Wang, I was just anxious. Lin Shixiang clearly isn't a good person. If he gets away, it will definitely lead to endless trouble. Wang Mingyuan sighed and patted Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, saying, I understand your concern, but you also need to pay attention to your methods. All right, leave the matters here to us. You should head back. Brother Fan, let's withdraw. Staying here won't help, Fat Master said from the side. Ye Xiaofan nodded, and with Fat Master and Xiao Qi, they left the abandoned chemical factory, jumping into an off-road vehicle and speeding towards the Beast King domain. Phew, I'm exhausted. Between the basement and the chemical factory, I feel like I'm falling apart, Fat Master exclaimed, collapsing onto the couch as soon as they returned to the Beast King domain. Ye Xiaofan also furrowed his brow. Feeling uneasy, Lin Shixiang's escape made him feel like a thorn was stuck in his back, as if something bad was about to happen. No, I still can't relax. Ye Xiaofan stood up and said, Fat Master, go notify Black Whirlwind and have it mobilize the cat group to help search for Lin Shixiang's whereabouts. I don't believe he can just fly away. Although Fat Master was a bit tired, he nodded. All right, Brother Fan, I'll go notify Black Whirlwind right now. 3 long days passed, feeling like a century to Ye Xiaofan. He felt utterly frustrated. The pigeons tirelessly circled the sky. The cats darted through the city corners like dark assassins, and even the ever-present rats were mobilized by Fat Master, causing chaos throughout Donghai City. Ye Xiaofan wished he had X-ray vision to see through the entire city. Yet Lin Shixiang seemed to have truly evaporated without a trace. Not a single shadow to be found. Where on earth is Lin Shixiang hiding? Could he have grown wings and flown away? Ye Xiaofan frowned it, pacing back and forth in the command center, mumbling to himself. Could it be that he really left Donghai City? But that doesn't make sense. He should have left some clues, yet there's not even a hair left behind. How strange. Just as Ye Xiaofan was at his wit's end, feeling like he was about to go crazy, Section Chief Ma burst into the Animal Special Operations Command Center in a flurry. His face was beaming with joy, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he shouted, "Director Ye, good news. The animal hospital is finished." "Wow, really?" Ye Xiaofan exclaimed, almost jumping up with excitement. It had only been about half a month since he told Section Chief Ma to build the animal hospital. The efficiency was unbelievably fast. "Old Ma, are you sure you're not joking? It's done so quickly? Are you performing magic?" "Director Yi, how could I joke with you? That was the city's directive. I de-worked myself to death to get it done." Section Chief Ma wiped the sweat off his forehead, panting as he said, "Come on, Director Yi, let's go take a look. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Seeing that Section Chief Ma didn't seem to be joking, Ye Xiaofan immediately perked up and pulled Fat Master along. "Let us go, Fat Master. We're going to check out our Animal Concord Hospital." Fat Master stretched and yawned, meow. "Brother Fan, you finally came through this time. My legs are almost crippled. Finally, we have a proper place to treat our illnesses." Ye Xiaofan smiled and patted Fat Master's head. "Don't worry, from now on, I'll make sure you enjoy the best treatment." Fat Master's half-closed cat eyes instantly widened. But then he rolled his eyes and said in a highly disdainful tone, "TCH, can you stop making grand promises? How many times have you said that? My ears are about to grow calluses. How much have you actually delivered? You know in your heart." Chapter 58, Director Ma. Am I going to be silenced? Fat Grandpa seemed to still be angry and continued to complain. "Also, what happened to the promised imported cat food? What about the luxurious cat climbing frame? My legs are already crippled, and you still want me to run around for you every day? Let me tell you, if this continues, Fat Grandpa, will eventually collapse on the job." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his plump body trembling. Anyone can talk big, right? It sounds better than singing. And what has come of it? Nothing has been fulfilled. All you do is exploit us animal employees, making us work for free every day. I tell you, Fangirl, your capitalist face is fully exposed. Hearing Fat Grandpa's series of accusations, Ye Xiaofan felt so embarrassed that he could almost dig a hole in the ground. Cough, cough. "Fat Grandpa, what you're saying is a bit too much." Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, trying to defend himself. I've been working hard. You see, the animal hospital has been built, right? When it's ready, your benefits will definitely increase." He also felt a bit wronged. He admitted that he sometimes liked to talk big, but his intentions were good. He was working hard every day to develop the Beast King territory. How did he become the unforgivable capitalist in Fat Grandpa's eyes? "And Fat Grandpa, you can't just see what I haven't done. You should also see what I'm doing." Ye Xiaofan tried to appeal to Fat Grandpa's sympathy. "I'm busy every day for your safety, for the future of the Beast King territory. I'm almost worn out. You can't expect me to be both a father and a mother and also be responsible for earning a living, can you?" As he spoke, Ye Xiaofan intentionally squeezed out a few tears, trying to gain Fat Grandpa's sympathy. Fat Grandpa curled his lips. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. I know you too well. You can't go a day without bragging. Anyway, I'm saying this. If the animal hospital is built and our benefits haven't improved, Fat Grandpa, will go on strike. Who are you going to find to work for you then?" The argument between the man and the cat escalated, with various human words and cat meows echoing back and forth. Standing aside, Director Ma watched in astonishment, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. He had long known that Ye Xiaofan could get along well with animals, but seeing this scene with his own eyes, this was not just getting along. It was as if he could understand animal speech. Connecting this with the recent series of major events related to animals in Donghai City. Those animals seemed to be the ones mingling with Ye Xiaofan, especially this fat orange cat. A bold thought suddenly sprang up in Director Ma's mind. Could it be that Ye Xiaofan really understands the language of animals? Once this idea took root, it began to grow wildly in Director Ma's heart like wild grass. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. No wonder Ye Xiaofan was so well taken care of by Wang Mingyuan, the deputy director of the municipal police department. No wonder the city leaders valued him so much. So that's how it was. Lost in thought, Director Ma suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine. This was a tremendous secret. If Ye Xiaofan found out that he knew, would he directly silence him? He sneaked a glance at Ye Xiaofan, just in time to meet his gaze. Ye Xiaofan smiled slightly at him, which made Director Ma feel a chill. No, I must keep this secret. Director Ma secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what happened in the future, he could not let out a word. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat, glared at Fat Grandpa, thinking that this stubborn cat almost ruined everything. Director Ma, it's fine. This stubborn cat has been acting up lately. I'll teach a lesson. Come on, let's go see how the animal hospital is coming along. Ye Xiaofan quickly changed the subject, pulling Director Ma out of the command center and heading towards the animal hospital. The animal hospital was built in a valley in the northwest corner of the Beast King territory, exactly opposite to Ye Xiaofan's villa and the Animal Special Agents Command Center. Ye Xiaofan's villa and the command center were located in the southeast corner of the entire Beast King territory, close to the coast, while the animal hospital was nestled among the mountains and forests. Director Ma, this location is well chosen. It's secluded and hidden. Ye Xiaofan surveyed the surrounding environment as he walked, nodding in satisfaction. Director Ma smiled proudly. Of course, Mr. Ye's requirements are my top priority. This place is backed by mountains, with a serene environment and fresh air, perfect for the animals to recuperate. Moreover, Mr. Yi, Director Ma leaned closer to Ye Xiaofan, lowering his voice. This place is also far from where you live, so when the staff comes to the animal hospital, they want to discover your cough secrets. Ye Xiaofan felt even more satisfied with Director Ma after hearing this. This old Ma is indeed clever. He understands everything. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the animal hospital. A modern building complex was nestled in the valley, perfectly blending with the surrounding natural environment. The hospital's exterior walls were made of light-colored stone and glass, appearing fresh and bright. Surrounded by lush trees and the sound of chirping birds, the environment was beautiful. Wow, this is really nice. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the scene before him. Fat Grandpa also perked up, jumping onto a rock and looking around. Meow, this place is much more luxurious than that command center. We'll live here from now on. Director Ma quickly smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you haven't even gone inside yet. It's even more impressive inside. Ye Xiaofan couldn't wait to enter the animal hospital. The lobby was spacious and bright, with simple and elegant decor. Mr. Yi, this way please. Director Ma led Ye Xiaofan to tour various departments, including internal medicine, surgery, imaging, and the laboratory, among others. Each department was equipped with the most advanced medical devices, even featuring a pet-specific CT machine, which was a generation more advanced than the city's animal hospital. This is armed to the teeth. Ye Xiaofan looked at the high-tech equipment, clicking his tongue in amazement. Director Ma, you really went all out this time? Of course, Mr. Yi. For the animals in our Beast King territory, no amount of money is too much. Director Ma said boldly. Just as Ye Xiaofan was in a good mood, Fat Grandpa suddenly meowed. Fango. Fat Grandpa thinks that once the hospital hires staff, shouldn't we bring back that big silly Baiying to recover? It's too dangerous for him to be out there every day. It's safer here. We can eat well, drink well, and bask in the sun every day. How comfortable. As soon as Ye Xiaofan heard this, he slapped his forehead, silently cursing himself for being careless. Chapter 59, Old K. You can tell he's not an honest person. After being reminded by Fat Master, Ye Xiaofan suddenly remembered that last time to remove the chip from Bai Ying's body. He had to send Bai Ying to the veterinary station in the city. At that time, Qinyang mentioned that Bai Ying would be discharged in 2 or 3 days. During this time, he had been preoccupied with outsmarting those guys at Xingchen Biology, engaging in eavesdropping and undercover work, feeling like he was channeling 007, and completely forgot about Tiger Brother. Counting the days, Bai Ying had been at the veterinary station for over half a month. Damn, my brain is as forgetful as a goldfish. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head in frustration, wishing he could punch himself. Tiger Brother was probably complaining about him at the veterinary station. He quickly took out his phone, wanting to call Dr. Li to ask about the situation, but then thought again. They hadn't finished touring the animal hospital yet. If Director Ma thought he wasn't taking it seriously and made things difficult for him, that would be counterproductive. After all, this old Ma was now the contractor of the Beast King area, and he hoped to rely on him to turn this place into an animal Disneyland, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Sigh, Tiger Brother, just wait a bit longer. Once I finish touring the hospital, I'll come to pick you up right away. Ye Xiaofan silently said to himself, deciding that once he brought Bai Ying back, he would have to make it up to him with a royal-level rehabilitation package. Thinking of this, a hint of an awkward smile appeared on Ye Xiaofan's face as he quickly said to Director Ma, Director Ma, please continue. Director Ma didn't notice Ye Xiaofan's little actions. His face filled with flattering smiles as he continued showing Ye Xiaofan around. After touring various departments, Ye Xiaofan arrived at the inpatient department. Each room in the inpatient department was equipped with independent air conditioning, a television, and surveillance cameras, making the environment very comfortable. Mr. Yi, These rooms are designed according to the needs of different animals. Director Ma introduced, some rooms are equipped with cat climbing frames, some with pools, and others with sand, ensuring that every animal receives the best care. Looking at those comfortable rooms, Ye Xiaofan admired Director Ma even more. This old Ma was not only efficient, but also very meticulous. He was truly a talent. After saying goodbye to Director Ma, Ye Xiaofan and Fat Master returned to the Animal Agent Command Center. By the way, Fat Master, why don't we go get Tiger Brother now? It's been over half a month. I'm sure Tiger Brother has almost driven Dr. Lee crazy. Upon hearing this, Fat Master immediately perked up. It must be arranged. When Tiger Brother's not around, it feels like something's missing. Without Tiger Brother's deterrence, those little brats are getting out of hand. All right, then it's settled. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to stand up, he heard a loud bang. A shadow fell from the ventilation, ducked above, and landed directly on the command center's table. What the hell? What's going on? Ye Xiaofan was startled and, upon closer inspection, saw that it was Black Whirlwind. Black Whirlwind looked disheveled, his once shiny fur now messy, as if he had just crawled out of a coal pile. Brother Black, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but tease upon seeing Black Whirlwind's sorry state. Black Whirlwind rolled his eyes and jumped onto the table, lowering his voice. Kid, stop the jokes. I discovered big news. Lin Shixiang's flashy secretary just secretly met someone called Old Cat, the Cat Poop Cafe in the East City, and sneakily handed him a box of cash. It looks like the amount is substantial. Old K, that name sounds like a shady character. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers rapidly on the table. Lin Shixiang had disappeared like he evaporated from the world, but now there was finally a clue. He absolutely couldn't let it slip away. He immediately took out his phone and called Chunyang. Captain Chun, something big has happened. Lin Shixiang's flashy secretary just sneakily delivered money to a guy called Old Cat, the Cat Poop Cafe. A whole box of cash, at least a few million. I suspect this Old K might be a breakthrough. On the other end of the line, Chun Yang's voice immediately became serious. Old K? What's his background? Is he reliable? What Black Whirlwind said is 100% reliable. That Old K is the head of security at Xingchen Biology's laboratory, but in reality, he's just a thug. Ruthless and bloody. Definitely Lin Shixiang's right-hand man. Ye Xiaofan spoke with certainty, then analyzed. During this time, we've made things chaotic for Xingchen Biology. Lin Shixiang must be in a hurry to transfer his assets or arrange an escape route. This Old K might be his contact. If we can catch Old K, we might be able to follow the lead to find that old fox Lin Shixiang. All right, I trust you, but this operation must be cautious. Lin Shixiang is very cunning. He might be waiting for us to take the bait. Chunyang pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Here's the plan. You take your animal brothers to monitor Old K and figure out his background and movements. I'll arrange personnel on my end. As soon as you have any information, we'll implement the capture immediately. Received. Ye Xiaofan, repeat. Hanging up the phone and immediately gathering Fat Master and Lightning. Fat Master, Brother Black, this mission is crucial. It directly relates to whether we can catch that old bastard Lin Shixiang. You must mobilize all the cat informants and keep a close watch on Old K. Remember, monitor him with no dead angles. We need to know where he goes, who he meets, and what he says, everything. Fat Master's hefty body shook, and a serious expression appeared on his cat face. Don't worry, Brother Fan. I'll personally take charge and ensure that Old K can't even pass gas without me noticing. Brother Black, quickly gather the brothers. No problem. Black Whirlwind agreed and immediately sprang into action. Lightning, you can't be idle either. You're an elite in the police dog world, with keen senses and excellent tracking abilities. You take your brothers and secretly assist Fat Master. If you discover anything suspicious, report to me immediately. Lightning excitedly barked in response to Ye Xiaofan's orders. After arranging the tasks, Ye Xiaofan quickly changed into a low-key casual outfit, donned sunglasses, covering most of his face. This operation absolutely couldn't alert the enemy. He had to be cautious. Fat Master, Lightning, let's go. Ye Xiaofan whispered, taking Fat Master and Lightning and quietly leaving the Beast King area. In a bookstore across from the Cat Poop Cafe, Ye Xiaofan was sitting by the window, seemingly engrossed in flipping through a thick book titled Animal World. But in reality, his gaze never left the entrance of Xingchen Biology. Chapter 60. What the hell is the X7 project? Ever since Xingchen Bio was completely taken down by Wang Mingyuan at the abandoned factory last time, it has turned into an empty shell. All the executives have been arrested, and the laboratory has been sealed. The building has long been vacant. With only a few security guards wandering around, probably even ghosts wouldn't want to come here. Damn it, I've been played. Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, once I catch Lin Shixiao, I'll definitely punch him in the face. No wonder there has been no trace of that old guy Lin Shixiao during this period of carpet searches. It turns out he played a trick of hiding in plain sight. I've been watching the big hotels and high-end clubs in the city every day, but that old fox hasn't shown up at all. Instead, he has hiding behind the scenes, remotely directing the head of security here, Old K, to run errands for him. Brother Fan is really something, ignoring such an obvious place and going far away. Fatty's voice came from the earpiece, filled with some complaints. If you had come here to stake out earlier, I wouldn't have had to run a few extra blocks. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do you think I want to? Who knew that old guy was so cunning, pulling such a stunt? Besides, who would have thought a fleeing boss would be here cosplaying as a sitting duck? Forget it, Brother Fan. Don't blame yourself. Chun Yang's voice came through the earpiece, sounding somewhat comforting. It's not your fault. It just means Lin Shixiao is too sly. The most important thing now is to find clues. Next, it depends on how we catch him. Ye Xiaofan took a deep breath and refocused his attention on the building across. We need to come up with a foolproof plan to ensure everything goes smoothly. That old fox is very cunning. Once he senses our movements, he will definitely vanish again. At that moment, meow, Brother Fan, the target has appeared. Fatty's voice came through the earpiece. Ye Xiaofan perked up and immediately looked up. He saw a man in a security uniform hurriedly walking out of the door, holding a black cloth bag. Confirming the target, it's Old K. Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice and said, the vehicle is heading south at high speed. Received. Team A is in position and is secretly tracking. Over. Chun Yang's calm voice came through the earpiece immediately. Okay, catch them all. Ye Xiaofan made a gesture in the air, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, that old rascal Lin Shixiao won't be able to fly away. Fatty, you've worked hard. I'll treat you to extra chicken legs later, oh no. Extra tuna, fish snacks. Fatty proudly meowed. That is a must. I'll personally oversee the operation. If that old rascal manages to escape, I'll quit the intelligence game. After settling matters on this side, Ye Xiaofan was in a good mood and prepared to go home. Catching people is best left to the police. There is no need for me to join Xinyang and cause trouble for them while they're doing their job. Moreover, he had already arranged for messenger pigeons, Black Whirlwind's cat team, and Lightning's police dog brothers to assist in tracking, providing comprehensive surveillance from land, sea, and air. Plus, this time he was equipped with wireless earpieces, so any situation could be reported to Chun Yang at any time. It was practically foolproof. Captain Chun, the rest is up to you. Ye Xiaofan spoke into the earpiece. I'll head back to the Beast King domain to wait for news. No need to go to the scene. Call me anytime if there is something. Sure. You just relax. We'll ensure the mission is accomplished. Chun Yang's voice sounded full of confidence. Once we catch Lin Shixiao, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Order whatever you want. That is a must. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Remember to order several portions of crayfish and a few bottles of cold beer. That's the standard for the post. 00S. Fatty, let us go. Let us go. Time to eat and sleep at home. Ye Xiaofan called out, preparing to leave with Fatty. Just as he passed a secluded corner, a gray-feathered budgerigar suddenly flew over in a wobbly manner, blocking his path. The parrot looked somewhat dazed, seemingly frightened. It tilted its head and stared at Ye Xiaofan for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke in a mechanical voice, reciting a series of illogical numbers and letters. X7 Project. Emergency activation password, 7749. Repeat, X7 Project. Emergency activation password, 7749. Ye Xiaofan was completely stunned, thinking, what the hell is this? Is this little parrot a fool? What are you babbling about? Ye Xiaofan frowned and asked, fearing being thought of as a lunatic by those around him. The budgerigar flapped its wings anxiously and said, trust me, I escaped from the X7 Project Laboratory. I mean no harm. These passwords are very important to you. You must stop them. He carefully cradled the poor parrot in his hands, noticing it had fresh needle marks on its wings, and its feathers were all messy, clearly having suffered inhumane abuse. Its small eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, which made Ye Xiaofan's heart ache. Damn it, these bastards are truly insane. Ye Xiaofan cursed softly, carefully cradling the parrot in his palm, afraid of hurting it. He studied the budgerigar closely, feeling that something was off. The password and information it spoke gave him a vague feeling that it was related to Xingchen Bio. But hadn't Xingchen Bio been completely taken down by the police? It couldn't possibly have resurrected, right? All the bases and laboratories should have been sealed. How could there still be an X7 project? Something not right. This definitely has something fishy about it. Ye Xiaofan frowned, a sense of unease washing over him. He immediately dialed Wang Mingyuan's number. "Hello, Director Wang, it's me, Ye Xiaofan. I seem to have some new developments." Ye Xiaofan quickly reported his encounter with the parrot and the passwords and the X7 project to Wang Mingyuan in detail, his tone serious. "Director Wang, I just feel like something is off. Hasn't T Xingchen Bio been taken down by you? How could there still be an X7? On the other end of the line, Wang Mingyuan's voice also turned serious. "You need to return to the Beast King domain immediately. I will rush over to meet you as soon as possible." "Okay, received. I'm on my way back," Ye Xiaofan replied, hanging up the phone, and immediately turned around, cradling the parrot as he hurried out of the alley. Hailing a taxi straight to the Beast King domain. Back at the Beast King domain, Ye Xiaofan quickly settled the parrot, plopped down on the sofa, feeling unwell all over. He felt like he had forgotten something, which felt strange. Fatty, did I forget something? Why does my heart feel so empty?" Ye Xiaofan tilted his head and asked Fatty. Fatty rolled his eyes dramatically, looking at Ye Xiaofan with disdain. "You said this morning that you were going to pick up that big fool by Ying." "Damn." Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering. "Damn it. I forgot about Tiger Brother again." Chapter 61. Who is the boss of the Beast King domain? Not long after, a police car slowly drove into the Beast King domain and stopped in front of the Animal Agent Command Department. Wang Mingyuan got out of the car, looking grave. "Director Wang, you finally made it. Ye Xiaofan hurriedly approached it." "Director Wang, what's the situation? What on earth is this X7 project?" Wang Mingyuan did not directly answer Ye Xiaofan's question. He first glanced around to confirm that the area was clear and quiet, then nodded slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go inside." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the Animal Agent Command Department. Seeing this, Ye Xiaofan knew the matter was serious and quickly called out, "Fat Master. Lightning, guard the entrance. No one is allowed to approach." Fat Master lazily stretched and meowed, jumping onto the platform at the entrance of the command department, closing his eyes to rest, seemingly indifferent, but actually keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. Lightning silently crouched by the door, its sensitive ears twitching occasionally, catching every slight sound. The two entered the command department one after the other. Only then did Wang Mingyuan let out a long breath, sitting down on the sofa, his brow furrowed, looking troubled. Seeing this, Ye Xiaofan felt even more anxious and couldn't help but urge, "Director Wang, we're already on our own turf. Stop keeping us in suspense. What's going on?" "7 foot sounds sinister. Is it some kind of biochemical crisis?" Wang Mingyuan was amused by his anxious demeanor and finally began to explain. "We were careless this time. Although we have dismantled the obvious bases and laboratories of Xingchen biology and captured most of the involved personnel, some things may still be beyond our expectations. We did indeed seal all the information from Xingchen biology and brought it back to the City Bureau, but all that data was highly encrypted and the tech department has not been able to fully crack it yet." His tone grew serious. "I initially thought these encrypted files were just to protect trade secrets, but now it seems those passwords may conceal deeper secrets. And the password and information that Parrot knows might be the key to cracking these files." "Wow." Ye Xiaofan suddenly understood, slapping his thigh. "No wonder. I was wondering why that Parrot gave me the password. It turns out it was waiting for me here. What it provided is the key. Director Wang, this matter is urgent. We need to act quickly," Ye Xiaofan said with a hint of urgency. "I'll bring that Parrot to you right away, and we can head to the City Bureau." "No, it's safer here." Wang Mingyuan quickly interrupted Ye Xiaofan. "I will notify the tech department at the City Bureau to bring all relevant materials here and analyze them directly in your command department." Saying this, Wang Mingyuan picked up his phone and called the City Bureau, instructing in a serious tone, "Immediately, right now, bring all relevant materials related to Xingchen biology, including the previously sealed, encrypted files, to the Beast King domain. Yes, remember, it must be highly confidential. All tech department personnel, bring all necessary equipment, and come to work in the Beast King domain immediately." After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyuan looked at Ye Xiaofan, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. "Xiaofan, you might be put under some pressure during this time. This place will become a temporary special case command center, so you need to be prepared." Ye Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "Director Wang, you're being too polite. As long as I can help, they can use this shabby place however they want. Besides, with more people around, I can also learn from the brothers in the tech department." He paused, suddenly remembering something, and his eyes lit up. "By the way, Director Wang, I need to tell you something. Our animal hospital in the Beast King domain is already built. It looks really impressive, just waiting to open and set off firecrackers. Oh, Wang Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, finally showing a hint of a smile. Deputy Ma is quite quick in his actions. Of course, that guy is now completely obedient to me. He is just short of worshipping me. He probably fears that if I'm unhappy, he won't end up well. Ye Xiaofan chuckled proudly, but then his expression turned a bit worried. However, the hospital is built, but we still lack staff. I can't just go in there to be a veterinarian, right? I don't have that skill. He stroked his chin and continued. Director Wang, can you think of a way to help me find a few reliable veterinarians and nurses? Ideally, they should be highly skilled and love small animals. The treatment will definitely not be a problem. Food and accommodation, 5 insurances and 1 fund, year-end bonuses, holiday benefits, all arranged. You brat, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about recruiting staff? Wang Mingyuan chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, I've already reported this matter to the city. The city leaders attach great importance to it and have decided to transfer a batch of excellent medical staff from the city animal hospital to support us. The personnel list has already been drafted, and they will be in place when the animal hospital is put into use. Huh? Ye Xiaofan was instantly baffled. What is going on? The city is directly arranging it? I don't even get to interview them? Who is the boss of the Beast King domain? Such a big matter, and no one consulted me. They just made arrangements directly? Where do I put my face? Wang Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said irritably, You brat, taking advantage of the situation and still acting coy. The city is providing money and effort to arrange the best medical team for you. And you're complaining? Before long, officers from the tech department drove several vans into the Beast King domain and parked directly outside the Animal Agent Command Department. The doors opened with a clang, and a young technician wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses jumped out first. He immediately spotted Ye Xiaofan standing at the door, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's Brother Fan. I'm Lou from the tech department. I've admired you for a long time. Today, I finally get to see the real person. Following him, other officers jumped out of the car, and as soon as they saw Ye Xiaofan, they immediately greeted him all at once. Brother Fan, I'm Old Lee. I was monitoring the situation with Right Group last time, and your live stream was simply amazing. Brother Fan, I am Xiao Zhou. I watch the animal videos you shot every night while eating. Brother Fan is awesome. Brother Fan is mighty. If my husky doesn't T-behave in the future, I'll let it come to the Beast King domain for some training. Several young female officers even took out their phones, blushing, and requested for a photo together. Brother Fan, can we add WeChat? The scene instantly became very lively, just like a fan meeting. Chapter 62, 5 minutes. I'll break through this firewall for you. Ye Xiaofan was a bit dazed by the sudden enthusiasm, scratching his head and feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Huh? Everyone knows me? It's nothing much. I'm just familiar with the animals. You all overpraise me. He quickly waved his hands, trying to maintain his unremarkable persona. Thinking to himself that the popularity of the was indeed impressive. It seemed he had really become the mascot of the Donghai City Police Department. Oh my, this scene. If someone didn't know better, they might think a celebrity was here to hold a concert in our Beast King territory. Fat Master Cat's face was filled with disdain as he muttered quietly. Stupid fat cat, what do you know? This is called presence. Do you understand? Ye Xiaofan shot an annoyed glare but felt delighted inside. Being admired by so many people felt really great. When Wang Mingyuan walked out of the Animal Agent Command Center, he saw such a chaotic scene and wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. His subordinates were really too embarrassing. Usually, they all acted so composed. How could they turn into fangirls the moment they saw Ye Xiaofan? He quickly cleared his throat, tried to regain some dignity. Ahem, what are you all doing? Look at yourselves. This is a crime scene, not a fan meeting. Pay attention to discipline and maintain confidentiality. Only then did everyone realize their misconduct, and they all quickly put away their smiles and obediently began moving equipment. A few female officers secretly glanced at Ye Xiaofan, blushing as they ran away. Xiao Lu, Old Li, you guys move faster and get the equipment inside. Wang Mingyuan pointed at several officers, speaking sternly. Yes, Chief Wang. The officers quickly responded, then hurriedly began working. A few female officers stole a glance at Ye Xiaofan. Their faces flushed as they went to help, nearly bumping into each other. Brother Fan, don't worry. We guarantee to complete the task. Fat Master watched from the side, feeling sour, and said, TSK, look at this scene. When can I enjoy this kind of treatment too? Ye Xiaofan laughed and patted Fat Master's head, retorting, Come on, if you could help the police solve cases too, your treatment would definitely be even better. Upon hearing this, Fat Master immediately became unhappy, his tail wagging vigorously. and his whiskers nearly pointing to the sky. Damn it. Ye Xiaofan, don't you feel guilty saying that? Who provided the intelligence network? Who mobilized all the cats in the city for a thorough search? Without me, how could you get so much information? You plan to take all the credit for this huge accomplishment? Seeing Fat Master about to blow up, Ye Xiaofan quickly calmed him down. Hey, Fat Master. Don't be angry. I was just joking. Your contributions are all seen and remembered by everyone. I'll award you the Donghai City Animal Labor Model Medal later. How about that? Fat Master gave him a sidelong glance, his tone full of disdain. Pfft. Don't try to fool me with empty promises. What happened to the luxurious cat climbing frame you promised last time? I'm still sitting on the old sofa in the command center. And what about this month's canned food quota? Are you planning to cut that again? Brother Fan, you need to be fair, or else be careful. I might quit and leave you crying without a place to find me. Ye Xiaofan was rendered speechless by Fat Master's series of questions, awkwardly scratching his head. Ahem. Fat Master, don't worry. I absolutely won't shortchange you. Once we catch Lin Shixiang, I'll arrange a luxurious tuna feast for you. How about that? Plus 10 imported cans. Does that work? That's more like it. Fat Master finally nodded in satisfaction, then added arrogantly, but my appearance fee is quite high. Next time there's a tough task like this, remember to book in advance, or I might go on strike. All right, Fat Master, you have my word. Next time I'll definitely book in advance and give you the best treatment. Ye Xiaofan shook his head with a smile, thinking that this fat cat was really getting more and more demanding. To be honest, Ye Xiaofan was genuinely grateful to Fat Master. Thinking back to when he first gained the ability to understand animal language, the first one he encountered was this fat orange cat. At that time, he was just a humble worker, while Fat Master was the key that opened the door to a new world for him. He still remembered that jewelry store robbery case. It was the crucial information provided by Fat Master that allowed him to successfully assist the police in solving the case. Not only did he receive a hefty reward, but he also got to know Wang Mingyuan and the others, which could be considered his first bucket of gold. Without Fat Master, there wouldn't have been the later messengers, Black Whirlwind, and certainly not the current Beast King territory that was taking shape. Looking back, all of this started from those meows. This fat cat had risked himself several times to save him, and that scar on his leg was the best proof of it. Although this guy constantly thought about imported cat food and luxurious cat climbing frames, those demands had to be met, no doubt about it. Besides, with the Beast King territory up and running, having a house and a car, calling it his lucky cat wouldn't be an exaggeration. He had to take good care of it. Sigh. Never mind. Who told Fat Master to be his business partner cat? The technicians moved quickly, and various equipment was swiftly brought into the command center. Wang Mingyuan briefly explained a few points to pay attention to, and then threw himself into the tense work of cracking the codes. Xiaofan, time is tight. I'll keep it brief. Wang Mingyuan said seriously, the tech department has begun to crack these encrypted files, but the difficulty is very high. The passwords and information you provided are key. Ye Xiaofan nodded and immediately explained the information the parrot had told him to the technicians. In no time, the sound of keyboards clattering in the command center was like a sudden storm, with various data and codes rapidly scrolling across the screens. Brother Fan, this firewall is really twisted, like a Russian nesting doll, layer upon layer. It nearly made my computer smoke. Xiao Lu from the tech department complained while typing away. Ye Xiaofan leaned over to take a look. The code on the screen made his head spin, and he couldn't help but yawn. Hey Lu, how much longer will this take? I feel like my patience is running out. Xiao Lu pushed up his glasses, looking serious as he said, Brother Fan, don't rush. It'll all be done soon. I feel like I'm getting the hang of it. Give me 10 more minutes, no, 5 minutes. I guarantee I'll break through this firewall for you. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan immediately perked up. All right, Lu, I believe you this time. If it's not done in 10 minutes, you'll cover dinner today. It has to be hey to Leo. Xiao Lu's mouth twitched, his face reflecting the expression of someone who had just boarded a pirate ship. But he still gritted his teeth and replied, of course. Hey to Leo is nothing. Once I finish, whatever Brother Fan wants to eat, I'll arrange it. He took a deep breath, and his hands danced like shadows over the keyboard, with various complex codes scrolling wildly on the screen, leaving Ye Xiaofan dazzled. Then 5 minutes passed. Chapter 63, Special Cargo, 5 minutes passed, and the screen was still filled with dense lines of code, seemingly endless. Xiao Lu began to sweat, his plaid shirt soaked in patches. 10 minutes passed. The air was thick with a sense of anxiety, with only the sound of keyboard clattering still echoing. Xiao Lu's face grew increasingly grim, his fingers starting to stiffen. Lu, time's up. Ye Xiaofan's voice floated over, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Hey Leo, are we set? Xiao Lu gritted his teeth, his fingers nearly breaking the keyboard, yet he still couldn't break through that solid firewall. What the hell is this? It's tougher than the bosses in my games. He couldn't help but curse, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls from a broken string. Ahem. Lugo, how about taking a break? You can't force things, right? Ye Xiaofan said comfortingly, though his face was filled with an eagerness to watch the drama unfold. Xiao Lu stubbornly shook his head, glaring at the screen. No way. I refuse to believe I can't handle this. Fangu, give me 10 more minutes. 10 minutes. 10 more minutes passed. The code on the screen remained stubbornly unchanged, as if mocking Xiao Lu's incompetence. Xiao Lu completely broke down, his hands weakly dropping to his sides as he slumped in the chair like a frostbitten eggplant. I can't do it. This firewall is too insane. His voice was hoarse, his gaze hollow. Ye Xiaofan sighed, walked over Xiao Lu, and patted his shoulder. Lugo, I understand. This thing is clearly not something a human can deal with. You've already worked hard. After saying that, Ye Xiaofan turned to Wang Mingyuan and said with a smirk, Wang Zhu, look at this. Wasn't Hadaleo promised? Wang Mingyuan, who had been watching intently, turned red at Ye Xiaofan's question, pretending to cough. Ahem. Well, Xiao Lu, it's okay. Winning or losing is common in battle. Try harder next time. Try harder. Xiao Lu weakly responded, feeling aggrieved inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have boasted. In the following time, other members of the technical team took turns trying to crack the damn firewall, but the results were the same. They all fell short. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. By evening, a sense of despair filled the entire Animal Special Agent Command Center. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but walk over to Xiao Lu, who was still struggling. I say, Lu Gu, are you even capable? If not, switch it up. Don't waste time. The guys are still waiting to get rich. Xiao Lu's eyes were dark, filled with bloodshot veins. He lifted his head and hoarsely said, Fangu, stop rushing me. I'm trying. This firewall is just too complex. I can't help it. Pfft yawned beside him. I say, Fangu, just stop pressuring Lu Gu. Cracking this kind of high-level encrypted file is a technical job. Do you think it's just a game? Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Pfft, what do you know? This is called strategic pressure, understand? If I didn't occasionally give them a bit of pressure, who knows how long they would drag it out. Just then, Chen Yang rushed into the Beast King domain with excitement. Wang Zhu, Fangu, we caught Lao Ke. Wow, well done. Ye Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Then he quickly asked, did we catch Lin Shixiang? Here's the problem. Lao Ke is very tight-lipped. At first, he wouldn't say anything, like a clam. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. His brows nearly twisted into a knot. We use some methods. And he only revealed that he was preparing to arrange for someone to transport a batch of special cargo out of the city for a large sum of money. But he never mentioned going to see Lin Shixiang, and he has no idea where that old guy is hiding. Wang Mingyuan furrowed his brows. So, Lao Ke is just a runner, and the real core secret is something he hasn't even touched. Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and couldn't help but complain, damn it, after all this effort we caught nothing? Lin Shixiang is too good at hiding, isn't he? Has he really turned into a ghost? He scratched his head, looking frustrated. Wang Yu, Tian Dui, do you think Lin Shixiang might have already run away? But if he really ran, why would Lao Ke still be transporting goods? What's the point? Chen Yang slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. Right? Fang makes a good point. If Lao Ke is just a runner, then the special cargo he is transporting must be related to Lin Shixiang's next plan. Maybe Lin Shixiang is hiding among those goods. Just then, Lightning walked over weakly and said, Fangu, the police dog team sent a message saying that tonight there is a very special batch of cargo to be transported out of the port, destination unknown. Damn it, Lightning. Are you sure it's cargo? It can't be some contraband, right? Lin Shixiang wouldn't be planning to run away, would he? Ye Xiaofan quickly asked, feeling an ominous premonition. Lightning weakly shook his head. Not sure, but the police dog team said the smell of this batch of cargo is very strange, mixed with animal scents and some unidentified chemicals. And this transportation is very secretive. Even the transport company is a shell company registered temporarily. Animals? Chemicals? Ye Xiaofan's alarm bells went off, immediately recalling the inhumane experiments at Xingchen Biology. Damn it, this guy must have something up his sleeve. Chen Dui, we absolutely cannot let them transport this batch of cargo. We must intercept it. Chen Yang nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I'll inform the colleagues at the port right away to keep a close watch on all outgoing cargo. However, the port is so large, we need to come up with a foolproof plan to ensure everything goes smoothly. Ye Xiaofan's eyes twinkled as a mischievous smile crept onto his face. He, Chinyu, this matter still relies on my animal brothers. Lightning, how the police dog team ambush at all the main passageways of the port. Once they spot any suspicious vehicles, immediately track them. Courier, go notify the Albatross side. Have them patrol the skies, overlooking the entire port. No clue can escape their eyes. After arranging all this, Ye Xiaofan stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. To ensure everything goes perfectly, I also need to personally get involved. Fat Yi, Lightning, let's head to the port and join the fun. We might discover some surprises. Chapter 64. Is old K Lin Shi Xiao? When Fatty heard there was excitement to be had, he immediately perked up. Meow, brother Fan, it's settled. If we can catch Lin Shi Xiao, I want to eat a whole can of tuna. No problem. I'll make sure you're full. Ye Xiaofan readily agreed, then called Fatty and Lightning to follow Qinyang and the others to the port. The police car sped along, quickly arriving at the largest cargo port in Donghai City. Under the night sky, the port was brightly lit, with huge containers piled up like mountains and various vehicles bustling about, creating a particularly busy scene. Qinyang led a team of police officers to quickly set up defenses at key positions in the port, while Ye Xiaofan took Fatty and Lightning to quietly patrol the area. Brother Fan, the smell here is so mixed, I can barely breathe from all the different scents. Fatty complained while covering his nose. Hang in there for the can of tuna. This little sacrifice is nothing, Ye Xiaofan said with a smile, while also keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, Lightning stopped and began to whine in a certain direction. Following Lightning's gaze, Ye Xiaofan noticed a van slowly driving toward the cargo ship about to depart. The smell of this van is off. It has an animal scent. Lightning exclaimed. Captain Chun, we've spotted a target. A van is heading to Dock 3. It might be the special cargo they re-transporting. Ye Xiaofan immediately notified Qinyang via radio. Receive Team A. Head to Dock 3 and intercept. Qinyang's voice came back right away. Ye Xiaofan, along with Fatty and Lightning, quietly followed behind the van. When the van reached Dock 3, several uniformed workers were preparing to unload the cargo onto the ship. At that moment, Qinyang and his team of police arrived. They quickly surrounded the van and controlled the scene. Don't move. We are the police, Qinyang shouted at the workers. Seeing the police, the workers panicked and raised their hands. Qinyang stepped forward and opened the back of the van, and the sight inside made him gasp. Inside the van were dozens of iron cages with various animals trapped inside. Monkeys, cats, dogs, and even a few rare birds. The animals were curled up in their cages, their eyes filled with fear. MD, they are indeed live animals. Qinyang cursed angrily and immediately ordered the arrest of all the workers, then began to rescue the animals from their cages. At that moment, Ye Xiaofan also stealthily approached the van and discovered a police dog trapped in one of the cages. The police dog looked very weak and had injuries on its body. Lightning, go check on your brother, Ye Xiaofan hurriedly said. Lightning ran over and began to whine at the police dog in the cage, the two dogs nuzzling each other's noses affectionately. Brother Fan, this police dog's injuries are severe. It needs immediate treatment. Lightning said. Quick, lift this police dog onto the car and take it to the hospital, Ye Xiaofan quickly instructed. Just then, a police officer approached, holding a file bag. Captain Chun, we found a file bag in this van. It seems to contain transport documents and some photos. Qinyang took the file bag, opened it, and his face instantly turned pale. These photos. Ye Xiaofan leaned over to take a look and saw images of animals being cruelly mistreated, along with some photos of animal experiments. The shocking images sent chills down his spine. This is simply insane. Ye Xiaofan, Jursit Angridi. Yeah, these guys are inhuman. Qinyang clenched his fists, seething with rage. Qinyang flipped to the last page, his eyes widening as if he had seen something unbelievable, his voice altering. Damn. Brother Fan, look. This is old K Lin Shi Xiao. This old bastard played a trick and disguised himself as a small fry, hiding pretty deep. What the hell is going on? Ye Xiaofan snatched the file from Qinyang's hands, and upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated. The photo clearly showed an enlarged copy of an ID card, with a middle-aged man slicked back and dressed in a suit, looking completely different from the security guard old K who had been bowing and scraping during the day. But the name on the ID card struck him like a thunderbolt. Lin Shi Xiao. How is this possible? This old bastard can change his face. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but curse, feeling as though his worldview was about to be overturned. Lin Shi Xiao had hidden himself too well. During the day, he acted like a grandson. He's truly a master of acting. The Oscars owe him a little golden statue. MD, no wonder I couldn't find him. It turns out this old fox has been hiding right under my nose. Ye Xiaofan punched the container in frustration. Xinyang was also in shock. Then angrily cursed, "This old thing. How dare he play me? No wonder I always felt something was off." It turns out he changed his face. Facial disguise. At that moment, Xinyang's phone rang. "Chun, this is Wang Mingyuan. Immediately bring the team back to Beast King Domain. The tech department has made a significant discovery." Xinyang and Ye Xiaofan exchanged glances, both realizing the urgency of the situation. "Brother Fan, let's go." Xinyang waved his hand, heading back to the Beast King Domain. Without further ado, they quickly jumped into the police car and sped towards the Beast King Domain. As soon as they entered the Animal Agent Command Center, Technician Xiao Lu rushed over. "We've got it. Brother Fan, we cracked the firewall of the Starry Bio laboratory. All the data is in hand." Wang Mingyuan immediately approached and said solemnly, "Analyze this data at once. We must find evidence of Starry Bio's crimes." The tech department officers immediately got busy, and the command center filled with the sound of rapid keyboard typing. Ye Xiaofan's heart also rose to his throat. He sensed that the evil of Starry Bio was about to be thoroughly uncovered. "Director Wang, the X7 project has been cracked." At that moment, Technician Xiao Li exclaimed. Wang Mingyuan and Xinyang immediately gathered around to closely examine the data displayed on the computer screen. "What exactly is the X7 project?" Wang Mingyuan asked with a frown. "From the data we've cracked so far, the X7 project is a gene modification experiment secretly conducted by Starry Bio," Xiao Li said gravely. "They inject various animals with a special virus, trying to control the animals through manipulation of their nervous systems." Wang Mingyuan slammed the table. "Bastards! This is simply insane." Chapter 65. Closing the net, Wang Mingyuan's face turned ashen as he said angrily, "This is no longer just animal abuse. It's outright biological terrorism. Their actions will cause extremely serious harm to society." Xinyang added, "Not only that, but we've also discovered that they are stealing and killing wild animals through inhumane means to obtain useful organs. The level of cruelty is appalling." Ye Xiaofan, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He never expected that Xingqian biotechnology could be so ruthless. Wang Mingyuan slammed the table and said sternly, "These guys are simply a cancer to society and must be completely eradicated. This operation will show no mercy. We must capture all involved individuals. None can be spared." He turned to Xiao Lu and said, "The technology department should immediately organize all evidence and submit it to the prosecutor's office. We must file a public prosecution against Xingqian biotechnology." Xinyang quickly flipped through various documents and data on his computer. Suddenly, he stopped, his face growing even darker. "There are a large number of financial records here. Oh my God, they even bribed the Environmental Protection Bureau, the Food and Drug Administration, and even... Wait, Master, this list involves high-level officials. You need to report this to higher-ups." Wang Mingyuan quickly glanced at the list, and his expression turned grim. A string of familiar names was prominently listed, and several of them shocked and pained him. These parasites were so audacious and corrupt to this extent. He suppressed his anger and said to Xinyang in a deep voice, "This list must be kept confidential. It absolutely cannot be leaked." After speaking, Wang Mingyuan took an encrypted phone, walked to a corner of the command center, and dialed a special number. Once the call connected, he reported in a low, serious tone about the crimes of Xingqian biotechnology and the individuals involved in the list. "That's the situation. I have organized the list and relevant evidence. Please advise." After hanging up, Wang Mingyuan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. He turned and walked in front of Ye Xiaofan, his face showing a hint of fatigue, but more of sincere gratitude. "Ye Xiaofan, we owe you a lot this time," Wang Mingyuan said, patting Ye Xiaofan on the shoulder sincerely. "If it weren't for the clues you provided, we really wouldn't have known that Xingqian biotechnology was hiding so deeply." Ye Xiaofan chuckled, scratching his head a bit shyly, and said, "Ah, Director Wang, no need to be polite. This is what I should do. Besides, this is also my way of avenging my animal brothers." He paused and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Director Wang, by the way, who exactly is on the list? Can you reveal a bit?" "I promise I won't tell anyone." Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly and smiled. "That won't do. You know the confidentiality regulations. But don't worry, no one on that list will escape. This time, we will ensure they can't run away." He patted Ye Xiaofan's shoulder earnestly and said, "The follow-up matters will be handled by the City Bureau. Remember to take care of yourself. You are now our treasure in Donghai City. If anything happens, I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. Afterward, Wang Mingyuan turned to the officers in the technology department and said, loudly, Technology department. The data has been copied. All equipment is in place. Let's pack up. Yes, Director Wang. The officers in the technology department responded in unison, quickly and orderly packing up various instruments with astonishing efficiency. Qin Yang, lead the team to count the scene and ensure all evidence is collected completely. Then escort the brothers from the technology department safely back to the city bureau. Wang Mingyuan instructed Qin Yang again. Received. Qin Yang saluted and immediately began directing the officers. The entire Animal Special Operations Command Center became busy in an instant, with police lights flashing and figures moving, but everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Wang Mingyuan walked up to Ye Xiaofan, extended his hand, and shook it firmly. Xiaofan, you've worked hard during this time. If it weren't for you, we might still be kept in the dark. Ye Xiaofan grinned, showing his white teeth. Director Wang, you are being too polite. It's all for the people. Besides, if it weren't for your trust in me and giving me such a big platform, I wouldn't have had the chance to play my part. Wang Mingyuan laughed heartily and released Ye Xiaofan's hand. You kid really knows how to talk. All right, I won't disturb your rest anymore. You should get to bed early. After saying that, Wang Mingyuan turned and walked out of the command center. The officers quickly assembled, and the vehicles started one after another, leaving the Beast King domain in a grand procession. As the last police car drove out, the entire Beast King domain fell silent, leaving only the low calls of the animals and the rustling of leaves in the night wind. Ye Xiaofan let out a long breath, finally putting the matter of Xingqian biotechnology to rest, allowing him to refocus his energy back on the Beast King domain. However, there was one most important thing to do now, which was to hold a celebration banquet. The Animal Brothers had also worked hard during this period for the Xingqian biotechnology matter, especially Fat Lord, Lightning, Black Whirlwind, and Messenger. They had made significant contributions and must be properly rewarded. Fat Lord, Lightning, Messenger, and Black Whirlwind, this time we successfully dismantled Xingqian biotechnology. And you all deserve the most credit. We must celebrate properly. Ye Xiaofan excitedly said to the animals. Fat Lord lazily stretched me out and jumped onto the sofa. That is a must. Fat Lord here has worked hard and must have a luxurious tuna feast. Lightning also excitedly wagged its tail, barking twice to show agreement. Messenger flapped its wings and flew onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, cooing. This operation was so thrilling. I feel like I've become several years younger. We must have extra food tonight. Ye Xiaofan laughed heartily and said, no problem. There will be plenty of tuna feast. Extra food can be ordered freely. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. However, when he glanced at the wall clock, he suddenly froze. Wow, it's already 2 in the morning. Ye Xiaofan exclaimed. This time seems a bit inappropriate, right? Fat Lord, Lightning, Messenger, it's quite late now. How about we celebrate tomorrow instead? Everyone should get some rest tonight, recharge your energy, and we can celebrate properly tomorrow. What do you think? Ye Xiaofan said somewhat shyly. Fat Lord immediately became displeased, waving its tail vigorously, and its whiskers seemed to almost point to the sky. Meow. I'm a cat. What are you talking about with me? Lightning also whined pitifully, rubbing its head against Ye Xiaofan's leg, seemingly accusing him of being heartless. Messenger circled above Ye Xiaofan's head, cooing incessantly, sounding very dissatisfied. Ye Xiaofan suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Faced with the animal's complaints, he was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence of the command center. Brother Fan, Chapter 66. You and your abacus beads, they hit me right in the face. Captain Ma burst in excitedly, his usually cautious face now filled with over-the-top enthusiasm. What the hell? Captain Ma, are you playing a midnight scare here? It's the middle of the night, and you're here acting like a ghost. Ye Xiaofan was startled, almost jumping up, his heart skipping a beat. I said, "Oh Ma, what's going on with you? You're walking around without a sound. Do you know that scaring people can be deadly? Brother Fan, you're saying that like it's a bad thing. I'm just excited." Captain Ma didn't care about Ye Xiaofan's complaints, rubbing his hands and grinning as he came closer. Look at how many people from the city bureau came today. I guess something big must be happening. So, I thought I'd stick around to see if I could help. It's good to lend a hand. Ye Xiaofan squinted, looking Captain Ma up and down, feeling something was off. This old fellow usually flatters me, but he is always on time to leave work, never late by a second. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic today? Something is definitely not right. Captain Ma, you're acting really strange today. Just tell me, what do you really want? Do you know my secret? Ye Xiaofan's tone was laced with a hint of caution. Huh? Secret? What secret, Brother Fan? Captain Ma, upon hearing this, immediately acted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, repeatedly shaking his head to deny it. I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything. I swear on my conscience, Brother Fan, I just want to get along with you, so I can make a living in the Beast King domain in the future. Please don't misunderstand. Really? Ye Xiaofan was still skeptical. After all, this guy didn't look like a good person. More genuine than pearls. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down. And may I be hit by a car. Captain Ma raised his hand, swearing earnestly. Seeing him swear, Ye Xiaofan felt he might be overthinking it. After all, who would believe him if he said he could understand animal language? All right, I'll trust you this once. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand, not wanting to pursue the matter further. Captain Ma grinned and changed the subject. By the way, Brother Fan, I see you all have been busy for so long. You must want to celebrate, right? Leave this to me. I guarantee I'll arrange everything clearly and satisfyingly for you. Just tell me what you want to eat and drink, and I'll take care of it. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, thinking to himself, this old Ma is really on the ball, but it's the middle of the night, and it wouldn't be good to let him run around unnecessarily. He scratched his head. Captain Ma, what time is it now? It's 2 in the morning. Where are you going to get all this stuff? Hey, don't worry about it, Brother Fan. Captain Ma said seriously, celebrating is a must. Trust me, just let me handle it. I'll make sure the animal brothers eat and drink well. Absolutely no slip-ups. Seeing Captain Ma's eager look, Ye Xiaofan shrugged and waved his hand. All right, since you're so thoughtful, then please arrange it. Just get something casual. I just want the brothers to have enough to eat. Got it. Captain Ma was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, pulling out his phone and starting to dial away, promising to complete the task. Just watch, Brother Fan. As soon as Fat Yi and the others heard they could continue the celebration, they cheered loudly, bouncing back to life after having been down just moments before. About an hour later, the sound of a truck engine roared outside the Beast King domain. A huge box truck slowly drove in and stopped at the command department's entrance. Ye Xiaofan was a bit stunned. Captain Ma's efficiency was too high. It was already 3 in the morning. How did he manage to get such a big truck? While he was thinking, the truck door clicked open, and a middle-aged woman in loose sportswear with a ponytail jumped down from the driver's seat, a bright smile on her face as she waved at Ye Xiaofan. Hi, Brother Fan. I finally made it. I'm exhausted. Ye Xiaofan was even more confused. Who is this? Does she know me well? Who are you? Captain Ma quickly came over, smiling broadly to introduce her. Brother Fan, this is my wife, Sisterly. She is an excellent driver and very enthusiastic. As soon as she heard you were celebrating with the animal brothers, she jumped right in to help. Sisterly also warmly extended her hand, confidently shaking Ye Xiaofan's hand. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I've heard all about your deeds. You're amazing. Those bad guys should be dealt with harshly. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head, even more bewildered. Zistali, Captain Ma, this truck, and all this food. You guys are really impressive. Where did you get all this at this hour? Captain Ma chuckled, a hint of pride on his face. Brother Fan, you might not know this, but I've been thinking about the development of our Beast King domain for a long time. Just think, we're going to have a lot of animal brothers and sisters living here, and they need to eat, drink, and take care of their business. So he leaned in closer to Ye Xiaofan, lowering his voice. I had my wife open a pet supermarket long ago. All kinds of imported food, nutritional products, toys. You name it. We're just waiting for the Beast King domain to thrive, and we'll make a fortune. No, we're doing this to serve you, Brother Fan. Sisterly added with a smile, exactly. My supermarket aims to provide a complete variety and quality assurance. Brother Fan, from now on, all the pet food for your animal hospital will be from me, guaranteed at the lowest price. Ye Xiaofan suddenly realized why this couple was so efficient. They had been prepared all along. Wow, Captain Ma, you're simply a business genius. Your instincts are sharper than a police dog. Captain Ma chuckled shyly, scratching his head. Brother Fan, don't say that. I'm just trying to better serve the animal brothers. And think about it. Since all the expenses are covered by the city, I'm doing this to ensure that every penny from the city goes to the animals, not wasting a single cent. It's all about serving the people. Ye Xiaofan was instantly speechless, completely caught off guard by Captain Ma. This was simply turning public funds into a personal business while sounding so righteous about it. Truly, someone who has navigated the system knows how to plan ahead. Captain Ma, your abacus beads hit me right in the face. Sisterly, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and laughed so hard she shook, playfully scolding Captain Ma. You, always calculating. Brother Fan, don't listen to him. All these items are carefully selected by me, guaranteed to be worth more than their price. Come. Check the goods and see if you're satisfied. Saying this, Sisterly handed Ye Xiaofan a long list of goods. Ye Xiaofan took the list, glanced at it casually, and his eyes widened, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Chapter 67. Animal Carnival. Ye Xiaofan looked at the cargo list and immediately exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this a purchase order? Or is it the deluxe version? Sisterly, did you move the entire pet supermarket here?" Ye Xiaofan's hand, holding the list, trembled a bit. It was densely packed with various animal foods, detailed to the point of being shocking. Royal A21 kitten milk cake, Origin 6 fish cat food, go. 9 meat grain-free dog food, Origin Wilderness Feast dog food, Belgian Versailles pigeon feed, American KT parrot nourishing pellets. Even more exaggerated, a large pile of cheese and grains for mice was separately prepared. Ye Xiaofan was amazed and thought to himself that Section Chief Ma had really invested a lot of money to make a profit. I'm not saying Section Chief Ma, but isn't this almost at the level of a purchase order? It makes me suspect you're trying to make a fortune off this. As soon as Section Chief Ma heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. "Oh, Brother Fan, you can't say that. I'm doing this for the good of our animal king domain. Besides, this money isn't coming out of my pocket. It's all from the public account." Sisterly chimed in. Exactly, Brother Fan, old Ma is right. We're doing this for the animals. Look at these ingredients. I carefully selected them to ensure they are fresh and healthy, definitely making your animal brother satisfied. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand and laughed. All right. I know you're doing this for me. However, since there are so many delicious foods, we don't just need to reward those few fat ones. His eyes lit up as a brilliant idea surged to his mind. Why not invite all the animals in the Animal King domain to a grand celebration banquet? After all, there is enough space for everyone to have a lively time. That said, it couldn't be held at the Animal Secret Agent Command Center, since the space was limited and couldn't accommodate so many animals. Just then, Chen Yang had also left with the police, so now in the Animal King domain, aside from Section Chief Ma and his wife, it was just him and these fur babies. Even if they made a huge ruckus, it wouldn't create much of a stir. Ye Xiaofan's eyes turned, and he chuckled, his mind racing. The central square? That's definitely the YYDS level celebration holy place. First, it's spacious. The central square is the heart of the Animal King domain, covering an area comparable to a football field. Not to mention a few hundred animals. Even an animal sports meet would fit perfectly. Just imagining cats and dogs flying together. And mice dancing is exhilarating. Secondly, it's hidden. The central square is located deep inside, far from the main gate, and surrounded by lush trees, well concealed. Even if someone passes by, they would only see a green forest and wouldn't discover the wild party inside. It's simply tailor-made for this secret carnival. Sisterly, please drive the truck to the central square first. I'll head over shortly. No problem, Brother Fan, leave it to us. Sisterly agreed and began working with Section Chief Ma to drive the truck towards the central square. After they left, Ye Xiaofan turned back to the Animal Secret Agent Command Center and said to the fat ones, "Brothers, we've accomplished a great feat this time. To celebrate this victory, I've decided to hold a grand banquet at the central square and invite all our animal friends to join." The fat one immediately meowed excitedly, jumping up high and calling out to its army of mice. "Mice, go call the brothers. Gather at the central square. Brother Fan is treating us to a feast." Lightning also barked a few times and ran out, yelling, "All police dog brothers, pay attention. Brother Fan is having a celebration banquet. Everyone come to gather." The messenger flapped its wings and flew into the sky, cooing to the pigeon flock. "Pigeons, brothers, our celebration banquet is starting. All of you fly to the central square." Ye Xiaofan turned to Black Whirlwind and patted its head. "Old Black, your cat brothers helped a lot last time, so call them over too." "No problem. I'll take care of it." Black Whirlwind lazily stretched and ran out to contact its cat brothers. In no time, the animals in the Animal Secret Agent Command Center started to take action, each contacting their little friends to prepare for the grand celebration banquet. Once everything was arranged, Ye Xiaofan, along with the fat one and little raccoon Xiao Qi, headed towards the central square. From a distance, Ye Xiaofan saw Section Chief Ma and Sisterly were busy, carrying various sizes of boxes from the delivery truck. "Oh my God, Section Chief Ma, Sisterly, no need to be so polite. Why are you still doing it yourselves?" Ye Xiaofan quickly quickened his pace to meet them. "This little task can be left to me. I'll call a few brothers over to help out, guaranteed efficiency." Section Chief Ma, drenched in sweat, waved his hand. "Oh, Brother Fan, please don't. It's too much trouble for you. We can handle it." Sisterly also smiled, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Yes, Brother Fan, you rest. Don't tire yourself out. Ye Xiaofan chuckled and waved his hand. Come on, we're all family. No need to be polite. Here, that's the deal. You two take a break, I'll call them over. Saying this, Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat and shouted towards the center of the square, brothers. It's time to eat. We're moving. Don't just stand around. Hurry up and come help. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake. What the hell? An earthquake? Section Chief Ma stumbled and almost lost his balance, quickly grabbing hold of Sisterly, his face pale. No way. Is the feng shui of the Animal King domain this bad? Sisterly was also startled, tightly gripping Section Chief Ma's arm, her voice trembling. Old Ma. This can't be a shoddy project, right? The two were still in shock when they saw countless eyes lighting up in the darkness from all directions, followed by a flood of various animals surging towards the central square like a burst dam. The scene was comparable to a live broadcast of an animal migration documentary. Leading the charge was the well-trained army of mice from the Fat One, each with shifty eyes and agile movements, followed closely by the cat squad gathered by Black Whirlwind, each possessing unique skills and agile actions. And further back was the flock of pigeons led by the messenger, circling in the air like a squadron of bombers, ready to dive bomb at any moment. What was most shocking was that these creatures converged into a powerful force, rushing straight towards the delivery truck. What the hell? The first to react was the Fat One, jumping from Ye Xiaofan's shoulder onto a robust golden retriever, pointing towards the truck. Brothers, what are you all standing there for? Go grab it. Empty it out. Chapter 68. This girl is too ethereal. Meow, woof, coo, squeak. Various animal sounds converged into a unique symphony. The animals, as if fueled by excitement, rushed to the side of the truck, each showcasing their talents. The mouse army was responsible for unpacking, using their sharp teeth to swiftly bite open the cardboard boxes, revealing a dazzling array of canned goods and snacks inside. The cat brigade was in charge of transportation, each one agilely carrying various cat and dog food, leaping around effortlessly. The flock of pigeons provided aerial support, clutching light snacks in their claws and dropping them accurately like bombers at designated spots. Sisterly was frozen in place, holding two cans in her hands, completely dumbfounded, stammering, What is going on? Section Chief Ma was no better, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw. Ye Xiaofan could only shrug, helplessly saying, hey, just get used to it. They're all like this. As soon as they hear there's food, they become more enthusiastic than anyone. With that, Ye Xiaofan hurriedly pulled Section Chief Ma and Sisterly back, saying, you two, it's dangerous here, quickly retreat. You might get bumped into. Only then did Section Chief Ma come to his senses, quickly pulling Sisterly back, rolling and crawling to the edge of the square, giving this demolition team enough space. These mischievous kids are just like bandits. Watching the chaotic yet vibrant scene in the center of the square, Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Forget it. Let them do as they please. After all, it's all about eating. It turned out that the efficiency of the animals far exceeded that of humans. In less than 10 minutes, the entire truckload of supplies was completely cleared, and the square was filled with all sorts of food. The animals had already eagerly begun their grand feast. The dogs surrounded a huge pile of dog food, gobbling it down while occasionally letting out satisfied whines. The cats were around various imported cat cans, elegantly licking and occasionally purring lazily. The mice were stealthily nibbling on cheese in a corner, intermittently making tiny squeaks. The pigeons circled in the air, occasionally diving down to grab a few grains. Watching this harmonious and lively scene, Ye Xiaofan felt a deep sense of gratitude. This is my animal army. They have helped me accomplish one seemingly impossible task after another. If it weren't for them, I would probably still be struggling at a job. Suddenly, Ye Xiaofan felt that something was off, as if there was a slight disharmony. What could it be? He scratched his head and scanned the various animals in the square. Loyal and cute dogs, aloof and proud cats, pigeons delivering messages. Everything seemed fine. His gaze finally landed on the group of street mice gnawing on cheese in the corner. Oh my gosh! Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. So the street mice that everyone wanted to get rid of are now part of my animal army? Isn't this a bit off? In the past, when I saw mice, I would have loved to squash them with a slipper. And now, not only do I have to protect them, but I also have to take care of their food and drink. What kind of world is this? In another corner of the square, Section Chief Ma was seriously warning Sisterly, dear, you must not tell anyone about what you saw today, especially about how Brother Fan talks to the animals. That has to stay under wraps, understand? If this gets out, we could be in big trouble. Sisterly nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Don't worry. Old Ma, my lips are sealed. But those animals are too impressive, especially that fat orange cat. It's practically a genius. We should really flatter it at the supermarket. It might become our living mascot. Section Chief Ma's eyes lit up at this, excitedly saying, "That's right. Honey, you're so smart. We can create a fat cat's recommendation section, specifically selling the cat food and cans it likes. It'll definitely attract customers." That night, the entire Beast King domain was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. It wasn't until around 5 o'clock that the festive mood gradually subsided. The animals were all full and content sprawled around. "All right, everyone, it's late. Go back and rest." Ye Xiaofan clapped his hands and said loudly, "Take the remaining food back to enjoy at your leisure." The animals reluctantly bid farewell, each carrying food as they left the central square. Fat Cat yawned and jumped onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, saying, "Brother Fan, I'm very satisfied tonight. Now, I'm going back to sleep well." Ye Xiaofan smiled and patted Fat Cat's head. "All right, go back to sleep. Tomorrow I'll buy you 10 cans of tuna to reward you." After all the animals left, Ye Xiaofan and Section Chief Ma tidied up the aftermath together. "Brother Fan, you go rest. We'll take care of the rest." Section Chief Ma said cheerfully. "No need, Section Chief Ma. Let's clean up together to finish quickly so we can go back to sleep sooner." Ye Xiaofan replied with a smile. After some effort, they finally cleared the square. After saying goodbye to Section Chief Ma, Ye Xiaofan returned to the villa with Fat Cat. "Phew, I am exhausted." Ye Xiaofan collapsed onto the bed as soon as he entered. "Fat Cat, you should hurry and sleep too. There's a lot to do tomorrow." Fat Cat jumped next to Ye Xiaofan's pillow, finding a comfortable position to lie down, quickly starting to snore. It wasn't until the afternoon that Ye Xiaofan was groggily awakened by a loud commotion. "What time is it?" Ye Xiaofan rubbed his sleepy eyes and grabbed his phone, exclaiming in surprise, "It's already afternoon." "Fat Cat, why didn't you wake me?" Fat Cat rolled its eyes. "Wake you? I was afraid you'd scratch me to death." Section Chief Ma has been yelling outside the villa for ages. If I didn't feel sorry for him, I would have chased him away long ago. Ye Xiaofan sprang out of bed in a hurry, quickly getting dressed and rushing out of the villa door. Sure enough, he saw Section Chief Ma anxiously pacing at the entrance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh, my brother Fan, you're finally awake." As soon as Section Chief Ma saw Ye Xiaofan, he sighed in relief and quickly approached, his face full of flattery as if he wanted to stick it to Ye Xiaofan. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to speak, his gaze suddenly froze on a young girl standing behind Section Chief Ma. Wow, this girl is too ethereal. Chapter 69. Old Ma is determined to be a third wheel. What the heck? What's going on? Old Ma suddenly brought a beautiful woman to visit? Is the sun rising from the west? Before Ye Xiaofan could react, Director Ma was already bouncing over like a wind-up toy, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, his enthusiasm almost leading him to kneel and lick the floor. "Brother Fan, this is the new director of the animal hospital sent by the city, Shun Jiayin." Director Shun is a prominent figure in the animal medicine field of Donghai City, young and accomplished, with outstanding medical skills. More importantly, she's beautiful and kind-hearted, truly caring for small animals. She is absolutely the best candidate for our animal hospital in the Beast King domain. As he spoke, Director Ma swiftly stepped aside, revealing Shun Jiayin standing behind him, dressed in a well-tailored white lab coat. Ye Xiaofan felt like his breath had stopped for a second. Wow, what kind of celestial beauty is this? Her silky black hair flowed naturally over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an indescribable grace. Her exquisite features resembled finely crafted artwork. Brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and full red lips. She was simply a 360-degree beauty, especially those eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, clear and bright, seeming to penetrate the heart and strike deep into the soul. The white coat on her did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added an air of intelligence and competence, a perfect combination of purity and allure. Her looks could easily launch her into the entertainment industry as a top-tier star. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaofan quickly gathered himself, trying to appear composed, while his inner self was screaming, this beauty is totally unfair. Where did this fairy sister come from? She's like a walking soundtrack. Is heaven finally feeling sorry for me and sending me a girlfriend to help me rise to the peak of life?" Ye Xiaofan felt like his CPU was about to overheat, so he took a deep breath to calm himself. He had to maintain his image in front of the beautiful sister. "Hello, Director Shun. I'm Ye Xiaofan," he said, forcing a smile that he thought was sunny and handsome, extending his hand, trying to make his voice sound steady. "I've heard a lot about the beauty doctor in our city's animal medicine field. Today, I finally get to meet the real person, and she is indeed 100 times more beautiful than in the photos. Shen Jiayin was clearly taken aback by Ye Xiaofan's directness. She paused for a moment, then smiled, revealing a shallow dimple, instantly delivering another wave of beauty impact. Hello, Mr. Yi. I've heard that the Beast King domain is a paradise for animals. I'm also very honored to have the opportunity to work here. Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze brushing past, making one's heart flutter. Honor? Director Shun. Ye Xiaofan grinned, showing his white teeth. From now on, we're family. You are the director, so the health of all these furry kids in the Beast King domain will depend on you. We must arrange a special car for you. And the lunch must include gourmet dishes. By the way, what does Director Shin like to eat? Order whatever you want. I'll have Director Ma prepare it right away. He paused, as if remembering something, and added, how about we add each other on WeChat first? It'll be more convenient for communication in the future. What do you think, Director Shin? After saying this, he looked at Shun Jiayin with anticipation, feeling anxious inside. Oh no, am I being too obvious? Will I scare the fairy sister? Cough, cough. Director Ma cleared his throat, looked at his watch, and hurriedly urged, Brother Fan, look at the time. Shouldn't we go check out the animal hospital? The medical staff sent by the city are already waiting for you to give a speech. You should at least show your face and say a few words. While speaking, he pulled on Ye Xiaofan's arm, almost dragging him to the animal hospital. Ye Xiaofan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, feeling furious. This old ma really has no sense of timing. Can't he see I'm trying to impress a girl? After all the effort to bring in a stunning beauty director, this old ma is here ruining everything. He shot a fierce glare at Director Ma, wishing he could give him a flying kick right then and there. Director Shun, you see, our Beast King domain may not compare to the city, but the air is definitely fresh, perfect for retirement for work. Ye Xiaofan quickly took the lead in the conversation, trying to chat with Shun Jiayin a bit more. But Director Ma immediately jumped in, smiling like a chrysanthemum. That's right. Director Shun, you haven't seen how great our environment is, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with birds singing and flowers blooming. It's simply a paradise. Plus, Mr. Yi is well known for being good to animals. He absolutely won't let anyone down. Ye Xiaofan's eye twitched. This old ma is really trying to kill the vibe. Director Shun, do you have any plans for the future of our hospital? For example, can we introduce some more advanced treatment technologies? He tried to ignore Director Ma's presence and continued to find topics with Shun Jiayin. Well, my initial idea is... Shun Jiayin just started to speak when she was interrupted by Director Ma again. Don't worry, Director Shun. As long as you give us your requirements, we will meet them. Need equipment? We'll get it. Need personnel? We'll provide it. We fully support your work. Director Ma patted his chest, practically offering his heart for Shun Jiayin to see. Ye Xiaofan was about to explode. This old ma is doing this on purpose, right? Director Ma, why don't you go check if today's animal food has arrived? Didn't you say you were going to order a batch of imported cat food for Fat Master? We can't let this slide. He tried to suppress his anger and get Director Ma to leave. Director Ma was taken aback for a moment, then smiled even more obsequiously. Oh, Mr. Yi, you don't need to worry. I've already arranged everything. But since Director Shun just arrived, I need to accompany her and help her get familiar with the environment. Ye Xiaofan cursed inwardly. I bought a watch last year. This old ma is determined to be a third wheel. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain a smile, thinking, fine, I'll endure it for now. And later at the hospital, I will definitely have a chance to talk to Shun Jiayin alone. All the way there, whenever Ye Xiaofan opened his mouth, Director Ma would interject, making Ye Xiaofan want to strangle him. Several times he thought about pretending to accidentally trip Director Ma and make him eat dirt, but then remembered his image as the boss of the Beast King domain, so he held back. Finally, they arrived at the animal hospital. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to introduce it, Director Ma spoke up again. Director Shun, this way, please. This is our animal hospital. Chapter 70. Slipped away. Ye Xiaofan's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this old ma. Can't he say a few proper words? Dean Shun. This animal hospital has cost the city a fortune. Though small, it is fully equipped. Section Chief Ma smiled obsequiously, guiding Shun Jiayin inside. Look at this signboard, impressive, right? It was specially designed by a designer, simple yet grand, and still warm. As they spoke, the group entered the spacious and bright lobby. What caught their eye was a row of brand new service windows, where 3 young girls in matching uniforms stood with sweet smiles, slightly bowing to them. Good morning, Dean Shun. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Their voices were crisp and pleasant, lifting the mood. Ye Xiaofan thought, wow, this setup even has a front desk? And it looks so fresh. I'll get to see beautiful women every day at work. My mood will definitely improve. Besides the front desk, There were also about a dozen young medical staff in the lobby, both male and female, looking a bit shy. Upon seeing Shen Jiayin, they quickly greeted her in unison. "Good morning, Dean Shen." Shen Jiayin smiled and nodded, turning her gaze to Ye Xiaofan. "Mr. Yi, these are all outstanding medical staff transferred from the city. They will be under your leadership from now on." Ye Xiaofan quickly waved his hand. "Oh, Dean Shen, don't say that. I'm just an outsider. I don't understand anything, and I'll need your guidance in the future." While he spoke politely, Ye Xiaofan was secretly sizing up these new colleagues. One boy wearing glasses, looking refined, pushed up his glasses and stepped forward to shake hands. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Li Ming. Please take care of me in the future." "Hello, Li Ge, you're too polite." Ye Xiaofan responded with a smile, but internally he muttered, "This guy looks reliable. He has probably a tech-savvy type." A girl with a ponytail and a faint smile also approached. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Zhang Xiaoya. I'm very happy to join the animal kingdom." Several others also came forward to greet him, although they all seemed a bit shy. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Cough, cough. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Let me introduce our hospital S." Section Chief Ma cleared his throat, ready to start his performance. Ye Xiaofan quickly interrupted. "Old Ma, let us do the introductions later. I'll first take Dean Shen for a tour to familiarize her with the hospital." Section Chief Ma was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Ye Xiaofan to interrupt suddenly. But he immediately switched to a flattering smile. Yes, Mr. Yi is so thoughtful." "Dean Shen, this way please. Let us first check out the inpatient department. It's our hospital's key department." As he spoke, Section Chief Ma began to introduce enthusiastically, like a well-trained tour guide. "Dean Shen, look at our inpatient department. It's the most advanced in the city, with every room equipped with an independent oxygen supply system and temperature control, ensuring our animal brothers are comfortable." Ye Xiaofan watched Section Chief Ma's enthusiastic explanation and felt a surge of anger. This old fellow really spares no effort in stealing the spotlight. Section Chief Ma, why don't you go ahead and take care of your things? I can show Dean Shen around." Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but try to shoo him away. However, Section Chief Ma seemed not to hear and continued. "Dean Shen, look at this operating room. It's equipped with the most advanced surgical equipment. Even the shadowless lamp is imported from Germany." Shen Jiayin appeared to be enjoying the explanations, nodding and smiling occasionally, and even asking a few questions, which made Section Chief Ma even more excited. Ye Xiaofan looked at their cheerful interaction and could only sigh helplessly, thinking, "Forget it, this old Ma knows the situation well. It saves me some trouble." Thus, under Section Chief Ma's guidance, Ye Xiaofan and Shen Jiayin toured the entire animal hospital. Although Ye Xiaofan felt a bit displeased, he had to admit that this old Ma indeed knew more about the hospital than he did. "In short, our animal hospital is the best in the city and even the province. I believe under Dean Shen's leadership, it will develop better and better." Section Chief Ma concluded, looking at Shen Jiayin with anticipation. Shen Jiayin smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Section Chief Ma. We will work hard." Then, she turned to Ye Xiaofan. "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Ye Xiaofan forced a smile. Pretty good. Section Chief Ma explained everything in detail. "I learned a lot." Seeing Ye Xiaofan's insincere expression, Shen Jiayin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Her autumn-like eye seemed to see through Ye Xiaofan's thoughts, carrying a hint of playfulness and encouragement as she softly said, "Thanks to Section Chief Ma's detailed introduction, I now have a preliminary understanding of our hospital situation. However, Mr. Yi, as the head of the animal kingdom, I would also like to hear your plans and directives for the future development of the hospital. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Section Chief Ma's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, "Opportunity. This is a great opportunity. If Brother Fan can show his skills here, who would dare to disrespect us in the future?" He quickly chimed in, Yes, Brother Fan, why don't you say a few words to everyone? You're the boss. Wherever you point, we'll follow." Ye Xiaofan suddenly felt dumbfounded. Directives? What I know about that? I'm completely an outsider in the veterinary field. At most, I just understand a bit of animal language to communicate with them. The original purpose of building this animal hospital was simply to provide a reliable healing place for Fat Yi and Lightning, so they wouldn't have to gamble at pet stores when feeling unwell. As for the operation, management, and development direction of the hospital, that was never in his consideration. If he were to get up and say a few words, wouldn't that'd be like forcing a duck onto a perch, exposing himself directly? At that point, not only would he fail to leave a good impression on Shen Jiayin, but he might also end up in a social death situation, completely collapsing the ordinary image of the animal kingdom boss he had painstakingly built. Just as he was at a loss, a voice suddenly came from his shoulder. "Meow." "Brother Fan, Don't forget we have to pick up Big Cat from the veterinary station today. Oh wow, I almost forgot about Tiger. Ye Xiaofan slapped his forehead, as if seizing a lifeline, and quickly said, "Oh, I'm really sorry, everyone. I have to go to the veterinary station to pick up Tiger. I'm already late, so I want to attend today's meeting." Dean Shun, I'll leave everything here to you. You are the professional. I believe you can manage the hospital well. Section Chief Ma, make sure to arrange accommodations and meals for Dean Shun and all the medical staff. We absolutely can't neglect them. I'm off now. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Ye Xiaofan turned and ran, leaving Section Chief Ma looking bewildered, staring at Ye Xiaofan's departing figure and thinking to himself, what is up with Mr. Yi? Why is he running so fast? Is he rushing to reincarnate? Chapter 71, Is There No Law? Leaving the animal hospital, Ye Xiaofan drove his weathered second-hand car towards the city veterinary station. Fat uncle, do you think this is a bit inappropriate? The new director just arrived, and I'm quitting. Won't it make me seem irresponsible? Ye Xiaofan asked uncertainly. Meow. Don't worry, brother Fan. You don't understand veterinary medicine. You just complicate things if you went. Besides, didn't you ask Section Chief Ma to handle it? That old guy is clever. He'll definitely sort everything out properly. Ye Xiaofan nodded, feeling that Fat Uncle made a valid point. Upon arriving at the veterinary station, Ye Xiaofan immediately saw Dr. Li waiting at the door. Dr. Li, I'm here to pick up Ying. Ye Xiaofan greeted with a smile. Doctor. Li rushed over as soon as he saw Ye Xiaofan. You finally made it. I thought you forgot about Ying. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, thinking, did Ying cause trouble here? What is wrong? Did something happen to Ying? Ye Xiaofan asked nervously. Dr. Li quickly waved his hand. No. Ying has been very well behaved. The staff here all like it. It's just, everyone is reluctant to see it go. Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief, scratching his head and feeling a bit embarrassed. That's good. Thank you so much for taking care of it for so long. Dr. Li smiled and said, It's nothing. Taking care of animals is our duty. Besides, Ying has made a great recovery. It's completely fine now and can be discharged. With that, Dr. Li led Ye Xiaofan to Ying's ward. Ying was lying on the ground, lazily basking in the sun. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofan, it immediately complained, Oh, brother Fan, you finally came to pick me up? I've almost grown mushrooms here. If you keep this up, no one will give your novel a 5-star review. Ye Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, Tiger brother, I know I was wrong. It's just that there has been too much going on lately. Those guys at Xingchen Biology, you know. I just finished up and rushed over to pick you up. Ye Xiaofan smiled and patted Ying's head, then said to Dr. Li, then we'll take our leave now. We'll visit again when we have the chance. Dr. Li nodded and said, All right, be careful on the road. Ye Xiaofan nodded, leading Ying out of the veterinary station. He drove his second-hand car towards the Beast King domain. Finally got this big guy back. This trip is a complete success. Ye Xiaofan started the car, feeling emotional while glancing at Ying, who was quietly lying in the back seat. Hey, Tiger brother, how do you feel? Is your recovery okay? Do you want to listen to some DJ music to perk you up? Ye Xiaofan casually turned on the car's music, and the familiar electronic rhythm instantly filled the cabin. Ying slightly raised its head, squinting as if savoring the sunlight. I feel much better now. Thank you, brother Fan. During this time, I remembered a lot of things. Oh, what did you remember? Did you recall the glory days of dominating the land and roaring through the mountains? Ye Xiaofan became interested. Thinking about the memories of this white Bengal tiger was exciting. A trace of worry flashed in Ying's eyes, and its low voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. I remembered the snow mountains and my kin. I wonder how they're doing now. Seeing the concern in Ying's eyes, Ye Xiaofan felt a pang of emotion. After all, no matter how powerful a beast, it cannot escape the longing for home and loved ones. He scratched his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Hey, Tiger brother, don't be so emo. Once we settle things in the Beast King domain, I'll accompany you back to the Snow Mountains to have a look. At that time, I'll do a live stream for you, and you'll become famous all over the internet. Ying let out a gentle sigh, not responding, only gazing bleakly out the window. When the people from the lab captured me, my mate and 2 cubs, they escaped into the forests of the southern border. It's very dangerous there now. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. The southern border? It didn't sound like a good place. Drug lords, mercenaries, probably all sorts of monsters were there. Tiger brother, that is a lot of information. Tell me more about how dangerous that place is. The southern border. Ying's voice was low and hoarse, as if recalling some painful memories. The forests are being cut down, and there are more and more traps from hunters. Those people will do anything for money. They will stop at nothing to hunt animals, even what? Ye Xiaofan pressed, already sensing the seriousness of the situation. Bai Ying's body trembled slightly, seemingly unwilling to mention the cruel details. But I can't leave the Beast King domain. Those people in white coats are still looking for me. They want to let me go. That goes without saying. If anyone needs to run, it's me. I can't let you, the king of beasts, go to your death. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes, thinking how Tiger Brother was still being so reserved at a time like this. This is on me. Just tell me the specific location, and I'll go myself. You? Bai Ying raised its head, its silver pupils filled with doubt. Brother Fan, are you sure? That is not a joke. You might lose your life there. Oh, come on. Tiger Brother, you underestimate me too much. Ye Xiaofan was instantly displeased. This was a matter of his dignity as the Beast King. I'm a man with the title of Beast King. The southern border is nothing. Don't worry with me around. I'll make sure to bring your family back safe and sound. With that, Ye Xiaofan pulled out his phone and brought up a map of the southern border. His fingers sliding quickly. Tell me the approximate location, and I'll arrange the trip. Plane tickets, hotel, visa, one-stop service. I'll make sure it's all sorted out. Bai Ying hesitated for a moment, then finally pressed a point on the map with its paw. Here, on the eastern slope of the Yunwu Mountains. My kin are active in the coniferous forest belt at an altitude of about 2,000 meters. It paused, its blue eyes filled with worry. But it's the rainy season now. The mountain roads are very dangerous, and there might be their watchmen there. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Tiger Brother. A mere mountain road is nothing. As for those watchmen, let them come. I'll take on 10 of them. I'll make sure they regret it. With that, Ye Xiaofan picked up his phone and dialed Qinyang's number. Team Chun, help me check the route to the Yunwu Mountains. Yes, right now. What? His expression suddenly turned serious, eyebrows furrowed, and his tone grew heavy. When did this happen? Damn, these bastards, is there no law at all? Chapter 72. The director spoke up, make a scene, hanging up the phone. Ye Xiaofan quickly opened social media. The top trending topic was glaringly eye-catching, titled in shocking red letters, Jinding Zoo abuses polar bears. Accompanying the text was a heartbreaking photo. A skeletal polar bear lay helplessly on less than 10 square meters of concrete floor, surrounded by shabby conditions, looking utterly miserable. As if in hell. The temperature display at the top of the phone screen showed a suffocating 38 degrees. Ye Xiaofan's anger surged, reaching a breaking point. Damn it. He could no longer hold back, slamming his fist hard on the steering wheel. Another black-hearted zoo. Is this something a human would do? The fat cat in the car shook its ears from the shock, meowing in dissatisfaction, clearly disapproving of such violent behavior. Calm down, Brother Fan. The fat cat rolled its eyes. Impulsive actions 1T solve the problem. You need to think. Calm down my ass. Ye Xiaofan was burning with rage. They've abused animals to this extent, and you want me to stay calm? Fat cat, hurry up. You're the most agile and cleverest. Jump down. Right now. Immediately contact all the animal brothers in the city. Tell them to rush to Jinding Zoo. Got it. The fat cat leaped out of the car. But not before turning back to advise, Brother Fan, don't be too impulsive. Listen to me. Everything should be steady. Don't get yourself into trouble. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. I know, stop nagging. Hurry up. Watching the fat cat leave, Ye Xiaofan's anger didn't dissipate at all. He took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and turned to the white figure in the back seat. Brother Tiger, how are you feeling? Can you come with me to Jinding Zoo? The white figure slightly lifted its head, a glint of cold light flashing in its silver pupils. No problem. I can't just stand by and watch. Good. Ye Xiaofan nodded heavily. With your word, I'm relieved. We'll go meet the director of Jinding Zoo today and see what kind of person he is. He started the car, flooring the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared like an angry beast, speeding towards Jinding Zoo. Soon, the off-road vehicle arrived at Jinding Zoo. Wow, quite impressive. Ye Xiaofan squinted at a huge scenic stone at the entrance of the zoo, where the words Jinding Wildlife World were engraved in golden letters, glaring under the sunlight. Ye Xiaofan suddenly felt the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Wildlife World? More like animal abuse hell. He suddenly noticed a sign at the entrance that read Love Animals, No Feeding. Love Animals? Pfft. What a facade. Ye Xiaofan was so enraged he almost crashed his car. This was his only means of transportation, and if it got damaged, he'd have to pay for repairs out of his own pocket, which would be a big loss. Damn it. One day, I'll make all the black-hearted zoo owners pay the price. Ye Xiaofan gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, a messenger flapped its wings and flew over, landing on the car window. Brother Fan, I found out that the owner of this zoo is called Qiu Hai, and he is said to have quite a background. Background? Ye Xiaofan sneered. Who dares to compare their background with mine? I'm the king of the beast realm, with hundreds of animal brothers under me. Who doesn't listen to me? Saying that, he took out his phone and directly dialed Wang Mingyuan's number. Hey, Director Wang. It's Ye Xiaofan. I need to tell you something. I have to take down Jinding Zoo. They're abusing animals. It's simply inhumane. Shouldn't the police come to maintain order? I'm afraid I might hit too hard and kill someone. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then, Wang Mingyuan's somewhat helpless voice came through. You rascal. 3 days without a beating makes you want to climb the roof. We already know about the situation at Jinding Zoo. The animal abuse is indeed true. I was going to advise you to stay calm and not act impulsively, but I know you wouldn't listen anyway. Hey, Director Wang, you're so wise. Ye Xiaofan said proudly. All right, I've already sent Qin Yang and his team over. You take care of your safety and don't let things escalate into a tragedy. When Qin Yang arrives, let him take over the handling. Wang Mingyuan sighed and said earnestly. Ye Xiaofan immediately understood Wang Mingyuan's intention. This was permission for him to seek justice, as long as he ensured his safety before Qin Yang arrived. Understood, Director Wang. I assure you I will complete the task. I will pay attention to my safety and won't tarnish our Donghai City Police Department's reputation. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan turned to the white figure in the back seat, a confident smile on his face. Brother Tiger, the director has spoken. We can make a scene. Once we enter the zoo, we can do whatever we want, and if anything happens, I'll take the blame. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the icy blue eyes of the white figure, and it growled. No problem, Brother Fan. Today, let these humans witness the wrath of the Beast King. Ye Xiaofan's fighting spirit ignited, and he turned to the white figure, giving an okay gesture. Brother Tiger, let's give them something big today. Let this group of bastards know why the flowers are so red. With that, he suddenly threw open the car door and stepped out. It was noon, and the entrance of the zoo was crowded with people, bustling with activity, as many parents brought their children to play. He could vaguely hear some low murmurs, mostly complaints about the animals' poor conditions, being skinny and lethargic. Hey, look at that polar bear. It's almost a polar skeleton, so pitiful. Exactly. Spent so much money to see this. I'd rather stay home and scroll my phone. I heard the zoo owner is really stingy. The animals' food is terrible, sigh. Poor little creatures. Listening to these comments, Ye Xiaofan's anger intensified. As expected, the animal abuse at Jinding Zoo was confirmed. His eyes narrowed, he opened the back door, and quietly said to the white figure, Brother Tiger, it's your time to perform. Roar. The white figure let out a deafening tiger roar that echoed through the entire entrance of the zoo. Immediately, a massive figure leaped out of the car. Its black and white fur shimmering ominously in the sunlight. Holy crap. A tiger. A tiger. The once bustling crowd instantly erupted into chaos, screaming in terror and scattering in all directions, wishing they had 2 more legs. Run. The tiger is out. Help. I want to go home. Chapter 73. Let the tiger lie down. Damn, don't run. Villagers. Fellow townsfolk. Stay calm. Ye Xiaofan saw the situation getting out of control and quickly tried to reassure everyone, cupping his hand around his mouth and shouting, I'm not here to walk the tiger to scare anyone. I'm Ye Xiaofan from Fan, I observes the city. And today I brought Tiger Brother here to uphold justice and take down this heartless animal park. He paused for a moment, seeing that everyone was still in shock, and quickly added, Tiger Brother is also a victim, forced to work. He is very kind. Usually he is well-behaved at home, just like a big cat. Petting him is really comfortable. To increase his credibility, Ye Xiaofan deliberately stepped forward and patted Bing's head. Bing cooperatively rubbed against Ye Xiaofan, showing in the eyes of the tourists, extremely fierce expression, which caused the crowd to erupt into another round of screams. Hey, Tiger Brother, don't scare them. Tone it down. Tone it down. Ye Xiaofan was both amused and exasperated, soothing Bing while continuing to explain to the crowd. Everyone rest assured. Tiger Brother has been professionally trained and will definitely not attack humans for no reason. I guarantee that today he will only bite the heartless park director. Absolutely no innocent bystanders will be harmed. Is that true? That tiger looks so fierce. A young mother holding her child asked, trembling. It must be true. I, Ye Xiaofan, guarantee it with my character. If Tiger Brother harms anyone, I will do a live stream while standing on my head and washing my hair. Ye Xiaofan pounded his chest to assure them, and to add persuasion, he pulled out his phone, showing the Douyin interface of Fan, I observes the city. You all have seen my live streams, right? I'm famous for loving animals. How could I joke with everyone's lives? Some people in the crowd recognized Ye Xiaofan's account and began to discuss. Hey, It really is Fan. I observes the city. I watched his live streams. He really impressive. I've seen it too. He exposed the bad guys from right group last time. So it should be fine, right? He seems pretty reliable. With Ye Xiaofan's assurance and the backing of Fan, I observes the city. The crowd's emotions gradually stabilized. Seeing that the tourists were calmed down, Ye Xiaofan jumped onto the top of the car, raised his hands high, and shouted with all his might, "Dear folks, today, I am here to uphold justice and take down this heartless animal park. They abuse animals and disregard lives. No, disregard animal lives. It's simply enraging to both humans and gods. Please, brothers and sisters, fellow townsfolk, pick up your phones and witness this. Record this historic moment. Let this unscrupulous animal park completely disappear from our sight." His shout was like a thunderclap, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Although some people still dared not approach, most relaxed and raised their phones, aiming at Ye Xiaofan and baying, ready to record this rare spectacle of a tiger taking down a heartless animal park. 666. Brother Fan is mighty. This is a true hero. This animal park is clearly no good. Look at how thin those animals are. A middle-aged man said indignantly. Rolling up his sleeves, brothers, sisters, grab your phones. Let us go with Brother Fan to take down this heartless animal park. Support Brother Fan. This heartless animal park should be exposed. They must lose everything. A young mother, holding her child with reddened eyes, said, "I will never bring my child to such a place again. It's simply heartless. Brother Fan, we support you. They must give an explanation today. Brother Fan, whatever you say goes. We'll follow your lead. We must expose the dark secrets of this heartless animal park." A boy who looked like a college student adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Brother Fan, do you want me to hack their website? Expose their dark history." Ye Xiaofan looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. The power of public opinion is the strongest weapon. He raised his arm, pointed at the entrance of the animal park, and shouted hoarsely, "Tiger brother, charge!" Baying received the command and let out a roar that shook the entire venue. The tiger's roar was like rolling thunder, carrying the pressure of a superior, directly stunning the few remaining security guards and staff at the entrance of Jinding Zoo. Damn! A real tiger. A young security guard in uniform trembled, his legs shaking, and the rubber baton in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. "It's over. This tiger is really coming for us." Another older security guard wasn't much better off, his face pale and a faint smell of urine wafting from his pants. Those who had still held a glimmer of hope, thinking it might just be a publicity stunt, now completely believed that this was a genuine, ferocious beast. Forget about blocking them. Even if they wanted to run now, their legs were too weak to move. Baying didn't care whether they were scared or not. The next actions were as swift as lightning. It moved like a silver-gray whirlwind, charging straight for the ticket check. "Let the tiger lie down." Baying roared, its claws swinging with a gust of wind. And several security guards didn't even have time to let out a second scream before being knocked to the ground, piled up like a stack of pancakes. "Rawr!" Baying let out a low growl, like a warning and a demonstration. However, Baying also knew its limits. These were just workers. The real culprit was the heartless park director inside. So, it merely knocked them down with its paws, not truly using lethal force. Of course, the minor injuries were not a concern for the tiger. The screams rose and fell, but suddenly stopped. Immediately after, Baying unhesitatingly raised its sharp claws, aiming at the ticket machines that symbolized charging fees. Crack! Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal breaking, the ticket machine was sent flying far away by Baying's paw, rolling on the ground several times, completely wrecked. "Rawr!" Baying let out a long howl, leaping high, its massive body tracing a silver-gray arc in the air, leading the charge into the animal park. "Brothers, charge with me." Ye Xiaofan saw this and raised his arm, loudly shouting to the still-shocked tourists. "Jinding Zoo must apologize to us today. Follow in Tiger Brother's footsteps. Let's South flatten this place." The tourists were instantly infected by Ye Xiaofan's passion, raising their phones and following behind Ye Xiaofan and Baying, charging into the depths of the animal park. However, they hadn't gone far into the park before the first wave of resistance came their way. Quick! Stop them. Chapter 74 now, charge. Inside the zoo, several security guards holding animal nets and electric batons rushed over with panic in their eyes, forming a human wall to try to stop Ye Xiaofan and Bai Ying's advance. The head of the security team was a burly middle-aged man who shouted fiercely, "Who are you? What do you want? Stop your actions immediately, or we will take coercive measures." A hint of fear flashed in Bai Ying's eyes, The equipment in these humans' hands posed a certain threat to a beast like it. Ye Xiaofan sneered, pointing at the security captain's nose and cursing. Coercive measures? What the hell are you coercing? I'm here to uphold justice. You bunch of dogs aiding the wicked, get out of my way. Otherwise, you'll find out why the flowers are so red. Go capture them. The security captain, furious and embarrassed, waved his electric baton and was about to charge forward. Just at that critical moment, a loud barking sound came from the distance. Woof, woof, woof. Everyone, get out of my way. It was lightning. Balancing atop its head was Pfft Master, resembling a cat deity descending from the sky. At the same time, a cooing sound echoed from above as a messenger led a flock of pigeons, circling overhead like a squadron of bombers ready to drop their payload. Brothers, grab your weapons. Ye Xiaofan waved his hand and shouted at the group of security personnel, Today, in our Beast King's domain, we will uphold justice. Let me tell you, our Beast King's veterinary hospital is already built, luxurious, 5-star medical guarantee, comprehensive arrangements. If any of our brothers or sisters get injured, I will cover all the medical expenses. Now charge. Take down these scum. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning darted forward like an arrow, roaring with the police dog brothers towards the security personnel. Damn, real police dogs. This is going to be a good show. This guy is really fierce. He can even mobilize police dogs. Now, that's a true partner of justice. Support. Support. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, and the tourists raised their phones to capture this thrilling moment. Wait, don't come over. We have electric batons. One security guard waved his electric baton in panic, trying to stop the police dogs from approaching. However, the messenger would not give them a chance. It swooped down, aiming for the security captain's eyes with its beak. The security captain let out a horrifying scream, covering his eyes and collapsing to the ground. Immediately, the tide turned against them. Before the security personnel could react, the bombardment of pecking from the pigeons and the surprise attacks from the police dogs completely overwhelmed them. Cries of distress and howls echoed throughout the entire zoo. This is too fierce. This group of animals is simply a powerhouse. This is the real animal world. I've gained some insight. This heartless zoo deserves it. They should be taught a good lesson. The tourists watched in shock, cheering for Ye Xiaofan and his animal brothers. Pfft Master, how's the situation? Ye Xiaofan picked up Pfft Master, who had jumped down from Lightning's computer bag. Have all the brothers arrived? Pfft Master proudly puffed out his chest and meowed. Don't worry, brother fan. Everyone is in position. That little black whirlwind has already led the cats into the zoo to notify all the animals. Everything is at your command, ready for a full-scale attack. Ye Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with confident light. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly asked, Has Xiaoqi arrived? Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from the back of the crowd, and a fluffy little raccoon scampered over, raising its little head and excitedly calling, Brother Fan. I'm here. I'm late. I'm late, sorry. It was the locksmith expert, Xiaoqi. Damn, Xiaoqi, you little guy. Your speed is impressive. Did you eat a strength pill? Ye Xiaofan teased. Looking at the panting Xiaoqi, he squatted down, rubbed Xiaoqi's fluffy little head, and reassured, It's okay, you're just in time. The good show is just beginning. I'm waiting for you to carry the whole scene. Flattered by Ye Xiaofan's praise, Xiaoqi puffed up its little chest, waved its little paws, and excitedly said, Of course. Just look at who I am. Brother Fan, just give me orders, and I'll take care of it. Ye Xiaofan stood up, his expression suddenly serious. He pointed to the tightly locked cages deep in the zoo and said to Xiaoqi, This time, it's up to you. Those poor animal brothers and sisters are trapped inside and suffering. Now, it's up to you to rescue them and bring them the hope of freedom. Remember, time is life. Be quick, be steady, and don't miss any cage. Xiaoqi nodded vigorously, tightly clutching a mini toolkit filled with various lock-picking tools, looking very professional, Brother Fan. Don't worry, I guarantee I will complete the task. These broken locks are nothing in front of me, Xiaoqi. Ye Xiaofan patted Xiaoqi's shoulder and encouraged. I believe in you. You're the best. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Pfft Master on his shoulder. By the way, Pfft Master, have the lock-picking 3 musketeers arrived? Those 3 flashy cats. If it weren't for them last time, we wouldn't have been able to subdue Scar and his gang. Ye Xiaofan still vividly recalled the scene when he first met the lock-picking 3 musketeers. Those 3 cats completely overturned his perception of cats. A limping tabby, a one-eyed black cat, and a Persian cat wearing sunglasses. Their aura was like that of underworld bosses. The 3 cats worked in perfect harmony. Their combat power was off the charts, directly beating Scar and his gang to tears. Meow. Don't worry, Brother Fan. Fat Master lazily yawned. I've already notified them. As soon as those three guys heard there was a good show to watch, they couldn't hold back. They're probably already rampaging through the zoo now, quietly picking locks. Fat Master shot Ye Xiaofan a disdainful glance, as if to say, no need to worry. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan finally felt reassured. With the lockpicking 3 musketeers assisting, the speed of rescuing those animal brothers and sisters would definitely increase significantly. However, he soon frowned again. While he wasn't worried about the skills of the lockpicking 3 musketeers, they could definitely protect themselves. What about Xiaoqi? It was just a soft and cute little raccoon, completely powerless. If any security personnel were to get desperate and make things difficult for it, Xiaoqi would definitely be in serious trouble. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the police dogs. Hey, these guys all have vests. Generally, who would dare to provoke police dogs? Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh, thinking this plan would work, and immediately shouted, Lightning, come here. Chapter 75. Don't move at this moment. The security personnel had already been surrounded by the police dogs led by Lightning and the pigeons led by the messenger, each one with bruised faces, looking utterly disheveled. The pigeons circled above their heads, occasionally diving down to peck at their heads to prevent their escape. The police dogs bared their teeth, emitting low growls that intimidated everyone present. Lightning heard the call and immediately ran over with agile steps, panting, Brother Fan, just give me any tasks. Ye Xiaofan patted Lightning's head and said seriously, Lightning, you take the police dogs and go with Xiaoqi, and protect it well. If Xiaoqi loses even a single hair, I will hold you all accountable. Did you hear me? Lightning accepted the order, growled at the police dogs, and led them to escort Xiaoqi deeper into the zoo. Pigeon brothers, your task is also very important. Ye Xiaofan turned to the messenger and said, keep an eye on these security personnel. Not a single one is allowed to escape. If anyone dares to play tricks, peck them hard. The messenger cooed twice. Mission guaranteed. The flock of pigeons responded, circling above the heads of the security personnel, forming an impenetrable aerial blockade. Once everything was arranged, Ye Xiaofan confidently hoisted up the Fat Master, followed by the massive white shadow, with groups of excited tourists trailing behind, marching vigorously deeper into the zoo. Brother Fan, wait for us. Brother Fan, we support you. Brother Fan, I want to take videos and post them on social media to let more people know about the evil deeds of this unscrupulous zoo. Tourists raised their phones, taking photos and videos of Ye Xiaofan and the White Shadow. Some even started live streaming, transmitting the scene to their followers in real time. Wow, this tiger is so cool. Simply a warrior. Brother Fan is awesome. This is a real hero. The Jinding Zoo is totally finished. To mess with Brother Fan is to seek death. Just a few steps in, Ye Xiaofan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chen. Hello, Captain Shun. What's up? He answered the phone casually. Ye Xiaofan, what kind of trouble are you causing again? Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Chun Yang's roar on the other end of the line was loud enough to almost deafen him. He rubbed his ears, held the phone a little farther away, and grinned. Oh, Captain Shun, don't get excited, stay calm. I just have a bit of a personal grudge with this zoo and came over to settle it. Don't worry. I guarantee I will restrain myself. I definitely turn them into pig heads, and most just make them unable to take care of themselves. As he spoke, Ye Xiaofan gestured forward, and the White Shadow understood, taking big strides into the zoo. Personal grudge? You call those security personnel lying at the entrance like a pile of human dominoes a personal grudge? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? I'm telling you, the trending topics on Weibo are going crazy. Beast King Domain Boss challenges Zoo, White Tiger Unleashed, Beast Take Revenge, Jinding Zoo's Dark Secrets. All of it is you. Stop it right now. Wait there. I'm bringing people right over. Chun Yang shouted angrily, and faintly, sirens could be heard approaching. Ye Xiaofan chuckled. Relax, Captain Chun, I understand. Everything is under control. I guarantee to complete the task. No, I guarantee not to cause you any trouble. Once the interest has been collected, I'll sound a retreat and wait for you to clean up the mess. After hanging up, Ye Xiaofan shrugged. Really, good intentions go unrewarded. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Chen Yang was standing at the entrance of Jinding Zoo, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This is called a personal grudge? This is clearly a large-scale destruction scene. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jinding Zoo, Chen Yang saw the chaos. The ticket barriers were dismantled and scattered everywhere, as if a typhoon had swept through. Even more bizarrely, several security personnel were lying on the ground, neatly stacked together, as if they were participating in some kind of performance art. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help them up. and send the injured to the hospital. Chun Yang sighed lightly, instructing the officers to help the human dominoes. Don't touch us. The security personnel at the bottom, with a mournful face and trembling voice, cried, Officer, please, let us lie here. If we move, the tiger might come back, and we'll lose our lives. Chen Yang. He glanced at the surrounding officers, all of whom had strange expressions. It turned out these security personnel weren't unable to get up due to injuries, but were too scared to move because of the tiger. All right, you can lie there. Chen Yang's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, signaling the officers to ignore these cowards. This Ye Xiaofan is really outrageous. Not only does he hit people, but he also gives them psychological trauma. He rubbed his forehead and quickly dialed Wang Mingyuan's number to report the situation. Director Wang, this is Chun Yang. The situation at Jinding Zoo is a bit out of control. Ye Xiaofan brought the white shadow and smashed the entrance. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Wang Mingyuan's deafening roar. What? The white shadow? That tiger? Why didn't he bring an aircraft carrier? This brat really wants to reach for the sky. Hurry up and bring him back. As Chun Yang listened to the roaring voice on the phone that made his ears buzz, his mouth twitched even more. Bring him back? I'm afraid that as soon as I cuff Ye Xiaofan, Director Wang, you'll have to personally drive over pick him up, and by the way, slap a charge of obstructing official duties on me for being inflexible. Wang Director, this isn't too good, is it? Chen Yang weakly retor, feeling interestingly uniasi. On the other end, Wang Mingyuan's voice was filled with a sense of disappointment. What's not good? This kid is getting more and more out of line. Completely lawless, truly thinking he's the king of the animal world. If it weren't for the contributions he's made to society, I would have thrown him into cool off long ago. Chen Yang wanted to roll his eyes. Come on, Director Wang, are you kidding? If you really wanted to throw him in, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Chapter 76 Fat Master. Have you seen this dead fat pig? Wang Mingyuan continued to roar, his voice tinged with impatience. But his tone clearly carried some strange implications. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring him back to me. This kind of thing has a terrible impact and must be dealt with seriously. The public opinion is already explosive, and the pressure is all on me. How am I supposed to report to the higher-ups? Chen Yang understood more clearly in his heart. So, this is a performance for the higher-ups. If they really wanted to deal with Ye Xiaofan, would they be talking about public opinion and reporting? They would have issued the order directly. Director Wang, you also know that Ye Xiaofan is a stubborn mule. If we really want to catch him, we might have to get serious, and besides, that tiger. Chun Yang tactfully reminded. His words hinted that he didn't want to confront the tiger head-on. Sure enough, on the other end of the phone, Wang Mingyuan's tone softened significantly, with a hint of helplessness. Sigh, forget it. You know this kid is just an unruly one, and we can't really do anything to him. He can communicate with animals, which is a talent, and contributes to society, but, sigh, he's just a bit too flamboyant. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yes, too flamboyant. He's almost shitting on your head, and you still have to clean up after him. In fact, during this time, he also felt that Ye Xiaofan was a bit too flamboyant. Although he could communicate with animals and command them, this is human society. After all, animals are ultimately animals. Moreover, Ye Xiaofan even let the tiger out. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? More importantly, even though Ye Xiaofan has this ability, this is human society where human relationships and rules matter. Relying solely on animals won't work. If someone powerful wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Yet Ye Xiaofan just didn't realize this. Of course, he had thought about advising Ye Xiaofan, but he couldn't resist the prodding of his mentor and leader. Every time he said something nice to remind Ye Xiaofan to be cautious, but whenever Ye Xiaofan got into trouble, he helped clean up the mess and even took credit for him, even setting up a police point in the Beast King area to protect Ye Xiaofan. One thing after another, even if it were himself, he would probably get carried away. Not to mention Ye Xiaofan is a post-00s kid who hasn't experienced the harshness of society. Sure enough, as he was thinking, Wang Mingyuan spoke again. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, that kid won't listen. You go over now and control the situation. Make sure no one gets hurt. Emphasize to him again that the bottom line for this action is controllable. Remember, controllable. Chen Yang smiled wryly and saluted. Yes, Director Wang. I guarantee I will complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. It seemed that today's Golden Tripod Zoo was destined to be turned upside down. Having followed Wang Mingyuan for so long, he knew some situations the city leaders had long wanted to deal with Chiu Hai. But the interests involved behind this guy were very complicated, and there were people covering for him, so they had been unable to take action. Now was good. With Ye Xiaofan, this reckless kid, they could muddy the waters and make it easier to fish in troubled waters. Thinking of Wang Mingyuan's meaningful gaze before he left, and that warning to stay safe and cause trouble within controllable limits, Chen Yang's mouth twitched. This old fox is washing his hands of this mess cleanly. Well, since the leader has given instructions, he would just be a qualified spectator and provide protection. Making sure Ye Xiaofan didn't drag himself down too. After all, this kid is incredibly bold and willing to do anything. With that thought, Chen Yang sighed and waved to the young officer beside him. Xiao Lu, go, pull the cordon further out, even further. Don't let the media capture anything they shouldn't. Xiao Lu was stunned and couldn't help but ask, Captain Chen, aren't we supposed to maintain order? Chen Yang glared at him and scolded. What the hell do you know? Maintain order? Didn't you hear Ye Xiaofan brought the tiger out? Do you dare to lecture the tiger? Huh. You go ahead. Xiao Lu instantly shrank back, not daring to say another word. Remember, our task today is to ensure the safety of the people and Ye Xiaofan. As for the rest, just turn a blind eye. Chen Yang lowered his voice and earnestly reminded, especially about Ye Xiaofan. If he gets hurt or loses a hair, we won't be able to escape. Xiao Lu nodded, somewhat understanding, and hurried off to carry out his task. Meanwhile, inside the zoo, after Ye Xiaofan hung up the phone, a fat man wearing a floral shirt and a gold necklace rushed over, followed by several burly bodyguards. As soon as Ye Xiaofan saw this fat man, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He had definitely seen this dead fat pig before, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Damn, who is this? Fat master, have you seen this dead fat pig? Ye Xiaofan lowered his voice and asked the fat master on his shoulder. The fat master lazily yawned, his cat face full of disdain, and meowed with a hint of contempt. Brother Fan, you forgot? Remember when we just took in Baiying? This guy even tried to snatch Baiying from you, remember? At that time, a bunch of experts and bosses were gathered at the city bureau, trying to get their hands on Tiger Brother, and this dead fat pig was among them. Ye Xiaofan slapped his forehead, and the memory flooded back. Oh shit, I remember now. It's him. No wonder he looked so familiar. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was that dead fat pig. At that time, Ye Xiaofan had just rescued Baiying from the Xinghui Wild Animal Park and was blocked by a group of experts and bosses at the city bureau. This dead fat pig, relying on a bit of money, wanted to cut in, claiming he wanted to give Baiying a better life, and even said he wanted to buy Tiger Brother at high price. Bah, at that time, I could tell something was off with this guy's eyes. It was obvious he didn't genuinely love animals. He probably just wanted to use Baiying for some shady dealings. The recollection instantly filled Ye Xiaofan with disgust as he looked at Xiao. This scum. Luckily, I didn't agree back then. Otherwise, Tiger Brother would have been in trouble. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but spit, wishing he could kick this fat man away. He didn't expect to run into him again today. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. The fat man seemed to sense the hostility from Ye Xiaofan and put on a hypocritical smile, his slanted eyes narrowing into a slit, the gold chain spinning to the point of dizziness. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Ye Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to pretend to be polite with him and shot back directly. I'm here to tell you that animal abuse comes with a price. Xiaodahi's hypocritical smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce and menacing expression. I want to see what price you can pay for daring to provoke me. Chapter 77. Brutally beating Xiaodahi. Xiaodahi sneered and waved his hand, causing the bodyguards behind him to rush towards Ye Xiaofan. At that moment, a tiger's roar echoed through the sky. A white figure descended from the heavens, landing beside Ye Xiaofan. How? The white figure let out an angry roar at the bodyguards, instantly scaring them into inaction. Is that the tiger? Xiaodahi trembled as he asked, fear etched on his face. This is my brother, White Shadow. Ye Xiaofan smiled proudly and walked towards Xiaodahi, saying, now it's your turn. Seeing the ferocious appearance of White Shadow, Xiaodahi was immediately terrified, his legs going weak. I warn you, don't come any closer. Do you know who my dad is? If you touch me, you won't get away with it. However, his threats were useless in front of White Shadow. In a flash of silver, White Shadow pounced like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that no one could see his actions clearly. The next second, Xiaodahi felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, completely disoriented. The powerful body of White Shadow pressed down on Xiaodahi, his sharp claws firmly pinning down the fat man's chest, rendering him immobile. Those cold blue eyes were filled with the authority and disdain of a superior, as if looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Xiao Dahai was utterly stunned. The arrogance he once had vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear and despair. He opened his mouth to scream for help, but found that his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Damn, Tiger Brother is amazing. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but cheer inwardly. A woo. White Shadow let out a low growl, turning his head towards Ye Xiaofan, waiting for his next command. Brother Fan, how should we deal with this guy? Ye Xiaofan took big strides and directly rushed in front of Xiao Dahai, raising his fist and smashing hard into Xiao Dahai's face. Xiao Dahai, you finally have your day. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Xiao Dahai's plump cheek, causing blood to gush from his nose and his fat to jiggle. Ouch! Xiao Dahai let out a pig-like scream as his hefty body fell backward. Ye Xiaofan had no intention of letting him off so easily. He got up and sat on Xiao Dahai, raining down punches like a shower, focusing on his face. This is for abusing animals. This is for making money with a black heart. Today I, the Fat Master, will act on behalf of heaven. Bang! 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 One punch after another left Xiao Dahai's face swollen and bruised, his gold chain askew, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Stop! Stop hitting me! I was wrong. Xiao Dahai wailed, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. The surrounding tourists were stunned by this sudden scene, but they quickly reacted, pulling out their phones to take pictures, record videos, and start live streams. Damn, Brother Fan is really angry. Good hit. Scumbags like him deserve to be beaten. So satisfying. The bastard who abuses animals should feel the pain. Brother Fan is mighty, acting on behalf of heaven. Scumbags like him deserve 1,000 cuts. After Ye Xiaofan had beaten him enough, the anger inside him subsided a bit. He finally stopped, sat down on Xiao Dahai, looked around, and gave a peace sign to the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Ye Xiaofan from Fan Eye View. The reason I came here today is to seek justice for these poor animals. He pointed at Xiao Dahai beneath him, his tone dripping with disdain. This guy is Xiao Dahai, the black-hearted director of Jinding Zoo, relying on his filthy money. He abuses animals and disregards lives. Oh no, disregards animal lives. Such a person is simply detestable. As you can see, the environment of Jinding Zoo is terrible. Look at how tortured the animals are. It's simply unbearable, Ye Xiaofan said indignantly. But don't worry, now that I'm here, I won't let such things happen again. Here, I also want to assure everyone. I am transforming the Beast King domain, and it will definitely be a paradise for animals in the future. Not a single animal will be bullied in the Beast King domain. Ye Xiaofan vowed to the camera, saying that once the transformation of the Beast King domain was complete and officially opened, everyone was welcome to come and visit. He promised to show everyone a brand new, loving animal world. By the way, you can follow my Douyin account, Fan Eye View, as updates about the Beast King domain will be posted there, including the latest situation on the animals being rescued. Everyone is welcome to supervise. Ye Xiaofan didn't forget to promote his Douyin account and the Beast King domain, feeling secretly proud of himself for being such a genius. The surrounding tourists responded enthusiastically, taking photos, recording videos, and posting comments, creating a lively atmosphere. Brother Fan, we support you. You must do a good job transforming the Beast King domain. Brother Fan, I've been following your Douyin account for a long time. I'll definitely visit the Beast King domain. Brother Fan, we believe in you. You are the pride of our Donghai city. At that moment, a series of cat cries echoed from a distance, the sound urgent and sharp, filled with uncontrollable anger and sadness. There came Black Whirlwind, the black cat known for his agility and calmness, now fur bristling, running wildly towards Ye Xiaofan, followed by a large group of angry cats, all with raised fur. Like a vengeful army. Brother Fan, something big has happened. Black Whirlwind jumped in front of Ye Xiaofan, frantic. The situation inside is 1,000 times worse than we imagined. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. Black Brother, don't panic, take your time. It's terrible, too terrible. Those bastards don't see those animals as beings. No, they don't see those animals as animals at all. That Malaysian tapir is covered in needle marks, almost bled dry. And that golden monkey is so thin, it's just skin and bones, it can't even stand. The most hateful is that little clouded leopard. It's locked in a pitch-black cage, covered in wounds, unable to cry out, its eyes filled with despair. I watched, and my heart shattered. And that bear, when I went in, it was lying on the ground groaning, one eye completely blind. I heard the surrounding animals say it was burned with cigarette butts by those bastards. Chapter 78. Obey my command, leave no one behind. Black Whirlwind became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his cat face filled with anger. Fangu, these bastards are simply inhuman. They don't deserve to keep animals. They should all be captured and locked in cages to experience this kind of suffering themselves. He finished in one breath, trembling with rage, while the cats behind him meowed incessantly, denouncing those people's crimes. Ye Xiaofan felt his blood boiling, his fists tightly clenched, cracking with tension. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him, and shouted loudly to the surrounding tourists. Fellow friends, fellow villagers. I just received news that the situation in Jinding Zoo is worse than we imagined. Almost all the animals have been abused, and several have completely lost their ability to move and are on the brink of death. What? Is this really happening? How heartless. These unscrupulous businessmen are simply not worthy of being human. I want to go in and see for myself. I want to see how those animals are doing. Fangu, take us in. We must seek justice for those poor animals. The tourists were all stirred up, demanding to enter the zoo to witness the animals' plight firsthand. Ye Xiaofan nodded, raised his arm, and shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, follow me to expose the crimes of these scoundrels. Let the whole world know how utterly insane they are. Let this unscrupulous zoo completely disappear from our sight." After saying that, Ye Xiaofan stood up and sneered at Xiao Dahai beneath him. "Today, I'll let you know what the consequences of your sins are. Huge brother, take this beast and come with me." Xiao Dahai was about to curse angrily, but before he could, Black Whirlwind let out a cat's cry, and hundreds of cats immediately surrounded him, baring their teeth and growling, which frightened Xiao Dahai into silence. Not daring to resist, "Black brother, lead the way," Ye Xiaofan said to Black Whirlwind. Black Whirlwind meowed and led Ye Xiaofan and a large group of people toward the depths of the zoo. Along the way, the tourists pointed fingers and cursed at Xiao Dahai. What a beast! How could he treat animals like this? Looks human, but his heart is so dark. He must be severely punished. He can't be let off. Xiao Dahai, cursed by the crowd, lowered his head in anger and remained silent. Soon, Ye Xiaofan and his group arrived at the depths of the zoo. The scene here was even more shocking. Just as Black Whirlwind had said, the animals were locked in small cages, covered in scars, emaciated, on the verge of death, with eyes filled with despair and fear. Some animals had already died, their corpses carelessly discarded in corners, emitting a foul odor. The air was filled with a nauseating stench that made it hard to breathe. Upon seeing the scene before them, the tourists were stunned, covering their mouths in horror. So cruel. This is inhumane. These animals are so pitiful. What wrong have they done to deserve such torment? I'm going to post these photos online to let more people know about the evil deeds of this unscrupulous zoo. Just as the tourists were responding, taking photos, recording videos, and posting comments, a series of low moans filled with pain and despair suddenly struck Ye Xiaofan's heart like a dagger. "Help me! Save me!" A frail golden monkey looked at Ye Xiaofan through the rusty iron bars with helpless eyes. Its fur, which should have been fluffy and shiny, was now dull and sparse, clinging to its bony body. "Please help us." A disheveled brown bear lay weakly on the ground, emitting faint groans. Its right eye was blind, leaving only a bloody hole that was hard to bear. "Oh, it hurts!" A small clouded leopard curled up in the corner, covering its bleeding wound with its paw. Its once vibrant eyes were now filled with fear and despair. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." A pitiful Malayan tapir looked at Ye Xiaofan through the dirty bars with pleading eyes, its body covered in needle marks, blood already dried to a dark red, exuding a nauseating odor. Help me." The weak voices of these animals pierced Ye Xiaofan's heart like sharp knives. "Fangu, save us." A parrot struggled to flap its wings, calling out in a hoarse voice, "We don't want to stay here anymore. Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Ye Xiaofan's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. "Brothers and sisters, these bastards dare to abuse my animal brothers like this. Today Ye Xiaofan, will take justice into my own hands and teach them a lesson." He suddenly waved his hand, pointing at the entire Jinding Zoo, and roared with all his might. "All you brothers and sisters who can still move, listen up. From now on, smash this zoo. Smash it to pieces. Leave no trace behind. These scum do not deserve to have such a place." This roar acted as a signal, igniting the long-suppressed anger of the animals. White Shadow let out a deafening tiger roar. "All those who have suffered, today, stand up for me." White Shadow's voice, carrying the weight of thunder, resonated throughout the Jinding Zoo, returning the humiliation you have endured 100-fold. Just don't kill them. Make sure they suffer. White Shadow charged ahead toward the nearest office. Bang! The heavy tiger paw slammed against the door, instantly shattering the solid wooden door into pieces. Inside the office, a balding middle-aged man was trembling in fear, hiding under the desk. Upon seeing White Shadow's murderous gaze, he was so scared he nearly wet himself. "Tell me what you want," he stammered. White Shadow coldly looked at him, his sharp claws scraping across the desk, leaving deep scratches. "What do I want? I want you to know what it means to have eyes watching you while you do wrong. When you were skimping on my food, did you ever think about today?" As he spoke, White Shadow flipped over the desk and pinned the balding man underneath. "Ah, help! Help!" The balding man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. White Shadow ignored him, only using his paw to viciously smack his behind, again and again, until he was screaming in agony. Meanwhile, the entire Jinding Zoo was in an uproar. Ye Xiaofan silently shouted in his heart, "Dear fathers, I've been working overtime to reply to all your comments. Thank you for your support, but some replies didn't show up. Please don't blame Ye Xiaofan for that. Keep posting thank you messages in the comment section. And thank for the rewards." Chapter 79, Leave the Cars. As Baiying took action, the entire Golden Cauldron Zoo erupted into chaos. A plump female pig charged at the animal trainer who usually liked to whip her, nudging his belly with her snout, causing him to back away repeatedly until she sat on him, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. A once docile alpaca spat a thick gob of phlegm at a keeper who often withheld its food, covering the keeper's face with the sticky liquid, making him roll his eyes in disgust. A former staff member who used to tease monkeys with a high-pressure water gun found himself stripped naked by a group of monkeys, who stole his pants and hung them in a tree, making faces at him incessantly. Even the seemingly harmless rabbits and parrots joined in this wave of revenge. The rabbits frantically chewed on the keeper's shoelaces, making them unable to move, and occasionally kicked their butts with their hind legs, kicking up clouds of dust. The parrots mocked the keepers by mimicking their usual phrases, loudly shouting, "Fool! Idiot! It's your turn now." The trapped keepers were overwhelmed by the noise, feeling dizzy and wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. A black bear, usually forced to jump through fire hoops, slammed its paw against a manager's luxury car, leaving deep dents with each hit, as if trying to release all its pent-up anger. Other animals followed suit, and the once shiny car quickly became unrecognizable. Glassware, research materials, and even expensive computers used to record experimental data in a laboratory were looted by a team of cats, piled up into small mountains, then overturned and smashed to pieces by angry black bears. The long-imprisoned birds took over the entire sky of the zoo, forming a massive air force, circling and chirping incessantly, as if declaring the arrival of freedom. Some brave parrots even flew in front of the trembling and scrupulous staff, pecking at their hair and cheeks with their sharp beaks, causing them immense pain. The entire Golden Cauldron Zoo had turned into a wild celebration for the animals, a complete reckoning against past oppression. What the hell? What's going on? Is the zoo rebelling? This is too exciting. It's like a real-life zootopia. Incredible. Fangu is amazing. This is a real man, standing up against the unscrupulous zoo. The livestream must go viral. Let more people see the evil deeds of these unscrupulous businesses. The tourists were completely stirred up, raising their phones to capture this rare sight. Various exclamations, screams, and discussions merged into a huge wave of sound, deafening. Meanwhile, the staff who had once abused the animals were now enveloped in fear. They were pinned to the ground, watching helplessly as the animals they had bullied began to retaliate. Filled with despair, amidst the chaos, some touching scenes emerged. Some keepers who had never bullied the animals and usually took care of them were trembling in corners, fearing they would also face the animals' revenge. However, they found that the animals did not come looking for trouble with them. One young female keeper, who loved small animals and often fed and cleaned up after them, was cowering behind a rockery, thinking she would also be in trouble. Suddenly, a little squirrel she had once rescued popped out from somewhere, its round little eyes curiously looking at her, its petite body trembling as if hesitating. The onlookers also noticed this adorable little creature and raised their phones to snap pictures. Wow, look, that little squirrel is so cute. What is it going to do? Is it here to thank the keeper? So heartwarming. This moment must be captured and shared. The little squirrel mustered its courage, carefully approached the female keeper, its tiny paws trembling as it held out a round acorn, gently placing it in the keeper's palm and looking up at her, blinking its dark, gem-like eyes. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The female keeper stared blankly at the small acorn in her hand, then looked at the cute little squirrel, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She carefully cradled the little squirrel in her hands, gently stroking it, choking back her words. Thank you, little one. Thank you for remembering me. Ah, this is too healing. Instantilles. A young mother holding her child cried uncontrollably. Fangirl, I've decided. From now on, all my daughter's pocket money will be donated to the animal kingdom. Woo-woo, so touching. This is true love. I will never eat squirrel fish again. A middle-aged uncle wiped his tears and declared solemnly. This must go viral. This is true positive energy. I want to post this video on Douyin so more people can see it. An introverted man wearing glasses excitedly raised his phone, his fingers swiftly sliding across the screen. Ye Xiaofan watched the scene unfold, feeling deeply moved. At this moment, the tourist had gone off to photograph the animals, leaving him with some free time. He took out his phone and called Chun Yang. Captain Chun, it's almost done here. You can bring people over now. Oh, and remember to bring plenty of tissues. I'm afraid people will cry their eyes out later. Just as he hung up, Black Whirlwind came over. Fan Ye, how about we create an animal recommendation list for them, like a must-eat list, but a must-save list instead? He stood on the back of a giraffe, his tail swishing, clearly touched by the earlier heartwarming scene between the keepers and the animals. What do you think, Fanga? Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Wow. Lao, hey, this idea is brilliant. Must-save list. Must-eat list. Pfft, that's all a scam. Our must-save list is the real deal. From now on, whoever treats the animals well goes on the list, and traffic will be booming. Just as he and Black Whirlwind were discussing the grand vision for the must-save list, they noticed several large animals eyeing a few parked trucks by the roadside, eager to pounce, seemingly wanting to dismantle them into parts. What the hell? Ye Xiaofan jumped in shock and rushed forward, shouting loudly, Stop! Everyone stop! Leave the cars! Leave the cars! Chapter 80. The uncultured bears in front of several large trucks, a few rough-skinned, thick-fleshed black bears had started banging on the vehicles, causing big dents in the truck bodies. Ye Xiaofan ran while shouting, Leave the truck! Leave the truck! We still need to take it back. If you dismantle the truck, how do you plan to walk back? Brother Black Bear, calm down. Calm down. I know you're strong, but this truck is innocent. We need to be civilized. Understand? We can't just destroy public property, Fat Master. What is going on? Why are they dismantling the truck? Ye Xiaofan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, struggling to understand these big guys. After narrowly escaping danger, why were they still targeting the truck? Meow, you're asking me? Brother Fan, you really have no heart. Fat Master jumped onto the roof of a pickup truck, looking down at Ye Xiaofan with disdain. Can't they be angry? Don't you think about it? This group of silly bears was brought to this godforsaken place by these broken trucks. If it weren't for these trucks, could they have suffered here, being abused every day? Now that they've turned the tables, they can't even vent their anger? Oh wow, so there's this connection. Ye Xiaofan slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, no wonder they all had murderous looks in their eyes. It turned out to be a long-standing grudge. I understand if it were me. I do want to smash it too. He quickly stepped forward and shouted to a few black bears that were still eager to try. Brothers, calm down, calm down. I know you have grievances against these trucks, but this one is different. This is our means of transportation. If you smash it, how are we going to take you back to the Beast King domain? Think about the delicious honey waiting for you, and the comfortable big bath. Don't act impulsively. If you really smash it, how am I going to bring you honey? One of the largest black bears, with a prominent white V-shaped scar on its chest, spoke gruffly. Human, is the honey you mentioned real? We don't want to eat those rotten apples mixed with sand anymore. Ye Xiaofan patted his chest and assured, It's definitely real. I, Ye Xiaofan, guarantee that you will eat the freshest, purest top-quality honey every day, unlimited, until you doubt your bear life. However, the black bears were clearly still angry and not easily persuaded. One of the biggest black bears swung its massive paw and slapped the side of a truck. With a loud bang, a large dent immediately appeared in the truck. Damn, this bear is too brutal. Ye Xiaofan felt heartbroken. This was a big truck, very expensive. Brother Bear, calm down. This is not a joke. Insurance might not cover it. Brother Bear, give it some face. This truck really can't be smashed. Think about how I want to perform a bear hug for you in the Beast King domain later. If you smash the truck, there won't be any chance for that. Upon hearing the words bear hug, the black bear paused its actions, seemingly deep in thought. Another, slightly smaller bear, with exceptionally bright eyes, curiously asked, Bear hug? What is a bear hug? Is it delicious? Ye Xiaofan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Delicious my ass. A bear hug is me hugging you to show gratitude, to express affection, similar to how humans cuddle, you understand? He quickly seized the moment and continued, Brother Bear, I know you're suffering inside, but we need to look forward. In the Beast King domain, I guarantee to provide you the best meals. So you can eat fresh fruits and honey every day. How about that? And it's unlimited. Eat as much as you want until you're full. The black bear let out a low growl, seeming somewhat tempted. Also, I've arranged special massage therapists for you to massage and soothe your muscles every day, ensuring you feel comfortable. Ye Xiaofan threw out another enticing offer. If anyone doesn't do their job well, just tell me, and I'll deduct their salary. Upon hearing the word massage, the black bear's eyes lit up. They stopped their actions and nudged the truck door with their noses, seemingly hesitating whether to continue smashing it. All right, I know you're strong, but we need to be civilized bears. We can't just destroy public property. How about this? I'll take a few photos of you and let you strike some poses, post them online, so everyone knows how awesome you are. How about it? You can also become internet celebrities and experience the traffic fame. Ye Xiaofan proposed. The black bear seemed very interested in this suggestion and nodded in agreement. Ye Xiaofan quickly took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the black bears, then had them strike various poses, such as head tilts, peace signs, and even taught them to give a thumbs up with their paws, posting it on his Douyin account. Hey folks, take a look. These are the black bear brothers just rescued from the black-hearted zoo. They're all skilled. In the Beast King domain, you'll be able to see their wonderful performances. Follow me to not get lost. The Beast King domain will lead you to wealth. Ye Xiaofan introduced to the camera, not forgetting to add a catchy phrase. Sure enough, once the photos and videos were posted, they immediately attracted countless comments and likes. Damn, this black bear is too muscular. Simply a muscle man. This black bear's gaze is so fierce. Definitely not to be messed with. Brother Fan is amazing. Even black bears can be handled. I have to go to the Beast King domain to see these black bears perform. Seeing the comments and likes from netizens, Ye Xiaofan also wore a satisfied smile. Thinking he had nailed the traffic formula, he proudly brought his phone screen in front of the black bears, boasting, Brother Bear, look, they're all praising you. This is called praise flooding in, understand? From now on, you'll be the top stars in the Beast King domain. Just lying there making money. As a result, a few black bears huddled together, staring with their big eyes, tilting their heads in confusion. A slightly smaller black bear reached out its furry paw and poked the screen, asking in confusion, what is this? Can it be eaten? It looks like a pile of messy worms. Ye Xiaofan was completely speechless. Of course, these black bears had lived in the deep mountains for years. They probably hadn't even seen a human, let alone a phone. He had truly overestimated their level of understanding. No, brothers, you can't read? The black bear with the V-shaped scar on its chest shook its head innocently. Words? What is that? Can it be as sweet as honey? Chapter 81. Do I still get punished for being a good Samaritan? Ye Xiaofan stumbled and almost fell over. The shift in atmosphere was too sudden. Just a moment ago, he thought this group of bears was going to transform into internet celebrities, but it turns out, indeed, he was the one getting carried away. Ye Xiaofan finally realized that he had been interacting with Lightning and Fat Master for so long that he had been led astray by them. These guys had been wandering around human cities all day, learning from humans, and even mastering modern information better than humans themselves, while these black bears had never been exposed to any of that. Now, expecting this group of mountain bears to meet the standards set by Fat Master and his city animal friends was simply unreasonable. Fat Master, it's up to you. He looked at Fat Master on his shoulder. Translate for the bear brothers. What does overwhelming praise mean? And what is a traffic password? Fat Master lazily wagged his tail, cleared his throat, and jumped onto a flat rock like a cat mentor. Ahem, bear brothers, let me explain it to you. This so-called 666 means cool in human language, describing you as particularly amazing and awesome. Do you understand? The black bears blinked their little eyes, seeming not to fully grasp it yet. Fat Master had no choice but to switch to a more straightforward explanation. Think about it this way. In the past at the zoo, didn't those humans always point at you and throw rotten apples your way? The black bears nodded in unison, a flicker of anger in their eyes. Now it's different. Fat Master proudly puffed out his chest. Those humans not only don't throw rotten apples anymore, but they also give you likes, calling you heroes and idols. Do you know what an idol is? It's what they like and admire the most. In the future, in the Beast King realm, you'll have everything you want. Honey galore and massages whenever you want. Upon hearing about unlimited honey and massages, the black bear's eyes instantly lit up. Really? The most spirited black bear asked excitedly. Do they really like us? They want to lock us in cages and mistreat us anymore, right? Of course it's true. Fat Master nodded emphatically. In the future, in the Beast King realm, you are the kings. Do whatever you want. If anyone dares to mistreat you, I'll be the first to scratch them. Oh, whoa. The black bears cheered excitedly, hugging each other and expressing their inner joy. It turns out being liked by humans feels so good. It's like having warm honey to eat when winter comes. The largest black bear scratched its head and added, trying hard to express its joy in a way it understood, even if it sounded a bit silly. That is pretty much the idea. Ye Xiaofan smiled and patted the black bear's head, feeling happy for them. In any case, you're now true stars, live well in the Beast King realm, and I will make sure you have the best life. Seeing the black bears so joyful, Ye Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. The black bear brothers had been completely convinced. The benefits in the Beast King realm must be arranged now. Just then, the sound of a police siren grew louder as Chunyang arrived with a team of police officers. Following closely were 7 or 8 police cars that screeched to a halt. The doors slammed open, and Chunyang jumped out of the car with a grim face, followed by a squad of fully armed police officers. Looking at the zoo that resembled a disaster zone, Chunyang's lips twitched as if they were about to cramp. Ye Xiaofan, you really know how to stir things up. Chunyang was furious, pointing at the rubble and the wailing security guards on the ground. Look at the mess you've made. Is this a zoo? It looks like a demolition team has come through. Ye Xiaofan shrugged, looking innocent. Captain Shun, you can't blame me for this. I just came to uphold justice. Who knew that these animal brothers would be so motivated, turning into demolition experts one by one? Chunyang pointed at Ye Xiaofan's nose, both angry and helpless, wishing he could give him a couple of hits. You brat, do you know how bad this situation is? The media in Donghai City is going crazy, and the duty room in our department is about to explode with phone calls. The police officers Chunyang brought quickly took action, some maintaining order and dispersing the crowd, while others began to apprehend Chodahai and the bodyguards, creating chaos on site. Hey, Captain Chun, calm down. Ye Xiaofan quickly stepped forward, offering a cigarette with a smile. I'll definitely take responsibility for this. As for compensation, cough, cough. Well, mainly it should be Chodahai who compensates. I can only apologize. I don't have that kind of money. Chunyang took the cigarette with annoyance, took a deep drag, and then pointed at the group of security guards lying on the ground, moaning. Look at these workers, all bruised and battered. Who knows how many bones are broken? Aren't you worried they LL come after you for compensation? Ye Xiaofan pouted, looking indifferent. Compensation? Let them go after the animals. I didn't lay a hand on them. I only sort of directed things. If anyone should be compensated, it should be from the animals. What does that have to do with me? Chunyang was amused by Ye Xiaofan's shamelessness and couldn't he help but roll his eyes. You brat, you really know how to shift the blame. But you do have a point. He paused, his expression turning serious. This incident has caused a huge impact. You'd better be mentally prepared. The city will definitely give you a punishment. What? Why? Captain Shun, Ye Xiaofan applauded it, his voice rising by 8 octaves at the mention of punishment. I was just being a good Samaritan, a modern-day lay phone, okay? Those heartless people mistreating animals. I was upholding justice. I should be praised, not punished. Chunyang rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. Can you keep your voice down? You're right to uphold justice. But look at what you've done to the zoo. There is not a blade of grass left. The demolition team, isn't even this efficient. The whole internet is discussing Beast King Realm taking on Golden Ding Zoo, and the trending topics are exploding. Do you know how many departments in the city are watching us? This time, even Director Wong probably can't protect you. Seriously? Is it that serious? Ye Xiaofan wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, losing all his energy. What? What should I do? Am I really going to get a punishment? Is my innocence gone just like that? He wailed dramatically, covering his face as if his life was shrouded in darkness. After struggling for a while, Ye Xiaofan suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, Captain Shun, I just thought of a problem. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining. That Chodahai must have something to do with this. If we can dig out more secrets from him, wouldn't that mean? Wouldn't that be a way to redeem ourselves? Chapter 82. I give up on you. Old Six. As soon as Chunyang heard this, he immediately perked up, his eyes brightening. It really could be possible. He knew Ye Xiaofan too well. This guy, although usually carefree, always managed to uncover big secrets every time he stirred things up. Hey, you make a good point. I've known you for so long. Which of your antics hasn't left a pile of mess behind? Well, this might really be an opportunity. Let's not talk too much. First, you take care of these animals. I'm going to check on that Chodahai. After Chunyang finished speaking, he patted Ye Xiaofan on the shoulder and turned to leave. All right, that's it for now. I'm off. Got it. Take care, Captain Shun. I'm waiting for good news. Ye Xiaofan scampered over to the big truck, starting to direct the animals to board. Fat Master, Lightning, Messenger. You guys take charge of calming everyone down, especially the bears. Don't let them cause any more damage. Xiaoqi, you take the lock-picking trio and double-check to see if there are any animals left behind. Tiger Brother, you get up there and keep an eye on things. Don't let those guys start fighting. Just as Ye Xiaofan finished arranging the animals, he didn't even have time to catch his breath when he heard Chun Yang's agitated voice coming from afar. Ye Xiaofan, get over here. Ye Xiaofan jumped, quickly running over to Chun Yang, looking confused. Captain, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Chun Yang pointed at Ye Xiaofan's nose, trembling with rage. How can you still ask me what's wrong? Look at the mess you've made. That laboratory and his computer. What have you done to them? How am I supposed to find evidence now? Tell me, huh? Oh, come on, Captain. Don't get so worked up. Stay calm. Stay calm. Ye Xiaofan looked innocent. That was just a spur-of-the-moment reaction from the animal brothers. Besides, those computers were just junk, probably nothing useful in them. If you ask me, we should just capture Chiodahai and make him spill everything he knows. That's the most straightforward approach. Chun Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, gritting his teeth. You really make me furious. I can't even be bothered to argue with you. I'm done with you. Chun Yang stormed off, his footsteps furious, as if he was going to tear down some dark hideout at any moment. Really, why get so worked up? It's not like I did it on purpose. Watching Chun Yang's retreating figure, Ye Xiaofan pouted in grievance. Besides, if things weren't cleaned up a bit, how could those behind the scenes feel the pain? Sigh, this Captain Chun is still too young. His vision is too narrow. Although he said that, Ye Xiaofan felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, the Golden Ding Zoo now looked like a post-apocalyptic scene. Saying it had been trampled by Godzilla wouldn't be an exaggeration. If he really had to compensate, he would probably have to sell himself to cover the costs. Sigh, if I had known, I would have let Tiger Brother and the others take it easier. Now, just as I settled in, the creditors are already knocking at the door. But then he felt wronged again. Why should he compensate? It wasn't him who smashed everything. Just as Ye Xiaofan was sighing, Black Whirlwind suddenly leaped onto his shoulder, patting his face with its paw. Fanga, don't be down. We're the backbone of the Beast King domain. This little scene is nothing. Let those human matters be handled by them. Our top priority now is to settle these brothers and sisters. Ye Xiaofan looked up, feeling much of his gloom dissipate. Right? This isn't the time for self-pity. The most important thing is to safely deliver these animals back to the Beast King domain. Black Brother is right. Now isn't the time to think about irrelevant things. We need to hurry and send the brothers and sisters back. He turned his head, only to see Chun Yang, drenched in sweat, leading a team of officers, searching for something among the ruins, occasionally cursing. This Captain Chun is really dedicated. However, even if he turned the entire zoo upside down, he probably wouldn't find anything useful, considering it had all been smashed to bits by Tiger Brother and the others. Thinking of this, Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but want to laugh. However, he still decided to go over and take a look. After all, Chun Yang was trying to help him. Captain, what are you looking for? Did you lose something valuable? Should I get Fat Master and Lightning to help you look? Their noses are quite sharp. Ye Xiaofan walked over to Chun Yang with a grin, teasing him. Chun Yang looked up, seeing Ye Xiaofan's cheeky grin, and instantly felt his anger rise. Ye Xiaofan, how can you still smile? Look at the state you've ruined this place. Now all the evidence is gone. How am I supposed to report to my superiors? Ye Xiaofan shrugged and said, evidence is just an illusion. The key is the human heart. Everyone has seen the crimes of those unscrupulous merchants. Even without evidence, they can still be brought to justice. You're really unreasonable. Chun Yang rolled his eyes in frustration, choosing to ignore Ye Xiaofan and continued working hard. For the next while, Chun Yang led the officers in a thorough search of the Golden Ding Zoo. The effort was so intense, it seemed like they would turn over every brick. First, they meticulously checked Chiodahai's office, drawers, file cabinets, and even the ceiling lights, yet they found no valuable clues. The smashed computer towers made Chun Yang's blood pressure spike. He wished he could grab Ye Xiaofan and beat him up again. Next, they rushed to the cold storage in the basement, studying the animal specimens for a long time, trying to find some secret hidden in their stitched-up bellies. In the end, apart from a few yellowed organ trafficking records, all that remained were chilling corpses. Even the research labs that had been ransacked by the animals weren't spared. Chun Yang searched every inch of the ground with a magnifying glass, trying to find any clue. Unfortunately, after the animals' rampage, the entire Golden Ding Zoo looked as if a tornado had swept through it. All evidence had been destroyed, and finding even a few intact glass test tubes was a miracle. After a long day of fruitless searching, Chun Yang was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Finally, he could only shake his head helplessly and walked over to Ye Xiaofan. Forget it. I'll discuss it with Director Wang and think of other methods. Let us take these animals back first. Just as Ye Xiaofan was busy counting the animals, Bai Ying suddenly walked over and said softly, Fan Ge, I feel something is off. Ye Xiaofan perked up at this. What is wrong, Tiger Brother? Do you smell a conspiracy? Chapter 83. Tonight we'll be a little busy. Bai Ying shook his head and said solemnly, it's not a conspiracy, it's sadness. I can feel that these rescued animals, although they seem happy on the surface, are actually very scared and confused inside. They don't know what the future holds, nor do they know if the Beast King domain can truly become their home. Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. He realized that he had been so focused on celebrating their victory that he had overlooked the feelings of these animals. They had endured long-term abuse and captivity, and their hearts were already scarred, filled with distrust towards humans. Even if they had escaped from the clutches of their captors, it would be difficult for them to let down their guard and establish a sense of safety. Brother Hu, you're right. I didn't consider this thoroughly, Ye Xiaofan sighed, walking over to the side of the truck and showing a sincere smile to the animals. Everyone, I know you might still be very scared and distrustful of us humans right now, but please believe me, believe in the Beast King domain. I will use my sincerity and actions to make you feel warmth and help you regain happiness. From now on, the Beast King domain will be your home. I will treat you like my own family and will never let anyone harm you again. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with strength and sincerity, reaching the ears of every animal. The animals seemed to feel Ye Xiaofan's sincerity, and the wariness in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of warmth and expectation. Brother Fan is right. Trust Brother Fan. Fat Yi suddenly jumped onto Ye Xiaofan's shoulder and shouted to the animals. Brother Fan is well known for loving animals. As long as you listen to him, I guarantee you'll eat well and live happily in the future. The animals responded one after another, making various sounds to express their trust and gratitude. After some busy work, all the animals were calmed down. Chunyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Ye Xiaofan, All right, Ye Xiaofan, these animals are in your hands now. Remember, you must take good care of them. Don't worry, Captain Chun, I promise to take care of them like my own children, Ye Xiaofan said seriously, but to Chunyang, he seemed untrustworthy. Come on, you can barely take care of yourself. Chunyang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, All right, stop messing around and quickly check if there are any stragglers. I'll have the brothers help send these little ones back. Ye Xiaofan chuckled to himself, thinking that Chunyang's tough exterior hit a soft heart, just like it had for decades. He hurried to the last truck and shouted to the animals inside, Everyone, check your luggage carefully. Make sure you haven't left anything behind. Remember, once we reach the Beast King domain, it will be our home. Eat freely, play freely. The animals responded enthusiastically, with an owl hooting on the roof of the truck, monkeys jumping around in the truck, and even a mischievous squirrel attempting to climb onto Chunyang's police cap, which he promptly yanked down, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Wow, Captain Chun, you've got some charm. Even the squirrel wants to get close to you. Ye Xiaofan teased from the side. Chunyang shot him a glare, Get lost. Hurry up and check your animals. Stop talking nonsense. After that, he couldn't help but mutter, What a pain dealing with you. I must have had really bad luck. Ye Xiaofan laughed and brushed off Chunyang's complaints, waving his hand, Captain Chun, don't say that. You're my lucky star. Every time I run into you, I get promoted and make money, reaching the peak of life. While bantering, his hands were quick. Ye Xiaofan rolled up his sleeves and directed Fat Yi and the others to count the number of animals. The animals from Jinding Zoo were indeed numerous, crammed into 3 large trucks. Aside from those that could fly, like parrots, pigeons, and messengers who had already been arranged to fly back to the Beast King domain. The rest had to rely on these trucks to get back. I'm telling you, brother, you need to make sure these guys don't fight in the truck. Ye Xiaofan shouted to Bai Ying, who was standing on top of one of the trucks. There were quite a few fierce beasts locked up in that truck, and if they started fighting, it would be a real mess. Don't worry, Brother Fan. I've already warned them, and they'll behave, Bai Ying replied, his tiger roar intimidating everyone. Ye Xiaofan then walked to another truck and shouted to the monkeys huddled together inside. Hey monkeys, be careful. Don't move around too much, or you might fall off the truck. The monkeys chattered back, indicating they understood. Fat Yi, lounging on Ye Xiaofan's shoulder, said lazily, Brother Fan, that's enough. Let us hurry up and go. I'm almost falling asleep. Got it. Stop rushing me. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes and then turned to Chunyang. Captain Chun, everything's arranged. Let us go. Chunyang nodded and called to the officers behind him. All right, brothers, let's set off. Remember, drive carefully, safety first. With several police cars leading the way, 3 trucks full of animals followed closely behind, heading towards the Beast King domain in a grand procession. Qinyang did not go with Ye Xiaofan. He needed to return to the city bureau to report the situation at Jinding Zoo in detail to Director Wang and discuss what to do next. After all, this situation had escalated so much that it was not something he could handle alone. On the way back, Ye Xiaofan looked at the 3 trucks through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. With so many injured animals coming in, Shun Jiayin would definitely be overwhelmed. Thinking of this, Ye Xiaofan quickly took out his phone and called Section Chief Ma. "Hello, Section Chief Ma. It's me, Brother Fan. I need to tell you something." Quickly inform Director Shun to get ready. Tonight, there will be a lot of animals to send over for treatment. Yes, the ones rescued from the zoo. You understand. Have her call all the medical staff, and it would be best to prepare some adrenaline, so nobody faints from exhaustion. After hanging up, Ye Xiaofan immediately called Wang Mingyuan, hoping to pull in some extra support. "Hello, Director Wang. It's me, Ye Xiaofan. I need to tell you something." Before he could finish, Wang Mingyuan's thunderous roar came from the other end of the line. "Ye Xiaofan, you troublemaker. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay out of trouble. It's only been a short while, and you've already caused such a big mess. Do you know the city bureau's phones are blowing up? Are you trying to send me to the ICU early?" Chapter 84. Surrounded by reporters, Ye Xiaofan quickly held his phone away from his ear. After Wang Mingyuan finished scolding him, he cautiously said, "Oh, Director Wang, don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. I'm just trying to do the right thing and eliminate harm for the people. Look, I've rescued a bunch of little animals, and now there aren't enough staff in the Beast King area. Can you think of a way to send some medical personnel from other hospitals to help out? You brat, always causing me trouble." Although Wang Mingyuan was scolding him, his tone noticeably softened. "How many animals need treatment? Do you have any idea? Don't exhaust all the medical resources in Donghai City." "About 200 or 300, Director Wang," Ye Xiaofan said somewhat embarrassedly. There was a pause on the other end of the line, then Wang Mingyuan's voice came through. "All right, I get it. I'll find a way to handle this. You just stay put in the Beast King area and don't go anywhere. Wait for my news." After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan let out a long sigh, thinking that although Wang was gruff, he was reliable at critical moments. Always scolding me, but still has to help me. Ye Xiaofan looked at his phone and pouted. Recalling the group of rescued animals, his mood improved slightly as he turned on the car radio, preparing to listen to some music to relax. As he approached the Beast King area, Fat Master's voice exploded in the car. "Fangirl. Not good. Something big has happened. Up ahead. It's all people." Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened, and he quickly looked up, gasping in shock. The once empty entrance to the Beast King area was now surrounded by a dense crowd, completely blocked off. At a glance, it was all reporters holding cameras and microphones, flashing lights going off like crazy, making it hard to open his eyes. What the hell? What's going on? Ye Xiaofan was stunned. With this kind of scene, one would think a top celebrity had dropped into the Beast King area. "Fat Master, what's going on? Why are there so many people?" "Meow. Fat Master, I calculated this crowd is definitely here for you. You caused a scene at the Jinding Zoo today, and now it's gone viral online. They must be here to interview you," Fat Master said with a look of disdain. TSK. Didn't expect Fangirl. You'd be this popular now, almost catching up with me. Popular my ass. I don't have time to deal with these reporters. Ye Xiaofan's head started to ache. After a whole day's effort to rescue those poor animals, he was now focused on arranging their treatment, with no mood to deal with reporters. "No, I have to think of a way to send them away, quickly." Ye Xiaofan hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Director Ma's number. "Hello, Director Ma. It's me. Ye Xiaofan. I need to tell you something. There's a huge crowd of reporters at the entrance of the Beast King area. You need to come out and handle it. Get them all to leave. Just say I'm not here and let them come back tomorrow." On the other end, Director Ma seemed startled by the sudden situation, his voice trembling a bit. "Huh? Reporters? Where did they come from?" "Fangirl, wait a moment. I'll go take a look." After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan irritably scratched his head, hoping Director Ma could handle it well and get rid of those reporters. While waiting, the reporters noticed Ye Xiaofan's off-road vehicle and rushed over. Just as Ye Xiaofan was about to say something, the car window was suddenly filled with cameras and microphones. "Mr. Yi, what do you think about the animal abuse at Jinding Zoo? The online backlash is overwhelming. Can you respond?" "Mr. Yi, you single-handedly caused a commotion at Jinding Zoo. Was this premeditated? Is it to promote your own Beast King area?" "Mr. Yi, we've seen the videos. You seem to understand animal speech. Is that true? Do you have any special abilities? Can you elaborate?" Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. Damn it. He had completely forgotten about this. The scenes of him communicating with animals today were probably all captured by those visitors. If this gets out, Wouldn't he be treated as a monster and taken for research? No way, I absolutely cannot admit it. Mr. Yi, please answer us. As Ye Xiaofan remained silent, the reporters became even more excited, bombarding him with questions. Mr. Yi, can you demonstrate your ability to communicate with animals? Mr. Yi, were you bitten by an animal when you were a child, which is why you gained a superpower? In an instant, various questions surged like a tide, overwhelming Ye Xiaofan. He quickly rolled up the car window, cursing inwardly, damn. These reporters are too dedicated. No way, this question is too sensitive. If I get caught because of this, we'll take care of Fat Master and the others. I must find a way to escape. After a long wait, Director Ma finally arrived, running over with a group of staff, shouting, "Dear reporter friends, sorry, there's an urgent matter in the Beast King area today, Mr. Yi is currently unavailable for an interview. Please come back another day." Unavailable for interview. One reporter sneered, pointing at the off-road vehicle. Isn't that Ye Xiaofan in that car? We all saw him. Director Ma, do you take us for fools? Director Ma rushed to the side of the off-road vehicle, forcing a smile. "Oh, dear reporter friends, I'm really sorry. Mr. Yi is feeling unwell today. He was just hit by a gust of wind and is currently resting. He can't make an appearance right now. I'm really sorry. As you all know, the zoo just rescued so many little animals. Everyone is extremely busy, so we really don't have time for interviews. How about this? In a few days, we will hold a press conference at the Beast King area, and Mr. You will personally answer everyone's questions. How's that sound? A press conference?" The reporters exchanged glances, seeming a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Director Ma quickly continued, "Moreover, at the press conference, we will announce the future development plans for the Beast King area and the arrangements for these rescued animals, ensuring everyone will be satisfied. Additionally, all the reporters who came today will receive a small gift from us at the Beast King area as a token of appreciation for your support." As he spoke, Director Ma gestured behind him, and several staff members immediately brought over boxes filled with various exquisite gifts. Upon seeing the gifts, the reporters were instantly intrigued. Chapter 85, So Many Animals? These reporters are here to interview, not just to complete their work, but also to gather valuable information and perhaps gain some benefits. Why not? All right, since President Yi is not feeling well, we'll come back later. Yes, hopefully the press conference then will bring us more surprises. After Director Ma's persuasion and the temptation of small gifts, the reporters, though somewhat reluctant, had to leave helplessly when they saw that Ye Xiaofan indeed had no intention of making an appearance. Once Director Ma had sent all the reporters away, Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Director Ma, thank you so much this time." Director Ma waved his hand and said, "Oh, Brother Fan, there's no need to be polite. This is what I should do. But Brother Fan, you're quite the celebrity in Donghai City now. You need to be careful when you go out, or you might get recognized." "I understand," Ye Xiaofan nodded, thinking to himself that he really had to be more low-key in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. The notoriety of the Beast King domain was loud, but it also made him an easy target. Should he start wearing sunglasses and a mask when going out, creating a Mr. Ordinary Ye Persona? By the way, Olma, there will be 3 large trucks coming later. You guide them directly to the animal hospital. Don't let them get lost. Inside are all precious animals, and if they bump or knock them, it'll be troublesome. Ye Xiaofan reminded anjiously. Also, hurry up and have your people keep an eye on the Beast King domain. Today's incident has made such a big scene. Some reporters might try to take advantage of the chaos. Make sure not a single fly gets in. Director Ma nodded repeatedly, patting his chest to assure him, "Brother Fan, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll arrange everything properly. You can go back and take care of the animals." With that, Ye Xiaofan felt relieved, started the car, and drove into the Beast King domain. This was truly a big deal. He didn't know how things were on Director Wang's side, but he guessed he would probably get a good scolding. As Ye Xiaofan drove, he muttered to himself that it would be hard to stay low-key in the Beast King domain from now on. He needed to come up with a plan. When Ye Xiaofan arrived at the animal hospital, it was already evening. The soft glow of the street lights illuminated the ground, making the dust in the air clearly visible. Shun Jiayin was wearing a neat white coat and was waiting at the entrance with a group of medical staff, looking expectantly. Her delicate face appeared even fairer under the light, and her bright eyes sparkled. As soon as Ye Xiaofan got out of the car and had steadied himself, he was dazzled by her ethereal appearance, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly composed himself, trying to appear more natural, and awkwardly walked up to Shun Jiayin. Apologizing, "Director Shun, I'm really sorry for making you encounter such a situation on your first day at work. This is a bit embarrassing." Upon seeing him, Shan Jiayin smiled, revealing a shallow dimple, instantly delivering another wave of beauty that made Ye Xiaofan feel like his CPU was about to overload. You're too polite, President Yi. This is my duty. Saving lives is totally normal. Shan Jiayin's voice was as gentle as water, stirring Ye Xiaofan's heart. Before she finished speaking, the rear door of the car swung open with a thud, and the massive figure of Bai Ying slowly stepped out, appearing majestic in the night. Wow! Although Shan Jiayin was a veterinarian and had seen many fierce beasts, seeing such a huge white tiger up close for the first time made her gasp and involuntarily take a step back. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, she was a professional and could handle the situation. Besides, she had heard from Director Ma today that the white tiger around Ye Xiaofan was very docile. She steadied herself and carefully examined Bai Ying, unable to help but exclaim, "What a beautiful white tiger! Its fur is stunning, and its physique is amazing." Then she smiled at Ye Xiaofan, saying, "So this is the legendary white tiger. President Yi, rest assured, I will arrange for the best doctors to perform a full checkup and treatment to ensure it's okay." Just as Shen Jiayin was about to instruct her staff to receive the animal, Ye Xiaofan awkwardly scratched his head and stuttered, "Director Shun, it's not it, but..." Before Ye Xiaofan could finish, a series of cooing sounds came from the sky. Looking up, he saw the messenger leading a large group of flying animals soaring over. However, most of these flying creatures were injured. Some had leg injuries, some had lost feathers, and some even had injured eyes, looking very pitiful. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Jiayin couldn't help but gasp. She estimated that there were at least 100 birds that needed treatment. This workload is a bit much. Shen Jiayin looked at Ye Xiaofan with some concern, but quickly adjusted her emotions, revealing a professional smile. "But it's okay. I have more than 20 people here. If everyone works overtime, we should be able to manage." "Huh? Overtime is enough to handle it." Ye Xiaofan was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Director Shun, it might not be as simple as you think. Overtime won't be nearly enough." Shen Jiayin was stunned, and before she could react, a rumbling engine sound approached, followed by 3 large trucks filled with animals slowly driving in and stopping at the entrance of the animal hospital. Shen Jiayin instantly had an ominous premonition. There can't be more animals in there, right? However, reality was often cruel. As the truck doors swung open, all kinds of animals surged out like a tide. Dogs barked joyfully, cats walked gracefully, monkeys jumped around, and even the large bears and tigers seemed a bit excited, curiously examining their surroundings. But for Shen Jiayin, this scene was a complete disaster. This. Shen Jiayin was completely dumbfounded, her previously calm expression crumbling in an instant. She pointed at the animals, stammering and unable to speak. Ye Xiaofan awkwardly scratched his head. Looking at Shen Jiayin's almost collapsed expression, hesitantly said, Director Shun, these are all rescued from Jinning Zoo. King, can this be organized?" Shen Jiayin took a deep breath, trying to force a smile, but it looked strained. "President Yi, you think too highly of me." Chapter 86. Are you not afraid of retaliation? This is more than just a little bit. However, our hospital is big enough. We can squeeze in and manage. Shen Jiayin paused for a moment, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. But Mr. Yi, just look at this number. The 20 or so people under me probably won't be able to keep up even if they don't sleep for 3 days and nights. The medical resources are simply insufficient. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan quickly waved his hand, trying hard to appear relaxed. "Director Shun, don't worry. I've already considered this. The issue of medical staff is on me. I've contacted the city and requested them to urgently dispatch personnel for support. I guarantee it will be enough." As he spoke, Ye Xiaofan waved to the largest figure. "Bai Ying, Tiger Brother, come here, help maintain order and prevent these little ones from running around and scaring Director Shun and the doctors." Bai Ying understood and elegantly walked to the front of the line. His low and powerful roar instantly quieted the previously restless scene. Shen Jiayin looked at the scene before her, reminiscent of a migration in the animal kingdom, her heart still shaken. She steadied herself, forced herself to calm down, and tried to muster a professional smile. "Mr. Yi, since you've arranged everything, then I'll take the team to get the injured animals into the hospital for treatment. We'll handle the minor injuries first, and for the seriously injured, Sai, we can only do our best to save them." "All right. Thank you for your hard work, Director Shen." Ye Xiaofan nodded eagerly, watching Shen Jiayin's busy figure, a surge of pity welling up in his heart. Such a beautiful fairy sister cannot be worn out. Just as Shen Jiayin began to work with the medical staff, The distant sound of roaring engines approached. Soon, a police car screeched to a halt, followed by two large buses. Chen Yang, panting heavily, parked the car, slammed the door open, and stepped out with a grim face. His once handsome face now looked like it had just been dug out of a coal mine. Ye Xiaofan, are you and I destined to clash? I must have owed you 10 billion in my past life. Huh, what I owe you? Chen Yang pointed at Ye Xiaofan's nose, almost poking him in the face. I just got back to the station and but hasn't he even warmed the seat yet? Director Wang had me running all over the city, going door to door to shake people up and recruit for you. Do you think this is ancient conscription? I've almost run my legs off, covering all the animal hospitals in Donghai City. Do you know how many red lights I ran through? I haven't even had time to sort out the mess at the Jinding Zoo, and my report isn't written yet. And now, I have to clean up after you again. Is your behind made of gold? So hard to wipe. If I had known you could cause so much trouble, I should have requested to handcuff you and monitor you 24 hours a day when we set up the police point in the Animal King domain, to prevent you from causing chaos in the world. Ye Xiaofan looked at Chun Yang's dark face and knew he had really pissed him off this time. He quickly forced a smile. Hey Chen Ting, calm down, calm down. I know you've worked the hardest, dedicating yourself for the harmony and stability of Donghai City. You truly work tirelessly. You are willing to do any work. This is an urgent situation, after all. Those little animals are waiting to be saved. Stop feeding me nonsense. Don't expect me to help with this again. I'm a police officer, not your personal babysitter. Chen Yang glared at Ye Xiaofan fiercely, then finally calmed down a bit. He rubbed his forehead and spoke helplessly. All right, I brought the people over. They're all in the back of the car. You can arrange it yourself. Just don't cause me more trouble. I have to go back and report to Director Wang. And I might even have to deal with the investigation team coming from above. I've really hit the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, dealing with you as my ancestor. As he spoke, Chen Yang pointed to the 2 large buses behind him and added sternly. Also, this time I almost emptied the city's animal hospitals to gather people for you. If you dare to neglect them, I won't spare you. Ye Xiaofan nodded repeatedly, assuring him, don't worry, Team Chun, I promise to treat them like ancestors. I absolutely won't let them suffer any grievances. All right, stop chatting here. Chen Yang interrupted Ye Xiaofan impatiently. Hurry up and arrange the staff to treat the animals. While the two were bickering, Shan Jiayin had already organized the medical staff to start working smoothly. Dear medical staff, welcome to the Animal King Domain Animal Hospital. Thank you for your support. Please follow me and immediately get to work on the rescue. Under Shan Jiayin's command, the newly arrived medical staff quickly joined the rescue efforts, and the entire animal hospital suddenly became busy. Once all the medical personnel disappeared through the hospital's doors, Ye Xiaofan finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, the ancestors are settled. Chun team, you can leave now? Ye Xiaofan waved his hand as if swatting away a fly and turned to leave. Chen Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood, poking Ye Xiaofan in the chest with his finger, gritting his teeth. Ye Xiaofan, are you a donkey? So smooth at using me up and throwing me away? I ran my legs off for this, almost wrecked the police car, and now that everything is settled, you want to kick me out? Is this how realistic you are? Ye Xiaofan was poked back a few steps, looking confused. Oh, Chen team, what are you talking about? I just thought you were tired after a long day and wanted you to go back and have a good rest. Besides, you're so handsome. Staying here would make those little animals feel inferior. Wouldn't that affect their mood? Chen Yang rolled his eyes at this, furious that Ye Xiaofan couldn't even get his flattery right. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Yang shot Ye Xiaofan a glare, his tone turning serious. I really admire you. Every time you cause trouble, it's so big. Do you know how serious this situation is? Director Wang is reporting to the city right now, and if we're not careful, city leaders might personally get involved. Hearing this, Ye Xiaofan panicked. No way. Is it that serious? I just smashed a zoo, and it was the animal brothers who did it. What does it have to do with me? I can only be considered as the one leading the team. Cough. I advised them not to act impulsively, not to destroy things, but they didn't listen to me. What could I do? Chen Yang almost cursed. Do you really think those animals can guarantee your safety? Let me ask you one thing. Are you really not afraid of Chiu Dahai retaliating against you? Chapter 87. That's my thing. Revenge? Huh. Ye Xiaofan scoffed and curled his lips, thinking to himself that he wasn't someone to mess with. If that guy dared to come after him, he would make sure that Fat Master and Lightning would give him a good lesson, ensuring that he would steer clear of animals in the future. Chen Yang looked at Ye Xiaofan, who seemed completely unconcerned, and felt a surge of anger, wishing he could punch him to make him wake up. You brat. You really won't learn until you get beaten. Do you really think he has been running rampant in Donghai City for so long without any backing? You've offended him badly this time. Do you think he will let you off the hook? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. He felt that Chen Yang was particularly nagging today. What is wrong with you, Captain Chen? I've even dealt with international smuggling gangs before, and nothing happened to me. You. Chen Yang was so exasperated by Ye Xiaofan's carefree attitude that he was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, he felt that there were some things he shouldn't say to him and hesitated. He knew why Ye Xiaofan was still safe, but Wang Mingyuan had instructed him not to tell Ye Xiaofan. Chen Yang took a deep breath and rephrased. In short, this time is different. Whether it's the right group or Xingchen Biotech, because they involve foreign forces, the country's attitude towards them is different. So even if they want to target you, they have to weigh the consequences. But this Chiu Dahai is just a local bully. If he wants to take revenge on you, it would be very easy. If it weren't for the fact that you helped us solve so many cases and made so many contributions, I wouldn't bother telling you all this. Chen Yang said with frustration. You'd better stay in the Beast King domain recently and not go anywhere else. Remember my words. Keep a low profile these days. Hey, wait, Captain Shun. Ye Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and quickly interrupted Chen Yang, his expression turning serious. Besides the animals that were sent in for treatment, there were still hundreds of uninjured animals at the hospital entrance that needed to be arranged. Ye Xiaofan thought for a moment and said to Bai Ying beside him, Tiger brother, take them to the forest behind the hospital. The environment there is good and suitable for them to live. When you get there, tell them that this is a family now. They must not engage in any form of discrimination and definitely can't eat their own kind. Okay? Oh, whoa, Bai Ying responded and confidently walked towards the animals. Growling softly a few words, the animals, which had been a bit restless, immediately quieted down and obediently followed him in an orderly manner towards the back mountain. Watching Bai Ying lead the animals away, Ye Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If these wild animals were left unmanaged, they might cause trouble. With Tiger Brother keeping watch, there shouldn't be any problems. Sigh, that's not enough. Ye Xiaofan sighed and muttered to himself. I still need to prepare food for these little guys. Saying this, he took out his phone, ready to call Section Chief Ma. Hey, old Ma, help me prepare some food? No, a lot of food? Yes, the more the better. Send it to the back mountain. Just then, a cool voice interrupted him. President Yi, please wait a moment. Ye Xiaofan turned around and saw Shun Jiayin anxiously walking out. Director Shun. Aren't there enough doctors? Shun Jiayin gently shook her head. President Yi, we currently have enough veterinarians and nurses. However, the consumption of medical supplies in the hospital is too high, and some medicines and medical equipment are almost running out. Damn, this must be arranged. Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh, his eyes widening. I'll have old Ma buy it right away. Now, immediately right now. Hey, old Ma, listen up. Hurry and procure medical supplies. Get as much as you can and get the best, the most expensive. Ye Xiaofan added. Oh right, also prepare some meals, right now, immediately, and deliver them to the Beast King domain. It has to be the kind that would make the fairy sister happy and the animal brothers cry. Old Ma, you know what I mean, right? On the other end of the line, Section Chief Ma chuckled. Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll make sure to arrange everything. Not only food, but I've also prepared iced milk tea to ensure Director Shen enjoys it. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaofan turned back to Chen Yang, his tone a bit smug. Captain Shun, everything is arranged. Whether it's people or animals, once they arrive at our Beast King domain, they won't have to worry about food or drink. They will definitely become the most stylish ones in Donghai City. However, before he could finish gloating, he noticed that Chun Yang's gaze was fixated not on him, but on Shun Jian, staring at her with eyes that resembled a hungry wolf looking at a little lamb, as if he wanted to pounce on her. Ye Xiaofan's alarm bells went off, thinking to himself, is Chun Yang interested in Shen Jian? That's my thing. No way. No way. I absolutely can't let him succeed. Shun Fairy is mine. No one can touch her. Ye Xiaofan's heart screamed as he directly pushed Chen Yang away. Captain, it's getting late. Why don't you head back to the bureau first? After all, you are busy with work, and there are a lot of cases waiting for you to solve, right? Chen Yang sighed, realizing he indeed had to go back and clean up the mess. All right, I'll head out first. And remember what I said, think before you act next time. Don't be so impulsive. Got it? Yes, Captain Shen, you are right. I will definitely pay attention, definitely. Ye Xiaofan quickly nodded and bowed, not forgetting to push Chen Yang along. Phew, Ye Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this rival. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Shun Jiayin wearing a playful smile. What's wrong, Director Shun? Is there something on my face? Ye Xiaofan asked somewhat awkwardly. Shun Jiayin smiled and shook her head, her dimples showing, making Ye Xiaofan's heart flutter. It's nothing. I just think President Yi is quite interesting. After saying that, Shun Jiayin turned and walked back into the hospital, leaving Ye Xiaofan standing there scratching his head. What is so interesting about me? Did she figure out that I have feelings for her? No, wait. I've been quite restrained, right? Do fairy sisters have built-in radar to detect straightforward guys' thoughts? Just as he was lost in thought, Chun Yang returned with a dark expression, directly scolding him. Ye Xiaofan, what kind of physique do you have? How come you can get into trouble wherever you go? Captain, what's going on? Why are you back again? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback by the question. Chun Yang shot him an annoyed glare. What else could it be? This time it's serious. I just got off the phone with Director Wang, and he said he rushed into the city overnight to report on the situation. He wants you to be mentally prepared. This matter definitely won't pass easily. What the hell? Is it that serious? Director Wang is personally involved? Ye Xiaofan was stunned, realizing that this situation had escalated too much. But then he suddenly reacted. Wait, Captain, didn't you just say this before? Chapter 88. Is it too late to run away now? Ye Xiaofan stared at Chun Yang with a puzzled expression, the straightforwardness typical of someone born in the 2000s coming to the forefront. Captain Chun, I'm not saying this to offend you, but have you developed early onset dementia at such a young age? Or do you have some misunderstanding about my intelligence? Is it really necessary to repeat such a trivial matter? It makes me look stupid. Ahem. Chun Yang was taken aback by Ye Xiaofan's retort, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face as he coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. What are you talking about, kid? Early onset dementia? I'm reminding you. Reminding. Important things should be said 3 times. Do you understand? I saw you acting nonchalant before, and I was worried you didn't take my words to heart. So I emphasize it again, okay? Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes, completely unconvinced by Chun Yang's explanation. This old Chun was probably hiding something sinister. He leaned in closer to Chun Yang, lowering his voice with a hint of probing. Captain Chun, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? Like, Director Shun? Chun Yang was suddenly caught off guard by Ye Xiaofan's directness, and his tone became a bit unnatural. What are you talking about? What Director Shun? I'm not familiar with Director Shun at all. I'm just genuinely worried about your safety. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day? Ye Xiaofan pursed his lips, wearing an expression that clearly said he didn't believe a word of it. He looked Chun Yang up and down with a teasing tone. All right, Captain Shun. Whatever you say goes. How about this? Why don't you stay here tonight to protect us? Stay? Chun Yang's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Sure. There's nothing going on at the station anyway. It's my duty to protect you. Ye Xiaofan's mouth twitched, regretting his words and wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to bring this up? No, he absolutely could not let Chun Yang have his way. Captain, you see, the Beast King realm is small, and the conditions are poor, plus there are a lot of mosquitoes at night. Why suffer with me? Just go back to the city and get a good night's sleep. Ye Xiaofan said while secretly pushing Chun Yang's shoulder. Chun Yang stood firm, straightening his back and declaring firmly, Nonsense. What do you mean, poor conditions? I'm the captain of the Beast King Realm Police Point in Donghai City. My duty is to protect your safety. You keep causing trouble every few days. How can I relax if I'm not keeping an eye on you? Ye Xiaofan was so angry he could hardly contain himself, wanting to punch Chun Yang and give that pretentious face a good beating. But then he thought of his own small stature and looked at Chun Yang's muscular build. He decided against it and opted not to humiliate himself. After a whole night of work, Shun Jiayin and the medical staff finally managed to arrange all the injured animals. Ye Xiaofan looked at their exhausted figures, filled with gratitude and guilt. Director Shun, all the doctors, thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate it tonight. If it weren't for you, these little animals might. Shun Jiayin rubbed her slightly red eyes and smiled. You're too kind, Mr. Yi. This is what we should do. Saving lives is just part of our job. However, we still need to keep observing them to ensure they're all fine. By the way, Director Shun, you've all been busy all night. You must be hungry, right? I'll arrange breakfast for you right now, so you can rest a bit, Ye Xiaofan said quickly. No need, Mr. Yi. Our cafeteria has already prepared breakfast. Everyone can just go eat, Shun Jiayin replied. Cafeteria? What cafeteria? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, wondering when he had built a cafeteria. Just then, Section Chief Ma came over with a group of staff, each holding various breakfast items. Buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, porridge, and more. Brother Fan, breakfast is here. It's all freshly made and still warm. Old Ma, when did you prepare all this? Ye Xiaofan asked in surprise. Hee, I anticipated it would be a busy night, so I arranged it in advance. Even the cat and dog food got extra portions at no extra cost. How about that? Generous, right? Section Chief Ma said proudly. Generous. This is really generous. Ye Xiaofan patted Section Chief Ma's shoulder, But before he could say anything else, Shenyang walked over with a pile of beautifully packaged meal boxes, looking eager to please as he approached Shunjin. Director Shun, I know you haven't had breakfast yet, so I specially bought you crab roe buns. Eat them while they're hot. Ye Xiaofan's face instantly darkened. This old Shun was pulling this stunt. Ahem, Captain Shun, thank you. But we've already prepared breakfast. I appreciate your kindness, Shun Jiayin said somewhat awkwardly. No worries, if you don't eat, you can save it for later. I bought plenty anyway. Ye Xiaofan could no longer hold back, snatching the meal box from Chun Yang's hands, saying, Captain Shun, we've already prepared breakfast. You can eat these yourself. Besides, crabs are cold in nature. The fairy sister should eat something warming. I'm afraid of diarrhea. What are you doing? Shen Yang was taken aback. Quickly snatching the meal box back, I specifically bought this for Director Shun. Shun Jiayin smiled slightly. Thank you for your kind gesture, Captain Shun. The crab roe buns do smell delicious, but I'm currently controlling my diet. I'm afraid of gaining weight. I appreciate your intention. Shen Yang's smile instantly froze, begrudgingly retracting the meal box. Ye Xiaofan felt secretly pleased. Trying to compete for a woman with me? You're not quite up to it. Let you taste the bitterness of defeat. After breakfast, Ye Xiaofan arranged for Section Chief Ma to take the medical staff back and return to the villa to prepare for some rest. However, just as he lay down, Fat Master burst in. Hey, Brother Fan, not good. Something big has happened. What now? Can't I have a moment of peace? Is that group of troublesome people trying to harm me again? Ye Xiaofan said irritably. Just go online and take a look. Today's news is even more explosive than the Golden Ding Zoo, Fat Master said. Ye Xiaofan quickly opened his phone and was instantly dumbfounded. Major news websites and social media were flooded with reports about him, Ye Xiaofan, with headlines that were more outrageous than the last. The owner of the Beast King realm is actually an animal speaker. Salt. A real-life animal world appears in Donghai City. Exclusive reveal. How Ye Xiaofan's superpower was forged. Is it a genetic mutation? Or was he bitten by an animal? Experts interpret. Does animal language really exist? Is it science or metaphysics? Should we take him for dissection research? Even more ridiculous were some organizations claiming they wanted to capture him for research, saying he was a miracle in human evolutionary history with extremely high research value. What the hell is this? Ye Xiaofan felt like his world was crumbling. Is it too late for me to run away now? Chapter 89, Always Feeling Something is off, just as Ye Xiaofan was in a fluster, contemplating whether to run away to avoid the heat. His phone rang again, and the name Wang Mingyuan flashed on the screen. Hello, Director Wang. I didn't mean for this to happen. How did things turn out like this? Ye Xiaofan answered the call, his voice trembling with a hint of tears, almost begging. On the other end, Wang Mingyuan's furious roar was deafening. Ye Xiaofan, you really want to reach for the stars this time. The whole world knows you can understand animals now. The National Biological Research Institute has called me about this. How am I supposed to wrap this up? How are the leaders of Donghai City supposed to explain this? Director Wang, I was wrong. I really was. Who knew things would escalate like this? I promise to keep a low profile from now on, to be humble. Just let me off this time. Ye Xiaofan quickly admitted defeat, his tone incredibly submissive. Wang Mingyuan was seething with anger. Stop pretending to be pitiful. The whole internet is discussing whether you're an alien or if you have some golden finger. How am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? Tell me, how did you manage this? Did you really get bitten by an animal when you were a kid and unlock the ability to speak with him? Ye Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly. Director Wang, it's a long story, but in short, we are gifted. Do you understand gifted? Heaven bestows talents. You can't hide it if you wanted to. I promise, from now on, I'll just be an unremarkable principal in the Beast King domain. And I won't cause any more trouble. Stop your nonsense. You better remember, for the time being, don't go anywhere. Stay put in the Beast King domain and keep a low profile. Once I report the situation to the city, we'll see. If you cause any more trouble, I'll put you in solitary confinement and throw you to Antarctica to feed the penguins. After Wang Mingyuan finished his furious rant, he hung up the phone, leaving only the busy tone. Ye Xiaofan stared at the blackened screen, wanting to cry, but having no tears. It's over, I've completely messed up this time. Looks like I'll have to live as a socially anxious shut-in from now on. Hey, the fairy sister 1T think I'm a monster, right? I haven't even had a chance to develop things properly, and now I'm going to be stifled in the cradle. He thought of the enchanting Shun Jiayin, like a fairy, and couldn't help but sigh, feeling that his future was bleak. Ye Xiaofan, what kind of trouble are you causing again? What with all those news articles online? Shen Yang suddenly burst in, bombarding him with questions, clearly shocked by the news online. Captain Shun, it's unfair. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Ye Xiaofan hurriedly explained it. Chun Yang shot him an annoyed glare. Enough with the explanations. Just be honest with me. The Bureau already knows. Director Wang is trying to suppress the trending news. So for now, stay in the Beast King domain and don't go anywhere until the heat dies down. As he spoke, Chun Yang paused and softened his tone slightly. Don't worry. I've arranged for the colleagues at the police station to come back and provide 24-hour protection for your safety. But you also need to keep a low profile and don't cause any more trouble, okay? Okay. I promise to complete the task. Ye Xiaofan quickly saluted, feeling somewhat reassured. Remember what I said? Chun Yang reiterated a few more points, patted Ye Xiaofan on the shoulder, and said, I need to rush back to the city bureau to see what instructions Director Wang has. You take care. Captain Chun, take care. Call me anytime if anything comes up. Ye Xiaofan waved goodbye as he watched Chun Yang leave in a hurry. After Chun Yang bid farewell, he sped back to the city bureau. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Mingyuan hurrying back from the city, looking somewhat fatigued. Director Wang, how's the situation? Chun Yang asked quickly. Wang Mingyuan rubbed his forehead and sighed. The situation is worse than expected. The higher-ups are taking Ye Xiaofan's matter very seriously and want us to quell the public opinion as soon as possible. Chun Yang nodded, his expression growing serious. Yes. The whole internet is discussing Ye Xiaofan's ability to understand animals. If we can't control this in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. The key now is to come up with a plan that can meet the higher-ups' requirements while also ensuring Ye Xiaofan's safety and stabilizing public opinion. It's tough, Wang Mingyuan said with a bitter smile. After a moment of silence, Chun Yang suggested, Director Wang, I think we can try guiding public opinion. We can contact some official media to release reports emphasizing Ye Xiaofan's love for animals and his expertise, downplaying his so-called superpower. Wang Mingyuan tapped the table. His brows furrowed. That's a good direction, but the effect will likely be limited. The internet is full of jokesters whose imagination is wilder than black holes. Merely relying on a few articles might not silence them. Chun Yang scratched his head, thinking of another idea. How about we get some experts to refute the rumors? Experts? The term expert has become derogatory. Who would believe them? It would only make things worse. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand in annoyance. This was a tough situation. We need to think of a more convincing solution. The two discussed for half the day, but couldn't he come up with a good idea? Wang Mingyuan sighed. You go back to the Beast King domain and keep an eye on Ye Xiaofan. Make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. I'll think of something. After Chun Yang left, Wang Mingyuan took out his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Uncle, it's me, Mingyuan. Yes, about Ye Xiaofan. I need your help. While Wang Mingyuan was frantically trying to extinguish the fire through various connections, Ye Xiaofan was obediently squatting in the Beast King domain, too afraid to go anywhere, and the police were practically welding him to his bed. But this kid was, at his core, not a compliant type. Fat Master, don't you think this is a bit eerie? Ye Xiaofan lay in bed, tossing and turning, scratching his head as he asked the orange cat perched at the head of his bed. Meow? What is eerie? Brother Fan, you're now a top-tier celebrity. Wherever you go, you have a spotlight following you. Isn't that enough fun? Fat Master lazily turned over. Fun my foot. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes in irritation. I'm being roasted over an open fire. Back when I was just an unremarkable office worker. Who knew me? Now I can't even step outside. I feel like a fugitive. Fat Master yawned, unimpressed. Brother Fan, you should be content. I want to be famous, but have no way to do it. How about we switch places? Ye Xiaofan ignored him and muttered to himself. When I first awakened my beast language ability, I was somewhat arrogant, but I still knew my limits. Why have I become so arrogant now? This isn't right. There is definitely something wrong with this. Chapter 90. Ye Xiaofan ran away. Ye Xiaofan frowned, his mind racing as he began to review his past experiences. The first time he reported the jewelry store robbers was purely out of a sense of justice, just to make some extra cash. The second time he reported the drug trafficking gang. It seemed to be for money too. And that shady construction site. Damn. It was all about money. Ye Xiaofan muttered to himself, feeling even more uneasy. But what about later? Xinghui, right, Xingchen, Jinding. What does it feel like? Ever since I confessed to Wang Mingyuan that I could understand animal language, things have taken a turn. Before, I was just a behind-the-scenes informant. But now I've jumped straight to the front lines, becoming the 007 of the animal world, living on the edge. Especially this time at the Jinding Zoo. That old fox Wang Mingyuan, who clearly could have stopped me, instead just told me to be careful and not cause any casualties. That is obviously a hint for me. Damn it, I've been played by Wang Mingyuan. Ye Xiaofan slapped his thigh, finally realizing the truth. From the initial small reports and big rewards to becoming a righteous messenger. Eliminating harm for the people. This old guy has been flattering me and using psychological tactics to manipulate me without me even realizing it. How infuriating. I've been PUA'd. No wonder I've been feeling off lately. It turns out I've been used as a pawn. Ye Xiaofan gritted his teeth in anger, feeling like a piece on a chessboard being toyed with, uncomfortable all over. But calming down and thinking it over, maybe it's not such a loss. It doesn't matter. Ye Xiaofan suddenly grinned, his previous anger disappearing in an instant. If it weren't for Wang Mingyuan, would I have the Beast King territory today? A house, a car, and my savings have several zeros behind them. It's a partnership, nothing to be ashamed of. Since we are partners, Wang Mingyuan will definitely handle the online issues. If he can't manage this small scene, I'll start calling him Wang Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan sitirichet lazili. Determined that while Wang Mingyuan deals with the mess, this handsome guy has to go do something serious. He jumped off the bed and called out to Fat Master. Fat Master, let us go. I'll take you to blow up the street. Fat Master lazily yawned. Blow up what street? I just want to lie down. Think bigger. Ye Xiaofan scooped up Fat Master. I'll take you to meet Director Ma. Let us go fleece some sheep. In the following 3 days, Wang Mingyuan felt like he was going bald. He had to deal with the incessant inquiries from above, and the city leaders held daily meetings to discuss Ye Xiaofan's identity issue. An animal behavior expert? A retired police dog trainer? That's good, very respectable. No, I think the image ambassador for the Animal Protection Association is pretty good. It can guide public opinion. One proposal after another was presented, seeming feasible, yet also problematic. The key issue was that public opinion was clearly being stirred up by someone behind the scenes. The remnants of right group, the old guards of Xingqian biology, and the forces of Blackfin, especially the Chiota High. None of them were easy to deal with. Wang Mingyuan was also feeling troubled. This kid has offended way too many people recently. Just when he was about to break down, his uncle finally called. A calm voice came from the other end. Don't worry, Mingyuan, everything is arranged. After hanging up the phone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately got up, and drove to the Beast King territory. However, as soon as he arrived at the police station, he saw Chun Yang rushing out with a worried expression. Chief Wang, it's bad. Ye Xiaofan. He ran away. What? Ran away? Wang Mingyuan instantly felt his blood pressure spike, and his vision went dark. Where did he go? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him 24/7? Chun Yang was sweating profusely. Chief Wang. That kid has been behaving himself these past few days, hanging around the Animal Agent Command every day, fooling around with Fat Master and Bai Ying. This morning when I went to call him for breakfast, he was gone. Bai Ying disappeared with him too. Wang Mingyuan almost collapsed, his chest heaving violently, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chun Yang. What the hell has he been up to every day? He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Ye Xiaofan's number, but all he heard was the cold shutdown prompt. Damn, this kid is causing trouble without even giving a heads up. Wang Mingyuan cursed angrily, throwing his phone to the ground, then quickly picked it up, wiping it off with a pained expression. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his anger, he shouted at Chun Yang. Immediately, right now, contact the Bureau and launch a citywide search for Ye Xiaofan and that white tiger. This kid must have something big planned. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofan and Bai Ying had already embarked on a desperate journey to the Yunwu Mountains on the southern border. Ever since he figured out the whole situation 3 days ago, he had once again unleashed his true nature. Instead of being treated like a monkey here, unable to help, it was better to rescue Tiger Brother's family first, which would be a good deed. As for running away, please, is Ye Xiaofan the kind of person who would flee in the face of danger? By the time he returns as a king, Wang Mingyuan will have surely settled everything. And then he can do whatever he wants. So, he had Director Ma contact a black market car dealer, spent a hefty sum, and got a second-hand black pickup truck, just to keep a low profile, mainly because the previous SUV was too small, making it uncomfortable for Tiger Brother. The pickup's spacious bed allowed Tiger Brother to lie down comfortably. This was the VIP treatment. As for the paperwork, non-existent. He didn't even change the license plate. It was still under the previous owner's name. All for one word, efficiency. With everything ready, taking advantage of the dark night, Ye Xiaofan avoided the police station's watchful eyes and, with Bai Ying, slipped away down a little-known path behind the Beast King territory. Before leaving, he sent a WeChat message to Director Ma, asking him to take care of the group of little furballs, saying he was going on vacation and would be back soon. Then he decisively turned off his phone, switched to a new SIM card, and sped south, with the target set on the Yunwu Mountains at the border. So, when Wang Mingyuan discovered he was missing, Ye Xiaofan had already left Donghai City. To avoid drawing attention, Ye Xiaofan took his time. deliberately avoiding the highways and choosing country roads instead. After a few days, he wasn't tired, but his backside was suffering. I'm telling you, Tiger Brother, if we bump around any longer, my back will break. When will we get to your hometown? Ye Xiaofan complained while rubbing his waist. Bai Ying lazily lay in the back, lifting his eyelids. Soon, just over the mountain ahead, we'll be there. Ye Xiaofan started the car and continued driving. After several days of long travel, the road conditions worsened, full of potholes, and the pickup truck jolted violently. Finally, after climbing over a mountain, the view opened up. A vast grassland came into sight, with a gentle breeze blowing, lush green grass, and herds of cattle and sheep, as if stepping into a paradise. Bai Ying's eyes lit up. Fangirl, we've arrived. Chapter 91. A good tiger does not eat monkeys. Ye Xiaofan parked the car by the roadside, stretched lazily, and breathed in the fresh air, feeling quite relieved. Wow, the scenery is nice. We finally made it. Ye Xiaofan shouted excitedly. As they moved forward, there was no road left. The pickup truck was completely stuck. Bai Ying also jumped down from the truck bed, stretched, and took a deep breath. Oh, that's right. This is the grassland at the foot of Yunwu Mountain. My family is just over there in the mountains. What is next, Tiger Brother? We can't just walk all the way to the horizon, can we? Ye Xiaofan was pondering when, in the distance, a herd of wild horses galloped across the grassland like the wind, their manes flying, and their athletic forms stirred excitement in people. Ye Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Wow, those wild horses on the grassland. Let us go. Tiger Brother, look at that horse's mane, those muscle lines. TSK. Definitely a substitute for the blood-sweating horses. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, rubbing his hands together. Tiger Brother, how about we ride over? You catch a couple of them, and we can each have one. It's definitely faster than walking, right? Bai Ying's eyes widened. Fangirl, are you serious? Isn't it better for me to carry you? I can definitely outrun the horses. Ye Xiaofan's face turned red. Damn, the brain is a good thing. Too bad he often forgets to bring it. Ahem, Tiger Brother is right. I just had a moment of madness, right? Bai Ying sighed helplessly. This fangirl really has no sense of seriousness. Come on, fangirl. As Bai Ying said this, he slowly lowered his body. Ye Xiaofan chuckled and nimbly flipped over, sitting steadily on Bai Ying's broad back. And didn't he forget to wave at the stunned cows and sheep behind him? Folks, I'm off first. One person and one tiger set off toward Yunwu Mountain. Bai Ying's steps were steady and powerful, quickly crossing the vast grassland. This tiger's back is really comfortable. From now on, I'll just ride you, Tiger Brother. It's cooler than any Rolls Royce. Ye Xiaofan enjoyed the special seat on the tiger's back, even giving Bai Ying a pat on the rear to show his appreciation. The deeper they went, the more complicated the terrain became. The grass had already spread up to their knees, and a dense forest gradually appeared ahead. Tiger Brother, slow down. We're approaching the forest. Not long after entering the forest, he sensed something was off. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and the woods were eerily quiet, with not even the sound of birds or insects. Ye Xiaofan's nerves immediately tightened. Something's not right. Tiger Brother, be careful. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps came from ahead, and a group of people emerged from the woods. These individuals were all burly, wearing tattered animal skin clothing, holding hunting rifles and steel knives, their faces wearing fierce expressions. Hey, where did these brash fools come from, daring to barge in here with a tiger? A stout man with a face full of flesh grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes brazenly sizing up Ye Xiaofan as if he were a piece of meat. Ye Xiaofan keenly noticed that although these people looked like hunters, their eyes were fierce and greedy, and they weren't scared of Bai Ying at all. You guys, who are you? What do you want? Ye Xiaofan suppressed the unease in his heart and asked in a deep voice. The stout man laughed loudly, his voice rough and piercing. What do we want? Of course, hunting. Kid, if you're sensible, get out of the way quickly. We want that tiger. Ye Xiaofan spat and retorted. Hunting? What era is this? You still play this game? Do you believe I'll make a phone call and have you locked up for life? The stubbled hunter disdainfully curled his lip. Report? What do you think this is? This is Yunwu Mountain. I'm the king here. Stop wasting words. Get lost, or we'll take you down too. Oh, I'm getting angry. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Ye Xiaofan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge. Tiger Brother, show them some color. Bai Ying growled lowly, poised to pounce. However, those hunters showed no fear. Instead, they grinned and raised their rifles, aiming at Ye Xiaofan and Bai Ying. You're asking for trouble. Brothers, grab your weapons. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. He realized he had overestimated his situation. No matter how strong an animal is, can it withstand bullets? Wait, let us talk this over. Put down your guns. Ye Xiaofan quickly backed away, smiling awkwardly. Brothers, misunderstanding. I'm just passing by. I'll leave now. Want to leave? Too late. Dare to ruin my good time? Get them. Seeing the other side relentless, Ye Xiaofan knew he wouldn't get out of this easily today. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to Bai Ying, "Tiger brother, run!" Bai Ying understood immediately, leaping up and carrying Ye Xiaofan, sprinting deep into the forest. The hunters were no pushovers either. They quickly raised their rifles to chase after them. Chase them down, don't let them escape. Tiger brother, run for your life. These guys are really going to shoot. Ye Xiaofan clung tightly to Bai Ying's back, bullets whizzing past his ears, making his scalp tingle. Bai Ying roared lowly, his four hooves flying, moving through the forest as if on level ground. What does it mean to be the king of the mountains? This was where the advantage showed. He easily leaped over fallen trunks and jagged rocks, while the hunters, limited by the terrain, quickly fell behind, losing sight of them entirely. Although they had opened up some distance, Ye Xiaofan didn't dare to relax at all. These people dared to hunt tigers so brazenly. They were definitely seasoned criminals. Perhaps they were related to those who captured Bai Ying back then. No, I need to find a way to fight back and figure out their background to avenge Tiger Brother. While Ye Xiaofan was thinking this, he looked up and saw a monkey in front, staring blankly at him, or rather at Bai Ying, trembling all over, its eyes full of fear, with some moisture between its legs. Pfft. Ye Xiaofan almost laughed out loud. Damn, this monkey is too cowardly, scared to the point of peeing? Tiger Brother, your charm is so great. Is this monkey made of water? Bai Ying felt a bit helpless. Fangirl. The animals in the city have been domesticated by humans, and no, I don't eat them. But this is the primeval forest. They inherently remember we are apex predators in the food chain and are born afraid. Ye Xiaofan suddenly understood. Oh, so that is how it is. I get it. This is the so-called fear in the genes. He quickly approached, trying to comfort the poor monkey. Monkey brother, don't be afraid. We're good people, no? Good tigers. We don't eat monkeys. Chapter 92. Don't shoot. We're one of us. However, no matter how much Ye Xiaofan tried to persuade him, the monkey simply wouldn't listen, only letting out frantic squeaks and trembling even more violently, pleading with a cry. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Really. Ye Xiaofan, helpless, raised his hand and slapped the monkey on the head with a dull thud. It wasn't hard, but it was enough to wake it up. Hey, wake up. I told you we won't eat you. As long as you behave and answer a few questions, Brother Tiger guarantees he won't touch a single hair on you. The monkey reacted to Ye Xiaofan's slap, staring blankly at him, then became even more terrified, its voice cracking. You can understand what I'm saying? Ye Xiaofan was momentarily speechless. It had been a long time since an animal had asked him that, and he was a bit unaccustomed to it. In this day and age, there were still those who didn't know he could understand animal language. I say, monkey brother, where have you just come out from? Your news is so out of touch. Ye Xiaofan pouted. Hurry up and answer my questions. Stop dawdling. Upon hearing Ye Xiaofan's words, the monkey finally confirmed that he could indeed understand it, and quickly nodded vigorously. Yes. Just ask. As long as you don't eat me, I'll say anything. All right. What's your name? My name is Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, huh? Just call me Brother Fan. Brother Fan. Xiao Lu hurriedly addressed him. Okay, Xiao Lu. Do you know where we can find the police nearby? I've encountered a bunch of robbers, and they're quite arrogant. Upon hearing the word robbers, Xiao Lu immediately shivered, terror filling its small eyes. Robbers? You mean those bad people who catch monkeys? Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Explain. They are bad people. They will catch us for experiments. Ooh, many monkeys have been caught by them and never came back, Xiao Lu said, almost in tears. Ye Xiaofan then noticed that Xiao Lu had several tiny pinpricks on its body, as if it had been injected with something. Damn, these people are indeed not simple. They're definitely the same group that caught Bai Ying back then. Do they often come here to catch monkeys? Ye Xiaofan suppressed his rising anger and continued to ask. Xiao Lu nodded vigorously. Yes. They use tranquilizer guns to knock us out and then catch us. It's really scary. Which faction are they from? Xingqian or Heqi? He remembered that Bai Ying was rescued from the underlings of Heqi, but it seemed that Xingqian was also looking for Bai Ying at that time. Could these two factions be in cahoots? Hey, I'm asking you. Do you know who they are? Xiao Lu looked bewildered. What, Xingqian, Heqi? I've never heard of them. Suppressing his doubts, Ye Xiaofan had to change the question. Then do you know where we can find some cops? No, I mean police who can help us? Xiao Lu shook its head. I haven't seen any police, but I know there's a forest protection team on the other side of the mountain. They protect the animals in the mountain. Forest protection team? Ye Xiaofan thought for a moment. That works too. The forest protection team is all about protecting wildlife. Getting their help is the same. Okay, Xiao Lu, lead the way. If we can't find the police uncle, the forest ranger can also uphold justice. Ye Xiaofan patted Bai Ying's back, signaling it to follow. Xiao Lu was quite nimble, darting through the forest, jumping around as if it had been given a boost. I say, monkey brother, have you practiced? You're running so fast, you could catch up with lightning. Ye Xiaofan couldn't help but tease. Fortunately, Ye Xiaofan didn't have to walk himself. Riding on Brother Tiger was quite stable. Bai Ying was also impressive, its hooves flying. Although it couldn't match the speed on the plains, it still moved swiftly through the forest, not letting Xiao Lu get ahead. Along the way, they encountered some dangers. This forest had clearly been tampered with. Traps would occasionally pop up, whether it was a pitfall or a steel trap, looking quite menacing. However, with Ye Xiaofan around, these iron contraptions were easily recognizable. One person, one tiger, and one monkey thus navigated through the dense forest without any mishaps. By the time they arrived at the Forest Protection Team's base, it was already evening. The camp was set up in a relatively open valley, with several wooden houses built against the mountain, smoke curling up from cooking fires, creating a peaceful scene. The team leader, named Wei Hailong, was a retired soldier, full of righteousness and hatred for evil. The team members under him were carefully selected, all passionate young people. At that moment, Wei Hailong was standing in front of the wooden house, assigning night patrol duties to the team members. As per usual, one group goes with me up the mountain, and one group stays to guard the camp. The mountains have been unstable lately, so keep your wits about you. Yes, Captain, the team members replied in unison. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed team member pointed into the distance, his voice cracking. Captain, not good. Look over there. What? What is that? Wei Hailong looked in the direction the team member was pointing and was immediately stunned. In the distance, a giant white tiger was chasing after a monkey. Wait, what was that on the tiger's back? What the hell? Is that a person? Wei Hailong rubbed his eyes, thinking he had been overworking and was seeing things. But upon taking a closer look, oh my god, it really is a person. However, this person was actually riding on the back of a giant white tiger. This scene was just too absurd. What the hell is going on? Did the tiger attack someone? Wei Hailong's first reaction was that someone was in danger. Years of military experience made his adrenaline surge, and he immediately shouted at the team members, "Quick, grab your weapons. Save the person." The duty of the forest rangers is to protect ecological balance and prevent poaching. But life is paramount. They couldn't just stand by and watch someone be mauled by a tiger, right? The team members, well-trained, quickly raised their rifles, swiftly forming a battle formation, all aiming at Bai Ying. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We're not bad people. We're one of us. Oh no, it's a disaster. Seeing this, Ye Xiaofan quickly shouted to the forest rangers, fearing they would accidentally fire. This was no joke. Wei Hailong heard this person rambling like a machine gun, and for a moment he didn't react, wondering what a disaster meant. What kind of outdated phrase was that? This guy couldn't possibly be a fool, could he? It was only the next second that he suddenly realized that this person was actually riding on a tiger. He wasn't a victim being attacked by a tiger. This brother, what are you doing? Wei Hailong's tone was somewhat uncertain. The scene before him truly exceeded his understanding. After getting off the tiger's back, Ye Xiaofan quickly jumped down and with a grin explained, "Guys, don't be nervous. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. My name is Ye Xiaofan. I'm a professional animal trainer. This guy, Lightning, oh no, Bai Ying, is a cub I raised since childhood, and he is very obedient. Chapter 93, his name is Ye Xiaofan. As Ye Xiaofan spoke, he patted Bai Ying's head, and Bai Ying cooperatively let out a low growl, as if to greet everyone. Beast tamer? A tiger? Are you kidding me? A young forest ranger couldn't help but scoff. Ye Xiaofan wasn't angry. He shrugged and continued, "Time is of the essence, so I won't explain too much. To be honest, I'm here with Brother Tiger to seek help. We've encountered a group of bad guys who want to capture him. Please, everyone help us." Wei Hailong's expression suddenly turned serious after hearing this. You've run into the hyena gang? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback. He had never heard of this organization before. Hyena? What is that? Wei Hailong sighed and explained. The hyena gang is a group of criminals active in the area around Yunwu Mountain. They make a living by poaching wild animals. They're insane and will capture anything. After capturing them, they sell them to other groups, some as pets on the black market, some to laboratories for research, and some are killed for their skins and bones. Their methods are extremely cruel, and they're infamous in this area. Several team members echoed his sentiments, their expressions filled with outrage, clearly harboring deep hatred for this group. This gang of hyenas is truly despicable. We're not exaggerating. The arrogance of these hyenas is off the charts. Last time, I personally witnessed them using an electric net to capture a litter of newborn fawns. It was horrific. And me, recently, while patrolling the mountains, I found a mother bear trapped by them, and she died in agony, with cubs in her belly. Can you believe these people are inhumane? A flame of anger ignited in Ye Xiaofan's heart. He couldn't stand such cruelty towards animals. Captain Wei, can you take people with me to take them down? Wei Hailong, hearing Ye Xiaofan's words, hesitated and said, Brother Yi, I understand your feelings, but this gang operates deep in the mountains and is very familiar with the terrain. Moreover, they have guns, which makes it very dangerous. Even if we call the police, capturing them would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. You just need to call the police. I'll handle finding them. Ye Xiaofan said, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I have my ways. Wei Hailong was taken aback. This kid was too cocky. In the deep mountains, where people were unfamiliar, how would he find them? Could he be relying on this? Tiger? Ye Xiaofan noticed Wei Hailong's doubts and grinned mischievously, calling over Xiao Lu. Come on, Xiao Lu, show this Captain Uncle your special skills. Spin 3 times in place, then do a backflip. Xiao Lu immediately complied, spinning 3 times and nearly falling over, then awkwardly attempting a backflip and crashing to the ground. The forest rangers were completely dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out. This monkey is really listening to him. Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat and continued issuing commands. Xiao Lu, come on, give everyone a show. With your little paws, draw a heart on the ground. It has to be symmetrical. Xiao Lu, do another one. Strike a gun pose towards that older brother over there, complete with these sound effects. After various performances, Ye Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and patted Xiao Lu's head. Not bad. Not bad. Later, I'll treat you to as many bananas as you can eat. Wow, is this still a monkey? It's even more obedient than a trained police dog. This is amazing. How'd he do it? Not only the forest rangers, but even Wei Hailong was completely stunned. During his years in the army, he had seen many strange things, but this was the first time he had seen someone train a monkey like a special forces soldier. Brother Yi, your beast-taming skills are incredible. Ye Xiaofan grinned, waved his hand, and humbly replied, just basic operations, no big deal. Mainly, I have a deep bond with my animal brothers. They trust me and are willing to listen to me. He paused, then patted his chest with confidence. Captain Wei, rest assured, with me, Ye Xiaofan, around, those poachers won't escape. Yunwu Mountain will be their grave. All right, but even if I believe you, I can't guarantee the police will come. Wei Hailong still hesitated. Come on, Captain, just give them a call. What if it works? Ye Xiaofan said with a cheeky grin, even throwing a flirtatious look at Wei Hailong. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Worst case, I'll marry you to pay off the debt. I guarantee you'll live a good life. Wei Hailong was almost sickened, quickly waving his hand. Stop. I'll call now. You really are something. He thought for a moment, feeling the situation was serious and needed to confirm the details to avoid any mistakes, so he called a comrade. On the other end, a casual voice answered, Hey, Lao Wei, why are you calling me? Are you looking to borrow money for drinks again? Cut the crap. I'm dealing with something serious. Wei Hailong replied irritably. I encountered a group of poachers on Yunwu Mountain and want to ask you guys for help. Poaching? This small matter, just report it. Why do you need to find me? The voice on the other end was indifferent. This time it's different. We didn't discover it. Someone reported it. Wei Hailong explained. And that informant also. All right, I got it. The voice suddenly paused. Wait, what did you just say? An informant? Does the informant have any special characteristics? Wei Hailong was a bit confused. Characteristics? Well, he is quite special. He came to find me riding a white tiger. What? A white tiger? The voice on the other end instantly rose an octave, sounding extremely excited. Damn. Wei Hailong, you actually encountered someone riding a white tiger. Wei Hailong was even more confused. Yeah, what's wrong? Do you know him? After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly asked, What is that person's name? Tell me quickly. Wei Hailong felt the other person's reaction was strange, but answered honestly, his name is Ye Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan. What the hell? Wei Hailong, you little bastard, you've hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 94. Xiao Lu, gather the brothers to work. Old Wei, you make sure to treat Ye Xiaofan well. I will cover all the expenses. Don't let him feel neglected. The voice on the other end of the phone was so excited, it was almost breaking. I'll arrange it right away and head over first thing tomorrow morning. Remember, you must ensure his safety. If he loses even a single hair, I'll take you down with me. After that, the call was hung up. Wei Hailong held the phone, looking bewildered. What was all this about? How is it? Did it work out? Ye Xiaofan hurriedly leaned in to ask. Wei Hailong put down the phone, looking at Ye Xiaofan with a complicated expression. Brother Yi, the police will be here tomorrow. They said to let you rest, and that they will ensure your safety no matter what. Ye Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Indeed. The police were reliable and wouldn't treat whistleblowers unfairly. Huh, I told you the police would come. Wei Hailong nodded, but he was even more puzzled. Just what kind of background did this Ye Xiaofan have? Why did just a name make his comrades take it so seriously? Moreover, it seemed like Ye Xiaofan had already anticipated this outcome. It seemed this person was definitely not simple. Ye Xiaofan, however, had no time to care about Wei Hailong's thoughts. Since the police were confirmed to be coming, the next step was to gather intelligence. He patted his empty stomach and suddenly remembered that he had run over and was already starving. So he waved his hand and said in a slightly spoiled tone to Wei Hailong, "Hey, Captain Wei, I'm about to starve to death. Is there anything to eat? I've been on the go all day, and I'm completely out of energy." Actually, Ye Xiaofan had brought food, but it got lost when he was chased by hyenas, so now he had to beg Wei Hailong for food. Wei Hailong finally reacted and quickly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I was so focused on the important matters that I almost forgot this. Brother Yi, don't worry. There will be plenty of food. I'll arrange it for you right away." Soon, Wei Hailong arranged for someone to prepare a lavish dinner for Ye Xiaofan, even specially preparing a large piece of fresh meat for Bai Ying and bananas and fruits for Xiao Lu, who loved monkeys. Though it was called lavish, it was actually just 4 simple dishes and a soup, a plate of stir-fried cabbage, some limp green pepper stir-fried with shredded potatoes, a plate of pickled radish, a bowl of wild vegetable tofu soup, plus a few cornmeal pancakes. The only thing that could be considered meat was a few transparent oil droplets floating in the soup. As for the meat, it had long been given to Bai Ying with a wave of Wei Hailong's hand, piled in the corner, its bright red color standing out against the vegetarian dishes in front of Ye Xiaofan. The corner of Ye Xiaofan's eye twitched, wanting to complain. But looking at the simple camp, with wind leaking through the wooden walls, he silently swallowed his words. Given these conditions, being able to eat enough was already good. What else could he ask for? "Thanks for your hard work, everyone." Ye Xiaofan took the cornmeal pancake and didn't complain, expressing his gratitude. "Hey, no need to be polite." A young forest ranger smiled foolishly, showing a set of white teeth. "Our conditions are simple here, so please bear with us. The mountains lack everything but mosquitoes and wind." Ye Xiaofan took a bite of the pancake and felt a bit hoarse. He thought to himself, no wonder these forest rangers are so thin. It turns out they're chronically malnourished. This food is even worse than when I was working 996. He watched as Wei Hailong took out all the edible things, almost offering up the oldest stash of Lao Ganma, truly giving it his all. "Brother Yi, you may do with this for now. Tomorrow when I go down the mountain, I'll bring you some good food." Wei Hailong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You know, our forest ranger team has limited funding, and transportation in the mountains is inconvenient. We usually eat this kind of simple fare. Just consider it an experience of life. I'll give you a few more pancakes later." Ye Xiaofan waved his hand. "It's fine, Captain Wei. I'm really not picky. This corn pancake is delicious. Mainly, being able to eat with the brothers feels great." Wei Hailong laughed heartily. "That's good. That's good. Hurry and eat. You need energy." Seeing Ye Xiaofan start to munch on the pancake, Wei Hailong finally felt relieved and exchanged glances with the other team members. "Brother Yi, you rest well. I'll take the team out to patrol the mountain. Contact us anytime if there's any situation." Once Wei Hailong and the others had gone far, Ye Xiaofan patted Xiao Lu and said mysteriously, "Xiao Lu, I have an important task for you that relates to whether we can take down those bad guys." Xiao Lu perked up immediately, scratching his head, and said, "Brother Fan, you tell me. I promise to complete the task." Ye Xiaofan nodded. "You need to set off right now and gather all the animal brothers nearby. Remember all of them, especially those that are agile. The more, the better. Just tell them I have a task for them, and they must arrive before dark." Xiao Lu knew that Ye Xiaofan was serious now and became serious himself. Nodding vigorously, "Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll make sure to complete the task." After saying that, Xiao Lu grabbed a bunch of bananas and dashed out. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Under Xiao Lu's lead, Ye Xiaofan quietly arrived outside the mountain hollow. He saw a dark mass. Various animals gathered here. The sheer number was simply astonishing. "Brother Fan, the animal brothers have all come. What should we do next?" Xiao Lu asked excitedly. Ye Xiaofan scanned the area and saw indeed many animals, all jostling together. The main thing was the variety. This was very important because each one represented the group behind it. Before Ye Xiaofan could speak, a gray-furred mouse squeaked and jumped to his feet, crying, "Brother Fan, You must speak for us. That group of hyenas is terrible. They took my second uncle last time, and he hasn't come back yet. Woo woo woo. Following that, a limping wild chicken waddled over, flapping its wings and indignantly accusing, Brother Fan, those hyenas are ruthless. They took my whole family, and I'm the only one left. All alone, boo-hoo-hoo. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. A disgruntled squirrel clutched its tail, with a sad face cried, the hyenas also stole my pine cones. That was my food stash I had saved all winter. These animals almost all had friends or family that had been killed by hyenas, so upon seeing Ye Xiaofan, they rushed forward to denounce the hyenas' crimes. In an instant, the cries of the animals rose and fell like a rally against the hyenas. Okay, everyone. Please calm down. Don't rush, one at a time. I promise to arrange everything clearly for you. Chapter 95. Brother Yi is working too hard. Ye Xiaofan listened patiently, occasionally comforting them. Don't worry, I've noted this down. I will definitely avenge you. Don't be afraid, with me around. I guarantee that those hyenas will pay for their blood debt. Once the animals had vented their frustrations and calmed down, Ye Xiaofan finally spoke on to the main issue. Dear animal brothers and sisters, I gathered everyone here today, and the purpose is clear, right? That group of hyenas is simply insane, and we must teach them a lesson. After a pause, Ye Xiaofan's expression became serious. So, next, we need to pull off something big. Let that group of hyenas know who really has the say in Yunwu Mountain. I need everyone to help me with a few things. First, find out the whereabouts of the hyenas. Gather information about their location, numbers, weaponry, and so on. Second, monitor their movements and see what they have been up to recently. Third, be ready to assist. When I bring people over, be prepared to cooperate at any moment. Does everyone understand? Ye Xiaofan asked loudly. Understood. The animals responded in unison. Good. Now, act immediately. With Ye Xiaofan's command, the animals dispersed in all directions. At dawn, animals began to report back. Brother Fan, I found the hyenas camp in the valley. They have over a dozen people, all armed with guns. Brother Fan, I saw them capturing wild boars, preparing to sell them down mountain. Brother Fan, it seems like they are plotting something against the forest protection team. Important intelligence poured into Ye Xiaofan, giving him a clearer understanding of the hyena's strength. Good. Very good. Now let's start assigning tasks. Ye Xiaofan cleared his throat and switched to his mission deployment mode. Okay, my dear ones, let's get the details right. Brother Mouse, you are in charge of ground troop intelligence gathering, focusing on the hyenas' troop deployment and supply reserves. If there is any movement, make sure to alert me immediately. Remember, safety first, don't confront them directly. We are playing the scout game. Sister Sparrow, you are responsible for aerial reconnaissance, monitoring the hyenas' patrol routes and escape paths. Just keep it high up. Don't let the hyenas mistake you for a roasted chicken. Sister Rabbit and Brother Squirrel, your task is to create simple roadblocks and traps to delay the enemy's movements and buy time for Uncle Tiaozi. Remember, stay hidden, be unexpected, and give the hyenas a big surprise. Finally, he patted Xiao Lu's head. Brother Lu, you are my personal secretary and liaison. Stay on standby. Report any sudden situations at the first moment. Got it. The little animals chirped, their eyes filled with determination. Also remember, we are the partners of justice. We cannot initiate attacks, only defend ourselves. Make sure to guarantee your safety. Ye Xiaofan emphasized again. Considering he couldn't expose his secret, Ye Xiaofan instructed the animals. After dawn, don't come looking for me. And don't gather in large groups. Spread out in different places so that when I come with people, I can easily find you to guide the way. The animals nodded in understanding. Just then, Wei Hailong returned from patrolling the mountain and saw Ye Xiaofan sitting on the back of the white tiger, making some strange gestures with his hands, mumbling something that sounded like a spell. The little animals were obediently gathered around him, and the white tiger, all ears perked up, listening intently. Suppressing his curiosity, he tiptoed closer to eavesdrop, but before he could get near, the little animals scattered like they were startled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ye Xiaofan was passionately deploying the combat plan, and didn't notice Wei Hailong approaching until the animals were gone. Is it really that scary? Am I that intimidating? Ye Xiaofan wondered, thinking maybe he hadn't washed his hair today and was giving off some strange smell. Looking up, he saw Wei Hailong's weathered face, filled with a mix of confusion, curiosity, and a hint of admiration, slowly approaching him. Ye Xiaofan suddenly felt a headache coming on and inwardly cursed. Oh no, this brother doesn't think I'm conducting some kind of cult ritual, does he? How do I explain this? In a flash, The instinct of a socially awkward Gen Z awakened in Ye Xiaofan. He decided to take the initiative, giving Wei a chance to ask questions. Ah, good morning, Team Wei. Ye Xiaofan sprang up like a carp, almost pulling a muscle. Forcing a bright smile. Why are you up so early too? You've worked hard on the mountain. He quickly changed the subject, trying to create an impression of being a positive, ambitious young man. Wei Hailong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Sorry, brother Yi. I was just curious about what you were doing up so early. He glanced around at the empty surroundings, seemingly pondering. But you were really into your practice. I almost didn't notice you. Wei Hailong looked Ye Xiaofan up and down, curiosity evident in his eyes. Brother Yi, you weren't practicing all night, were you? Ye Xiaofan was taken aback, instantly realizing that Wei Hailong had filled in the blanks himself, which was a stroke of luck. Oh, Team Wei, you don't know. Being a beast tamer isn't easy. Every day, I have to meditate and establish a mental connection with the animals. Otherwise, how can I command them to work? It's called, oh right, internal energy. You can't pull it off without decades of practice. It's purely a technical flow. Exactly. You have no idea how many brain cells it takes to communicate, and I have to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to replenish energy. What do they call it? Sustainable development. Ye Xiaofan became more and more ridiculous in his speech, secretly giving himself a thumbs up. After all, heaven rewards diligence. Otherwise, how could I become the top figure in the animal world? If I don't work hard, should I just lie flat and be a salted fish? That doesn't fit my persona. Upon hearing Ye Xiaofan's words, admiration filled Wei Hailong's eyes. No wonder he could train tigers like house cats and monkeys like special forces. It turned out he had put in so much hard work behind the scenes. Team Wei, I'm going to head back for a nap. I stayed up late last night and can't really handle it. After saying that, Ye Xiaofan dashed back to his little house, leaving Wei Hailong standing there, feeling confused in the wind. Chapter 96. Just call me Xiaoqiang. After a sleepless night and a day of intense acting, Ye Xiaofan was already exhausted. Upon returning to his small room, he dove straight into bed, covered himself with a blanket, and said goodbye to the world. It wasn't long before the sound of thunderous snoring filled the air. Meanwhile, outside the Forest Protection Team's camp, a police car arrived. Wei Hailong was about to step forward to greet them when the car door was suddenly yanked open. A young police officer in uniform jumped out in a hurry and grabbed Wei Hailong's arm. Where is he? Where's Ye Xiaofan? Take me to him now. Wei Hailong stumbled from a pole, puzzled. What on earth is Ye Xiaofan's background to get his comrades so worked up? Judging by those dark circles under his eyes, he probably rushed over all night. He could only point to Ye Xiaofan's small room and say, "He's right there, sleeping." The young officer dashed towards the small room like a whirlwind, knocking on the door with a loud bang. Ye Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan. Open the door. The cops are here. No, I'm here. Inside the room, Ye Xiaofan was sleeping soundly, dreaming of a sweet date with Shun Jiayin in the Beast King realm, when he was suddenly jolted awake by the banging. Annoyed, he shouted, "Who the hell is making noise so early in the morning? Looking for trouble?" With sleep still in his eyes, he angrily yanked open the door, only to see a young officer with bright eyes staring excitedly at him. That look was so intense, it was as if he had just seen his long-awaited goddess, which almost made Ye Xiaofan want to call the police himself. Before he could say anything, the young officer rushed forward and gave him an enthusiastic hug, almost wanting to embed him in his arms. "Fan Ye, I finally get to meet you. You're my idol." Bai Ying let out a growl, instantly on alert. In a flash, a white figure darted past, revealing its claws, baring its teeth at the young officer in a fierce manner. If it had been someone else, they would probably have been scared out of their wits. But the young officer's eyes only brightened more. Not only was he unafraid, but he was also trembling with excitement. Wow, a real tiger. It's really a great white tiger. Fangge, you're amazing. This is like a scene from an anime coming to life. Ye Xiaofan twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking what a weirdo this was. Not scared at all? Who exactly are you? Oh, it's my fault. I got too excited and scared you. The young officer scratched his head awkwardly and introduced himself. I'm Wang Chong. Just call me Xiaoqiang. By the way, I'm Wang Mingyuan's cousin. Before Ye Xiaofan could respond, Wang Chong switched to rapid-fire mode, pulling Ye Xiaofan's arm and chattering nonstop. Fan Ye, Fan Ye. I wanted to ask you for a long time. Your animal friends are so amazing. That orange cat, Fat Yi, is he particularly lazy? And that police dog, Lightning, is he really good at solving cases? I've loved small animals since I was a kid, and I really want to see your Beast King realm when I was in Donghai City, but I never got the chance. And I heard you have a great relationship with stray cats and dogs. I've always wanted to adopt a cat, but I'm afraid I can't take care of it well, in Fangge. The last time you caused a ruckus at the Jinding Zoo and saved so many animals, it was just too cool. I've watched those videos several times. You didn't see how those netizens went wild, calling you the Batman of the animal world. Ye Xiaofan was bombarded by his rapid-fire questions, feeling a bit dazed. All right, it's all just small stuff, making a living. Fat Yuel, he prefers to lie down rather than sit. Enlightening is indeed quite impressive. His sense of smell is like a radar. While he was handling the barrage, he thought to himself, how could this young officer be more talkative than him? Can someone like this really be a police officer? Fortunately, Wang Xiaoqiang had some sense, and didn't he directly ask him about understanding animal language in front of Wei Hailong. Fangge, don't worry. With me around, no one will dare to touch a hair on you. I know this place, Yunwu Mountain, like the back of my hand. Wang Chong patted his chest, practically wanting to write, I'm your #1 fan on his forehead. But Ye Xiaofan also understood that Wang Mingyuan must have told this guy everything about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Meanwhile, listening to Wang Chong call him Fangge and ask all about animals and heroic deeds in Donghai City, Wei Hailong finally understood why Wang Chong was so excited. It turned out Ye Xiaofan was a big name in Donghai City. At that moment, Wang Chong's phone rang, and he answered. Hello, bro. I've met Fangge. He is safe now, don't worry. Yeah, I know, I'll take good care of him. After hanging up, Wang Chong handed the phone to Ye Xiaofan, his face filled with admiration. Fangge, my brother wants to talk to you. Get ready for a scolding. Ye Xiaofan took the phone, and before he could say anything, Wang Mingyuan's thunderous roar came from the other end. Ye Xiaofan, you little brat have really gone too far. Think you're tough now. Disappearing without a word, huh? Do you know the mess you've left in Donghai City? I'm getting called in by the leaders every day, writing self-reflections. Do you think I'm Superman? Ye Xiaofan quickly held the phone a bit further away, rubbed his ears, and complained. Hey. Director Wang, can you show some martial ethics? Disturbing the peace so early in the morning. Besides, I'm not under your jurisdiction. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not one of your subordinates. You. Wang Mingyuan was so angry he almost passed out. Now you dare talk back? Do you know that your sudden disappearance has turned the entire police station upside down? Is police resource management something you can waste like this? Are you trying to make me retire early just so you can inherit my credit card debt? Oh, come on, Director Wang. Don't be so worked up. I'm just trusting you. That little public relations storm is nothing for you, right? Ye Xiaofan said with a cheeky grin. And the scenery here in Yunwu Mountain is so nice. The air is fresh, perfect for retirement. I was even thinking, if you can't handle the pressure, why not come over and hide out for a few days with me? Hide out. I'd love to drag you back and put you in confinement so you can reflect properly. Wang Mingyuan roared, but his tone softened a bit. Anyway, remember this. Don't cause any more trouble. Do you hear me? Before Ye Xiaofan could reply, Wang Mingyuan hung up angrily. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes at the phone screen, muttering, seriously, this old Wang guy is like a ghost that won't go away. I can't believe I ran to this remote place and still ran into his informants. It's ridiculous. Chapter 97. Is the ancestral grave erupting with atomic bombs? Fan Ye, don't mind him. I know you can do it. Wang Chong looked at Ye Xiaofan with admiration. You're my idol. How about I get your autograph? So I can tell others I'm your fan. It'll be so impressive. Stop. Ye Xiaofan quickly interrupted him. Cockroach. No, Wang Chong, stop boasting, or I'm going to float away. This isn't the time to chase stars. Let us hurry up and deal with that group of hyenas. No problem. Leave it to me. Wang Chong patted his chest and guaranteed. Only then did Ye Xiaofan notice that Wang Chong was alone and had brought no equipment. He was dumbfounded. No way. Wang Chong, you came alone? What are you thinking? We're going to confront a group of poachers, not attend a cosplay event. Do you plan to scare them into peeing their pants with just your police uniform? Wei Hailong quickly explained. Brother Yi, you might not understand the situation. Wang Chong is a drug enforcement officer. Dealing with poachers isn't their responsibility. It's already very generous of him to come help. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan was even more confused and couldn't help but complain. No way, little Chong, you're a drug enforcement officer. Can't you just catch your drug dealers? What are you doing here? Are you planning to check if those poachers are using drugs to stay alert? Do you think this is a selection for the national football team? Fangge, you just don't understand. This is the southern border. Wang Chong chuckled and said mysteriously. Do you know what it means to be a drug enforcement officer on the southern border? What do you mean? Do you also have a side job dealing with poaching? It means I can mobilize all police forces. Wang Chong raised his eyebrows proudly, with a hint of boasting in his tone, and if necessary, I can mobilize the military. What? Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened. And he exclaimed, so awesome. Are drug enforcement officers on the border that formidable? Wang Chong smugly raised his eyebrows, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make a call. Of course. Don't worry, Fangge. I'll rally the troops right now. Wei Hailong pulled Wang Chong aside and whispered, I say, little Chong, even if you're familiar with Ye Xiaofan, this is Yunwu Mountain. Do you really trust him that much? I absolutely trust him. Wang Chong looked at Wei Hailong with a tone that was firm and resolute. Old Wei. Just don't ask so many questions. Just listen to Fangge. Why? Because he is Ye Xiaofan. Wei Hailong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and almost punched the kid in the head. What do you mean because he is Ye Xiaofan? Is Ye Xiaofan that impressive? Wang Chong, do you know what you're talking about? The situation in Yunwu Mountain is complicated. Can you really take responsibility if something goes wrong? Human lives are at stake. This ISNT chasing stars. Wang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Old Wei. You're out of touch. Do you know how many big things Fangge has done in Donghai City? Those are legendary operations. Trust me, this time it's definitely going to be smooth. Wei Hailong looked at his fervent expression, almost shouting long, live Ye Xiaofan. In his heart, utterly speechless. This kid is completely under Ye Xiaofan's spell. He is hopeless. Wang Chong didn't care about Wei Hailong's inner thoughts. He directly took out his phone and dialed a number, shouting, hello, is that old Lu? This is Wang Chong. Bring people quickly, full firepower. There's a big job here in Yunwu Mountain, well-equipped and heavily armed. We need support. Yes, the location is... Wang Chong looked at Ye Xiaofan. Fangge. What is the exact location? Ye Xiaofan's eyes sharpened, quickly reporting the specific location of the hyena camp to Wang Chong. Got it. 1 hour later. Gather at the Forest Protection Station entrance. Remember, this operation is codenamed Cleanup. Wang Chong hung up the phone, winked at Ye Xiaofan, and said, Fangge, just wait and see. I'll make sure we catch them like fish in a barrel. Less than an hour later, the originally quiet entrance of the Forest Protection Station suddenly became bustling. Police cars roared in, and fully armed police officers streamed out, leaving Wei Hailong dumbfounded. No way. Little Chong, did you bring all the border police here? Wei Hailong couldn't help but ask. Wang Chong smiled proudly. It's a small matter. This is just an appetizer. Fangge, you take command. We're going all out this time to completely eliminate this group of hyenas. Wow, you want me to command? Ye Xiaofan's heart ignited instantly. What virtue and ability do I have to command so many police uncles? This ISNT just smoke coming from the ancestral grave. This is like an atomic bomb erupting from the ancestral grave. Good deeds, 999. But after the excitement, Ye Xiaofan began to hesitate. No, I can't get carried away. Things in Donghai City are already exciting enough. If I draw too much attention, my enemies might circle the earth 3 times. What if some leftover hyena holds a grudge against me? How am I supposed to mix in the human world? No, in the animal world, the key is if I go along, the secret of understanding animal language will definitely be exposed. Ahem, little Chong, how about you take the command stick? Ye Xiaofan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You know, I'm not in great shape. What if I hold you back? Besides, I need to stay here to monitor and provide you with intelligence support. Remote command is the way to go. Wang Chong, being sharp, immediately understood Ye Xiaofan's thoughts. Don't worry, Fangge, I get it. Saying that, Wang Chong pulled 2 walkie-talkies from the police car, expertly adjusting the frequencies. Here, Fangge, this one is for you. I've set the channel. It's absolutely clear. Wang Chong handed one of them to Ye Xiaofan. Ye Xiaofan took the walkie-talkie, feeling its heavy weight, and a cold metallic sensation spread throughout his body. Wow, this is so heavy. He weighed it. The material was clearly not comparable to those plastic toys on the market. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, with its sharp design and solid craftsmanship. Could this be a military walkie-talkie? No way, Lil Chong. Are we playing this big? Where did this come from? It's my buddy's secret weapon. I can only show it off at critical moments. Wang Chong winked proudly and pulled out an earphone, handing it to Ye Xiaofan. Here, this is for you too. Put on the earphone. Our communication will be more convenient. Ye Xiaofan took the earphone, his mouth twitching. This equipment is getting more and more professional. With everything ready, Wang Chong waved his hand dramatically, full of momentum. Let us go. Eliminate the hyenas and restore peace to Yunwu Mountain. Watching Wang Chong's imposing manner, Wei Hailong was completely baffled and couldn't help but complain. Wait, little Chong, if brother isn't going, how are we going to find people? Chapter 98. What is the crab walk posture? Wang Chong looked disdainful. Old Wei, aren't you thinking too small? Just having a walkie-talkie is enough. Fangge calls the shots. Don't worry, Wherever Fangirl points, we strike precise strikes, no problem. Wei Hailong was internally rolling his eyes, without a drone or GPS. How the hell are you supposed to point from across the mountains? But looking at Wang Chang's fervent demeanor, he knew that whatever he said would be useless. This kid had completely been brainwashed by Ye Xiaofan. Fine, I'll bring my brothers along too. One more person means one more chance of success. Wei Hailong, helpless, could only follow closely behind the team with the forest rangers. As he watched the grand procession depart, the entire forest station instantly fell silent, leaving only Ye Xiaofan, Bai Ying, and the monkey little six. Ye Xiaofan finally relaxed completely, arrogantly leaping onto Bai Ying's broad back and whistling proudly. Little six, is our intelligence team in place? Ye Xiaofan asked the jumping little six beside him. Little six patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Fangirl, everything is arranged. I guarantee it's more accurate than navigation." Sure enough, not long after, sparrows began to fly in from the sky, chirping away to report the movements of Wang Chang and his group. Report, Fangirl. Uncle policemen have set off and are heading northeast along the mountain road. Fangirl, they've reached a fork in the road. They just turned left. Oh no, Fangirl. One of the uncle policemen tripped over a vine. He fell hard. Ha ha ha. Listening to this jumble of information, Ye Xiaofan's mouth twitched. Is this intelligence team reliable? Hey, pay attention to the details. I want precise information, not to hear about their falls. Ye Xiaofan said irritably. As expected, after a while, the reports from the sparrows became more detailed. Report, Fangirl. The uncle policemen have reached the designated location and are proceeding to search. Fangirl, suspicious traces have been found ahead, and the uncle policemen are investigating. Fangirl, we found garbage left by the hyenas, including cigarette butts and leftover food. Fangirl, there's a situation ahead. It seems there's a trap. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, Wang Xiaoqiang. Be careful ahead. There's a trap. Don't step carelessly. Wang Chang's breathless voice came through. Received. Don't worry, Fangirl, we've already found it. However, before Ye Xiaofan could let out a sigh of relief, a scream came through the walkie-talkie. Ah, what the hell is that? Ye Xiaofan was instantly dumbfounded. Xiaoqiang, what is going on? Wang Chang's pained groan came through. Fangirl, we fell for it. We entered a trap area, and there are all sorts of devices underfoot. One of my brothers stepped on an animal trap and is howling. Wang Xiaoqiang, are you an idiot? I already reminded you all to be careful of traps. How can you fall into an ambush? Have you grown up eating nothing but rice? Ye Xiaofan was so angry he almost jumped up, his volume unconsciously rising a few notches. Wait, I can't blame Wang Chang entirely. These traps were originally set up by the hyenas, specifically for animals. It's already quite good that animals can recognize some of them and avoid a few. It's just bad luck for Wang Chang and his group to run into them. Wait a minute, that is not right. Wang Xiaoqiang, you're a human. How would you also step into a trap? Is it that your eyesight is bad? Or what? Ye Xiaofan was about to unleash a tirade when Wang Chang's aggrieved voice came through. Fangirl, this really isn't my fault. Who would have thought that this group of hyenas would be so malicious, with traps set up as if they were free, one right next to the other, completely unavoidable? His tone was filled with grievance. Thinking, after all, I'm also a policeman. How could I be caught by a few broken traps? In the end, sigh. Too many words bring tears. Ye Xiaofan rubbed his forehead. All right, don't act rashly. Stand still and wait for my orders. I must think of a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, this group of uncle policemen might end up in trouble. Ye Xiaofan was secretly anxious, his mind racing, needing to quickly find someone who could recognize the way and was reliable to act as their temporary eyes. Little six, immediately send out the sparrow scouts. Check Wang Chang's current position and see if there are any of our animal connections nearby. Can we get a temporary guide dog? After hearing this, Little Six looked hesitant. Scratching his head, Fangirl, this. What do you mean this? Just spit it out if there is a problem. Ye Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, urging. Little Six hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and replied, okay. All right, Fangirl, wait for me. I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, he dashed off. Watching Little Six back, Ye Xiaofan felt something was off. Tiger brother, did you notice that Little Six seems a bit off? He doesn't seem too willing. Bai Ying shook his head, a hint of confusion in his tiger eyes. Ow. Maybe it's a bit challenging. After all, finding a suitable animal in that situation that can also understand our commands is indeed a bit difficult. Ye Xiaofan scratched his head. Indeed, it was my high expectations. I hope the brothers can step up. Before long, Little Six returned, panting and flushed. Fangirl, no need to trouble the other brothers. I'll go. I'll lead them. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Ye Xiaofan was stunned. Wow, little six, you're impressive. I thought you were going to back out. Are you sure you can do it? They're all bad guys over there. What if you get discovered? No worries. Fanga, you can trust me. I run fast. Besides, they've seen me before, so it's safer for a familiar face to lead the way. Little Six patted his chest and assured. His eyes filled with determination. It's settled. I'll go now and guarantee to safely lead the uncle policeman to their destination. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofan was delighted. Wang Chong and the others had seen Little Six, so it was perfect for him to lead the way, saving the uncle policeman from becoming suspicious of a suddenly appearing guide monkey. Okay, Little Six is reliable. Ye Xiaofan gave a thumbs up. Remember, safety first. Retreat immediately if you encounter danger. I want to allow you to be brave. Little Six nodded firmly, accepting the mission and setting off. Then, Ye Xiaofan spoke in the walkie-talkie in a calm tone. Wang Xiaoqiang, listen carefully. In a moment, a familiar face will come to lead you. Yes. It's that monkey next to me. Just follow it. Remember, it's the crab walk. Try to stick close to the terrain. Whether you can survive depends on your coordination with the monkey. Wang Chang's cautious voice came through the walkie-talkie. Crab walk. Fanga, what kind of posture is that? Sideways walking? Chapter 99. Physical body-mind clearance. Ye Xiaofan rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking to himself that this old brother's English was pretty good. Don't worry about it. If I tell you to walk sideways, just walk sideways. Remember, be cautious and don't be reckless. After a while, Wang Chang's voice rang out again, filled with excitement. Fanga, I see monkey brother. He's really obedient. Shaking his butt in front. It's like he's walking sideways. I feel like a crab. Stop chatting. Follow him, don't fall behind. Report any situations immediately. Ye Xiaofan said irritably. Just as he finished, a sharp monkey call suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. It was Xiao Lu's voice, but in Ye Xiaofan's ears. It sounded like, brothers, it's up to you now. Ye Xiaofan was startled and quickly asked, Wang Xiaoqiang, what monkey brother doing? What the hell? Before Wang Chong could answer, the walkie-talkie was filled with heavy breathing, followed by various animals' mournful cries. Chaos ensued, like a pot of porridge. Ye Xiaofan's heart sank. What the hell is going on? Wang Chong, you better tell me what happened. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, it seemed that Wang Chong finally reacted. His voice came through, choked with tears. Fanga, monkey brother. He has attracted all the nearby animals. These little guys are risking their lives, charging into the trap, clearing the mines for us. After a pause, his voice continued with a sob. But Fanga, these little animals are too miserable. Many are injured. It's too tragic. Ye Xiaofan's heart tightened, and he yelled into the walkie-talkie, hurry and tell those animals to stop. Stop. Let them come back. Get the hell back here. Who told them to rush forward? Fanga, I wanted to. Wang Chong's voice came through, still choked with tears. But I can't control them. These little animals rushed up on their own. I can't stop them. I. Ye Xiaofan then realized that Wang Chong couldn't directly command the animals, let alone make them stop their actions. What about the sparrows? Where are the sparrows? Hurry and get the sparrow squad to go. Order them to stop. Ye Xiaofan was so anxious that his voice was almost smoking. Tell them it's unnecessary to risk their lives for the mines. Just point out the trap locations and go around. You must guarantee the safety of our animal brothers. A sparrow covered in dirt and blood flew to Ye Xiaofan's side, weakly chirping, Fanga. We know you want to help us eliminate the hyenas. Then everyone will be safe. What? Ye Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you trying to do? We also want to do something. Knowing that Uncle Tiaozi and the others are in trouble, we volunteered. The sparrow side for Uncle Tiaozi and for our own kind. We want our kind to live better in Yunwu Mountain. Damn it. Stop talking. Get back here. Ye Xiaofan shouted, his voice breaking. Don't die for no reason. Bai sighed. Fanga, this is the forest. These animals are different from Fat Yi and the others. Fat Yi and Lightning are city animals who have been with humans for a long time and have seen a lot. They can recognize many things. Those traps are simple for them. Before Bai Ying could finish, the sparrow added weakly, but we mountain animals are like the country folks in your human words. We haven't seen the world and can't recognize traps. We can only clean the traps in the most primitive way. Ye Xiaofan was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. To others, these might just be insignificant animals. Dying is just dying. But in his eyes, these little guys were not just animals. They were comrades with blood and flesh, with feelings and loyalty. Whereas the Sparrow Squad, are they deaf? Get my orders across. Strategic retreat. Can't understand human language. Huh? Turn around. Withdraw. Run away. Disband on the spot. But no matter how loudly Ye Xiaofan shouted, the sparrows remained indifferent, and the walkie-talkie still transmitted the animals' mournful cries. Damn it. Is this a joke? I'm going crazy. Fanga, stop talking. Bai Ying's huge tiger head nudged against Ye Xiaofan's arm gently. This is their choice. But Ye Xiaofan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Ying again. The animals of Yunwu Mountain all long for peace, long for safety. This is the greatest sacrifice they can make for their kind, for survival. Don't forget, they are facing a group of ruthless poachers who will harm their young. Ye Xiaofan fell silent. He knew Bai Ying was right. Pets in the city that have been domesticated by humans may have lost their wildness, but in this primitive forest, animals still follow the most original survival laws. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Survival of the fittest and protecting the tribe are instincts ingrained in their genes. But this feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I must make those hyenas pay for their sins. Ye Xiaofan wiped his face fiercely, suppressing the anger and sadness in his heart. Now is not the time for pity. The animal brothers have paved the way for them with their blood and lives. He absolutely cannot betray their sacrifice. Taking a deep breath, he spoke coldly into the walkie-talkie. Wang Xiaoqiang, listen. The path that the animal brothers have paved with their lives, charge through it. Leave no one behind. The blood debt owed by the hyenas must be repaid in blood. Just do it. Immediately, Wang Chang's voice filled with killing intent came through the walkie-talkie. Received. Fanga, just watch. Today, if the hyenas Danti die, I'll bring their heads to see you. After a brief silence, the animals' cries finally stopped. Ye Xiaofan's heart relaxed a little, but it was still tense. Not long after, Wang Chang's voice rang out again, filled with excitement. Fanga, we have a situation ahead. We found the hyenas. Don't rush, hold steady. Don't startle them. I'll provide you with detailed information about the hyenas right away. Ye Xiaofan quickly stabilized the situation. Xiao Lu was right next to Wang Chang, making it much easier to relay information now, directly converting voice to text. Xiao Lu, tell Sparrow's sister to keep a close watch on the movements of the hyenas, then tell me their distribution. Remember to be precise. Ye Xiaofan shouted into the walkie-talkie. Moments later, Xiao Lu's chattering voice came through the walkie-talkie, and Ye Xiaofan quickly translated it for Wang Chang. Received. Received. Fanga, you're practically using a full map hack. Chapter 100. Perfect. Let's take them all out. Ye Xiaofan continuously translated Xiao Lu's intel, reporting the hyenas' deployment and firepower configuration to Wang Chang. Wang Chang. There are a total of 15 hyenas spread across 3 points. 100 meters ahead on the hillside, there are 4 of them in a triangular formation, equipped with 2 AK-47s and a sniper rifle. Watch out for the sniper. The monkey brother said they are smoking and acting very arrogant. 50 meters to the left. In the woods, there are 6 of them, but be careful as they are well hidden. The monkey brother said there are landmines and tripwires buried there, so watch out. They're armed with handguns and have 2 military knives, likely good at close combat. In the small cave 200 meters to the right, there are 5 responsible for logistical support, but the monkey brother said they have heavy weaponry like RPG rocket launchers. We absolutely cannot alert them. Wang Chang was astonished. His admiration for Ye Xiaofan surged like a torrential river. You have a godlike perspective, Fanga. From now on, I, Wang Chang, will follow you, pointing and shooting without hesitation. His excited voice finally dispelled some of the gloom in Ye Xiaofan's heart, making him feel much lighter. Okay, got it. Remember to prioritize protecting your brothers. Don't go head-on. Our goal is to capture them all. Understood. Fanga, just watch. If even one hyena escapes today, I'll write my name backwards. Wang Chang responded confidently. Fanga, we have news from the front. The Mao Special Forces report that the enemy has entered the preset encirclement. Xiao Lu's excited voice came through the earpiece. The Sparrow Patrol reports that the hyena team has all entered the designated area, with not a single one missing. The operation begins. Immediately, the radio crackled with gunfire and the hyena screams, mixed with Wang Chang's excited voice. Charge. Brothers, give them a good beating. Don't let any of them escape. Fanga, it's done. That firepower squad has been taken out completely. They didn't even realize what happened before we pinned them down. Fanga, we've got our side sorted too. That bunch of scum thought they could run, but we took them down with tranquilizer guns. Fanga, quick, praise me. I personally captured a hyena leader. He looks so ugly, like a toad. Okay. Everyone, you've worked hard. Stay safe and don't be reckless. When Wang Chang informed him that all the hyenas had been captured, Ye Xiaofan finally felt happy again. The sacrifices of the animals had not been in vain. Just then, a sparrow flew in to report, chirping urgently. Fangge, bad news. In the southwest direction, about 3 kilometers southwest, a large group of hyenas is coming. Rough estimates show there are over 100 of them. Ye Xiaofan was startled, nearly falling off by Ying's back. What the hell? What's going on? The difficulty of the mission has suddenly skyrocketed. Xiao Lu's voice came again. Fangge, this should be the entire force of the hyenas. They usually hunt scattered in the mountains, but they all gather on fixed delivery days. This is a big problem. Ye Xiaofan understood immediately. So today is their delivery day? Perfect, let's take them all out. Eradicate them completely and eliminate future threats. But then Ye Xiaofan realized the seriousness of the situation. Damn, Uncle Police doesn't have enough people. A direct confrontation would definitely be at a disadvantage. He immediately said to Wang Chong, emergency situation. Get ready immediately. Over 100 hyenas are rapidly approaching. Stay hidden and do not expose yourselves. Wang Chong's voice changed pitch, clearly panicked. What? Over 100? Fangge, don't scare me. What? What do we do? Before Wang Chong finished speaking, Xiao Lu's voice suddenly sounded in the radio. Fangge, the brothers have already assembled. They can support at any time. Ye Xiaofan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, but quickly calmed down, rapidly explaining into the radio. Xiao Lu, listen. This situation is special. We absolutely cannot go head-on. Tell the brothers that safety comes first. Remember, this time the goal is to harass, not to fight. We cannot afford any casualties. Ensure the safety of all animal brothers. Then he translated Xiao Lu's words to Wang Chong. Next, the animal brothers will harass the hyenas from all directions, drawing their attention and disrupting their formation to create opportunities for you. The radio transmitted Wang Chong's determined voice. Rest assured, Fangge, I guarantee to complete the mission. Soon, the mountains and forests became lively again. Squirrels transformed into bombers, accurately dropping pine cones on the hyenas' heads. Although the lethality was low, the sheer number was overwhelming, causing them to scatter in panic. The wild boar group charged like bulldozers, crashing through the hyenas and scattering them in disarray. The birds in the sky were even more annoying, diving down to peck at their eyes one moment, then circling overhead to rain down bird droppings, driving the hyenas mad. Before long, the radio crackled with gunfire, followed by the hyenas' desperate wails. When Wang Chong reported that all the hyenas had been captured without any escaping, Ye Xiaofan felt excited once more. Woohoo, we've taken off. Double kill. The Olmi is back. This wave is a free win. Ye Xiaofan shook his leg in glee, almost falling off by Ying's back. This is what efficiency looks like. He suddenly realized that previously, working alone in Donghai City was too small scale. If I could cooperate with Uncle Police like this every time, and just use my mouth without exposing myself, I could lie back and let things happen. It would be simply delightful. No, when I return to Donghai City, I must take this route. Justice is just a side benefit. Mainly I need to keep a low profile. Quietly making a fortune is the way to go. When I go back, I must persuade old Wang to set up a fund for acts of heroism, preferably with a profit-sharing model. This is called sharing risks and rewards. However, such incidents of animal casualties must not happen again. I will definitely protect the little animals. If necessary, let us go high-tech with animal AI exoskeleton armor, and then I, along with the animal special forces, will sweep away all evil spirits. Mouse Special Forces, Sparrow Air Force, Rabbit Engineering Corps. I also need to register a trademark and make some merchandise. This IP value is solid. The more Ye Xiaofan thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed, as if he could already see money flying in like snowflakes. By the way, Xiao Chong, today is their delivery day. Maybe there are even bigger fish to catch later. Ye Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and quickly added, see if you can arrange for a few reliable brothers to secretly keep an eye on those that slip through the net. Maybe we can follow the clues and find their lair.